Everyone started talking at once, telling Zhao Zhenju what she had done in the past few days. The comrades from the Ministry of Health and Health frowned just by listening. Their eyes changed when they looked at Zhao Zhenju. How could this person dare to do anything? And she was married, but she still wanted other men. They all knew who Qin Shiyu was. Yun Jiji stood there, her eyes swept across the crowd, and soon saw the old lady Li hiding in the crowd not far away. Her face was very ugly, and she was obviously not satisfied with the result. Comrade Yun, please cooperate with our investigation. Before the matter is not clarified, you cannot leave your family. What investigation? Before the comrade from the Ministry of Health and Health finished speaking, Hu Jianjun's voice rang out. He walked over, looked at the situation in front of him, and asked, "What's going on?" Political commissar, someone maliciously reported that Jiji was practicing medicine illegally. Seeing this, Lu Chuntao shouted immediately, never giving others a chance to speak. Hu Jianjun swept his stern eyes through the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Comrade Yun is a doctor at our military hospital. He has passed the assessment. Here is Comrade Yun's medical qualification certificate and letter of appointment." He handed the brown paper bag directly to the comrade headed by the Ministry of Health and said, "Comrade Yun's medical skills were hired after we reviewed them at multiple levels. I hope you can give us the letter of complaint." The comrade from the Ministry of Health saw that it was a misunderstanding, and after looking at Yun Jiji's medical qualification certificate and the complete employment certificates issued by the military, he knew that someone was jealous of Yun Jiji and maliciously reported her. Since it's a misunderstanding, that's natural. Su Tiancheng said hurriedly. They will definitely deal with the military in the future, so there is no need to make the relationship with them awkward. That would not be good for them either. The group of people who had come here aggressively handed the letter of complaint to Hu Jianjun and left quickly with them. "Who do you think is so idle that he reports Comrade Yun?" Someone asked curiously, and their eyes followed the letter of complaint in Hu Jianjun's hand, wanting to see who it was. Who else could it be except those who have a bad relationship with Comrade Yun? What do you think? Could it be Zhao Zhenju? It could also be Old Lady Li. When he said this, they also lowered their voices, as if they were afraid that Old Lady Li would hear it. During the time that Yun Jiji came to the family compound, in addition to everyone knowing that she was good at medicine, she was very low-key. When she met these military families in the compound, she was also very polite. In addition to Zhao Zhenju staring at Qin Shiyu, it was Old Lady Li who brought Wang Xueji to Yun Jiji to see the gender of the baby in her belly. Because Yun Jiji did not help to check, they saw Wang Xueji staring at Yun Jiji with resentment yesterday. Therefore, apart from these few people, they couldn't think of anyone else for the time being. Okay, let's all go. The troops will investigate the reported matter, find out who did it, and report the criticism. Hu Jianjun said in a deep voice. They all saw Yun Jiji's medical skills. It would be absolutely beneficial for everyone to be able to recruit a good doctor in a hospital. She could even treat strokes and even Xiaoman's maternal diseases, which showed how good Yun Jiji's medical skills were. In short, if these people forced Yun Jiji away, he would definitely not let them have a good time. Zhao Zhenju curled her lips and turned back to the house. Anyway, she was about to leave the family compound, and the criticism had nothing to do with her. I really don't know what kind of luck Yun Jiji had. She could actually enter the military district health center as a military doctor.
Why?
But even if she was unwilling, Zhao Zhenju knew that she couldn't stop it. She could only hope that Yun Jiji would kill someone earlier and get shot. At the same time, there was also Old Lady Li, who sneaked away. When no one noticed, she bent over and sneaked away. However, it did not escape Yun Jiji's eyes.
Keep it.
Someone will take you to get your uniform when you go to work. Hu Jianjun said. Thank you, political commissar. Yun Jiji said gratefully. He waved his hand and was about to leave. Political commissar, can you show me the letter of complaint? Yun Jiji asked. Although she had some guesses in her mind, she was not sure who among them it was. Hu Jianjun did not stop her and handed the letter of complaint to Yun Jiji. The letter listed how Yun Jiji treated patients without a license and how she would harm people, etc. It was quite exaggerated. The other party's words were very fair, and he pretended to be thinking about the masses. He was afraid that Yun Jiji's medical skills were not good and that a legal practice of medicine would kill many people. It was indeed righteous. After reading it, Yun Jiji handed the letter of complaint to Hu Jianjun and said, "I believe the organization will give me justice." Hu Jianjun. He finally understood that Yun Jiji could not bear any loss, and as for the person who reported, it was his own fault. At this time, after returning from the Qian family, Mrs. Li's face was very ugly. Wang Suizhi had just washed the clothes of the whole family and made breakfast, and saw that her mother-in-law had a gloomy face, which made Wang Suizhi a little scared. Whenever her mother-in-law was unhappy, she would definitely take it out on her. Now that she came to him, it was obvious that he would close the door and let her beat him. "Where are you going?" Obviously, Mrs. Li saw Wang Suizhi and asked with a gloomy face. Wang Suizhi was startled, turned around trembling, and called out, "Mom, you're back." Old Lady Li glared at her fiercely. "Come here." Wang Suizhi didn't want to, but when she met Old Lady Li's eyes, she shrank her neck again, walked to Old Lady Li and stood still, and called out weakly, "Mom."
Mom.
Old Lady Li was so angry when she saw her cowardly look. She stretched out her hand and pinched Wang Suizhi's arm hard a few times, and felt that she was still not satisfied. "I tell you, if the matter of the report letter is investigated, you can say that it was you who reported it. You can say that you were angry that Yun Jiji didn't treat you, but was willing to treat others, and you were unhappy, so you reported it." That's right. The report letter was written by Old Lady Li to Wang Suizhi. She couldn't read, but her daughter-in-law could read, so when she and Zhao Zhenju talked about this matter privately, Old Lady Li came back and asked Wang Suizhi to write the report letter. Who would have thought that Yun Jiji would become a military doctor? Old Qian will scold me to death. This is something you and Zhao Zhenju did. Why should I take responsibility for it? When Wang Suizhi thought about it, she became angrier and more aggrieved. She obviously did nothing but help write a letter. If your belly wasn't bad, would I have asked Yun Jiji that, to help you look after it? It's obvious that she looked down on you for giving birth to several daughters, and that's why she didn't let you look after it. If it wasn't for you, would I have gone with Zhao Zhenju to report Yun Jiji? Old Lady Li glanced at Wang Suizhi with a cold face, blaming all the faults on Wang Suizhi's bad belly.
Mom,
Mom. It was you who reported Comrade Yun. However, before the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law started arguing, they heard an angry voice coming from the door. When Qian Zhengping returned to the family compound, he heard everyone saying that someone had reported Qin Shiyu's wife to the Ministry of Health and Health, saying that Yun Jiji was practicing medicine illegally. In fact, Yun Jiji is now a military doctor and will be a doctor in their military district health center in the future. He also heard that it was someone in their compound who reported Yun Jiji. Qian Zhengping also vaguely heard that this matter had a little relationship with his mother. Qian Zhengping knew that his mother was usually a troublemaker, but she shouldn't report others. As a result, as soon as he walked to the door of his house, Qian Zhengping heard his mother accusing Wang Suizhi, and the report was really done by his mother and Zhao Zhenju. When Mrs. Li heard her son's voice, she was shocked. When she got up, she saw Qian Zhengping's face was ashen, and he looked at her angrily. Mrs. Li was a little afraid of her son, because he really had the same temper as her dead man, too upright, and some of him didn't distinguish between public and private. Whenever someone in the family makes a mistake, after learning the truth, Qian Zhengping is ruthless and will never favor his family members. "Son, this is not your mother's fault. If it weren't for your wife's belly, Yun Jiji can see other people's illnesses, so why can't you check your wife's belly to see if the baby is a boy or a girl? If she shows it, can I make trouble for her?" Old Mrs. Li doesn't think she is wrong to do this. Qian Zhengping doesn't even think about it. Who is she doing this for? Wang Suizhi has given birth to 3 daughters in a row, and this is the 4th child. If it is still a daughter, their old Qian family will really be extinct. Who is she considering for? It is obviously him who is considering for their old Qian family. Qian Zhengping can't make a fool of himself at this time. Whether it is a son or a daughter, they are all my Qian Zhengping's children. How many times have I told you that it is not Sueji's decision to have a son or a daughter, it is our men's business. Why don't you listen? And you? Did you write the report letter for your mother? Qian Zhengping glared at his wife. Wang Sueji was not like this before. She used to like her daughters very much. When did Wang Sueji start to favor boys over girls? If Qian Zhengping hadn't been there, his 3 daughters wouldn't have had a good life. But he had a lot of things to do in the army, and he couldn't take care of the family at all.
It was.
Mom forced me to do it. I didn't dare to disobey my mom. Wang Sueji lowered her head in fear, not daring to look at her husband's expression at this time. Qian Zhengping closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Now you come with me to apologize to Comrade Yun, and then go to the political commissar to admit your mistakes." "I won't." Old lady Li was unwilling to hear that. "If you don't, I'll buy a ticket now, and you go back to the countryside," Qian Zhengping warned with a cold face. When old lady Li heard this, her face turned pale. Going back to the countryside was absolutely impossible. The people in their village envied her for having a son who was a regiment commander and could come to the army and eat public food. Except for not having a grandson, she is the most fashionable old lady in the village. Now, when she returns to the village, everyone will flatter her. If she is sent back to the village at this time, who knows how those people will laugh at her. In any case, Mrs. Li cannot go back to the village with him. In the end, Mrs. Li and Wang Sueji came to Yunjiji's house under Qian Zhengping's cold face. This way, many people were attracted. Although Yunjiji has not been in the family compound for a long time, she is kind to people and has not offended anyone, except Zhao Zhenju, who is stirring up trouble, and Wang Sueji and her mother-in-law who wanted to find Yunjiji to see the gender of the child but failed. She has never had a red face with anyone, and when the report happened at this time, everyone guessed that it was either Zhao Zhenju or their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. At this time, seeing Qian Zhengping with a gloomy face and coming to Yunjiji's house with gifts, what is there to understand? Yunjiji looked at the man in front of her who looked righteous, and then looked at Wang Sueji and Mrs. Li, and felt a little sympathetic to Qian Zhengping. It was Qian Zhengping's bad luck to have such an old mother and daughter-in-law. "Comrade Yun, I'm really sorry for the report. It's my fault for not taking good care of my family. I solemnly apologize to you here." Qian Zhengping took 2 steps back. Yunjiji will be a military doctor in the future, so she is their colleague. Moreover, soldiers have a little more respect for military doctors. After all, they're injured during training or on missions. If there are no military doctors to give them timely treatment, their lives may not be saved. Therefore, soldiers respect military doctors, and military doctors also respect soldiers. Their respect is mutual. Wang Sueji and Old Lady Li are simply 2 big idiots. If Yunjiji is a bad person, then at that time, if she makes a little move on his injury, even if his life is saved, he may face the risk of demobilization. Although it is wrong for him to think so badly of people, what his mother and wife did is simply not something that normal people can do. Yunjiji glanced at Old Lady Li and Wang Sueji and saw that they both looked unconvinced. If Qian Zhengping hadn't escorted them here, they didn't think they were wrong. "Captain Qian, let the organization handle this matter." Yunjiji looked calm. Since they themselves were not convinced, there was no need to force them to apologize to her. "That's right, but they should apologize to you, too." Qian Zhengping felt that this was right. It was his mother's fault, and she had reported the matter to the Ministry of Health. If Hu Jianjun hadn't just sent Yunjiji a medical qualification certificate and a letter of appointment, Yunjiji would have been taken away by the Ministry of Health and would have been locked up until the matter was clarified. He also knew that Yunjiji had 2 children who had just turned 2 years old, and Qin Shiyu was busy in the army. What should be done with the 2 children? This was an unexpected disaster for Yunjiji. His mother and wife looked reluctant, so it was normal for Yunjiji to be angry. "Captain Qian, since my aunt and sister-in-law didn't apologize voluntarily, don't make it difficult for them. Let the organization handle these things. I'm new here and don't know the rules of the army, but I also know that once the trend of reporting is established, everyone will report it. As long as the report is reasonable and the truth is true, and it is really solving problems for each department, it's fine. If you just report someone because you don't like them, how can you live like this? Yunjiji asked back with a cold look. When many military wives heard what Yunjiji said, they felt that what she said made sense. She could still stand here and talk to Qian Zhengping calmly, which showed that although she was angry, she didn't vent her anger on Qian Zhengping. However, Mrs. Li was very unhappy and sneered, "Comrade Yun, we are here to apologize, so don't be so shameless. Do you really think you are a big shot? Whether my wife is a big shot or not, you don't need to blame Aunt Li." Qin Shiyu's voice sounded from behind them, and then he walked in front of Yunjiji and whispered, "I'm sorry. I came back late." Yunjiji was slightly stunned. "It's okay, I can still protect myself." Qin Shiyu pulled Yunjiji behind him, looked at Qian Zhengping, and said, "Captain, since the ants are not sincerely apologizing, let the organization handle this matter." What else could Qian Zhengping do? His mother looked unconvinced, and even if she apologized, it was not sincere. He was a grandson here, and his mother's words could make his words look like nothing. With such a mother, Qian Zhengping didn't know what to do. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said apologetically, "Xiao Qin, Comrade Yun, I'm really sorry." He knew that his apology was empty and powerless. This matter was caused by his mother and daughter-in-law. It was because he did not supervise them better that they did such a thing. Qian Zhengping was not wrong. He turned around, looked at his mother and Wang Suiji angrily, and prepared to take them back first. After taking 2 steps, Qian Zhengping seemed to have realized something again, and turned around to Yunjiji and said, "Comrade Yun, Zhao Zhenju is also involved in this matter." Zhao Zhenju was originally watching the excitement in the yard, and suddenly heard her name, and she didn't even have time to hide. Old Lady Li suddenly thought of something, and shouted directly, "Yes. It was Zhao Zhenju who told me that Yunjiji didn't have a medical qualification certificate, and said that if I just went to report it, it would be confirmed. I didn't think of reporting Yunjiji, it was Zhao Zhenju who said it." "You old woman, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I ask you to report Yunjiji? It was you who said that Yunjiji didn't tell your daughter-in-law the gender of the child." "I just said that Yunjiji didn't have a medical qualification certificate and couldn't easily treat patients. You wanted to report her yourself. What does it have to do with me?" Zhao Zhenju also scolded. Yunjiji looked calm. Neither of them was wronged, so they shouldn't say anything wrong about each other. Yunjiji just glanced at them and didn't bother to pay attention to their quarrel. She called Qin Shiyu to go back to eat together. They didn't even have dinner after all the noise in the morning. Yunjiji was hungry. She didn't want to pay attention to them at this moment. However, when Old Lady Li, Wang Suiji, Zhao Zhenju, and Qian Zhengping were halfway through the noise, they were invited to the political commissar's office by Hu Jianjun. Until this moment, Mrs. Li realized the seriousness of the matter. She cried and made a scene in the office of the political commissar, which made Qian Zhengping unable to hold back and yelled at his mother. Mrs. Li wanted to cry, but she finally calmed down when she learned that her son had to go back and write a 20,000-word self-criticism and make a self-criticism in front of the military district leaders on New Year's Day. Hu Jianjun watched them leave and pinched his nose. The atmosphere in their family compound has always been bad. They have to rectify it in the future. Otherwise, when the leaders come to inspect in the future and see the terrible state of the family compound, they don't know how to rectify it. Instead of waiting for the upper level to rectify it, it is better to rectify it now. Instead of waiting for the upper level to rectify it, it is better. It's fine if the report is accurate, but if it is a malicious report, just to vent. This matter is very serious. The news that Qian Zhengping was punished soon spread in the compound. When Old Lady Li and Wang Suiji came back, they were more like 2 defeated roosters, following Qian Zhengping awkwardly, not daring to look at Qian Zhengping's expression at this time. They didn't expect that the matter was so serious. They just couldn't stand Yunjiji, so when they learned that Yunjiji didn't have a medical qualification certificate, they reported her. Who could have thought it would turn out like this? Yun Jiji not only has a medical qualification certificate now, but also became a military doctor. In the future, she will be a colleague of her son. Moreover, if Yun Jiji is a military doctor, she can make military merits and be evaluated for a position like her son, which may be an officer level. At this moment, Old Lady Li was also curious about how good Yun Jiji's medical skills were and why the army still valued her so much. Her son was the head of the regiment, but because of her report, the matter was not a big deal, and everyone treated it as nothing, and Yun Jiji didn't suffer any grievances. As soon as the comrades from the Ministry of Health and Health came to the door before they took Yun Jiji away, Hu Jianjun came with a medical qualification certificate and a letter of appointment. I really don't know what kind of luck it is. If Yun Jiji was taken away and locked up for a few days, and later it was found that Yun Jiji had passed the review of the army and was released, then Old Lady Li would not be so aggrieved as she is now. Yun Jiji did not suffer anything, but her son was punished, and she and Wang Xueji were criticized on the radio. At this moment, she is so aggrieved. Especially when they came back, there were still many people in the family compound pointing at them and talking about them, which made Old Lady Li very angry. Yun Jiji only found out about this matter afterwards. When she learned that Qian Zhengping was punished, Yun Jiji was also very surprised, and he was completely implicated. Qian Zhengping is also unlucky. He has such an old mother. He probably said a lot at home, but it is obvious that Old Lady Li will not listen. Wife, if you are not satisfied with this matter, I will report it to the army. Qin Shiyu could not understand Yun Jiji's expression, nor did he know if she was still angry, but if Yun Jiji was not satisfied with the result of this treatment, Qin Shiyu would go to the army to report it to them now, and he had to give Yun Jiji a satisfactory answer anyway. The political commissar and others have already stood on my side, and this punishment is not light. If I still push my nose and face, it will become my problem. Yun Jiji said that it was true that she was reported, but Hu Jianjun also rushed to solve the problem as soon as possible, and the previous matter of Zhao Zhenju also protected her. Yun Jiji also knew that this was because she did not make any mistakes, and it was Zhao Zhenju who started the trouble first, and Qin Shiyu's character should be tested by Hu Jianjun and others. So they protected her and stood on her side. In fact, the behavior of the military wives in the family compound also concerns the promotion and evaluation of their men. It's just that these military wives are obviously not aware enough, and some of them even occupy their own men's higher positions, and they probably look down on others. Is everything really all right? Qin Shiyu was a little worried. It's all right, don't worry, Yun Jiji said, but she also had a headache. But there is one thing I want you to ask the political commissar. If I start working, I must bring the 2 children with me, but they will not affect my work in the health center. Do you think you can let me take them to work? In this era, it is actually very common to bring children to work, as long as the children do not affect normal work. This is feasible. Qin Shiyu nodded and said, okay. I'll go and ask. If it doesn't work, should we send to Anchuan and Yuan to the early care class first, or should we ask someone to help take care of Tuanchuan and Yuan? Don't you think that the children are still young? Let me stay at home to take care of the children? Not go to work? Yun Jiji was actually a little curious. Most men would use children as an excuse to ask their wives to give up their careers and take good care of their children at home. She was a little curious about what Qin Shiyu was thinking. Would he think that she went to work when her child was just over 2 years old? You are a mother, and you are still yourself. It doesn't mean that having a child requires you to give up your career. The child is yours and mine. It doesn't mean that you can give birth to Tuan Yuan. This burden is for both of us. I will communicate with the political commissar to see if I can bring Tuan Yuan to work. If it really doesn't work, then we will find a way to find someone to help take care of it, Qin Shiyu said truthfully. Although he only knew a rough idea about Yun Jiji's medical skills, Qin Shiyu would not be the one who blocked her steps forward. It's not just that she wanted to make up for the grievances she had suffered over the years, but the value of everyone's life has never been in a family. Yun Jiji has her own dreams and abilities. Letting her stay at home and not letting her shine may be her true value for Yun Jiji. Maybe they will be indebted in treating the two children, but as long as they let the children feel the love of their parents, they will also understand that it is not that their parents do not love them, but because their parents have things for them to do, which is to contribute to the country. Their country is getting better and better, and there will always be people who silently contribute. Being in this position, Qin Shiyu can understand all this better. Why can they, as soldiers, concentrate on sprinting on the front line? It is because they have a rear area that can make them feel at ease. Yunjiji looked at the man, and it can be seen from the man's expression that the man is talking about this matter very seriously, and he is not joking at all. He is facing this problem. You are quite surprising, Yunjiji said. Qin Shiyu was a little puzzled. Isn't this as it should be? Qin Shiyu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Isn't it the way husband and wife get along? Not all people are like this. In their opinion, women should stay at home to take care of their husbands and children. They are afraid that their wives will be more successful than themselves and even suppress them. Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu and asked, Qin Shiyu, if one day my achievements are higher than yours, will you be psychologically unbalanced? Qin Shiyu was slightly stunned and asked, why should I be psychologically unbalanced? My wife's achievements are higher than mine, and I am too happy to be happy. I should not be unbalanced, but should reflect on whether I am not working hard enough, which is why I am so far behind. Yunjiji was really surprised by the man's thoughts. Obviously, he was much more avant-garde than those men of this era. He was able to find problems in himself, and he would hand in his salary. When encountering problems, he would stand by his wife unconditionally. There are almost few men who can do this. In the past 3 years, he was unable to pay attention to them because he was on a mission. It was because he was unable to do it, but when she brought Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to the army, he never doubted the identity of the two children. This actually moved Yunjiji, and she also had a certain change of mind about Qin Shiyu in these matters. It's not impossible to investigate. If this man is really as good as she found out, it's not impossible to live with him. Just like now, at least it's harmonious. You're special. Qin Shiyu was still a little confused. He didn't know what Yunjiji meant by this. At this time, Yunjiji had finished her meal and went to the kitchen with her bowl. Although Qin Shiyu was curious, he didn't ask any more questions. Let's not talk about hiring people first. With our status, we will be criticized for hiring people. When the time comes, one report will be a sure thing. Yunjiji added the sentence when she came out of the kitchen. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu understood in his heart and responded, I know. Qin Shiyu could understand that this kind of petty bourgeois style was not popular now. And Qin Shiyu's career was still in its rising stage, so it was really inappropriate to do this. If Yunjiji was really busy later, she could trouble Lu Chuntao. Whether they gave Lu Chuntao money privately or not, only they themselves knew. Although they had not been with Lu Chuntao for a long time, they still believed in her character. If Yunjiji could cure Xiaoman's illness, Lu Chuntao would also be grateful to Yunjiji and pay more attention to the child. They didn't mean to threaten her for a favor, but if they wanted to hire someone, they still hoped to hand the child over to someone they could trust and who had good character. At least, in this regard, Lu Chuntao was indeed the most suitable candidate. Obviously, the two of them thought of the same thing. I'll go back to the army first. I'm going to the city today. Is there anything missing at home? Qin Shiyu asked. Yunjiji raised her eyebrows when she heard it, and after thinking for a while, she said, Go and see if there are any black sesame seeds. The winter solstice will be in a few days. Make some sesame-filled dumplings then. She didn't see it in the supply and marketing cooperative, and they were all preparing to sneak through space. Anything else? Yunjiji shook her head. No, if you need anything, I can take the child to buy it when the time comes. The supply and marketing cooperative is not far from here. Okay. Qin Shiyu didn't say anything more. He looked at the time and didn't stay any longer. After walking a few steps, Qin Shiyu suddenly thought of something and turned back. When Yunjiji was about to take the clothes to the backyard to hang them up, she saw the man come back again. When he looked at her, he felt a little awkward. What's wrong? Yunjiji asked. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and asked, "Wife, I want to ask you for some money." Yun Jiji heard that the man seemed to have given all his money to her, and he probably didn't have any tattoos on his body.
Wait.
Yun Jiji said, and went back to the house. In fact, she put all the money in the space. Although she didn't know what the man wanted the money for, it was his salary. He could spend it however he wanted. Yun Jiji took out the envelope of the bonus he had given her before. She didn't know what the man was going to do, but it was always right to take more. Qin Shiyu was also stunned when he looked at the envelope she brought. "I'll give you more if there's more." After that, Qin Shiyu ran out, probably in a hurry. As for the man going to the city, it was probably because of some arrangements made by the army, so Yun Jiji did not ask. As for why the man wanted the money, she was not very curious. After all, it was the man's money, and she could only keep it temporarily. The man had washed the clothes and hung them out to dry in the yard last night. It rained in the second half of the night, so Qin Shiyu took them back in the middle of the night, so she hung the clothes out to dry.
Jiji.
Sister Chuntao. Yun Jiji smiled when she saw Lu Chuntao. Lu Chuntao waved at Yun Jiji, and she walked to the fence of the yard, looked at Lu Chuntao with some confusion, and asked in confusion, "Sister Chuntao, what's wrong?" "Zhao Zhenju and Li Jianmin were kicked out, didn't you see it?" Yun Jiji raised her eyebrows. "I didn't notice it." She really didn't know about it. Lu Chuntao then told him about Hu Jianjun's previous incident of people watching Li Jianmin and Zhao Zhenju moving. The report happened, and Zhao Zhenju was the first to bear the brunt. Hu Jianjun was furious, and it was a bit like killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. It was also a disguised warning to the military wives that they should think twice before doing anything, instead of just doing whatever they want. They completely ignored their men, and also warned those in the army to go home and take care of their families. Their interests are linked, so don't do anything recklessly without thinking. Zhao Zhenju and the others originally had 3 days to pack up, but today Li Jie brought a few young soldiers over, and 3 or 2 of them helped them pack up their things and sent them out of the family compound. You didn't see how ugly Li Jianmin's face was. He asked for a transfer, and the army would consider his achievements over the years and arrange a job for him. But because of what Zhao Zhenju did, he was kicked out like a stray dog. Lu Chuntao saw Li Jianmin's face at that time, which was as black as the bottom of a pot. She must hate Zhao Zhenju to death. Who would not be angry if it were anyone else? He had a stable job, but after Zhao Zhenju's tossing, he lost everything. Lu Chuntao curled her lips and felt that Li Jianmin deserved it. Li Jianmin was not a good person at first glance. She didn't believe that Li Jianmin knew nothing about what Zhao Zhenju did. They were husband and wife, living under the same roof. Li Jianmin must have protected them, and it was no wonder that Lu Chuntao thought so badly of them. Just take what they did, it was not a good thing. But fortunately, Zhao Zhenju will never be able to enter our family compound again, and we don't need to see her in the future. When I think of her now, I think she is unlucky.
Lu Chuntao said.
Yun Jiji laughed. "I will definitely not see them again in the future." Zhao Zhenju deserved it. Yun Jiji did not sympathize with her, but she was too lazy to pay attention to people like Zhao Zhenju. That's right. Lu Chuntao was happy when she thought about it. Mrs. Li must be regretting it now, because what she did caused Captain Qian to be punished, and she has no place to cry. They deserve it. Lu Chuntao saw that Yun Jiji was not particularly interested in these things, and everyone knew about this, so she changed the subject. "Jiji, congratulations." Thinking that Yun Jiji would be a military doctor in the future, Lu Chuntao was happy for her.
"Thank you, Sister Chuntao."
Yun Jiji thanked her. "Jiji, if you go to work, let Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan stay at my house. I'll take care of them for you. I have nothing to do at home anyway, and I'm also taking care of Xiaoman. Let Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan come home and keep Xiaoman company. Just don't mind that Xiaoman is a sickly person." Yun Jiji didn't expect that Lu Chuntao would bring up this matter first. When she heard this, Yun Jiji was also very happy. "Sister Chuntao, there's no rush for this for the time being. Qin Shiyu and I have discussed it. Let's ask the political commissar if I can take Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan to work. If possible, I want to take them with me first." The brother and sister have never left my side since they were born, and some bad things happened in the past. They don't feel safe. Yun Jiji explained with a smile. Hearing Yun Jiji say this, Lu Chuntao also understood. If you are too busy, you must tell me.
I'm fine anu.
Lu Chuntao said hurriedly. Okay. The two chatted for a while, and Lu Chuntao asked Yun Jiji if she wanted to go to the sea. Now the weather is cold, and it is more suitable to go to the sea from 9 o'clock to 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The sun will come out soon, and it won't be too cold at the seaside. Okay. Yun Jiji was interested when she heard it. She really had never gone to the sea. For a while, she liked to watch live broadcasts of catching fish on the seabed. The most difficult to catch is eel. In one show, they may only catch 1 or 2 eels, which is considered to be their profit in this live broadcast. However, there are many seafoods such as small blue dragon, sea cucumber, crab, etc., which are of course not available on the shore, but there will still be clams, razor clams, conch, spicy snail or swimming crab, mantis shrimp, etc., and it is possible to encounter good goods such as sea cucumber, but it all depends on luck. When Yun Jiji heard Lu Chuntao talking about going to the sea, she was still very tempted. After she went to work in the army, she didn't have much time to participate in such collective activities, let alone going to the sea. Then let's pack up and go to the beach. If you have rain boots, it would be best to wear them. The weather is cold now, and it's not easy to get wet if you wear rain boots. Lu Chuntao told her some precautions and went back to the house to prepare. Yun Jiji hung the clothes and saw the two children playing in the yard. Yun Jiji went into the room, found a one-piece raincoat from the space, and found 2 suitable ones for the 2 children. Since she was going to the beach, she would definitely take the children with her. If she was careful at that time, nothing would happen. In addition, she found some tools that could be used for catching sea in the space, such as a small shovel, crab claws, a small net bag, etc. And also made 2 small tools for Tuanchuan and Yuan to play with sand. When the time comes, put the 2 of them in a safe area and let them dig sand there. She thought that no child would not like to dig sand and play. Thinking of this, Yun Jiji naturally knew what to do. At worst, she would not run so far at that time, and keeping an eye on the 2 children was still the most important thing. After Yun Jiji came out dressed, she called Tuan Tuan and Yuan in and put on one-piece raincoats for the 2 children. One advantage of her space is that when she takes something out of the space, it will automatically convert into a style that would be used in this era. It's ugly and ugly. Yun Jiji doesn't care about this. It's ugly, so it's ugly. It's okay as long as it can be used. Lu Chuntao and the others were quite surprised when they saw Yun Jiji leading the 2 children out and looked at the raincoats they were wearing. Jiji, your raincoat is really good. You're not afraid of getting wet even when you go into the water. Where did you buy it? I'll buy one next time, so I won't be afraid of getting wet when I go to the sea in winter. Lu Chuntao asked hurriedly when she saw this. This raincoat is so good, it's comfortable to look at. As long as there is no big wave rushing over, the water will never wet the clothes on your body. Several people looked at it and were moved, and they all asked Yun Jiji where the raincoat came from. It was also when I went to the city last time that I happened to see a vendor from the north selling this type of raincoat. I had heard everyone say that there was a sea in Haishur before, so I wanted to go there to catch fish, thinking that I might be able to use it after buying it. I didn't expect that I would actually use it. Yun Jiji laughed and said she couldn't tell them that she bought it in the space. This can not only be worn when catching fish, but also when going up the mountain. I will buy one next time I go to the city. Me too.
Yeah.
Brother Tuan Tuan, sister Yuan. As they were talking, they saw Shun Jin running over with his sister, and Xia Kaifeng was following him. When she saw Yun Jiji, she immediately stepped forward with a smile. Comrade Yun, congratulations. Yun Jiji is now a military doctor and has a medical qualification certificate. Xia Kaifeng is really happy. She thought about how she had to sneak around to see Yun Jiji before, and now that Yun Jiji has a medical qualification certificate, she doesn't have to sneak around to see Yun Jiji in the future. Xia Kaifeng is of course happy. Especially after she got the medicine from Yun Jiji, she really didn't feel itchy anymore after using it. She hasn't felt so refreshed in a long time. Everyone looked at Xia Kaifeng with some surprise. When did she get so good with Yunjiji? As far as they know, Xie Caifeng's 2 children had gone to Yunjiji's house to play before, but they had never seen Xie Caifeng get along with Yunjiji in private. Can I say this? Xie Caifeng saw that everyone was curious, so she looked at Lu Chuntao. Lu Chuntao smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Xie Caifeng smiled and said, alas. I couldn't say it before. Is it because Comrade Yun didn't have a medical qualification certificate? I was itchy and uncomfortable all over my body during that period, and there was a bad smell. You see, I didn't dare to go out during that period. A few days ago, I asked Comrade Yun to see me at night and prescribed some washing medicine. I felt very comfortable on the first night. It was no longer like before when I wanted to. Xie Caifeng was embarrassed to say it, and then said, I have used the medicine for 3 days, and I feel very comfortable these 2 days. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare. I couldn't say it before. When everyone heard what Xie Caifeng said, they were also a little surprised. And everyone in the compound also knew that she hadn't gone out with them recently. They had called Xie Caifeng before, but she always found various reasons and excuses not to go with them. At that time, they were still very curious, but now they finally understood what the reason was. Is it really so useful? Someone asked immediately. I've experienced it myself. Why would I lie to you? Xie Caifeng curled her lips and said with a smile, Comrade Yun, you should also take Tuanchuan and Yuan to go fishing. When the time comes, let Xinjin look after the children, and we can go fishing without worry. That's great. Yunjiji smiled immediately. Xinjin is a very responsible child, so Yunjiji is still relieved. When we go to the beach, everyone will go fishing separately. Don't go to dangerous places or deep water places. It's best for everyone to go together in 2s or 3. Going fishing is second, and safety is first. Do you remember? Lu Chuntao counted the number of people and saw that everyone was there, so she immediately said loudly,
Got it.
It's not their first time to go fishing, so of course they know that safety is the most important thing. Gigi, you will follow me in a while. Lu Chuntao knew that this was Yunjiji's first time to go fishing today, and she was the one who initiated it, so of course she would take her with her.
Thank you, Sister Chuntao.
Lu Chuntao gave her a sullen look, and several people walked out of the family compound. It takes half an hour to walk from the family compound to the beach, but Lu Chuntao applied for the family compound's donkey cart in the morning, and everyone was unwilling to walk half an hour to the beach. Everyone was willing to spend the 1 cent per person for the fare. In their opinion, instead of spending half an hour on the road, it is better to spend more time on catching the sea, and maybe you can get some good stuff back. Moreover, they all have children, and the donkey cart is mainly for children. Because everyone has to spend money, naturally no one says anything. If you want to take a donkey cart, take 1 cent. If you don't want to take it, then walk by yourself. Everyone talked and laughed along the way. They were a little worried at first. After all, Yunjiji was too thin, so they were naturally worried that with Yunjiji's small body, would she be exhausted and panting when she walked to the beach? Would she still be able to catch the sea by then? As a result, Yunjiji didn't breathe a breath, but they were the ones who walked and panted. Some of them couldn't walk and finally had to sit on the donkey cart for a while. But fortunately, there were still empty seats on the donkey cart, otherwise they really couldn't get on. It was only 9 o'clock when we arrived at the beach, which was a good time to go fishing. When everyone arrived at the beach, they went to look for seafood according to the first team they formed. Yunjiji looked around, found an open space, and let the children play there. Tuanchu and Yuan, Mom is fishing there. You and Brother Xinjin and Sister Tian can play here. Remember to call Mom if there is anything. It is impossible to run to the water, understand? Yunjiji solemnly instructed. Mom, baby, be good. Sit here and play, don't leave. Yuan said in a baby voice, and at this time, there was only the sand in front of her big eyes. It must be fun. Mom. Tuanchuan, watch your sister. Don't run around, Tuanchuan said obediently. Don't worry, Auntie. I will take good care of my brother and sister. Xinjin promised like a little man. When hearing this, Yunjiji reached out and rubbed Xinjin's little head and said with a smile, Little Jean is great. When Auntie catches the good stuff, I will make delicious food for you. Xinjin's eyes sparkled when he heard it. He had eaten what Auntie Yun cooked, and it was really delicious. Shinjin felt that what Auntie Yun cooked was much more delicious than what his mother cooked. After eating it once, he couldn't forget it. He wanted to find his mother to learn how to cook from Auntie Yun. See how other people's meals are cooked, why they can be cooked so deliciously, but his mother can't do it? I tell you, Auntie Yun's dishes are delicious. Just the blueberry yam, sour and sweet, and the salted egg yolk pumpkin strips. Today, not only Shinjin and Shin Tiantian came, but also other military wives came with their children. At this time, when several people heard Shinjin say that Yunjiji's cooking was delicious, and how delicious it was. Like a few greedy cats, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva in an instant. Yunjiji also found it funny, so she reached into the cloth bag hanging on her waist, and when she came out, she had a handful of candies in her hand. Everyone, help me look after my younger brothers and sisters, and I'll treat you to candies. When the children saw that there were candies to eat, they were all very happy, and they all promised to take good care of the children for Yunjiji, and they all said not to be too active. There were also some older children who came today, the oldest of whom was 8 years old, although they were curious about why the child didn't go to school. But with them watching, Yunjiji was indeed relieved. After the instructions were given, Yunjiji followed everyone to go to the sea. It was low tide at this time, and the seawater on the reef beach had receded. At this time, there were already many people on the reef, and some were nearby villagers, all of whom came to go to the sea. Gigi, do you know these seafood? Lu Chuntao was a little worried that Yunjiji didn't know these seafood. After all, it was her first time to go to the sea. Sister Chuntao, I know them. Yunjiji smiled. Hearing Yunjiji say this, okay, then you pick them up first. If you have any problems, call me. I won't go far. Okay. Yunjiji responded with a smile. It was not long after the tide receded, and there seemed to be many fish that had escaped and did not have time to swim back to the sea in the puddles between the shallows and the reefs. I caught a crab. Someone exclaimed. Yunjiji looked up, feeling a little envious, and then saw a swimming crab crawling out from under the reef in front of her. Yunjiji narrowed her eyes, frowned, and grabbed it with the crab claws. Her technique was fierce, accurate, and fast. The swimming crab was still struggling the crab claws. Yunjiji was so happy. This was her first time to go to the sea and her first harvest. Sister Chuntao, look, I caught one too. Yunjiji showed off happily and everyone followed her to look over. Gigi, you're lucky. This big one must weigh 1 pound. Lu Chuntao smiled when she saw this. Yunjiji was also happy, as this was her first time as a bride getting on a sedan chair. After putting the swimming crab in the crab net, Yunjiji paid attention to the direction of the children. Seeing that they were playing their digging sand and building houses, Yunjiji felt relieved. Next, she searched in the reef again and picked up pomfret, mantis shrimp, and even a small bowl of spicy snails and sea cucumbers. When Lu Chuntao came back, she saw that Yunjiji's bucket had a lot of things, and she couldn't help but give Yunjiji a thumbs up and said, Gigi, you're amazing. Lu Chuntao actually picked up a lot, but when she saw that Yunjiji picked up so much for the first time, she was really happy for Yunjiji. This is called beginner's luck. Sister Chuntao, you have picked up a lot. Yunjiji said with a smile. Lu Chuntao knew that some beginners could really pick up a lot of good stuff after they came, so she thought it was nothing. Because everyone had a harvest, no one was jealous of Yunjiji, who had picked up so much. Today's harvest is not bad. Looking at the seafood in everyone's bucket, no one envied anyone else. Everyone had their favorites, and everyone was happy. It's still early, let's take a look. Lu Chuntao looked at the time. It was only 10 o'clock. They had agreed with the donkey cart driver to pick them up at 10:30. There was still half an hour, so they could take a look. The adults who came out with their children also stared at the children from time to time. Seeing that they were having fun there, everyone felt relieved. Everyone was not far away, and they would help each other to keep an eye on the children. Because Yunjiji arranged small shovels and small buckets for digging sand for them, the children are having a lot of fun now. They went to the sea again for a while. Yunjiji was really lucky. She also caught 2 hairtails and some oysters. The bucket was almost full, so she stopped.
Wow.
Mom, there are so many. As soon as Yunjiji came back, Yuanyuan and Tuanchuan noticed it. They didn't even play with the sand at this time, and hurried to see Yunjiji's harvest. When they saw that the bucket was full, the eyes of the two little guys were also sparkling. Mom. Sir Yuanyuan pointed at the fish in the bucket and blinked her eyes. Okay, I'll make fish for you when we go home later, okay? Yunjiji saw that the little guys were well behaved and obedient, so she let them play here and not run to the sea. The two little guys were also well behaved and obedient and didn't go. Yunjiji, of course, had to reward the children. Are the fish delicious? The children asked curiously when they heard it. The main reason was that Shinjin kept saying how delicious the food Yunjiji cooked was, and they were almost dying of greed. Fish are delicious. Annie will fry them soon and ask Shinjin to call you to come and eat them, okay? Yunjiji said with a smile. Yunjiji also wanted her children to get along well with the children in the compound. She would go to work in the future, and the children would definitely play with the children in the compound. At that time, they would also see that she gave them food and would take more care of Tianchuan and Yuanyuan. Children have simple minds. As long as they are not born bad, they are willing to take care of their younger brothers and sisters. Especially in this era, when people are short of food and clothing, there are even fewer snacks for children. If you are willing to take out some snacks to sweeten the mouths of these children, they will naturally be more willing to play with their younger brothers and sisters. Although it is wrong to use this method of benefit, Yunjiji also feels that no one will take more care of your children for no reason. Only if you pay first, you can get a certain return.
Great.
When the children heard this, they cheered happily. Seeing this, Yunjiji smiled and rubbed their heads. At this time, the donkey cart also came. The children were carried on the donkey cart one by one.
They were not so anxious to go back.
Everyone also had a lot of seafood, so they put the bucket on the donkey cart. The children were tired of playing. It seemed that Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were seeing seafood for the first time. At this time, their eyes were staring at the fish in the bucket. Baby, you can't touch it. We'll bite people. It hurts. Yunjiji stood aside. When she saw the little guy excitedly reaching out to touch the crab, Yunjiji quickly stopped him, fearing that the little guy would really reach out to grab it. Will it bite people? Tuan Tuan was also a little curious. Yes, and it will bite and bleed, so you can't touch it, but are delicious. Mom will make it for you at noon, okay? Yunjiji said softly. Tuan Tuan didn't dare to touch it when she heard her mother say that it would bite, but just stared at it curiously. But there were also bold children who didn't believe in evil and reached out to grab the crab. At this moment, he was bitten by the crab's legs and screamed. Several adults were speechless. The child's mother rescued the child's hand. Your Aunt Yun said that will bite people. Why don't you listen? Yunjiji was also at a loss for words. She checked the child's fingers for words. It's okay. Just go back and apply some medicine to reduce the swelling. Although the skin was broken, it was not very serious. It was also the parents who found it in time and took the crab down with skills. Things like struggle and bite harder. Everyone had a rich harvest and was in a very good mood. On the way back, some people hummed folk songs, and those who could sing also hummed along.
I suis dans lit.
Someone singing changed the tune, and from the original beautiful singing, it became terrified. Everyone was also startled by this change, and someone hurriedly asked, Gui Fun, what are you doing? It was so scary. Someone grabbed my feet. Wang Gui Fun was already frightened and pale. Where did the ghost come from in broad daylight? Don't scare yourself. Someone said unhappily. The military wife who was walking with Wang Guifin was also frightened and took a step back. There is a ghost, there is a ghost. Several people were also frightened because they all saw a pair of skinny hands like tree bark, which were tightly holding Wang Guifin's feet. Yunjiji and others followed in and saw it. It's no wonder that Wang Guifin was so scared. The skin of the man's hands showed a creepy gray-white color, without any vitality or blood color. The fingers were twisted and deformed like dead branches, and the swollen joints were like hideous lumps.
Save
me. The voice was hoarse and low, and each syllable was like a worn-out bellows that was pulled open with difficulty, making a wheezing sound. Who is this person pretending to be a ghost? Uncle Yang, who drove the donkey cart, was a man after all, and he was braver. Moreover, they still had these family members around, so they were not afraid. He got off the donkey cart and took 2 or 3 steps forward. He stretched out his hand and pulled the hand holding Wang Guifen's foot away. With a little force, he pulled the person out of the bushes. Alive. Alive. Wang Guifen also reacted at this time. Seeing that it was a living person, she was not so scared. Why is he vomiting blood? Someone shouted. Uncle Yang was so scared that he quickly let go. I just pulled him out, but I didn't do anything. Uncle Yang was also scared. Why is this person so weak? He started vomiting blood as soon as he was pulled out. Isn't this going to blackmail him? Let me see. Seeing this, Yun Jiji took a few steps forward. When he came to the old man, he saw that the old man was vomiting blood, but he was still awake. Yun Jiji was relieved and stretched out his hand to feel the old man's pulse. Lu Chuntao and the others looked at the scene with some worry. They didn't know what happened to the old man. Don't let him die in front of them. Jiji, how are you? Lu Chuntao asked worriedly upon seeing this. Yun Jiji checked the old man's wrists, ankles, and other parts, and finally found 2 wounds on the old man's ankles that looked like snake bites, and the 2 tooth marks were still oozing black blood. Jiji, is this a snake bite? Lu Chuntao asked. How could there be a snake in this winter? Look at the bite on this old man. If it was really a snake bite, it would be really scary. Yun Jiji stared at the old man's wound and said, well, it was a snake bite, but this old man should have eaten other poisonous mushrooms or something, so it is particularly serious. What should we do then? They didn't understand these things either. They were very scared before. Now when they heard that he had eaten poisonous mushrooms and was bitten by a snake, they could only say that this old man was really unlucky. I'll give him an acupuncture to control the toxins first, or he has to be sent to the hospital. Yun Jiji said she can give him an acupuncture and can save him. But with so many people around, it's not easy for her to get medicine from the space. What she can do now is to detoxify the old man first, and the subsequent treatment will have to be handed over to the hospital. All she could do was to save the old man's life first. Kaifeng, Shuqin, you 2 stay with Jiji. I'll take everyone back to the family compound first, and then ask the army to send a car to take the old man to the hospital. Lu Chuntao was the big sister among these people. When she heard that the old man was going to be sent to the hospital, she immediately made arrangements. Okay. Xie Kaifeng and Yang Shuqin had no objections and were willing to stay to help. After all, they both had a very good relationship with Yun Jiji, and they felt it was immoral to abandon Yun Jiji at this time. Jiji, I'll take Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan back first. They'll stay with me. Xin Jin and the others will be watching them, so you don't have to worry. Thank you, Sister Chuntao. Wang Guifin was scared. When she was sure that it was a living person, she felt a little better, but her legs were still a little weak. In the end, everyone helped Wang Guifin sit on the donkey cart, while Xie Kaifeng and the others watched from the side. This was the first time that Yang Shuqin and Xie Kaifeng saw Yun Jiji giving acupuncture. They saw that she did not think twice, and each needle was given quickly and fiercely. Because they believed that her medical skills were good, they felt that each needle she gave was extremely accurate. They did not understand medical skills, but they knew how to see. When they saw that the old man's face was not as pale as before, and his lips were purple, they felt that Yun Jiji must have controlled the old man's condition. Jiji is really amazing, Yang Shuqin said in a low voice. Yes. I think those old Chinese doctors are not as good as Jiji. The 2 whispered in a low voice, fearing that they would disturb Yun Jiji if they spoke loudly. However, Yun Jiji still heard the conversation between the 2. Seeing that the old man's face had improved slightly, Yun Jiji took out a small amount of spiritual spring water from the space and fed it to the old man with the cover of her body. With only Yang Shuqin and Xie Kaifeng, she could rest assured. After all, when all the family members were there, There were more than a dozen eyes staring at her, and she couldn't do any small movements. At this moment, Yun Jiji's actions fell into the eyes of Yang Shuqin and Xie Kaifeng, and Yun Jiji only fed the old man some water. The old man's complexion was much better, and even the swelling on his hands had disappeared a lot, which really surprised them. This is too magical. Jiji, you are really amazing.
Yang Shuqin Praiset Sincerelli.
This was the first time Yang Shuqin saw Yun Jiji treat someone. From the old man's recovery, it can be seen that Yun Jiji's medical skills are very good. The old man looked like he was about to die, and like a ghost. It really scared them all. Although the old man's face was still pale, it was no longer like before. Yun Jiji also took out the needle and said, "He is not well yet. Although the poison is under control, he still has to go to the hospital for treatment." "That's also good. At least the old man won't die," Lu Shuqin said. Just using silver needles to control it shows how powerful Yun Jiji is. The old man also woke up slowly at this moment. When he saw several people standing beside him, he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. "Uncle, don't talk. You were bitten by a snake and ate poisonous mushrooms that you shouldn't eat. This is Yun Jiji, a military doctor from our military district health center. She has treated your wound and controlled the poison. Now my sister-in-law from the family compound has also gone to the army to find a car and will take you to the hospital in a while." Xie Kaifeng saw that the old man wanted to talk after waking up and immediately followed up with a voice. The old man couldn't speak and could only look at Yun Jiji with gratitude. "Old man, take a rest first, it's okay." Yun Jiji comforted. The old man just blinked and didn't say anything more. At this time, the army's car also drove up, and the person who came was Li Jie, sister-in-law. When Li Jie saw Yun Jiji, he waved quickly. After they parked the car, Yun Jiji spoke up, comradely. "This old man was bitten by a snake and ate poisonous mushrooms." After she explained the old man's condition to Li Jie, she asked them to carry the old man into the car and send him directly to the hospital. After Yun Jiji packed up, she looked at Xie Kaifeng and Yang Shuqin and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, let's go back too. The children must be waiting anxiously." "Okay, let's go." They were happy to have saved someone, and when they heard Yun Jiji say this, they naturally had no objections and followed her back. Yang Shuqin couldn't help but ask Yun Jiji some questions. "Jiji, I always feel back pain when I get up recently. Can you help me take a look when the time comes?" Yang Shuqin said. Yun Jiji took Yang Shuqin's pulse and checked her lower back again, then looked at Yang Shuqin with some indescribable words. "Jiji, I will be fine, right?" Yang Shuqin was a little scared when she looked at her like this. "Really, nothing will happen." Yun Jiji was speechless. "Sister-in-law, you are in good health. Just don't be so frequent with your man at night." The two of them were stunned for a moment, and finally Yang Shuqin blushed and didn't dare to look at the two of them. "You think I want to, but my man is.
He is very serious about that aspect.
Every time he does it for a long time, he can't finish it. It's so annoying." Yang Shuqin said, a little annoyed. "Aren't you happy?" Xie Kaifeng teased Yang Shuqin with her hand. Yang Shuqin's face flushed. "It's fun, but it's exhausting." Yun Jiji listened on the side, silently not participating in the topic. The sisters-in-law's car started as soon as they said it would. The one on the highway was a little fast, and she couldn't keep up. "Jiji, Captain Qin must be very strong. Look at his physique." Yang Shuqin suddenly looked at Yun Jiji with curiosity. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. "Sister-in-law, let's go quickly. The children are waiting for us." After that, she quickened her pace and walked forward. Seeing this, Xie Kaifeng and Yang Shuqin laughed happily. Jiji is embarrassed. "That's normal. The young couple haven't seen each other for 3 years. They are indeed newlyweds." Ahem. Yun Jiji was choked. "Sister-in-law, why are you curious about this?" Yun Jiji was really helpless. "We are all experienced people. Anyway, my man is very demanding in this regard. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so uncomfortable. But I will listen to you now. After I recover, he won't get on my bed if he doesn't wash himself clean." Xie Kaifeng had no concept of this before, and no one would tell her this. She was so tired after the incident that she didn't want to move, so she went to bed without cleaning up. She didn't think there was anything wrong before, but recently she felt uncomfortable and asked Yunjiji for medicine. Xie Kaifeng realized that this was not okay. You have to be moderate. Yunjiji said. Do you still need to wash it? Yang Shuqin was also curious and asked quickly. Yunjiji didn't need to say anything at this moment. Xie Kaifeng had already popularized the knowledge of women's hygiene for her. Yang Shuqin nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and then said, yes. Then I will let my husband Lu wash before going to bed in the future. The two looked at Yunjiji again and couldn't help asking, Comrade Yun, Captain Qin? The corners of Yunjiji's mouth twitched. Why did they come back to the same topic again? Sister-in-law, we have harvested so many good things today. Have you thought about what to do with them? Yunjiji directly changed the subject. She couldn't let them continue to ask Qin Shiyu about that. Apart from the memory of their wedding night, they had never slept together since then. She remembered that she was really dying the first time. It was raining that night, and she was also shocked when she saw the man's bulging. His capital was undoubtedly strong, but their relationship was not that close yet, and she was not in the mood to feel it. With her current small body, if the man's iron arm, which was as strong as steel, came up to touch her, she was afraid that half of her life would be gone. Indeed, but they can't drink alcohol in the army. Otherwise today's spicy snails would be fried with a bowl of snail meat, and 2 tails of wine would make people dizzy with the fragrance. Yang Shuqin and the others thought Yunjiji was thin-skinned, and when they saw her changing the subject, they were not so tactless and kept asking Yunjiji questions. If you don't control the degree of getting along with people, you will easily lose a good friend. I plan to marinate the fish I caught today and take it out when I want to eat it later. I dug a lot of horse teeth today. I will cook a horse tooth soup in the evening and steam too. They all came from all over the world. For example, Yang Shuqin came from Sichuan province. In fact, she couldn't eat seafood such as sea fish, and at the beginning. It was also after living here for a long time that she slowly began to learn. Yang Shuqin still remembers that when she ate mantis shrimp for the first time, she didn't eat a piece of meat, and her lips were scratched by the skin of the mantis shrimp. Later, Yang Shuqin didn't dare to eat mantis shrimp for a long time. She was so scared when she saw it. The second time she ate it, it was Yang Shuqin's husband Lu Weidong who peeled it for her. After Yang Shuqin ate it, she fell in love with mantis shrimps. Later, she learned to peel it by herself. Now she is so good that she can peel the skin of mantis shrimps directly with chopsticks. Yang Shuqin was proud of this for a long time. After all, Lu Weidong could only peel it piece by piece with his hands. Me too, those fish can be pickled and dried, and can be stored for a long time. I want to pickle, but I also want to try something new. Those snails, and so on, will be cooked in a pot in the evening. Xie Kaifeng thought so too. The two of them immediately looked at Yunjiji. Comrade Yun, what about you? Sister-in-law, you can just call me Jiji. Yunjiji smiled. The two of them didn't bother too much about a name and agreed immediately. I'm going to use the fish meat to make fish. I promised a few children in the morning. Yunjiji smiled. Jiji, how do you make these fish? Can any fish be used? They were also a little curious. Recently, after Yunjiji came, some particularly tempting aromas could be smelled from the family compound from time to time. They also knew that it was made by Yunjiji. Those who have eaten it or not knew that Yunjiji's craftsmanship was definitely not bad. Many fish can be used. The best one is of course eel, but we can't catch this fish. In addition, sharks, mackerel, yellow croaker, and hairtail can all be used. Yunjiji explained with a smile. Note: wild gray six-gill sharks and blue sharks are edible, but shark species such as great white sharks, whale sharks, basking sharks, porbeagle sharks, short-tail sharks, white sharks, half-saw sharks, lemon sharks, etc. are strictly prohibited from being caught and sold in China. There is too little meat in hairtail fish. I see you caught two. Are you going to use all of them to make fish? Xie Kaifeng asked. Well, cook them all. Xie Kaifeng thought about it. Her son had been promoting Yunjiji's cooking skills and how delicious the food she cooked was. Shinjin had eaten at Yunjiji's place. After returning last time, Shinjin told her that Yunjiji's food was particularly delicious and unforgettable. In fact, Xie Kaifeng has always been very curious. She also guessed that Yunjiji made fish today, probably for those children. Jiji, I don't know how to make fish. I also caught 2 hairtails today. I will bring the fish to your house later. I will also bring all the ingredients and make some for the children to satisfy their cravings. Xie Kaifeng said immediately. Last time, Shinjin just played with the 2 children for half a day, and Yunjiji left the 2 children at home for dinner. Xie Kaifeng felt that she couldn't do nothing, let alone let the children eat her food for free. Yunjiji made fish today, and she would definitely give them to her own boy, so she couldn't pretend that she knew nothing. Then I'll come too. I want to learn too. Yang Shuqin said immediately after hearing this. Okay. Yunjiji did not refuse, and then simply told them the materials to be used. The 3 of them walked while talking, and soon returned to the family compound. Their things were all at Lu Chuantao's, so they went directly to Lu Chuantao's house to get them. Lu Chuantao couldn't help but care about the situation of the poisoned old man. After learning that the other party was sent to the hospital, Lu Chuantao was relieved. When she learned that they were going to make fish, Lu Chuantao also became interested and immediately decided to come to Yunjiji's place to make fish after dinner. Yunjiji also took the harvested seafood and 2 little sand people home. Even if they put on raincoats for them, when the children were having fun, how could they care so much? There was a lot of sand all over their bodies, and even a lot of it in their pockets. Yunjiji could only help them clean up first and finally cooked seafood noodles to solve lunch. The 2 tired little guys didn't need Yunjiji to coax them today, and they went into the house to take a nap. After the child fell asleep, Lu Chuantao and her friends also came with fish and ingredients. The child is asleep. Let's be gentle and don't wake him up. When Lu Chuantao entered the yard, she saw Yunjiji closing the door quietly and immediately realized that it was nap time and suddenly felt that they should come later. It was really wrong to disturb the children's nap. It's okay, as long as it's not a sudden noise, it won't scare them, Yunjiji said with a smile. The family compound is very noisy every day. Even in Yunhe village, it is impossible to be quiet. The noise in the village almost never stops. Then we should be gentle. Lu Chuantao and her friends are all mothers. Even if Yunjiji said so, they didn't make too much noise. Several people moved a table directly to the yard. The weather today was very good. The afternoon sun was warm on people's bodies. Several people killed and cleaned the fish at home and brought it over. Some even followed Yunjiji's instructions and minced the fish before bringing it over. Sisters-in-law, you are much faster than me. Yunjiji looked at them with some amusement. You have taught us the basic methods, so we must do it. Lu Chuantao said with a smile. Yunjiji thought so too. She also hurriedly started to process, slaughtered the fish, removed the fish head, fish tail, fish bones, etc. And then scraped the fish meat off completely, soaked it in clean water to remove blood and impurities, and then made it into fish paste. To make fish, you also need pig fat, which they brought themselves. Seeing Yunjiji act so quickly, Xie Kaifeng and the others stared at Yunjiji after they finished processing. Although she was thin and small, she was really good at work. When she finished beating the fish paste, they were still a little stunned. Then, they mixed the fish meat and fat into fish paste according to what Yunjiji taught, and then added seasonings in turn, such as egg white, starch, salt, etc. And added a small amount of clean water as appropriate. These fish look simple, but they're not easy to make. If you add too much water, they will be too thin, and if you add too little, they will not be enough. You really have to control the amount accurately, Lu Chuantao said. When they were making them, they kept asking Yunjiji how much water to add. They were also afraid that if they added too much water, the fish paste would become too thin and could not be formed directly. Sisters-in-law are so smart.
I can do it as soon as I say it.
Yunjiji smiled. You have a sweet mouth. The next step is simple. Then squeeze out the of uniform size from the tiger's mouth and put them into the cold water in the pot, and then cook them. They are not people who care about calculations, so they cooked them here. You still have to watch the heat when cooking. Can you let the water boil? Xie Kaifeng asked curiously. The water temperature should rise slowly. If it boils all at once, it will easily make the fish fall apart. They felt that there were really many tricks in this, and then they stayed aside and watched carefully until the cute white fish floated up one by one, which made people feel happy just by looking at them. The fish are not considered to be completely cooked until all the fish are cooked and rinsed in cold water. Let me try it. Yang Shuqin was a little impatient when she saw it, and she didn't care whether the fish were hot or cold, and she took one and put it in her mouth. In fact, Yang Shuqin was a little worried that the fish would have a fishy smell or not be chewy enough, but when she really ate it, Yang Shuqin's eyes lit up.
Oh,
It's chewy, Yang Shuqin said happily. After eating a fish ball, she couldn't help but give Yun Jiji a thumbs up. Jiji, you're amazing. It's really delicious. Lu Chuntao and Xie Kaifeng were a little curious, and they took one to taste it, and their eyes lit up. This fish ball is really delicious. I made it before, but it wasn't so chewy. Lu Chuntao also said. Yun Jiji looked at them with a smile. We stirred it for a long time today, so it's naturally more bouncy. I guess the sisters-in-law didn't stir it for that long before, so it's not so bouncy. It's not about how long it takes. Time and strength are both skills. If it's stirred for too long, it won't taste good. Xie Kaifeng felt that Yun Jiji was too modest. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to control it so well, but Yun Jiji controlled the strength so accurately. They followed Yun Jiji's instructions today, so they could make the fish so delicious. Sisters-in-law are too modest. Yun Jiji laughed. Okay, Jiji is great, and we are great too. Lu Chuntao saw them being so modest and said jokingly, Yes, we are all great. After saying this, everyone laughed. After the fish were made, they didn't go back immediately, but cleaned up the yard together. The fishy smell was the most difficult to deal with, and it would definitely not work to just leave it here.
hey.
Qining, you're back. Just as they finished packing and were about to go back with the fish, they saw Qin Shiyu coming back from outside. Hello, sisters-in-law. Qin Shiyu was stunned for a moment and greeted them. Jiji, Qining is back. We're going back too. The fish were ready, so they didn't stay any longer. Seeing Qin Shiyu holding something in his hand, they didn't look at it much and left with the things. Yun Jiji came out of the kitchen and was slightly stunned when she saw Qin Shiyu coming back. So early today? Didn't he go to the city? And he had to go to work, so why did he come back so early? This made Yun Jiji a little confused. I came back after I finished my work,
Qin Shiyu said.
When he saw the bucket on the side, Qin Shiyu was slightly stunned. Did you go to the sea with the sisters-in-law? Yes. We went in the morning. Seeing so many things in the bucket, Qin Shiyu was still surprised. Did you catch all these? Is there a problem? Yun Jiji raised her head and asked. Amazing! The man praised. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, and she looked at the man speechlessly. Yun Jiji ignored him and turned to walk towards the kitchen. But as soon as she entered, she saw Qin Shiyu following in. What? She was a little puzzled, looking at Qin Shiyu in confusion. After this man came home, why didn't he do his own things and follow her? Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and handed the bag in his hand to Yun Jiji. What is it? Yun Jiji was a little confused. Seeing that the man was looking at her, she reached out and took it. Open it and see. The man looked at her expectantly. Yun Jiji was even more confused, but she still opened the bag and took the things out. Watch. Yun Jiji was surprised when she saw what was taken out. She didn't expect Qin Shiyu to buy her a watch. The man looked a little unnatural and said, I should have bought it for you when we got married, but at that time, there were no industrial coupons when I went to the city that day, and there happened to be one in the bonus for this mission. I will buy you the sewing machine and bicycle when I have coupons later, Qin Shiyu added hurriedly. But he didn't have bicycle tickets and extra industrial coupons, so he could only buy her the watch first. Usually she always looked up at the sun, probably to check the time, and he realized that he should buy her a watch. He should be more careful. It happened that she went to the city today and had extra time. Yun Jiji looked at the watch in her hand. It was a Beijing brand watch with a simple style, very suitable for women. Thank you, I like it very much. Yun Jiji really needed a watch, but she didn't expect Qin Shiyu to buy it for her first. There was no watch in her space, and she originally wanted to find an opportunity to go to the city to see if she could get a watch. I'll help you put it on. Seeing that Yun Jiji couldn't put it on, Qin Shiyu took 2 steps forward and looked at her nervously, worried that Yun Jiji would refuse. She could see the man's cautiousness, and she really couldn't wear the watch, so she handed the watch to the man. Thank you for your help. Qin Shiyu smiled instantly and took the watch from her hand. However, when he saw her slender wrist, the man narrowed his eyes again and said, "The strap is a bit long. I'll take off 2 sections first so that it won't be loose when you wear it." Okay. Yun Jiji didn't know how to do it, so she let the man do it. When the watch was put on her hand again, the length of the strap was just right. Yun Jiji looked at the watch on her hand. She finally didn't have to look at the sun to determine the time. And this. Qin Shiyu took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Yun Jiji. I spent 120 yuan on the watch. I saw someone selling apples, so I bought a box of apples, and the rest of the money is in it. Qin Shiyu put the rest of the money in her hand again. Yun Jiji looked at the man and said, Qin Shiyu, this is your salary. You can spend it however you want. You don't have to report everything to me. You are my wife. Of course I have to report to you. Yun Jiji looked up at the man and saw that he was looking at her seriously, with a focused and serious expression. The man was good-looking. When she first saw him, Yun Jiji was sure that the man in front of her was too good-looking. Even if he was put in the future, his face would definitely make fans lick his in the entertainment industry. And he was full of masculinity, showing his masculinity. Because of years of training and his profession, this man himself has a kind of seductive charm. Even in a sea of people, you can see this man at a glance. Wife. The man saw her staring at him, and his heart began to beat. He lowered his head and looked at the little woman in front of him. The two of them met in the air. His eyes were locked on her face. There were a few strands of naughty hair on his cheeks, adding a touch of casualness. Qin Shiyu subconsciously reached out and brushed the hair off her face. Yun Jiji was startled and subconsciously stepped back. His foot tripped on the threshold behind him, and he staggered backwards. Be careful. The man quickly grabbed her slender waist and pulled her back. Her forehead hit the man's solid chest. At that moment, she felt dizzy. Her eyes went dark, and even her nose was sore from the collision. Hiss. How come this man's chest is like a wall? What's wrong? Qin Shiyu saw her red eyes at a glance, and tears were swirling in her eyes. This scared Qin Shiyu a lot. Are you made of iron? How come you are so hard? Yun Jiji touched her forehead that was hurt by the collision. Qin Shiyu's body stiffened a little, and he quickly pulled her hand. Let me see. Qin Shiyu's voice softened a little, and when he pulled down her hand, he saw her forehead that was a little red from the collision. Qin Shiyu also blamed himself a little. I'm sorry. I should have been gentler just now. Why did this sound so wrong? When she reached out to rub her forehead, Qin Shiyu had already leaned over, and his hot and rough palm fell on her forehead, rubbing it gently, and a gentle breath brushed across her forehead. Are you feeling better? Qin Shiyu saw that she didn't speak, and his face was filled with worry. Yun Jiji's body froze there, and she looked up at the man in front of her. She could see the worry in his eyes clearly. Well, much better. Yun Jiji reacted, and hurriedly took a step back. This time she looked back and was relieved when she was sure that she would not bump into the threshold. Qin Shiyu was relieved when he saw that her forehead was no longer red. I'll wash you an apple to eat, Qin Shiyu said, and turned to get the apple. Did you buy it? Yun Jiji was a little surprised.
Qin Shiyu responded, yeah.
I saw it for sale in the city, so I bought a box and brought it back. After washing the apples, Qin Shiyu handed them to Yun Jiji and said, I'll clean it up. You go take a rest. After cooking the fish, the kitchen had not been cleaned up yet. Okay. She did not refuse. She had been busy for most of the day and was a little tired. The apple stuffed into her hand was red and round, and it tasted sweet and crispy. The fruits of this era were not ripened in various ways like in later generations, and the air pollution was not as serious as in later generations. This apple was also very delicious. There are very few fruits now, and they can be said to be luxury goods. Apples cost 10 cents per pound, and rice is also around 12 cents. Most people are reluctant to spend 10 cents to buy apples. She didn't expect Qin Shiyu to buy a box directly. Seeing the man busy in the kitchen, Yunjiji couldn't help but look at him. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, smooth and natural shoulder lines, upright posture, well-proportioned, long and straight legs. And such a man is now wiping the stove with a rag. Pleasing to the eye. Mom, she couldn't help but admire beautiful people or things, but when she was halfway through admiring them, she heard Yuan's voice coming from the house. Come. Yunjiji finished the apple in her hand in a few bites, got up and walked into the house. Until Yunjiji left, Qin Shiyu looked back at the little woman who left, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Shenfeng was right. As long as he behaved well, his wife would see the good in him. He couldn't change the past, so for the rest of his life, he would cherish her with his life. Shenfeng also said that he had such a good-looking skin, so he could make good use of it. Just now, Yunjiji stared at him, and it's not that he didn't feel anything, but he just forced himself not to look back. At this moment, he reached out and wiped the sweat on his forehead. It was much harder to flirt with his wife than to train the soldiers on the training ground. Dad, he was thinking about something, and his hands were moving non-stop. When he cleaned the stove, she also took the two children out. When Yuan saw that her father was at home, she let go of Yunjiji's hand and ran over, hugging Qin Shiyu's thigh. Baby, are you awake? Qin Shiyu reached out and picked up the little girl. The little girl rubbed against her father's arms. It smells so good. Qin Shiyu kissed the little girl's face. Are you hungry? I'm hungry. Dad will make milk powder for you and your brother. Dad also bought egg cakes today. Do you want to eat them? Qin Shiyu rarely went to the city, and he also bought some things. In addition to buying a watch for Yunjiji, he also bought egg cakes, milk candies, apples, and black sesame seeds that Yunjiji asked him to buy. Yes, Qin Shiyu put her on the chair and sat her down, then turned around to make milk powder for the children, and at the same time brought out egg cakes for them. Yunjiji fetched water to wash their faces and hands, and then let them sit there to eat. I promised to make fish for them before, and now that the children woke up, Yunjiji started to make fish, frying them until both sides were golden, and sprinkled barbecue seasoning on them after they were out of the pan. The aroma was enough to make people drool. Mom, it smells. Yuan blinked her big, bright eyes and looked at Yunjiji expectantly. Yunjiji laughed, then finished the egg cake first, and take it to play with your friends. Didn't you promise your friends that you would treat everyone to fish? Yes, after a short time together in the morning, the children have already played together. In addition, with Shinjin, who plays well with the children in the compound, and is willing to play with the two children, Yunjiji can worry less. Mom, I want to play with my brother. Okay, Brother Shin is under the big tree at our door. You and your brother can go and play with Brother Shin by yourselves, okay? Yunjiji wanted them to go out by themselves and meet more friends. Children should play with other children. If they are always locked up at home, it will not be good for the children. Mom will accompany you. Yuan blinked and looked at Yunjiji expectantly. Yunjiji sat down, looked at the little ones, and said, Yuan and Tuanchuan are both brave children. Play with your friends in the yard. Mom will cook at home. I will call you home for dinner when it's ready. Okay? Yunjiji saw that their expressions were a little tangled, but she was not in a hurry. When the two children were in Yunhe village, they were disliked by many children in the village, so they were a little afraid of contacting children outside, and they were also afraid that they would be disliked by those children like they were in Yunhe village. But Yunjiji still hoped that they could go out. It was not good for the growth of the two children to be trapped at home all the time. You can see her home from the small playground. Mom and Dad are at home. If the baby calls out, Mom and Dad can hear it. So can you guys go play by yourself? Brother Tuan, Sister Yuan, come out and play. Just at this moment, Shenjin's voice rang out from outside. The two little guys' eyes visibly brightened. Mom, Brother Chen and looked at her.
Go.
Yunjiji took them both out. Aunt Yun Shinjin called out sweetly when she saw Yunjiji. So good. Yun Jiji handed the fish to Qinjin. Shunjin's eyes lit up. Thank you, Aunt Yun. I will protect my brothers and sisters. The 7-year-old Qinjin already acted like a little adult, patting his chest and making the promise. Yun Jiji didn't say anything else. She just told the children not to go to dangerous places and let them go play. With Qinjin around, Yun Jiji was not worried about the distribution of fish. She had observed in the morning that the children were more or less afraid of Qinjin, and they always took Qinjin as the leader when anything happened. I guess it's because his hits hurt more. Qin Shiyu cleaned up the child's milk bowl, came out and saw her standing there watching, so he followed her and asked, "Are you worried?" "No. Children have to learn to let go slowly when they grow up, otherwise they will always have to hide under the wings of their parents. I'm just relieved to see them dare to go out bravely." Qin Shiyu was slightly stunned. When they were in Yunhe village, did the children in the village always bully them? In fact, he could guess that without a father around, the grandfather and grandson would not love each other. Yun Jiji was a weak woman, and those people would point fingers at her even if she tried her best to protect her.
Yeah.
I scolded them a lot, so the children dare not go out. They are also afraid that the children in the compound will scold them as fatherless like those children in Yunhe village. Yun Jiji turned around and looked directly at Qin Shiyu's expression. There was no reason to hide the injustice suffered by his child from Qin Shiyu. There was pain in Qin Shiyu's eyes. He could imagine how painful the child must have felt at that time. "It's my fault," Qin Shiyu said apologetically. "Forget it, this is not what you thought. Pay more attention to the children in the future. They feel too insecure. If Qinjin hadn't come just now, I guess they still wouldn't dare to go out. They felt Qinjin's kindness and followed him out. Otherwise, if you let them go and find their friends to play by themselves, they probably won't dare to do so." "Okay." Qin Shiyu nodded. When Yun Jiji was about to clean the seafood in the bucket, Qin Shiyu was already one step faster. "Let me do it. You take a break." She had been fishing and taking care of the children, so she must be very tired. "Can we go up the mountain?" Yun Jiji suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Shiyu. "Okay." Qin Shiyu was stunned for a moment, then said, "You can go up the mountain, but don't go deep into the mountains. There are wild boars on the back mountain. It will be very dangerous if you accidentally meet one. If you want to go into the mountain, I will go with you when I have a day off." Qin Shiyu added. He was really worried about letting Yun Jiji go into the mountain alone. "Last time we encountered tomb robbers, but what if we encounter wild boars or poisonous snakes next time?" Even if she could really handle it, Qin Shiyu was still worried. "I got it." Seeing her like this, Qin Shiyu knew that Yun Jiji didn't listen to his words. But he also knew that these things had to be done slowly. Their relationship was not yet that close. If he interfered too much in her affairs, it would only make Yun Jiji more disgusted. After Qin Shiyu asked her how to prepare the seafood, he went to prepare dinner. Steamed swimming, boiled mantis shrimps, scallion oil pomfret, boiled spicy snails, and finally some stir-fried vegetables. This dinner is even more sumptuous than the Chinese New Year dinner. When the two children came back, Yun Jiji saw that they were very excited. Yuan's little mouth was busy sharing with them the games she played in the afternoon and which older brothers and sisters she met. They felt the children's kindness, which made them bolder, and they dared to go out and play with them. Yun Jiji is happy to see this effect. "Mom, I'm going to play with my brothers and sisters tomorrow before going to bed." Yuan was still very excited. It was obvious that she was happy to go out and play with everyone today. "Okay." Yun Jiji agreed with a smile. Looking at the little guy sleeping sweetly, Yun Jiji's brows became softer. As long as they take this first step, every step thereafter will be smooth, she believed. Early the next morning, Yun Jiji reported to the Military District Health Center. The Military District Hospital is a 2-story house built in rows, with 2 rows on the left and right, and 1 row in the middle, and some wooden chairs are placed under the corridor. "You must be Yun Jiji." As Yun Jiji came in, a middle-aged man in his 50s came toward her. After looking Yun Jiji up and down for a while, he said, "I am Su Guanghui."
"Hello, Director Shu."
Yun Jiji was also looking at the middle-aged man in front of him. After dinner yesterday, Qin Shiyu introduced her to the personnel situation of the Military District Health Center. Su Guanghui is the principal person in charge of the Military District Health Center and also Yun Jiji's immediate superior. There are also 5 doctors and 5 nurses. Most of the 5 doctors are surgeons, and there are only 2 Chinese medicine practitioners, including her, in the military hospital. Hu Jianjun also told her that people now have a somewhat strange view of traditional Chinese medicine, so after Yun Jiji enters the military hospital, she may be excluded or they may not recognize her. I'll take you to introduce her to someone, Su Guanghui said with a kind look. Hu Jianjun had told him about Yun Jiji's abilities. Although he had his doubts, he had no objection to having one more person in the military district hospital. It would be fine to just have one more helper. Thank you, Director Su. Su Guanghui waved his hand and took Yun Jiji into one of the doctor's offices. Director. Tang Wan was slightly stunned when she saw Su Guanghui coming in, and then she stood up. Dr. Tang, this is Comrade Yun Jiji, a new doctor in our health center. Su Guanghui said and looked at Yun Jiji. This is our surgeon Tang Wan. Hello, Dr. Tang. Hello, Dr. Yun. The two greeted each other, but Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji a few more times. It turned out that this was Qin Shiyu's wife. She was really thin and her complexion didn't look good. When Tang Wan learned that she was actually a doctor, she was actually quite surprised. She really couldn't understand how a doctor could live her life like this. But because she didn't know Yun Jiji's personality, nor did she know the situation in her family, Tang Wan suppressed her thoughts and nodded slightly at Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji also noticed that Tang Wan looked at her strangely, but she could feel her goodwill, so she didn't think much about it. I'll introduce you to the other doctors,
Su Guanghui said.
Except for Xiong Lia, who was on night shift last night, and the other 2 doctors who were on a mission with the army, Yun Jiji also got to know the other 2 doctors. Comrade Yun, I won't schedule night shifts for you this week, since you just arrived. Next week you will have 1 night shift per week like the other doctors, Su Guanghui said to Yun Jiji. Upon hearing this, Yun Jiji immediately responded, Thank you, Director. I have no problem. Su Guanghui likes people who obey the organization's arrangements. After all, no one likes working night shifts. There is one more thing. Political commissar, who said that you want to bring your children to work. Is that true? Yun Jiji nodded gently. There is no one at home to take care of the children. They have to stay in the health center, usually. I will take good care of them, and it will not affect my work. It's okay for the time being, but definitely not for a long time. It would be best if someone could take care of them at home. We are affiliated with the military region. If we have to go on a mission later, you have to go with you. So for the children, there still needs to be an adult at home to look after them, Su Guanghui said truthfully. In fact, he couldn't figure it out. Yun Jiji's child was still so young. Wouldn't it be better for her to stay at home and take care of the child? She was admitted to the military hospital on an exceptional basis, and Su Guanghui had no idea about Yun Jiji's abilities. He still held a wait-and-see attitude. If she really could only take care of the children and not the affairs of the military medical center, he still hoped that she would focus on the family instead of occupying a position in the center. Her current job is too one-size-fits-all. She has to take care of the children and go to work at the same time. It is obvious that she cannot focus on one thing. In that case, it would be better for you to just stay at home and take care of the children. I will handle this matter. Please rest assured, Director Su, Yun Jiji said hurriedly. Su Guanghui nodded, took her to his office, and said, This is your clinic. Thank you, Director. Su Guanghui waved his hand and did not stay any longer. Everyone is here, let's go first. If it really doesn't work, just send it away. Yun Jiji looked at her office. After a while, someone came in and untied the sign on the door and put the sign with her name on it into the door frame. The office is very simple. Apart from tables and chairs, there are simple medical tools such as thermometers and stethoscopes. There is a simple bed under the window next to the door, and behind it is a small cubicle with a curtain drawn for the doctor on duty to rest. She had observed before that each doctor had his own consulting room. There were no patients in the clinic at the moment, and it was very quiet. Su Guanghui also said that the work of the health center is usually relatively relaxed. Unless there is a mission or someone is injured during training in the army, the health center will be relatively busy. Some relatively serious injuries will be sent directly to the Military Region General Hospital.
Director Shu.
After Yun Jiji wiped her desk clean, she was about to take some water out to pour it when she saw Qin Shiyu running in, followed by soldiers carrying the wounded. Su Guanghui had heard the noise and ran out in a hurry. When he saw this, his face darkened. What happened? The equipment on the training ground suddenly collapsed, and several people were trapped underneath.
Qin Shiyu said as he ran in.
Tang Wan and the others followed when they heard the noise. These wounded were basically injured by being smashed. The weight of the army's training equipment can be imagined. It is possible that they would break their hands and feet if they were smashed down. Let me see. Tang Wan had already run over and began to check on one of the wounded, who was bleeding profusely. Director, he has severe bleeding from his calf artery. He needs to be sent to the hospital. We can't stop the bleeding here. Tang Wan shouted after checking. He keeps bleeding. Will he still be alive when he is sent to the hospital? Asked the young soldier carrying the wounded. Yun Jiji also came over. Stop the bleeding first.
How can we stop it without medicine?
Tang Wan said directly, without even looking at who it was. I'll do it. Yun Jiji had already taken out the needle bag. One of the doctors saw this and said speechlessly, Dr. Yun, you don't think that a needle can stop the bleeding? Yun Jiji ignored him and looked at Tang Wan. Dr. Tang, believe me. Tang Wan and Yun Jiji's eyes met and inexplicably felt that her words had some credibility, and she subconsciously stepped aside. Thank you. Yun Jiji didn't say much. Squatting in front of the little soldier who was bleeding profusely, she pulled out a silver needle from the needle bag, and the needle quickly and accurately fell on his calf. Tang Wan had been watching from the side, and when she saw Yun Jiji so confident, Tang Wan also moved towards his calf. The bleeding rate seems to have really slowed down. Everyone looked over, and at this moment Yun Jiji had already dropped the last needle, and sure enough, the bleeding had stopped. Dr. Tang, you can disinfect and suture his wound for him. Tang Wan finally reacted and quickly took out medicine from the medicine box to deal with it. Su Guanghui was also paying attention to the situation here. When he saw that Yun Jiji really stopped the bleeding for the young soldier with just a few silver needles, he was also a little surprised. But Su Guanghui didn't have time to think about it, and went to treat the injuries of the patients in front of him. Yun Jiji also got busy. There were only 3 particularly serious injuries, and the rest of the injured were basically sprained or dislocated. Go get 2 wooden boards, I'll fix them for you. Yun Jiji had just finished treating one of the injured, and when she stood up, she heard Dr. Liu say to a nurse, Dr. Liu, I just have a dislocation. There's no need to fix it. The young soldier was a little puzzled when he heard it. CA and a dislocated bone be reconnected? You have a bone dislocation. How can you recover without fixation? Lu Xianghua glanced at the young soldier, without raising his head. Yun Jiji happened to pass by, looked at Lu Xianghua and said, Dr. Liu, can I take a look? Lu Xianghua originally wanted to refuse, but when he remembered that Yun Jiji had stopped the bleeding for the young soldier with only a silver needle, he did not refuse.
See. Thank you.
Yun Jiji thanked him and touched the young soldier's arm. He was dislocated at the elbow joint, and it should be caused by reaching out to save someone or being pulled when helping someone. She reached out and held the young soldier's arm and asked, was it dislocated by being pressed? Well, when the equipment fell, I subconsciously reached out and was pressed down, and then... The young soldier hadn't finished speaking when he heard the sound of bones clicking. He looked at Yun Jiji suddenly. You are very brave, Yun Jiji said with a smile. The young soldier was still a little confused at this moment, but Yun Jiji smiled and said, move your hand and see if there is any discomfort. The young soldier also reacted at this moment and gently moved his arm as Yun Jiji said, and then his face lit up with joy. Doctor, it's connected. Yes, it's connected, but you still have to pay attention to it later. Don't lift heavy objects in the near future. Even when training, you must pay special attention to this hand to avoid secondary injury. Yun Jiji nodded. The nurse who came over with a wooden board looked at Lu Xianghua, Then at Yunjiji, Dr. Liu, do you still need to fix it? At this moment, she was a little uncertain. What do you think? Liu Xianghua asked back. He didn't care about Yunjiji at this moment and hurriedly checked the young soldier's hand. He had heard that Chinese medicine was very powerful before, and they could put a dislocation like this one back in place just by touching it. After all, Liu Xianghua had never seen it before, so he didn't believe it completely, but now seeing Yunjiji show this skill, Liu Xianghua was completely convinced. They had also encountered some young soldiers who had dislocated their bones due to excessive training before, and each time they had to fix them and not let them move for several days to get the bones back in place. But now Yunjiji only needs to touch it to fix the dislocated position for them, which may save a lot of trouble. Dr. Yun, can you teach me how to put a dislocated patient back in place later? At this time, the patients had been treated almost completely. After Liu Xianghua reacted, he ran to Yunjiji's side and looked at Yunjiji expectantly.
Sure.
Yunjiji did not refuse. Hearing this, Liu Xianghua was instantly happy. Because there were still some patients' injuries to be treated, Liu Xianghua ran to do his own thing after getting a positive answer. After all the wounded were treated, and those with particularly serious injuries were sent to the Military Region General Hospital, everyone was able to breathe. At this moment, Su Guanghui's eyes changed when he looked at Yunjiji. There were so many patients just now, but she had been unhurried. Su Guanghui had also visited every patient she treated, and the injured soldiers treated by Yunjiji had a high opinion of her. This surprised Su Guanghui, and he also vaguely realized why Hu Jianjun would make an exception to recruit Yunjiji. Drink some water. Yunjiji had just sat down when a military water bottle was handed to her. Hearing this, Yunjiji looked up and saw Qin Shiyu. She was stunned for a moment. Are you injured? Qin Shiyu was stunned at first, then his face lit up with joy.
His wife was concerned about him.
I'm not injured. The brothers from the 2nd Battalion were using the training ground this morning, Qin Shiyu said hurriedly. He was very happy that his wife cared about him, but at the same time, he couldn't let his wife worry about him. Hearing Qin Shiyu's words, Yunjiji nodded, that's fine. Yunjiji was also a little thirsty, so she took the military canteen and drank it. I have to go back to the army to report the situation. I'll go back first. Qin Shiyu took the canteen from her hand, thinking of how busy his wife was before, and now there were no wounded. Qin Shiyu also wanted her to have a good rest. Okay. Qin Shiyu said when he was about to leave, I'm leaving. Looking at the man's reluctant look, Yunjiji was puzzled.
Tang Wan also came over at this time.
Looking at Qin Shiyu's back as he left, Tang Wan smiled and joked, this is the first time I've seen Captain Qin like this. Yunjiji was slightly stunned and looked up at Tang Wan. Tang Wan is, as her name suggests, intellectual and gentle. When she stood there quietly, she was like a quietly blooming lily, exuding a gentle and soft breath. She has a slender and graceful figure, and her every move is full of elegance. Dr. Yun, let's get to know each other again. Tang Wan, my fiancé, is Shinfeng. I don't know if Qin Shiyu has mentioned to you that he and Shinfeng are good brothers. Tang Wan introduced herself with a faint smile on her face. But looking at Yunjiji's appearance, it was obvious that she didn't know Shinfeng very well. In an instant, Tang Wan felt balanced in her heart. She knew Yunjiji earlier than Shinfeng, and when they met next time, she could show off to Shinfeng. I know Deputy Battalion Commander Shen, but I haven't met him yet. Yunjiji knew about Shinfeng and had heard Hu Jianjun and the others mention him before. During the 3 years when Qin Shiyu was on a mission, Shinfeng helped Qin Shiyu collect his monthly allowance. The brotherhood between the two was obviously very deep, otherwise it would be impossible for Shinfeng to help with such an important matter. Regardless of the men, Dr. Yin, I also want to learn your bone-setting skills. We are in a military region here, and dislocations are common when those men are training. The most common ones here are abrasions, sprains, and various injuries, and the most common ones are dislocations and bone dislocations. Tang Wan said with a smile. Liu Xianghua didn't say he wanted to learn, but Tang Wan also wanted to learn. She had heard from her grandfather before that a great Chinese medicine practitioner is very powerful, but Chinese medicine has been suppressed in recent years, and it is difficult to see a great Chinese medicine practitioner. We can communicate with each other. Tang Wan knew that she said this, so she agreed. At this moment, the two of them had nothing to do. The wounded who should stay to rest had already rested in the ward of the health center, and those who should be sent to the military hospital had also been sent to the military hospital, so they were free. Tang Wan chatted with Yin Jiji for a few words. The two were about the same age, and their relationship became closer as they chatted. Tang Wan also told her about the situation in the health center, and she also got to know the people in the health center from Tang Wan. Su Guanghui is the director. He seems to be gentle, but he can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He also has requirements for the medical skills of the health center staff. If they come here to get by, he will advocate for expulsion. Lu Xianghua is a medical geek. In addition to treating the wounded, he loves to read medical books. He usually holds medical books and reads them when he has nothing to do. He especially likes to study those difficult and complicated diseases. He has always wanted to enter the military hospital, but he does not have the qualifications. Xiong Lia has strength, but her eyes are too high. She has always looked down on traditional Chinese medicine, thinking that traditional Chinese medicine is feudal dregs and a traditional old thing with personal imagination, without scientific basis. Yun Jiji was speechless after hearing this. The fact that Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years can already prove its strength. Why do those people belittle Chinese medicine like this? It's just to seize the market and let Western medicine grab a place in China. In recent years, Chinese medicine has been suppressed and excluded. Some powerful Chinese medicine masters have been demoted, persecuted, and suppressed. Today's Chinese medicine has become so difficult because of the existence of these people. However, we are in the army here. Even if Xiong Lia doesn't like it, she dare not disobey the organization's arrangements. But Tang Wan looked at Yin Jiji and said, "You have to be careful of Xiong Lia." She didn't like to say bad things about others behind their backs, and because Shen Feng and Qin Shiyu were very good brothers and she was Shen Feng's fiancé, she couldn't help but say a few more words to Yin Jiji. What bad things will she do? Yun Jiji asked in confusion. Tang Wan opened her mouth, and it was hard to say, but she still said, "I really don't know how to say this anyway. You will know after you meet her." Yun Jiji saw that she didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask any more questions. "Dr. Tang, doesn't our health center have a Chinese medicine pharmacy?" Yun Jiji asked. When she visited before, she didn't see the cabinets for storing Chinese medicine. Yes, but the Chinese medicine cabinet is in the clinic of Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua is another Chinese medicine doctor here. He is not in the health center usually and only comes here occasionally. Tang Wan said. Mr. Hua and Xiong Lia don't get along very well. If it weren't for Mr. Hua's old age and qualifications, according to Xiong Lia's personality, who knows what attitude she would have towards Mr. Hua. But Yun Jiji is different. She is too young. Even Tang Wan feels that capable Chinese medicine doctors are those older doctors, not young ones like Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji nodded in understanding. When does Mr. Hua usually come? Yun Jiji was quite curious about this Mr. Hua. After all, they were both Chinese medicine practitioners, so she felt a little friendly. Tang Wan thought for a while. Mr. Hua comes once a week. If he doesn't come today, he will come tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. It was the same as saying nothing. Anyway, it was within 5 days of this week, and any day could be possible. Yun Jiji was still very curious, but she didn't say much. After looking at Tang Wan, she asked her confusion, "Dr. Tang, do we have better hemostatic drugs? I met a child who had a scratched leg in the family compound before, and the bleeding did not stop. Today I met another one. I think we don't have any hemostatic drugs to use." This matter made Yun Jiji very confused. If there was a slightly better hemostatic drug, it would be relatively easier to treat the wound. Not to mention the leg of the little soldier, who was bleeding profusely, it took some effort to stop the bleeding of the leg wounds of the injured soldiers behind. This made her confused. Yes, but the effect is average, maybe not as fast as our treatment.
on one side.
As doctors, they certainly hope to have better hemostatic drugs so that they can treat patients faster. At the same time, it can also make these little soldiers suffer less. Some injuries cannot be stopped, and all they can do is to disinfect and suture them quickly. If there is a better hemostatic drug, the pain of suture may be avoided. If you want to be fast, you have to sew it raw. Even without anesthesia, you can only sew it raw.
You can only endure the pain.
Yun Jiji understood in her heart. At present, China's medical technology is still very backward. She knows this in her heart, and her arrival may change it. She knows that her ability is limited, but she has space and wood-related abilities. Chinese herbal medicines are considered plants. If she uses the wood-type ability to extract Chinese medicine, she can maximize the efficacy of the medicine. As for the recipe for hemostatic medicine, she has researched it in the future. As long as it is slightly improved, it may be able to be mass-produced. She can wait until she goes to bed at night to solve these problems in the space. After having this plan in mind, Yun Jiji also had a plan in mind. Dr. Yun, let's go to the cafeteria for dinner? Tang Wan looked at the time. It was time to get off work, so she planned to go to dinner first, thinking that it was Yun Jiji's first day here, and she had to take care of her. I'm going back to the family compound. The children are still at home. Yun Jiji said with a smile. Tang Wan sighed. Is your cooking delicious? It's definitely better than the canteen. Tang Wan sighed without waiting for Yun Jiji to answer, and then said, After all, I swallowed the canteens. Pig food. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. Is the food in the canteen so hard to swallow? Yun Jiji really had never eaten the food in the canteen. Qin Shiyu said that he used to be a soldier in the kitchen squad, and Qin Shiyu's cooking skills were quite good. At least the food he cooked, although not a delicacy, is definitely not bad, and it is a taste that normal people can accept. It's more than hard to swallow. It can be said to be tasteless, just cooked. Tang Wan has high requirements for food. It was okay when she was at home before. Although it was not delicious, it was not so bad. But since she came to the military region, she really lived a life of the same kind every day. Yun Jiji was quite surprised because she had never eaten it. It was hard to say. She just looked at Tang Wan with some sympathy and said, I'll go back first. The child hasn't seen me for a long time. He must miss me. Okay. After the two separated, Tang Wan went to the canteen as if she had accepted her fate, and Yun Jiji went directly back to the family compound. It was time to make lunch. Smoke was rising from every household in the family compound, and the aroma of food could be smelled from every household. When she walked to the door of her house, she saw the busy figure of a man in the kitchen, washing and cutting vegetables. His figure was busy walking around in the kitchen. Yun Jiji was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the man had come back. Mom Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan shouted happily when they saw Yun Jiji. The two little guys didn't see Yun Jiji for half a day in the morning. When they saw their mother coming back, they immediately ran towards Yun Jiji happily like two little butterflies, hugging her legs on the left and right. Yun Jiji had to report for work in the morning, and she was not sure whether she could bring her children to work, so she could only let the two children stay with Lu Chuntao for half a day. When Qin Shiyu came back, he took them back. Although they were already very familiar with Lu Chuntao, and they both liked to go to play with Brother Xiaoman, the little guys still missed their mother very much because they had not been separated from her for so long. Do you miss your mother? Yun Jiji smiled and squatted for a while, then stretched out her hands to hold the two little guys in her arms. Yes, the two little guys nodded immediately, nestled in Yun Jiji's arms and rubbed, not wanting to let go at all. Mom misses you too. She kissed the two children separately and then led the two children into the house. In the kitchen, Qin Shiyu saw her coming back and said, Wait a little longer. You can eat soon. Let me help. Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiyu heard this and said, No, you accompany the children. It's just one dish. It will be ready soon. Qin Shiyu came back from work. He went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some vegetables when he got up in the morning. In addition, there were some seafood that had not been eaten at home, so the lunch was actually simple. Okay. Yun Jiji saw that there was really no work that she could help with, so she did not go into the kitchen again and took the two little guys to make out. Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan felt very curious about her mother going to work. They kept asking questions with their little mouths, just wanting to know what Yun Jiji did in the morning. They asked, Yun Jiji answered seriously, and when they learned that they could go to work with their mother in the afternoon, the two little guys were also very happy. For them, as long as they could be with their mother, it was a happy thing for them. Is the food in the cafeteria bad? While eating, Yun Jiji thought of what Tang Wan had said before and looked at Qin Shiyu with some curiosity. It can be full. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, and she knew the taste of the food without asking more. What's wrong? Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly asked about the army canteen. Dr. Tang said it's unpalatable. Qin Shiyu knew who the Dr. Tang she was talking about was. Seeing that she and Tang Wan could talk to each other, and even talked about the unpalatable food in the army canteen, it was obvious that the two of them could talk. This made Qin Shiyu feel relieved. Dr. Tang is Shun Feng's fiancée. She's a good person. You can make friends with her, Qin Shiyu said. Yun Jiji responded, she's very nice. She also introduced me to the staff of the health center. Qin Shiyu understood, just adapt to it. There's nothing to adapt to. As a doctor, I have been exposed to all kinds of difficult conditions, so Yun Jiji is actually quite satisfied with the current situation. I will take Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan to the health center in the afternoon. I asked, and it's okay to take them, but it's temporary. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and said, there is always a way to solve it. Qin Shiyu nodded. It was not convenient for him to take care of the child in the army, so he could only trouble Yun Jiji to take care of the child for a while. He actually had a candidate in mind, but he was not sure yet, so he did not mention the other party to Yun Jiji for the time being. Okay. Yuna Village, Qin's family. In the main hall, all the Qin family members gathered there, and their faces were very ugly. Dad, the third child is not dead. Otherwise, why didn't the third child send us money? The eldest of the Qin family asked. Although Qin Shiyu had not returned for more than 3 years, he had never stopped sending money home. Every month, he sent 60 yuan plus bills, which had never been interrupted. Moreover, it was the same few days every month. This month, Qin Weiman had gone 2 days later than usual, but the people at the post office said that they did not have their remittance slips, which shocked them greatly. Qin Weiman called the army to find Qin Shiyu at that time, but the operator in the communication room told them that Qin Shiyu had not returned from a mission. Qin Weiman naturally asked a question. He had been preparing to send money before, so why not send it this month? He did not get a reply from the other party. He wanted to ask about Qin Shiyu's mission, but the other party directly responded with silence. How should I know? They said that Qin Shiyu went on a mission 3 years ago and has not returned until now. I asked them again, but they would not tell me. Qin Weiman said with a gloomy face. When he thought that Qin Shiyu had not returned and had not heard from him until now, Qin Weiman was also a little worried. Qin Shiyu would not really die in the mission. Who would send money home in the future? Have you asked Yun Jiji? Qin Weiman's wife, Zhao Sulian, asked hurriedly at this time. They didn't know when Yun Jiji left Yunhe village. Later, they found that Yun Jiji had never appeared. When the brigade distributed food, they wanted to go to the cowshed to find Yun Jiji to get food, but found that Yun Jiji was no longer in the cowshed. Later, they went to find the captain and learned that Yun Jiji had opened a letter of introduction and exchanged all the food for money. She took her children and said that she was going to the army to find Qin Shiyu. When Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian learned about this news, they were also worried, but soon they dispelled their worries. Yun Jiji looked like she was dying, and it was not certain that she could really walk to the military area.
No,
Qin Weiman said. Zhao Sulian heard this, and her face was happy. With her dead look, she still wanted to take 2 children to the army? It is estimated that she starved to death on the way. She remembered that Yun Jiji had difficulty walking during that period, and the people in the village did not dare to move near her, for fear that they would push Yun Jiji and kill her. Zhao Sulian didn't expect that Yun Jiji would have such courage to go to the army to find Qin Shiyu. Fortunately, Qin Shiyu was on a mission. Old man, why don't you go to the army? If the third brother really died, wouldn't there be a pension? That should be a lot of money. Zhao Sulian said hurriedly. In short, they have to take the money. Although it's a pity that Qin Shiyu died, and the family will lose an income in the future, they can't do anything if he dies. They can't give up the money. Don't worry, if he really died, the army will notify us, but if he didn't die, we will cause unnecessary trouble if we go rashly. Qin Weimin still has a trace of rationality. What if he doesn't remit the money now? Zhao Sulian looked unhappy when she heard it. 60 yuan. That's 60. Thinking of 3 years ago, when Qin Shiyu remitted money back for the first month, he actually asked her to give 30 to Yunjiji. Zhao Sulian was very angry. They didn't share the money, so the money should be given to her as a mother. And how did Yunjiji marry Qin Shiyu at that time? Did she have to make it clear? In the end, he actually gave Yunjiji 30? Wouldn't Yunjiji feel uncomfortable holding this money? I'll go to the post office in 2 days. Maybe he was delayed on the road. Qin Weimin said, and took a long puff of his pipe. The brothers Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi, the second oldest brother in his hometown, looked at each other and soon looked away, each with their own ulterior motives. Okay. Zhao Sulian was unwilling, but what could she do now? If Qin Shiyu didn't send the money back, they couldn't go to the army to find Qin Shiyu directly, and since he was on a mission, they couldn't get into the provincial military region, even if they arrived. Zhao Sulian had never felt as aggrieved as she did today. After driving out her son and daughter-in-law, Zhao Sulian was still a little worried. Old man, do you think Yunjiji is really dead? Qin Weimin narrowed his eyes. Didn't she run away with a wild man? Zhao Sulian was stunned at first. Yes. She ran away with a wild man. Are you the newcomer? Yunjiji looked at the gorgeous woman in front of her. The woman was wearing a navy blue nylon coat, a red dress, long hair draped over her shoulders, and a pair of high-heeled boots on her feet. At this moment, her black and bright eyes were looking at Yunjiji critically, and then she couldn't help frowning, and she was very disgusted with her clothes. Hello. I'm Yunjiji. May I ask who you are? Yunjiji looked at the woman in front of her and had a vague guess. This should be Xionglia, whom she hadn't seen yet. She heard Tang Wan talk about her yesterday, but she didn't expect Xionglia to be this kind of beauty. Yunjiji couldn't help but take a few more glances at beautiful things or people. How could Qin Shiyu like you? When Xionglia was sure that she was Yunjiji, her eyes were filled with a hint of disgust. You are totally unworthy of Qin Shiyu. Yunjiji was slightly stunned. Dr. Xiong likes my man? Xionglia was choked. I don't like men with poor taste. Yunjiji was offended. It's true that Xionglia likes Qin Shiyu, but it can't be seen from Xionglia's expression. In addition to her disgust for her, she even feels a little disgusted with Qin Shiyu at this moment. I heard you are a Chinese medicine practitioner? Xionglia asked again. Yes. Yunjiji nodded. Xionglia stared at her, swindler. Yunjiji's mouth twitched. As expected, just like Tang Wan said, Xionglia looked down on Chinese medicine practitioners. He was a swindler right away. Yunjiji was not annoyed and said with a smile, Dr. Xiong, your shoulders and neck are not feeling well recently. Xionglia was stunned for a moment and looked at Yunjiji. Her shoulders and neck were indeed not feeling well recently, especially her shoulders, which were more like being hung by a rope. She would shrug her shoulders habitually from time to time, but the more she shrugged, the more tired she became, and the more she shrugged, the more difficult it became. Xionglia had never told anyone about this matter, but Yunjiji saw it at a glance. Dr. Xiong, if you believe me, you can come to me when you are free, and I will give you a few pushes. Yunjiji said, and then walked into the house. Xionglia looked at Yunjiji's back, and for some reason, she couldn't hate her. What was going on? Xionglia has always been arrogant. In addition, she has a good family background, and the people around her are all of status. So when she saw Yunjiji's poor appearance, Xionglia subconsciously felt that there was nothing to befriend. What's more, the other party studied traditional Chinese medicine, which she despised the most. As a result, Yun Jiji could see at a glance that her shoulders and neck were uncomfortable, which surprised her. No need. Xiong Lia said this and turned back to her office. Yun Jiji didn't care. When she entered the office, she saw Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan sitting there playing obediently. On the table in front of them were the toys that Yun Jiji smuggled out of the space. The two children were very interested in the new toys. In addition, Yun Jiji also put some pencils, crayons, and drawing paper aside so that they could draw when they had enough fun. Jiji, your two are really well behaved. Tang Wen had become familiar with Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan yesterday, and she also changed her name to Jiji from Dr. Yun. Weren't you on the night shift last night? Why are you here? Yun Jiji was a little surprised. I switched shifts with Dr. Liu last night, and today his mother-in-law's birthday is coming, so he switched shifts with me. Tang Wan said. Yun Jiji understood. Tang Wan glanced outside, and then lowered her voice and asked, I just saw Xiong Lia stopping you from talking. Did she bully you?
Jun Fifi laughed. No.
That's rare. Tang Wan curled her lips. But she said I was a charlatan. Yun Jiji thought about it and found it a little funny. Tang Wan's mouth twitched. Why didn't she go to Mr. Hua and tell him? If Mr. Hua heard Xiong Lia talking about Chinese medicine like this, he would have to teach Xiong Lia a lesson. Most people now have this view. They just lack an opportunity. Jiji, I believe you can do it. Tang Wan said immediately after hearing it. After she went back to read the medical books about Yun Jiji's acupuncture hemostasis method yesterday, she said that some good Chinese medicine practitioners are very good at acupuncture alone. Moreover, not all Chinese medicine practitioners can practice acupuncture well. Are you so confident in me? Yun Jiji asked with a smile. Of course. Tang Wan saw Yun Jiji making herbs there, so she asked curiously, What are you doing?
I'm preparing hemostatic powder.
Tang Wan was immediately interested after hearing it. At this time, there were no patients in the health center. When they came in the morning, they had already checked the rooms of the injured yesterday, and the dressings that needed to be changed had been changed. Therefore, when she heard Yun Jiji say that she was preparing hemostatic powder, Tang Wan was very curious. Then, you prepare it first, I'm going back. She knew that some Chinese medicine practitioners had exclusive secret recipes, and these secret recipes were not leaked, so Tang Wan did not stay any longer. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan, Annie Tang will come to play with you guys later. After saying that, Tang Wan left first. Yun Jiji thought she was busy with something, so she didn't stop her. She was busy preparing medicine and looked at the two children from time to time. Seeing that they were having fun, she didn't care and focused on preparing the hemostatic powder. Dr. Yun. Yun Jiji was busy when she heard someone shouting outside. I'm here. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan, you guys play here. Mommy's going to go for a while. Okay, don't touch Mommy's medicine. Yun Jiji walked out while instructing the two children. She put the medicine powder relatively high, and it was all in a box, so she wasn't too worried.
Director Shu.
When Yun Jiji came out, she saw a little soldier next to Su Guanghui, with one hand hanging by his side, his face showing pain. He dislocated his hand during training. You fix it for him, Su Guanghui said. Knowing that Yun Jiji could fix a dislocated bone, Su Guanghui and the others did not put the patient on a splint. Good. Xiong Lia heard the voice in the office and immediately stood up and walked out. She wanted to see how Yun Jiji fixed the bone of a dislocated person. However, Xiong Lia had just come out when Yun Jiji had already taken over the young soldier's hand, but she didn't even see it. Okay. Yun Jiji withdrew her hand, explained the precautions, and let the young soldier go back. When she turned around, she saw Xiong Lia standing there and nodded slightly at Xiong Lia as a greeting. Dr. Yun, please be a little slower next time. I haven't seen it clearly yet. Su Guanghui was a little helpless. They were in the military hospital, and most of the people who came to see them were sprained and dislocated. Su Guanghui felt that they really had to learn this trick, and if Yun Jiji was not on night shift next time, they could do it. Director Su, if there is a model, we can borrow it. If we teach with the wounded, they may feel some pain. Yun Jiji said with a smile. Okay, I'll get one. Su Guanghui said immediately after hearing it. Yun Jiji responded and went back to the office to continue dispensing medicine. Mom, I'm hungry. Yun came over at this time, blinking her eyes and looking at Yun Jiji. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Drink Nai. Yun Jiji responded with a smile and went to make milk powder for Tuanshuan and Yuan. There was a kettle in her office. Knowing that children sometimes need to drink water, she had already poured out a cup and let it dry. Now she adjusted the water temperature to the appropriate temperature to make milk powder. In addition, she brought them small bread, which was taken out from the space, and she had already taken off the packaging. While they were eating, Yun Jiji continued to dispense medicine until she prepared the hemostatic powder, and then Yun Jiji nodded with satisfaction. After telling the child about it, Yun Jiji took the hemostatic powder and walked to Su Guanghui's office.
Director Shu.
Yun Jiji knocked on the door.
Come in.
Su Guanghui was changing the dressing of a wounded man. Just after removing the gauze and seeing that his hand was still bleeding, Su Guanghui's face darkened. Didn't I tell you not to move recently? Do you still want this hand? When Yun Jiji came in, she also saw the wound on the man's arm. The wound was a bit long and looked like it was scratched by a sharp blade. There were a lot of wound medicines on the table on the side, and the bags were printed with the logo of the military hospital. It should be the medicine prescribed by the military hospital, and he came directly to the health center to change the medicine after returning to the army.
Dad, I just did it accidentally.
Su Qingzhen was a little embarrassed. He also wanted the injury to heal faster, but when he got up in the morning, he didn't see the water on the ground. When he almost slipped, he reached out to grab it and tore the wound.
Ha! Shuwan wuyashnerit.
Yun Jiji was also a little surprised and walked to Su Qingzhen to take a look. Director Su, Comrade Su's wound is a little inflamed. Yun Jiji said in a deep voice after checking Su Qingzhen's wound. Su Guanghui also noticed it, but now he could only clean the wound for him first and then apply the medicine. Do you have something to ask me? Su Guanghui asked Yun Jiji while taking the medicine to disinfect Su Qingzhen. Director Su, I prepared a hemostatic powder and wanted to show it to you. Yun Jiji said truthfully. When he heard this, Su Guanghui paused and looked at Yun Jiji with some surprise. Hemostatic powder? Yes. Has it been clinically tested? Su Guanghui was a little uncertain. After all, this is a medicine to be used on wounds. If it has not been clinically tested, it cannot be used. We used it ourselves before, and we also tried it on small animals. Yun Jiji said. Of course it has been clinically tested, but those data reports were detected by professional instruments. She couldn't take it out directly to Su Guanghui to avoid causing herself some unnecessary trouble. Then let's test it first. If the effect is really feasible, then put it into use.
Su Guanghui said.
Are you our Qin Ying's wife? Su Qing'en didn't say anything. He had heard that Qin Ying's wife had come and entered the military hospital. But Su Qing'en had never seen her. He only knew that Qin Ying's wife was very thin and looked older than Qin Ying. When he saw Yun Jiji, he asked tentatively. Yun Jiji was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, I am Qin Shiyu's wife. Yun Jiji and Su Guanghui both looked at Su Qingzhen. Yun Jiji was very surprised. She didn't expect that the other party would be willing to use the hemostatic powder she made just because he knew that she was Qin Shiyu's wife. But Su Guanghui glared at his son. How could he be so bold to use this medicine that had not been clinically tested? Dad, I heard that our brigade commander's father-in-law's illness was treated by Dr. Yun, so Dr. Yun must be very good. The person Su Qingzhen admired most was Qin Shiyu. And the reason why he knew that Yun Jiji was treating Brigade Commander Gu's father-in-law was because his comrades mentioned it when they went to see him yesterday. Now that he heard that this medicine was hemostatic powder and then looked at his injured hand, Su Qingzhen thought he could give it a try. Anyway, he had used a lot of medicines recently, and the effect had been mediocre, so he thought he could give it a try. Dr. Yun, this medicine. Director Su, the hemostatic powder uses Panax nodo ginseng, Paris polyphylla, etc., and there will be no side effects. My hemostatic powder can remove blood stasis and stop bleeding, promote blood circulation and relieve pain, detoxify and reduce swelling, and the ingredients are absolutely safe. Yun Jiji knew his worries. Su Guanghui knew that the greatest effect can only be seen when the medicine is used on people. Then, he looked at Su Qinzhen and said, "Suppose this medicine will completely ruin your hand. Are you willing to try it?"
Yes.
Su Qinzhen hardly thought about it. He is a soldier, and the country's progress needs them. Moreover, his father is a doctor, so Su Qinzhen knows even more how important a good hemostatic powder is to the military. Maybe Yun Jiji's medicine will really make Su Qing'an's hand unable to recover, or cause some irreversible harm, but Su Qinzhen is willing to take the risk. Okay, then you can be the test subject. Su Guanghui saw his son's expression and nodded immediately. Since his son is willing to try, let's give it a try. Maybe it really can work. Yun Jiji was speechless for a moment when she listened to the conversation between the father and son. This is just hemostatic powder, not heartbreak grass. They really don't need to be so pessimistic. But Su Guanghui made the matter more serious, hoping that Su Qinzhen could understand that he was used as a guinea pig for the experiment, and all kinds of possibilities would exist. Since he had decided, he had to prepare for the worst. Su Guanghui did not give him the medicine immediately, but turned back to his desk, took a pen and paper and wrote a voluntary letter, and then returned to their side. Sign this. Su Qing'an's mouth twitched when he saw the content above. This is really a real father. However, Su Qinzhen still signed his name.
Come on.
Su Qinzhen looked at Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry but was more moved. After she cleaned the blood from Su Qing'an's wound, she took out the hemostatic powder and sprinkled it on Su Qing'an's wound little by little. Su Qing'an closed his eyes, thinking it would be very painful, but miraculously, when the powder was sprinkled on the wound, he did not feel any pain. Instead, there was a strong and pleasant medicinal fragrance, and there was a refreshing and comfortable feeling on the wound. How does it feel? Su Guanghui asked curiously. It's quite comfortable, no pain, Su Qing'an said. Su Guanghui did not ask as he could not get any useful information, but he also saw that the wound that was still bleeding stopped bleeding after the hemostatic powder was sprinkled on it, which made Su Guanghui feel a little magical. They did have hemostatic powder before, but it was not so quick to stop the bleeding after it was sprinkled on. Therefore, Su Guanghui was still very surprised to see that Su Qing'an's wound stopped bleeding. After applying the medicine and bandaging the wound, Yun Jiji took his pulse. Said, "Don't take these medicines anymore. I'll prescribe another one for you. Just drink it for 3 days. Su Guanghui didn't say anything this time. Since his son was willing to be a test subject, he would just follow Yun Jiji's instructions and leave it to her. Okay. Yun Jiji went to the side and wrote a prescription and handed it to Su Guanghui. Since Mr. Hua was not there, Su Guanghui went directly to a Chinese medicine clinic in the village outside to get the medicine. As for Su Qing'an's condition after using the wound medicine, he could only wait and see how his wounds recovered. Su Guanghui hoped that Yun Jiji's wound medicine would have a good effect and benefit everyone. Not only could it be used by the military region, but it might also be put into production to benefit more people. Yun Jiji was still very confident in the hemostatic powder she made. After coming out of Su Guanghui's office, she returned to her own office, but she saw Xiong Lia at her office, accompanying Tuan Chuan and Yuan Yuan to draw. Dr. Xiong. Yun Jiji was a little unbelievable. She didn't expect Xiong Lia to be here. Mom, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan called out when they saw Yun Jiji coming back. Mom, Annie taught me to draw flowers. They look beautiful. Yuan Yuan held up her notebook with a small flower on it. Dr. Xiong, thank you. Xiong Lia had also stood up at this time, feeling a little awkward. Dr. Yun, that. Seeing Xiong Lia's expression, Yun Jiji guessed what she was here for. Dr. Xiong, sit here. Yun Jiji could see that she was very awkward. After all, Xiong Lia always looked down on Chinese medicine. If it weren't for the pain in her shoulders and neck, perhaps Xiong Lia would not have come to see her. Seeing that she didn't laugh at her, Xiong Lia felt awkward in her heart, but she still came over and sat aside as Yun Jiji said, Dr. Xiong, you have to take off your coat. Yun Jiji smiled. What a hassle. Although Xiong Lia said this, she still cooperated by taking off her coat and holding it in her arms. Yun Jiji didn't say much, and started to massage Xiong Lia's shoulders. It hurts. Xiong Lia shrank back and looked back at Yun Jiji. Your shoulders are too tense. It will definitely hurt at first. If you're afraid of the pain, can I help you relax them with acupuncture first?
Yun Jiji said.
Xiong Lia probably likes to shrug her shoulders, and her sitting posture is wrong, so her shoulders and neck are highly tense, which causes shoulder and neck pain. If she doesn't relax them, she will still shrug her shoulders, which will only make the pain worse. You press it, Xiong Lia said. Using needles to her body? She doesn't want to. She didn't have much confidence in Chinese medicine. If she was pricked with needles again, Xiong Lia couldn't accept it. Okay. Yun Jiji saw this and didn't say anything more. It will definitely hurt a little in the front. If you can't bear it, you can scream out. Yun Jiji laughed. Xiong Lia's mind flashed with that scene, and she immediately said, I won't scream. It's so embarrassing. If she screams in pain, she'd be a pig. Yun Jiji didn't say much and began to loosen Xiong Lia's shoulders. Seeing that Xiong Lia was in so much pain but didn't scream, Yun Jiji was quite surprised. Xiong Lia was in so much pain and thought that a massage would definitely have some effect, and she wouldn't feel so uncomfortable after all. However, she never thought that it would hurt so much, but in order not to embarrass herself in front of Yun Jiji, she didn't dare to scream. But later, Xiong Lia clearly felt that her shoulders and neck were much more relaxed, not as uncomfortable as before. Your massage technique is not bad. It's barely worthy of Qin Shiyu. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, and she asked curiously, Dr. Xiong, what kind of person do you think is worthy of Qin Shiyu? Qin Shiyu may be really good in some aspects, but he is just a person no matter how good he is. In some aspects, Yun Jiji doesn't think that this man is better than herself. Xiong Lia just doesn't understand her. He is very strong. At least in our military region, I have never seen anyone stronger than him. Xiong Lia has been on a mission with Qin Shiyu. She has witnessed Qin Shiyu's ability with her own eyes, so she naturally knows how powerful Qin Shiyu is. No matter how strong he is just a person. You don't understand me, and you don't know my ability. Just because I am a Chinese medicine doctor, and you don't know my medical skills yet, how can you be sure that my medical skills are not good? Yun Jiji asked back. Xiong Lia was stunned for a moment, and felt that what Yun Jiji said was really reasonable. She really hadn't seen Yun Jiji's practicality, and she really didn't know what Yun Jiji's ability was. How good can Chinese medicine be, even? Dr. Xiong, Chinese medicine has been passed down in our country for thousands of years. If it is really not good, why can it be passed down? The names of good doctors in ancient times, such as Hua Tuo and Bian Ke, can be passed down to this day because of their medical skills. Yun Jiji interrupted her with a smile. She was not angry about Xiong Lia's misunderstanding. There are too many people who don't understand Chinese medicine now. It's not just Xiong Lia. If she meets someone who is prejudiced against Chinese medicine, she will argue with them and get angry. Then she really has endless anger. Are you so convinced that your medical skills are so powerful? Some Chinese medicine practitioners are really powerful, but in my opinion, they are all old people. You are too young. Yun Jiji may look older than her, but in terms of the medical field, she is too young. If you really want to say how strong she is, she doesn't think so. In the face of absolute talent, age is never a problem. Xiong Lia didn't expect that Yun Jiji actually had such a proud side. I want to see how good your medical skills are. Xiong Lia suddenly began to look forward to seeing if Yun Jiji really had this ability. However, at this moment, Xiong Lia felt that her shoulders were not always hanging like before, and the whole person also relaxed a lot. Yun Jiji took a look and smiled. Dr. Xiong, do you feel better in your shoulders? Although Xiong Lia was reluctant to admit it, she was indeed comfortable. Your massage technique is good. Seeing Yun Jiji stop, Xiong Lia also stood up and put on her clothes. Yun Jiji laughed. Dr. Xiong, you can relax a little when you sit. You always shrug your shoulders habitually. You will change later. If you still feel uncomfortable, you can come to me. Although Xiong Lia was awkward, she still said, thank you. Two little guys, I will come to play with you next time. Xiong said, put on her clothes, and left Yun Jiji's office. Yun Jiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She finally understood that Xiong was a bit arrogant. Jiji, did that person give you any trouble? Tang Wan hadn't come before, but now that she saw Xiong back in her office, she hurried over to find Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji smiled and shook her head no. Seeing that Yun Jiji was indeed fine, Tang Wan was relieved. Why did she stay with you for so long? Tang Wan was very curious, mainly because Xiong had stayed with Yun Jiji for too long. She felt uncomfortable in her shoulder and neck, so she came to me to massage her. Yun Jiji said truthfully. How strange. After making sure that she didn't cause any trouble to Yun Jiji, Tang Wan was no longer worried. After playing with the siblings Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan for a while, seeing that it was time to get off work, Tang Wan said, Jiji, today is the winter solstice, so you don't have to come to the health center in the afternoon. What delicious food are you going to make? Yes. Today is the winter solstice. I'm going to make some glutinous rice in the afternoon. Yun Jiji smiled. Tang Wan was from the north, and when she heard that it was time to eat glutinous rice, she didn't have much interest. What about you? I'll eat dumplings with Shen Feng in the cafeteria tonight. Although the taste is not very good, but at least it's edible. Here, she doesn't care whether the food is delicious or not. It's luck to be able to eat it. Okay. Seeing that it was noon, Tang Wan didn't stay any longer, and once again went to the cafeteria with a look of despair, and Yun Jiji simply packed up and took the two children back to the family compound. Today is the winter solstice. Qin Shiyu will celebrate the winter solstice with everyone in the army at noon, so when they returned home, Qin Shiyu was not at home. Mom. Dad? Yuan asked curiously. Dad will celebrate the festival with his comrades in the army at noon, and we will eat by ourselves at noon. What do you want to eat, baby? Yun Jiji explained. Mian, I want to eat mian. Yuan immediately stretched out her little hand and looked at Yun Jiji expectantly. Yun Jiji smiled when she heard that. Okay, but we won't have noodles for lunch. How about rice noodles? It's as delicious as noodles. Yuan looked at Yun Jiji with sparkling eyes when she heard the word delicious. She nodded obediently. Okay, the two little guys agreed obediently, and Yun Jiji went into the kitchen. Since Qin Shiyu is not coming back, of course, she has to make something different. The space ingredients have just unlocked rice noodles. Since she wants to eat rice noodles, then she will make cross-bridge rice noodles for lunch. It happens that there are ready-made materials in the space, and she only needs to be responsible for making it. She took out rice noodles, chicken, and ham from the space. Tofu skin, bean sprouts, leeks, fungus, shrimp, and other main ingredients, in addition to onions, garlic, and other auxiliary ingredients. The stove is full. Delicious rice noodles, of course, need a good soup base. First, wash the chicken and stir-fry it in a pot to bring out the fragrance. Stir-fry until it changes color. Add cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, and then take the ready-made chicken soup from the space and pour it into the pot to boil over high heat. Then start to deal with all the materials of shrimp, ham, and tofu skin, and then you can start to cook rice noodles. Put the cooked rice noodles in the pot, and then neatly arrange the shredded chicken, ham slices, shrimp, tofu skin, and other materials on the rice noodles, and finally pour in the boiling soup base and sprinkle with chopped green onions. Looking at the rice noodles, Yun Jiji felt that her saliva was about to come down. After she brought the rice noodles to the table, she brought 3 small bowls. Baby, it's time to eat, Yun Jiji shouted, and the two little guys ran into the house happily. Mom, it smells so good. After washing their hands, Tuan Tuan and Yuan sat at the table obediently, looking at the noodles on the table, blinking their big eyes. The rich ingredients on the rice noodles made the two little guys feel extremely surprised. Then let's eat. Yun Jiji smiled, holding a small bowl to serve rice noodles to the two little guys, and also added shrimps and ham and other ingredients on it. It's a little hot, baby, eat it again. Okay, the two little guys responded obediently, holding chopsticks and spoons to start eating noodles. The taste of rice noodles is completely different from that of noodles. The two little guys also ate rice noodles for the first time. Blinking their and bright eyes, they said happily, Mom, It's so good, eat more if you like it. The soup is also delicious.
Yeah.
Yuan nodded happily. To Anchuan, is it delicious? Yun Jiji saw To Anchuan buried his head in his food. He was really different from Yuan. Yuan liked to express what was delicious and fun, but To Anchuan was always reluctant to say anything, which sometimes gave Yun Jiji a headache. It's good. The thread my mother makes is the best. Yun Jiji no longer made things difficult for him, but just asked them to cool it down before blowing it, and then she didn't care anymore. She had worked for half a day and was already hungry. She had a special liking for crossbridge rice noodles. Among so many noodles, Yun Jiji liked rice noodles the most, but her stomach was not well yet. When her stomach was well, she could eat all kinds of noodles. Hot and sour noodles, snail noodles, mixed noodles, mutton noodles. Just thinking about it, her saliva began to increase. Yun Jiji looked at the crossbridge rice noodles in the bowl and felt that it was extremely fragrant. It smelled so good. Not only Yun Jiji was happy to eat, but To Anchuan and Yuan were also very happy. The two little guys loved to eat ham so they could smuggle more back. When asked, they bought it from the city. As for whether Qin Shiyu believed it or not, what did it have to do with her? Yun Jiji also realized that she had been a little too cautious during this period. Seeing To Anchuan and Yuan eating happily, she felt that she had been too cautious before. Qin Shiyu was not at home every day, so she didn't need to worry so much. When he is not at home, she can make more things. Thinking of this, Yun Jiji relaxed a lot. The mother and her two children happily finished eating the crossbridge rice noodles, and even drank up all the soup. Mom, it's so good, baby, wants more next time. Yuan smacked her lips with an expression of unsatisfied. Okay, Mom will make it for you next time. Yun Jiji laughed. Dad, Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, and she stretched out her hand to gently scratch the little guy's nose bridge. He really remembered Qin Shiyu for everything, as if he was afraid that Qin Shiyu's share would be missing. The little guy smiled like a flower, and Yun Jiji didn't want to worry so much. If Qin Shiyu performed well, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all the money she had now was given by Qin Shiyu. Suddenly, Yun Jiji felt that she was really poor. But fortunately, she now has a job at the health center and can earn 70 yuan a month. Although it is 5 yuan less than Qin Shiyu's salary, she believes that as long as she works harder, she will earn more than Qin Shiyu sooner or later. After the two little guys had their meal, they happily ran to the yard to play, and Yun Jiji also prepared to make glutinous rice. She prepared to make some red bean filling, black sesame filling, and peanut filling. The black sesame that Qin Shiyu bought was fried. Just grind it into powder, then add lard and fine sugar to mix well, divide it into small, and throw it directly into the space refrigerator to freeze. As for the red bean filling and peanut filling, she took the ready-made ones directly from the space. Slowly add hot water to the glutinous rice flour and stir it into flocks, then add an appropriate amount of cold water to knead it into a smooth dough. She divided the glutinous rice dough into 3 portions, and after the other 2 portions were mixed into green and purple, she brought the materials to the yard, moved a table, and started to knead the glutinous rice. Jiji, what did you add to the dough? Why is it colored? Lu Chuntao was also making glutinous rice in the yard. She could see Yun Jiji and the others as soon as she looked up. When she saw that Yun Jiji's glutinous rice still had color, Lu Chuntao couldn't help asking. Sister Chuntao, I used vegetable juice to adjust the color. Yun Jiji smiled. You still have many ways. Lu Chuntao smiled. Yun Jiji laughed and chatted with Lu Chuntao while making glutinous rice. When Qin Shiyu came back, she had already made more than half of them. To Anchuan and Yuan also woke up from their afternoon nap. When they saw their mother making glutinous rice, the 2 little guys were obviously interested. Go wash your hands. Yun Jiji smiled. Great, the 2 little guys cheered happily when they heard it. Yun Jiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and the 2 little guys washed their hands and ran over, looking at Yun Jiji expectantly. She gave them both a small ball of glutinous rice and let them play on the side. Qin Shiyu also washed his hands and came to help. Wife, let's go to the auditorium to watch the performance on New Year's Day. The art troupe has arranged a program. Qin Shiyu said casually while wrapping the glutinous rice. Okay. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan haven't seen the performance yet. Yun Jiji did not refuse. On that day, colleagues from the health center would go to the army to watch the performance and would also have a half-day off on that day. Yun Jiji had never seen the performance of the art troupe of this era, so she was really very interested. When she heard what Qin Shiyu said, she agreed, without thinking. Qin Shiyu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and the smile in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Yun Jiji happened to look up and saw the man laughing foolishly, and she didn't know what he was laughing at. Inexplicably. With Qin Shiyu as help, Yun Jiji's speed in wrapping the glutinous rice was also much faster. After that, she took a bowl and put some in it, handed it to Lu Chuntao and said, Sister Chuntao, try the glutinous rice I made, they are all sweet. Your glutinous rice are really round, then I won't be polite with you. Lu Chuntao was not polite either. Lu Chuntao didn't make as many patterns as Yun Jiji. She made the most common glutinous rice, but she made salty ones. The dish, that is, peel the turnip and cut it into strips, stir-fried in a pan, add fire and boil it, put the glutinous rice into the pot, and cook until the glutinous rice float up, and then add a little salt to season it. It is also very delicious. After Lu Chuntao cooked it, she also sent a bowl to Yun Jiji and the others. When seeing the dish, Yun Jiji was slightly stunned. She lived in the north in the present world, and turnips were mainly produced in Zhejiang province and Xinjiang province, and had never been seen in Beijing. Yun Jiji also ate it once in Aocheng when she was on a business trip to Zhejiang province in the present world. The taste was completely different from radish, and she liked it very much. I didn't expect that if I live in Haiqing in this life, I will definitely have a lot of food if I want to eat in the future. They had glutinous rice for dinner, which were delicious whether they were sweet or salty, but glutinous rice was very filling and difficult to digest, and the two children were full after eating only a few. Yun Jiji also took them for a walk in the family compound for a long time, and took them home to sleep after making sure they had digested the food.
Wife.
Qin Shiyu boiled water and called Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji tucked Yuan Yuan in the quilt and came out of the house. She looked at Qin Shiyu in confusion and asked, What's wrong? Since it was useless to correct this man not to call her wife, Yun Jiji stopped correcting him, because this man wouldn't listen anyway. It was just a title, and she was too lazy to worry too much. It's just, those brothers in the army want to meet you. They said that they didn't drink our wedding wine when we got married, so I thought I would wait for you to have time and set up a table at home. Do you think it's okay? Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji, waiting for her next words.
When?
Yun Jiji asked. Qin Shiyu saw her expression and knew that Yun Jiji had agreed. The day after tomorrow. I can rest the day after tomorrow. Is that okay? Qin Shiyu was treating Yun Jiji, so there was no reason for her to work hard. And the day after tomorrow, he happened to have a holiday, so he could prepare at home for half a day. Yun Jiji thought about it, nodded and said yes. Okay. Qin Shiyu was delighted and said immediately, Thank you, my wife. Yun Jiji glanced at the man. Is he so happy? She has to go to work, and she has no holiday the day after tomorrow, so she definitely can't help at home. Maybe all the dishes have to be prepared by Qin Shiyu himself, and he still looks very happy. Yun Jiji said that she couldn't understand the man's inexplicable excitement, and she didn't want to understand it. Seeing that he had nothing to say, Yun Jiji went into the house to rest. Qin Shiyu looked at her back, and the corners of his lips rose slightly. He actually knew that Yun Jiji might not understand what he was happy about, but for Qin Shiyu, this was a good start. His wife was willing to let him introduce her to his comrades in arms. If he could invite her to dinner at home, she would definitely be his best brother. This was what made him happiest. He knew that Yun Jiji hadn't accepted him yet, but in his opinion, everything was moving in a good direction. As long as he treated her well and let her feel his sincerity, they could go through this life hand in hand. Maybe this process is long, but he will work hard for that goal. Yun Wanrong is so depressed. She picked and chose and finally married someone like He Mingyuan. It's so funny. TSK. When our family went to Yun Hongmin's house to propose marriage, their eyes were so long that they belittled my son, saying that my son was not worthy of Yun Wanrong. What happened? He Mingyuan is better than my son? The person who spoke was the village chief's wife. When she learned that Yun Wanrong was going to marry Qin Shiyu, she felt sorry for a long time. After all, Yun Wanrong was indeed a girl who had received education in their village. She was also beautiful, sweet-mouthed, and not to mention her words and deeds. There was no fault to be found. She was always smiling at everyone. She was a famous good girl in their Yunhe village. In addition, Yun Hongmin's family was well off. The first family in the village to build a brick house was Yun Hongmin's family. Many young men in the village were eyeing her. When she was going to marry Qin Shiyu was an officer in the army and an outstanding young man in their village. Everyone had nothing to say. But later, Yun Jiji shamelessly climbed onto her brother-in-law's bed and snatched Yun Wanrong's marriage, and many families in the village saw hope again. The village chief's wife did not wait any longer and immediately brought generous gifts to propose marriage, so as to prevent Yun Wanrong from becoming a joke in Yunhe village, but she came with full sincerity. As a result, Zhao Sulian, that woman, actually devalued her son to nothing. She also said that her son was short and ugly, and how could he be worthy of Yun Wanrong? When had the village chief's wife been humiliated like this before? Of course, she was unhappy in her heart and left Yun Hongmin's family angrily with gifts. As a result, so many years have passed. Yun Wanrong is almost an old girl in the village. She originally thought that after a while, she would bring gifts to propose marriage. By then, if Yun Wanrong, an old girl, wanted to get married, she would have to marry with a generous dowry. As a result, who would have thought? Yun Wanrong picked and chose and finally chose He Mingyuan, a poor man. Not only is it the poorest family in their village, but He Mingyuan is even more self-righteous. He looks down on others all day long. He is obviously a country bumpkin, but he always acts as if he is superior to others, holding that tattered book all day long. He doesn't work in the fields and doesn't earn work points. He is just a lazy ghost. As a result, Yun Wanrong chose such a person? That's called true love. Look at Yun Wanrong. Even if she marries He Mingyuan, the dowry given by her family is probably enough for the He family to eat for a long time. The village head's wife naturally saw the dowry placed in the yard of Yun Hongmin's family. In addition to the necessities such as brand new quilts, bed sheets and pillowcases, enamel basins, enamel pots, and thermos bottles, they even made brand new wardrobes, tables, and chairs. Who knows how much money Zhao Sulian and others secretly gave Yun Wanrong? When the He family gave the betrothal gift, they only gave 5 yuan, not even cakes or candies, let alone watches, gold, and silver. In the eyes of everyone in Yunhe village, Yun Wanrong's marriage to He Mingyuan after careful selection was like a joke. At the same time, some people speculated whether Yun Wanrong had any handle on He Mingyuan, so she had to marry He Mingyuan. Inside the house, Yun Wanrong listened to the discussions outside, her face gloomy and ugly. She knew that if she married He Mingyuan, everyone was laughing at her, and the discussions in the house were louder and louder, without stopping. Listen to what they say. Do you really have to marry He Mingyuan? Zhao Sulian's face was the ugliest. When she thought of her carefully cultivated daughter, she would eventually marry a coward like He Mingyuan. Zhao Sulian was so angry that her heart ached. But no matter what she said, they really didn't listen to a word. Yun Hongmin was even more convinced that Yun Wanrong would be able to live a good life after marrying He Mingyuan. As for He Mingyuan, all Zhao Sulian could see was that Yun Wanrong would go home from time to ask for money to subsidize the He family. Mom, you have to believe me. Brother Mingyuan is just down and out now, and his achievements in the future will be absolutely immeasurable. Yun Wanrong said this after she had done a lot of psychological construction in her heart. Suffering is only in the past few years. After a few years of opening up, private individuals will be able to start as individuals. They can earn the first pot of gold, and their lives will only get better and better. In the previous life, didn't Yun Jiji also suffer for a few years after marrying He Mingyuan? Later, after He Mingyuan became the richest man, He also respected and loved Yun Jiji because they went from the most difficult time to richness little by little, and He Mingyuan was a man who did not forget his original intention, and he would only love his wife more after he became rich. In the previous life, all of this belonged to the Yun organization. She was the wife of the richest man, and although she was the wife of a martyr, she was restricted everywhere and could not make any mistakes. She didn't even dare to say a few more words to other men outside, for fear that people would infinitely magnify her and think that she was a woman with an undisciplined life. She would be accused of enjoying the honor brought to her by Qin Shiyu, but betraying Qin Shiyu. In her previous life, she lived too aggrievedly, and it must be that God couldn't stand it, so He let her be reborn. In her opinion, God let her be reborn so that she could live the life that should belong to her. The wife of the richest man, the one with hundreds of billions of assets, should be her. Just wait and cry. Zhao Sulian cursed angrily. My choice is right, just wait and see. However, Yun Wanrong ignored her mother. She took a deep breath, looked at her beautiful self in the mirror, and curled her lips. Looking at He Mingyuan standing in front of her with a smile on his face, surrounded by people. Looking at the handsome and delicate man in front of her, Yun Wanrong seemed to see the past life, the day when he became the richest man, the high-spirited side on TV. Rong, I'm here to marry you. He Mingyuan had a gentle smile on his face and stretched out his hand to Yun Wanrong. She put her hand in He Mingyuan's, with a shy smile on her face. She stood up and said goodbye to her parents with He Mingyuan and then walked out together. She seemed to see herself walking on a road paved with money. All the money would fly into her pocket, and those who laughed at her today would come to curry favor with her one by one. Just thinking about all this, the smile on Yun Wanrong's face became more and more intense. Until she stood in front of the dilapidated adobe house. The yard was so deserted that there was not even a guest. Yun Wanrong's original smile finally froze on her face. Brother Mingyuan, where's the banquet? Hearing this, He Mingyuan looked at Yun Wanrong with an apologetic face. Rong, I'm sorry. You know my family's conditions are not good, so let's skip the banquet, okay? He Mingyuan seemed to be afraid that she would run away, and hurriedly said, Rong, believe me. I will definitely hold a wedding for you in the future, with a wedding dress, a banquet, gold, a diamond ring, and everything I deserve. Yun Wanrong's face was a little ugly at first, but when she heard the man's words, she smiled. Brother Mingyuan, you know I don't care about these things. I want to marry you. Yun Wanrong was moved, and He Mingyuan really held a wedding with Yun Jiji after he became rich in his previous life. She also attended it at that time. He Mingyuan invited all the villagers in Yunhe village to drink their wedding wine. The wine used in the banquet was the national wine Maotai. It is said that a bottle alone costs hundreds of dollars. She saw that the diamond ring on Yun Jiji's hand was a pigeon egg. When Yun Jiji and He Mingyuan came to toast, the pigeon egg almost blinded her eyes. Although Yun Jiji was 50 years old at that time, the years had left almost no trace on her face. Because she was too curious about how much Yun Jiji's pigeon egg was worth, she secretly checked it out, and then she knew that Yun Jiji's outfit that day was worth 30 million, and that pigeon egg alone was more than 10 million. At that time, Yun Wanrong's eyes turned red with jealousy. She really couldn't understand why. Why did Yun Jiji have such a good life? However, now she has seized the opportunity. She is the one who married He Mingyuan, so the pigeon eggs worth 10 million are hers, and the wedding dress worth millions is also hers. All the wealth of He Mingyuan in the future will be hers. What does it matter if she suffers a little now? Just thinking of the good days in the future, Yun Wanrong suddenly felt that all this is nothing. Mr. Hua, you are here. When she heard the voice, Yun Jiji also came out of the house. When she saw the old man coming in, Yun Jiji was also slightly stunned. Why does this old man look familiar? She seemed to have seen him before. But thinking that this is the military hospital, Mr. Hua would come here occasionally, and it is estimated that he had seen him in the family compound or somewhere else before, so she didn't think much about it. Dr. Yun, come here, I will introduce Mr. Hua to you. Su Guanghui shouted when he saw Yun Jiji coming out. Yun Jiji hurried in. Director Su. Su Guanghui responded, looked at Mr. Hua, and said, Mr. Hua, this is our new TCM doctor, Comrade Yun Jiji. Dr. Yun, this is Mr. Hua. After Su Guanghui introduced the two to each other, he stood aside without saying anything. Mr. Hua was looking at Yun Jiji and said, why do you want to study TCM, little girl? There are not many people studying TCM now, and some people even avoid it like the plague. Mr. Hua was very surprised that Yun Jiji, who looked so young, would study TCM. At first, it was because I was sensitive to Chinese medicinal materials, but I didn't think about studying medicine at that time. Later, I met two old doctors who went to the countryside, and then I started to get in touch with TCM. I studied medicine because I was poor and couldn't afford to hire a doctor when my child was sick, so I thought that after I learned it myself, I could save money. Yun Jiji said. She couldn't tell Mr. Hua that she was inheriting medical skills. That was Yun Jiji in the present world. In the 1970s, Yun Jiji followed Zhang Pingcheng and Zhuang Wenhui to learn medical skills. It was because Tuanchuan had a fever, and she had no money to see the barefoot doctor in the village. It was Zhang Pingcheng who helped to prescribe some fever-reducing soup medicine to cure Tuanchuan. Later, Yun Jiji wanted to learn some simple medical skills. The two old doctors didn't teach much, but others didn't know, and she couldn't go into details. You are honest. Mr. Hua raised his eyebrows and said, come with me, I'll test you. Yun Jiji was a little surprised, but when she saw Su Guanghui nodding at her, Yun Jiji felt a little confused. Director Su, please keep an eye on Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan for me. Su Guanghui agreed without saying a word, and she quickly followed Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua opened the door of his office. As soon as the door opened, he smelled a strong aroma of medicine. What caught his eye was a whole row of medicine cabinets. The aroma of herbs wafted out from the medicine cabinets. It was also the first time for Yun Jiji to enter Mr. Hua's office. When she saw the whole row of medicine cabinets, Yun Jiji's eyes flashed with excitement. Since you studied Chinese medicine, you must know a lot about herbs. Then I will test you on herbs. When Mr. Hua saw the light in Yun Jiji's eyes, he was in a good mood. Then he walked directly in. When he came out again, he was holding a wooden box in his hand. He put the wooden box on the table and said, I'll give you 10 minutes to sort out the herbs inside. Yun Jiji stepped forward and took a look. The corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. There were several similar-looking herbs mixed in the wooden box. Yun Jiji saw at a glance that there were astragalus, Sephora flavescens, white peony root, red medicated herb, red bean, albino schisandra, perilla seed, and dodder seed. More than a dozen herbs were mixed together. Astragalus and Sephora flavescens looked very similar. White peony root and red medicated herb were also difficult to distinguish, and albino schisandra could not be distinguished without careful observation. It can be said that the herbs in this box were very tricky. It can be seen that the severity of Mr. Hua towards Chinese medicine can be seen. Begin. Mr. Hua glanced at Yun Jiji and said directly. Yun Jiji curled her lips, poured the herbs out of the wooden box, raised the corners of her lips slightly, and began to sort them. However, Mr. Hua frowned, obviously not very satisfied with Yun Jiji's sorting method. Yun Jiji ignored Hua Lao, who was now holding a cup of tea and sitting aside, drinking tea leisurely. He no longer paid attention to Yun Jiji. As for whether she could sort out the herbs, Hua Lao obviously didn't care about the process, but only the results. Yun Jiji glanced at him, and her hands moved faster and faster. When Hua Lao opened his eyes and looked over, he was slightly stunned, and then he sat up straight and watched Yun Jiji's movements. She could quickly distinguish each herb, and she didn't need to smell all the herbs. When she took out each herb accurately, Hua Lao's expression changed from being idle at first to now focusing on Yun Jiji's hands. Hua Lao, I've sorted it out. Hua Lao had already stood up and stood beside Yun Jiji, looking at the herbs divided into several piles in front of her. He looked at them carefully. There was no other herb mixed in, and each one was extremely accurate. Hua Lao stroked his beard and looked at Yun Jiji with a hint of appreciation. Tell me about the properties of these medicines. Old Hua knew that some people were very sensitive to certain medicinal materials, but if she was really asked to distinguish the use of these medicinal materials, she might not be able to clearly explain the effects of these medicines. Astragalus, sweet in taste, slightly warm in nature, enters the spleen and lung meridians, and has the effects of replenishing qi and raising yang, consolidating the exterior and stopping sweating, and promoting diuresis and reducing swelling. Sephora flavescens, bitter leaves, cold in nature, enter the heart, liver, stomach, large intestine, and bladder meridians, and has the effects of clearing heat and dampness, killing insects and relieving itching, and promoting diuresis and relieving stranguria. White peony. Yun Jiji said one by one, and she could accurately describe the properties of each one. Old Hua's eyes were even more satisfied. It was obvious that Yun Jiji was very satisfied that she could remember pharmacology so clearly. Not bad. You are very proficient in pharmacology. Old Hua came to the door and casually pointed to a few nurses in the health center. When they came in, Elder Hua looked at Yun Jiji and said, "Take their pulses again. If you are not sure, I will still kick you out of the clinic. Do you understand?" Hua Lao's words surprised everyone. Yun Jiji had been in the health center for a few days, and they knew something about Yun Jiji. Therefore, when they saw Hua Lao still wanted to test Yun Jiji, they were a little puzzled, thinking that with Yun Jiji's medical skills, there was no need to test her. However, Hua Lao's status in the health center made them dare not say anything, and they stood there quietly waiting according to Hua Lao's request. Yun Jiji didn't think there was anything wrong. Some people might not accept Hua Lao's behavior, but Yun Jiji felt that his rigor was not a bad thing. After all, whether it was Chinese medicine or Western medicine, since they were doctors, they had to be more cautious when treating patients. If they prescribed the wrong medicine or misdiagnosed the symptoms, it would be fine if it only delayed the patient's recovery time, but if it aggravated the condition or caused irreversible consequences, it would be a fatal thing. Yun Jiji herself was a doctor, and she knew that being strict with herself was the responsibility to the patient. A nurse came to Yun Jiji.
"Put your hand out,"
Yun Jiji said. The nurse responded and stretched out her hand. Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, smelling, questioning, and palpation. Yun Jiji looked at the face of the nurse in front of her and asked, "Have you always felt very thirsty recently? No matter how much water you drink, it's useless?" Yes, I always feel very thirsty. No matter how much water I drink, it's useless," the little nurse said immediately after hearing it. These 2 days, she almost held a pot of water and drank while defecating in the toilet. No matter how much water she drank, it couldn't quench her thirst. Instead, the more she drank, the thirstier she became. This really gave her a headache. Originally, she thought about finding someone to see after work today, but she didn't expect that Mr. Hua would let Yun Jiji see them, which saved her a lot of trouble. "Dr. Yun, I just feel thirsty recently. What should I do?" "I'll prescribe a prescription for you. You go back and boil it in water," Yun Jiji said. When Yun Jiji saw that Mr. Hua only had a brush here, she didn't think much about it and directly picked up the brush and started to write down the prescription: ginseng, astragalus, roasted licorice, raw remania, cooked remania. Jishur each 1 qian. After she finished writing the prescription, she handed it to Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua didn't expect that Yun Jiji, who looked young, could write calligraphy well. Since the popularity of fountain pens in China, many people can't write calligraphy now, but he has been practicing calligraphy since he was a child. Even now when he treats patients, he is used to using a brush to write prescriptions. He thought Yun Jiji couldn't use it, but when he saw Yun Jiji's good handwriting, Mr. Hua appreciated her more. Seeing Mr. Hua holding the prescription, Yun Jiji didn't care anymore, but showed it to the second nurse. Every prescription she wrote would be handed to Mr. Hua first. After Mr. Hua confirmed it, he would hand the prescription to Yun Jiji and let her get the medicine herself. The nurses who were called in thought that Mr. Hua would definitely give Yun Jiji some advice. As a result, Mr. Hua didn't say a word until the last person finished reading it. But Mr. Hua would look over every prescription she wrote, and they saw appreciation in Mr. Hua's eyes. They stayed in the hospital for quite a long time. Although they didn't see Mr. Hua very often, they knew him a little. In their hospital, there was no one who could make Mr. Hua look at them with such appreciation. Even Su Guanghui couldn't get Mr. Hua's special look. Mr. Hua, I've finished reading. Yun Jiji handed the last prescription to Mr. Hua and stood up with a smile. After staring at Yun Jiji for a while, Mr. Hua asked, "How long have you studied medicine?"
2 years.
The 2 years Yun Jiji mentioned refers to the 2 years in the 1970s. But I have been interested in herbs since I was a child, and I only started to learn medicine 2 years ago. If she said that she spent 2 years to learn everything, it would be too abnormal. No one would believe it. And she didn't want to act too outrageous, so as not to make people hate her. Very good. Mr. Huan nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Do a good job in the military hospital." When Mr. Hua met Yun Jiji, he was not optimistic about her being such a young doctor. After all, she was too young and looked like she was only in her early 20s, but she was the attending physician in the military hospital. Su Guanghui learned that Yun Jiji was very skilled in treating external injuries, as if she did it often. Recently, the young soldiers who came to the hospital to see the wounds also liked to see Yun Jiji. Su Guanghui also learned about the situation. It was said that Yun Jiji treated the wounds very quickly and even made the other party feel no particular pain, and the wounds were already treated. Mr. Hua was skeptical about this. He knew before he came that Yun Jiji's husband was the treasure of their military leaders, and Qin Shiyu also had the title of a living devil in the army. Mr. Hua would rather believe that those people who kept praising Yun Jiji's ability were probably because of Qin Shiyu's face, or they were afraid that Qin Shiyu would abuse his power for personal gain and deliberately embarrass them during training. Therefore, they came to Yun Jiji to treat their injuries, just to make it easier for themselves during training. Although Mr. Hua knew that it was wrong for him to imagine the mind of a soldier in this way, he would never allow anyone to cheat in medical skills, let alone fish in troubled waters. But seeing the situation after Yun Jiji examined them, Mr. Hua was very satisfied. What he saw was Yun Jiji's strength, not the illusion deliberately created by some people. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hua. Yun Jiji was also happy. Her medical skills were recognized by Mr. Hua. She could see that Mr. Hua still had absolute say in the health center, and Su Guanghui also respected him very much. Mr. Hua, I want to ask you something. After Yun Jiji gave the medicine to several nurses, she looked at Mr. Hua. You say. At this time, Mr. Hua looked at Yun Jiji with extremely loving eyes, even more eager than when he looked at his own granddaughter. Although his own granddaughter studied medicine, she studied Western medicine. Mr. Hua was really troubled, so he particularly liked the young people who were willing to learn Chinese medicine. Mr. Hua, I just came to our military region and I don't have many medicinal materials, so I want to ask you if I can use the medicinal materials in your office here, so that if I encounter a patient who needs to be prescribed medicine, I won't be unable to find the medicine for a while. Yun Jiji looked at Mr. Hua. When she just came in, she could confirm it in this rich medicinal fragrance. Mr. Hua's medicine here is very complete, and there are even many precious medicinal materials. But you can rest assured, I will replenish the medicinal materials in the medicine cabinet in time. Yun Jiji said hurriedly, she will definitely go up the mountain to collect herbs later, and those medicinal materials will be added by herself. Moreover, medicinal materials will not appear by themselves, and these medicinal materials should also be collected by Mr. Hua bit by bit. Sure. Mr. Hua did not refuse, nor did he think too much. He took out a key from his pocket and handed it to Yun Jiji. This is the key to my office. When you need to get the herbs, just come and get them yourself. When Su Guanghui came over, he heard what Mr. Hua said, and he also looked at Su Guanghui in disbelief. Now he even stared with his eyes wide open and didn't react for a long time. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Yun Jiji hurriedly took it with both hands and thanked him. Go and do your thing. Mr. Hua had already assessed Yun Jiji and got a satisfactory result. At this moment, looking at Yun Jiji's expression, Su Guanghui felt as if he had seen a ghost. Mr. Hua's attitude towards Yun Jiji changed, which was too surprising. He knew that Mr. Hua was assessing Yun Jiji and just called a few nurses in, but Su Guanghui didn't come, so naturally he didn't know what happened. Okay. Yun Jiji responded, said hello to Su Guanghui, and left Mr. Hua's office. When she returned to her office, she saw Tang Wan and Xiong Lia were here with Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan. When they saw her come in, they both looked at Yun Jiji nervously. They all knew that Mr. Hua was coming, and they also knew that Mr. Hua wanted to test Yun Jiji's medical skills. Others didn't know, but they also knew what Mr. Hua was like. He had very strict requirements for medical skills. If Yun Jiji couldn't meet Mr. Hua's satisfaction in any aspect, Mr. Hua might ask Yun Jiji to get out of the hospital. Su Guanghui respected Mr. Hua very much. Although Su Guanghui was the person in charge of the military hospital, everyone knew that Mr. Hua had a lot of say in the military hospital, especially in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. If Yun Jiji couldn't pass Mr. Hua's assessment, or said something that made Mr. Hua even more dissatisfied with her, according to Mr. Hua's personality, he would really ask Yun Jiji to get out. You too. How come you are so good all of a sudden? Although Yun Jiji had not been in the hospital for long, she knew that Tang Wan and Xiong Lia didn't get along. Usually when the two met, they always had a few words, and Tang Wan didn't like Xiong Lia, and Yan Lia didn't like Tang Wan either. Yun Jiji didn't know what had happened between the two of them that caused the unpleasantness, but now that she saw that the two of them could actually sit here and wait for her and look at her with such concern, this was really unexpected. Jiji, what did Mr. Hua say? Have you passed the assessment? Tang Wan ignored Xiong Lia and quickly stood up and asked Yun Jiji. Although Xiong Lia didn't ask, she looked at Yun Jiji, obviously expecting Yun Jiji's reply.
Passed.
Yun Jiji smiled. Tang Wan was happy when she heard it. Great. Jiji, I knew you'd be fine. Although Tang Wan was worried, she also knew that Yun Jiji would definitely have no problem in this regard. It was just that she didn't get the answer she wanted before, and she couldn't hide her worries in her heart. But now, she was really relieved. Mr. Hua is easy to talk to, and he didn't make things difficult for me. Yun Jiji smiled. Tang Wan's mouth twitched. Old Hua is not easy to talk to. Tang Wan still remembered that a Chinese medicine doctor came before, and old Hua was assessing him. As a result, the man's ability was not good, and old Hua scolded him. He scolded the young man directly to tears. In their opinion, the young man's medical skills were not bad, at least in some aspects. His ability was very good. As a result, when old Hua assessed him, he made several mistakes, not knowing whether it was because he was too nervous. As a result, he was scolded by old Hua viciously. They still remember that he cried more fiercely than the young girl at that time. Moreover, although they have been in the military hospital, every time old Hua came, they were very careful. They were afraid of making mistakes and making old Hua unhappy. Jiji, what key is this? Suddenly, Tang Wan saw Yun Jiji holding a key in her hand, and she couldn't help but feel curious. Yun Jiji took a look and said, "This is the key to Mr. Hua's office." Mr. Hua gave you all his keys? Tang Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Hua actually gave Yun Jiji the key to his office. Others didn't know, but they knew it. They all knew how much Mr. Hua treasured the medicinal materials in his office. They wanted to go into Mr. Hua's office to get some medicinal materials before, but Mr. Hua didn't allow them to go in. As long as Mr. Hua was not in the health center, his office would be locked all the time, and they couldn't even think about it. And now he actually gave the key to Yun Jiji, which they didn't even dare to think about. However, they can now be sure that Mr. Hua is quite satisfied with Yun Jiji's medical skills, otherwise he would never give it to Yun Jiji. Although Xiong Lia didn't say anything, her eyes changed when she looked at Yun Jiji. She didn't expect Mr. Hua to give her the key to his office. This means that Yun Jiji can go to Mr. Hua's office anytime she wants. I'm leaving. Xiong Lia stood up straight. She had already got the answer she wanted, so she didn't stay any longer. Seeing this, Yun Jiji smiled and said, "Dr. Xiong, thank you." Xiong Lia was slightly stunned, waved her hand, and said, "Your massage skills are good. If you are kicked out of the health center, who will I find for massage?" Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, but after several contacts with Xiong Lia, Yun Jiji also knew that Xiong Lia's personality was very awkward, and she would never admit that she was worried about her. Tang Wan looked at Xionglea's back, curled her lips, and said, "She has always been incompatible with everyone, but I didn't expect her to care about others." Tang Wan was actually quite surprised. When she came to Yun Jiji's office to wait, Xionglia came not long after, and it seemed that she came to play with Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan. But soon Tang Wan found that Xionglia was also looking out all the time. She didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but later she provoked Xionglia. Asked if she was worried about Yun Jiji, Tang Wan was impressed by Xionglia's stubborn look. Xionglia didn't have much contact with Yun Jiji, but it was obvious that Xionglia liked Yun Jiji very much. At least she regarded Yun Jiji as a friend. Otherwise, she would not care about her stay or departure. Dr. Xiong is very good. She accompanied to Anchuan and Yuan Yuan to draw before, and her patience was very good. Yun Jiji smiled. Xionglia looked very cold, but she was very patient with children. In the past 2 days, Xionglia would come to play with the 2 children from time to time. When she was free, she could sit here and accompany the 2 children for half a day. It seems that I didn't know her well enough before. Tang Wan raised her eyebrows and said. She had some prejudice against Xionglia before. Every time she saw Xionglea's dead face, she didn't want to pay attention to her. However, after this incident, she had a different view of Xionglia. Xionglia was different from what she knew. She was worried about Yun Jiji's assessment because she was afraid that Yun Jiji would be kicked out of the health center. Maybe it was just everyone's prejudice against Xionglia that made it difficult for her to speak the truth. Jiji, do you think it's too late for me to make friends with Dr. Xiong now? I heard others say this and that about her before. She looked like she didn't want anyone to get close to her, so I really thought she was that kind of person. But after what happened today, I found that she seems to be cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji with annoyance. She felt that she took it for granted. What others said about Xionglia. She really thought that Xionglia was just like what they said, but in fact, she had never understood Xionglea's character from beginning to end. This made her feel very guilty. Xionglia must be very uncomfortable to be misunderstood. Because she was misunderstood many times, Xionglia had a stern face every day and looked difficult to get along with. Tang Wan disliked such cold and hard people the most. In addition, after coming to the military hospital, she heard a lot of bad comments about Xionglia. In addition, when she first met Xionglia, she greeted Xionglia, but Xionglia ignored her. Later, she was also a person with a temper. People were unwilling to pay attention to her, so she naturally didn't want to put her hot face on the cold. Their relationship was not very good. Later, they would just nod when they met, and there was no excessive communication. Did you have a misunderstanding before? Yun Jiji asked curiously. It's not a misunderstanding. Before I came here, I heard people say that Xionglia is difficult to get along with. She is too cold and doesn't get along with anyone. When I first came here, I tried to say hello to her and wanted to make friends with her, but after saying hello to her several times, she didn't pay much attention to me. Tang Wan said this with a little grievance. After all, she really wanted to make friends with Xionglia at that time. However, Xionglea's attitude made her give up the idea of making friends with Xionglia. Yun Jiji was also a little surprised to hear this. Come to my house for dinner on New Year's Eve. Sometimes it's a good thing to make friends and have a meal. Yun Jiji thought about it. Their recent holiday is New Year's Day. Recently, Xionglia and Tang Wan have helped her take care of the 2 children from time to time. Yun Jiji originally wanted to find an opportunity to thank them properly. In this case, it would be better to invite them to her house for a meal. Okay. Tang Wan heard it and immediately agreed happily. The food in the cafeteria really made her almost lose her sense of taste. Although she didn't know how good Yun Jiji's cooking skills were, Tang Wan felt that it must be better than the one in the cafeteria. Thinking of this, Tang Wan began to look forward to eating at Yun Jiji's house. She would go buy some vegetables when the time came. How about hot pot? Yun Jiji asked. The weather was a bit cold these 2 days, so she could really consider eating hot pot. I want to eat spicy food. Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji expectantly. Yun Jiji smiled and nodded, okay. Tang Wan looked forward to it even more. thinking about how delicious the food would be in a few days. In any case, she had to eat less at noon that day, and when she went to Yunjiji's place, she would be able to eat more. Seeing her happy little look, Yunjiji was immediately curious about how bad the food in the army cafeteria was. Seeing her expectant look, Yunjiji's lips slightly raised. Tangwan was actually quite cute, and her medical skills were also very good. She looks very delicate, but her behavior is not delicate at all. People who can be military doctors have a tough character. Although she complains about how bad the food in the army cafeteria is every day. But in fact, although she says so, she has never wasted food. When it was time to get off work, there was nothing to do in the health center, so Yunjiji took Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan home for lunch. When she came back, Qin Shiyu had already returned, and there were many dishes in the kitchen, including chicken, ribs, black fish, bean sprouts, and other side dishes. Yunjiji then remembered that Qin Shiyu was going to treat guests in the evening, and this man had already cleaned all the dishes and put them on plates. "Wife, you're back. Wash your hands and eat." Qin Shiyu saw them coming back and immediately brought the food to the table. Steamed eggs, sweet and sour pork ribs, garlic greens, black fish fillet soup, and the milky white fish soup looked very tempting. "Wife, I added yam, red dates, fungus, and wolfberry to the black fish. You and the children should eat more." Qin Shiyu took a bowl and served Yunjiji a bowl of fish soup and placed it in front of her. Yunjiji smiled and said, "Thank you." Qin Shiyu shook his head slightly and served Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan a bowl of fish soup with a lot of fish meat in it. He picked out the fish slices and ate the fish bones and fish heads himself. "Baby, you have to lick it when you eat. Be careful of fish bones." Qin Shiyu looked at the two little guys and said softly, "Okay, thank you." Dad Yuanyuan thanked him obediently and took a spoon to scoop up the fish soup. Qin Shiyu looked at the two little guys gently. His eyes were so gentle that they seemed to be dripping with water. Wow, Yuanyuan suddenly cheered. Yunjiji was slightly startled, and then she looked up at Yuanyuan, and then she heard Yuanyuan say, "The food that Dad made is really good." Yunjiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy really knows how to give emotional value. After that, she ate the food with big mouthfuls, and her little face was full of happy expressions. After half a month of careful feeding, Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan have grown some meat, and their originally skinny little faces are now chubby, making people unable to help but reach out and pinch them. Even Yunjiji has gained a lot of weight in the past half month, but Yunjiji's absorption is not very good, so the effect does not seem to be as obvious as the two children, but compared to the initial skinny, Yunjiji now looks like a normal person. Although it is still thin, it will definitely be better if it is raised well for a period of time. Yunjiji also took a sip of the fish soup and raised her eyebrows. "It's delicious." The smile on Qin Shiyu's face instantly became wider. "Then I'll make it for you next time." Yunjiji did not refuse. The meat of the black fish fillet was very tender, which showed that the fish was very fresh. The fish soup had a little sweetness and a little pepper added. The taste is very rich. The black fungus is crispy, and the yam is soft and glutinous. She really likes it very much. Qin Shiyu was happy to see that she really liked it. He silently wrote down her preferences in his heart and prepared to make more for her in the future. Nothing could make Qin Shiyu happier than seeing Yunjiji eating happily. "Wife." After dinner, Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji eagerly, while cleaning the table. Yunjiji looked at the man inexplicably and asked, "If you have something to say, just say it." Qin Shiyu smiled and said hurriedly, "Wife, it's the pickled fish you cooked last time. I'm not very good at it. Can I trouble you to make some pickled fish tonight?" Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji nervously. The pickled fish tasted really good last time. When he wanted to treat guests, when he was thinking about what dishes to prepare, he thought of pickled fish first, but he had never made it, and he didn't know how to make pickled fish so that it would taste as good as Yunjiji's. "There's no pickled cabbage at home." Yunjiji didn't see any pickled cabbage in the kitchen just now. "I told Sister Chuntao this morning that I exchanged the black fish with Sister Chuntao," Qin Shiyu said immediately. He caught the black fish in the river this morning. Because he wanted to eat pickled fish, when he came back and met Lu Chuntao, he exchanged the black fish with Lu Chuntao for pickled cabbage. However, Lu Chuntao went out for something in the morning and said that she would bring him the pickled cabbage when she came back at noon. You prepare the side dishes, and I will cook them when I get off work, Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiyu was delighted when he heard this. He stretched out his hands to hug Yun Jiji and turned around before putting her down. Wife, you are so nice. Yun Jiji looked up and found that Qin Shiyu's steps had become lighter, which was very strange. She was just helping to cook a dish. Was she so happy? However, what Qin Shiyu thought was that Yun Jiji agreed. In fact, if she didn't agree, Qin Shiyu would not force Yun Jiji to help cook. At most, he would cook it himself, and the taste might not be as good as Yun Jiji's, but he was going to invite his good comrades and brothers in the evening. Her cooking was equivalent to tacitly acknowledging their relationship, and he could also show off to them how good his wife's cooking skills were. He believed that they would be very envious. If Yun Jiji knew what Qin Shiyu was thinking, she would also ridicule this man for being childish. It's just a dish, she would eat it anyway. Because Qin Shiyu was at home in the afternoon, Yun Jiji did not take to Anchuan and Yuan to work at the health center, and there were a lot more things to do in the health center in the afternoon than in the morning. The soldiers from the battalion that went out for training 2 days ago came back with injuries of varying sizes. Yun Jiji was treating their wounds. 2 of the soldiers were bitten by poisonous insects, which attached to their skin. At first, there was no reaction, but when they returned to the camp, the 2 soldiers fell into a coma and their faces turned black. It was too late to send them to the military hospital, so they were finally sent to the health center. At this time, Su Guanghui and the others had a headache. Tang Wan, Xiong Lia, Su Guanghui, and Lu Xianghua all looked at the 2 with a headache. They had never seen the poisonous insect before. The breathing of the 2 soldiers was getting weaker and weaker, and their faces were getting purpler and purpler. Director, why don't you call Jiji to come and see? Tang Wan saw the situation. They didn't have any particularly good antidote here. Even if they did, they didn't know what to do. Okay, go call her to come and see. They really had no choice but to call Yun Jiji to come and see. If they really kept dragging it out, they would really get into trouble. After getting Su Guanghui's reply, Tang Wan hurried over to call Yun Jiji over. Yun Jiji had just finished bandaging the wound of one of the little soldiers, so she handed the gauze in her hand to the nurse on the side, and immediately got up and followed in. How is it? Yun Jiji entered the clinic and was slightly stunned when she saw the condition of the 2 little soldiers. She reached out to feel their pulses. At the same time, Yun Jiji's face darkened and asked, has the poisonous insect not been taken out yet? It is attached to the blood vessels, and the skin must be cut to take it out. The poison of the poisonous insect has entered the blood. The poison cannot be eliminated, and the bleeding cannot be stopped. They will die faster, Su Guanghui said in a deep voice. I will control the poison for them first. Director, prepare the surgical instruments for me. Yun Jiji didn't have time to think about it, and she had already taken out the silver needles. Before Su Guanghui could say anything, Yun Jiji had already pinched the silver needles, tore open the clothes of the poisoned little soldiers, and pierced the acupuncture points of the other party one by one. Take off his clothes too, Yun Jiji said without looking back. Tang Wan was the first to react, and had already helped to untie the little soldier's clothes. The silver needles in Yun Jiji's hand fell one by one. Su Guanghui and the others had been paying attention to the expression of the poisoned soldier. His breathing has stabilized. Su Guanghui was a little surprised. Yes. His complexion is much better too, Tang Wan also said. Yun Jiji didn't say anything, but continued to give another little soldier acupuncture to control the poison. At this moment, Xiong Lia also took out her set of surgical tools, disinfected them, and handed them to Yun Jiji. Tang Wan raised her eyebrows, a little surprised. Everyone knows how precious Xiong Lia is to her things, especially her surgical tools. If they accidentally touched them, Xiong Lia would be furious. I'll go get some medicine. After controlling the poison, Yun Jiji walked out quickly and took some medicine from Hua Lao's medicine cabinet. She also took some hemostatic medicine in the space and mixed 2 cups of spiritual spring water with water. The toxins in the 2 little soldiers have spread throughout their bodies through the blood. Although they were controlled by silver needles, it is impossible to completely detoxify them by silver needles alone. What needs to be done now is to remove the poisonous insects and give them medicine to completely detoxify them. If Yunjiji is not mistaken, the poisonous insects attached to their skin are called stone worms. Once this kind of poisonous insect is attached to the skin, it will drill into the body through the blood vessels. The stone worms are poisonous all over the body. Once they enter the blood vessels, their toxins will quickly travel through the blood to the whole body. Then the organs in the body will begin to fail rapidly and finally die. After Yunjiji came back with the medicinal materials, she looked at Lu Xiangbo. Dr. Lu, you are strong. Can you help me grind these medicinal materials into powder? I will use them later. Okay. Lu Xiangbo said nothing. After taking the medicine from Yunjiji's hand, he went to the side to use the medicine mortar to grind the medicinal materials. Dr. Xiong, can you help me? Yunjiji looked at Xionglia and asked. Okay. In front of the patient, Xionglia's expression was still cold, but her attitude was obviously more serious. She stared at the patient in front of her with her eyes, and her face darkened. At this time, Yunjiji had found the location of the poisonous insect, almost to the root of the little soldier's thigh. The blood vessels were bulging and black, and the surrounding blood vessels were clearly visible. Purple blood threads were all over the skin, which was very scary. I'm going to take the poisonous insect. I need help to wipe the blood. Yunjiji said. I'll do it. Su Guanghui said immediately. For some reason, when he saw Yunjiji's expression at this moment, Su Guanghui felt that Yunjiji must be able to do it. Seeing this, Yunjiji immediately took the knife and started to work. When the knife cut the skin, black poisonous blood flowed out. The poisonous insect is attached to the blood vessels, and it will only come a little bit, and you have to be very careful. Once the poisonous insect is cut, all its venom will flow through the blood to the whole body, and then even the Daluo immortal can't save it. Shijing insect is also listed at the top of the poisonous insect list, the most poisonous poison. Yunjiji was focused. After getting the poisonous insect off the opponent's blood vessel, she quickly put it in a cup on the side and covered it with a lid. It was not possible to apply medicine now. The poisonous blood had to be released until the blood turned red, and then the needle was quickly used to stop the bleeding, and then the medicine was sutured. After suturing the wound, Yunjiji looked at Xionglia. Dr. Xiong, this is the hemostatic powder. The bandaging is left to you. Okay. There was another little soldier, and Xionglia knew that she couldn't delay, so she took over the bandaging work immediately. Yunjiji also took out the poisonous insect for another little soldier, released the poisonous blood, and then sutured and bandaged. After everything was done, Lu Xiangbo also came in. Dr. Yun, the medicine is ground. Lu Xiangbo handed the powdered medicine to Yunjiji's hand. Thank you. Lu Xiangbo waved his hand. Yunjiji put the powdered medicine into the previously mixed spiritual spring water to make a medicinal soup. How can we give them medicine when they are unconscious? Tang Wan was impressed by Yunjiji's speed. Moreover, after the poisonous insects were taken out, their complexions returned to normal. Although they were still pale, they did not look as scary as before. They woke up immediately. Yunjiji said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, the two young soldiers who were originally unconscious opened their eyes. They looked at the people around them in confusion and asked after a while, "Where am I?" It was not until they saw the familiar Su Guanghui that they realized that they were in the military hospital. Then, they also felt pain in their legs. Su Guanghui explained the current situation to them. After learning that they were poisoned by poisonous insects in the mountains, the two realized what had happened before. They did not feel anything during the training in the mountains these days, but they felt very tired since yesterday. They originally thought that they were tired because of the training in the past few days. But on the way back, they felt very uncomfortable and even felt nauseous and wanted to, but they could not. As a result, they fell into a coma when they returned to the army. They knew nothing after that. Drink the medicine soup first, Yunjiji said. The two looked at the black thing in the bowl and were a little confused. It's for detoxification. Yunjiji was helpless because there was not enough time, and the poison of the stone worm was very tricky. Normally, the medicine soup would take several hours to boil, but because there was not enough time, what could be done now is to grind the medicine into powder and pour it into them, which could also have the same detoxification effect. Although it was not as good as the boiled medicine, Yun Jiji added spiritual spring water to it, which had maximized the effect of the medicinal materials. When the two little soldiers looked at the black medicine soup, they looked bitter, but when they learned that it was for detoxification, they thought of the previous discomfort and immediately took the bowl and swallowed the medicine soup. I thought it would be very bitter, but miraculously, although it looked black and smelled bad, it was not as bitter as imagined. Yun Jiji had already poured water over, and after they finished drinking the medicine, she handed the water to the two. Have a good rest. I will come back later to check the condition of your wounds, Yun Jiji said. Then, Yun Jiji picked up the cup with the stone worm and walked out, continuing to treat the wounds of other injured people. Tang Wan hurriedly followed him out. Jiji, can you teach me your silver needle hemostasis method? It's amazing. Tang Wan had seen Yun Jiji stop bleeding with silver needles before, but she felt that it was not as intuitive as today. At that time, when Yun Jiji used a scalpel to cut open the wound on the little soldier's leg, blood immediately came out, and that blood vessel was a large artery, which would cause hemorrhage directly. Once the blood flowed out too fast, it would not be so easy to find the poisonous insect. After releasing the poisonous blood, Yun Jiji immediately took the silver needle and inserted it quickly, instantly slowing down the bleeding. The reason why they didn't dare to operate before was that they were afraid that cutting open the hiding place of the poisonous insect would cause hemorrhage. If they couldn't stop the bleeding, it would accelerate the speed of the poisonous insect entering the human body, and it would only become more difficult to take it out at that time. But Yun Jiji did it. You can, but learning Chinese medicine is very boring. It's different from Western medicine. Yun Jiji looked at Tang Wan and said, I'm not afraid of boredom. Your hemostasis technique is really amazing. If it was before the release, the two young soldiers would have died before they were sent to the military hospital. And the probability of these soldiers getting injured is really too high. In addition to some sprains, falls, and strains during training, it is also common to see blood during training or missions. So I hope to learn hemostasis, so that these soldiers can bleed less. Tang Wan looked serious. Her fiancé, Shen Feng, is also a soldier. So, she deeply understands that when Shen Feng was injured before, he lost too much blood because of untimely treatment. She looked at Shen Feng's face at that time. It was almost transparent. If it weren't for the timely blood transfusion, Shen Feng would really die. That time, she was a doctor accompanying the mission. But she was powerless and could only watch Shen Feng bleed profusely, but she couldn't stop the blood gushing out of him. She really just wanted to learn this skill well, not just for Shen Feng, but for more patients. Then let's start with the acupuncture points. I'll bring you an acupuncture point map when the time comes. Remember all the acupuncture points on your body first, Yun Jiji said. There is still a big difference between Chinese medicine and Western medicine. I want to learn it too. Yun Jiji and Tang Wan were talking when they suddenly heard a voice. The two turned around and saw Xiong Lia standing behind them. When the two looked over, Xiong Lia looked a little awkward and uncomfortable. There was even a hint of annoyance. Don't you always look down on? Disagree with Chinese medicine? Tang Wan said, and then changed the subject. Tang Wan was very clear about how much Xiong Lia looked down on Chinese medicine in the past. When she heard that Xiong Lia wanted to learn from her, Tang Wan really didn't expect it. I admit that my previous thoughts were biased, and it was also because I had not met a good Chinese medicine doctor. Yun Jiji was really amazing, at least. Today we couldn't do anything, but she did it. Maybe I was too narrow-minded before, and Yun Jiji was right. Chinese medicine can be passed down for thousands of years, and it has formed a complete inheritance system, which has also laid its foundation. Xiong Lia knew that she had some prejudices before. On the one hand, she had not met a good Chinese medicine doctor, and on the other hand, when she was sick when she was young, she went to see a Chinese medicine doctor, but ended up meeting a charlatan. Since then, Xiong Lia has never met a particularly good doctor. Although there was Mr. Hua in front, Mr. Hua was old, and Xiong Lia could not see him occasionally, or when he was treating the patient, she did not see the patient's recovery as directly as today. Moreover, some Chinese medicine treatments are too slow, and it is difficult to see the effect. But today, the two little soldiers were almost dead, and Yun Jiji's silver needles were superb. After she finished acupuncture for the patients, they could clearly see their recovery. As Tang Wan said, Yun Jiji's hemostasis technique was amazing. Their health center often receives such injured soldiers. If they can reduce the bleeding, it would be the best. Dr. Xiong, I will also give you an acupuncture point map tomorrow. You and Wanwan should start by recognizing the acupuncture point map. Yun Jiji was a little surprised. Xiong Lia actually admitted her previous prejudice against Chinese medicine, which surprised them, but also made Yun Jiji have a greater change in her opinion of Xiong Lia. Why do you call her Wanwan but call me Dr. Xiong? However, Xiong Lia frowned and looked at Yun Jiji. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with this title. Yun Jiji was also stunned for a moment then. I call you Lia? Xiong Lia snorted twice. Okay. Yun Jiji laughed. Xiong Lia was quite interesting. Dr. Xiong, I also had prejudices against you before. I apologize to you here. Tang Wan saw that she was not shy, so she had nothing to be shy about, so she might as well admit her mistakes. I didn't like to talk to people before. I also had problems. After thinking about it, she said immediately. Tang Wan was slightly stunned and looked at Xiong Lia. Tang Wan was enthusiastic and immediately walked to Xiong Lia's side, stretched out her hand to hold her arm, and said, Lia, then we will be friends in the future.
Yeah.
Xiong Lia's lips were slightly raised, although not obvious, but Xiong Lia's slightly raised lips made them feel Xiong Lia's joy. She was just not good at expressing her emotions, which made people feel that Xiong Lia was difficult to get along with. But in fact, after getting along with her, they also found that Xiong Lia was still a little cute. Dr. Yun, my wound has been itchy these 2 days. Can you take a look at it for me? As they were talking, Su Qinzhen came in. He saw Yun Jiji in the yard at a glance and walked to Yun Jiji in 2 or 3 steps. Since using the hemostatic powder prepared by Yun Jiji, Su Qinzhen felt quite comfortable in the first 2 days, and he also came to change the medicine later. Today is the 3rd day. Since last night, his wound has been itchy. Su Qinzhen originally wanted to bear it for a while, but it was too itchy, so he hurried to the health center to find Yun Jiji. Come here, and let me see. Su Guanghui also heard Su Qing'an's voice, walked out and looked at Su Qinzhen and asked, What's wrong? The wound itches. Su Qinzhen said truthfully. He had already sat down, and Yun Jiji untied the gauze, revealing the wound on his arm. It's healed. Su Guanghui had been paying attention to the wound and walked over in 2 or 3 steps, quite surprised. It's normal for the wound to itch after healing. Yun Jiji was still very confident in her hemostatic powder, so Yun Jiji was not surprised by the recovery of Su Qing'an's wound. But Su Guanghui was extremely excited at this time. He looked at Yun Jiji with eyes that changed again and again, as if he was looking at a big treasure. He was skeptical about the hemostatic powder before. They had hemostatic powder before, but the effect was mediocre. But when he saw his son's wound recovery, Su Guanghui was sure that Yun Jiji's hemostatic powder was much more effective than he had imagined. It was better than all the hemostatic powders he had seen before. He didn't have much hope before. But now he saw that Su Qing'an's wound was recovering so slowly, and after using the hemostatic powder given by Yun Jiji, it was only a few days later that there was such an effect. Su Guanghui was really surprised, and more of a happy. It was too strong. It was much better than the hemostatic powders he had seen before. Su Guanghui could even imagine how many people would benefit from the hemostatic powder once it was put into production. If it could be put into use in the military region, the wounded soldiers would recover faster, so they would naturally be able to suffer less. At this moment, Su Guanghui was undoubtedly excited, and his eyes were burning when he looked at Yun Jiji. At this moment, if Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun were here, Su Guanghui would definitely hug them excitedly and thank them very much. How could he have such a unique vision and discern the pearls? He could see at a glance that Yun Jiji was extraordinary and let their health center get such a great treasure. My wound has healed. It took more than half a month before, and I was seriously injured this time. If it were normal, it would take at least a month. When Su Qingzhen saw his wound, he really didn't think about healing before. After all, his hand was really itchy. Because, according to his previous injuries, recovery was not so fast. He really thought that there was something wrong with Yun Jiji's hemostatic powder, so his wound was itchy. Who would have thought that it was because of this reason? Today I will give you a different medicine that can stop itching and remove scars. Yun Jiji smiled and turned back to her office. To outsiders, she went back to the office to get medicine, but in fact, she avoided everyone and took out a small bottle of medicine from the space. The ointment was placed in a clamshell. After she came out of the office, she handed over the ointment. This is a skin-softening ointment. Apply it on the healing wound and the area around the wound. It can relieve itching and speed up the wound recovery. And scar repair. This is the second medicine after she took out the hemostatic powder. She had already considered this when making the hemostatic powder. Men like them probably wouldn't care too much about scars on their wounds, but some people do, such as women. Although there are no female soldiers in their military region, there are female soldiers in China. They also have to go on missions and get injured. In her opinion, there are also some men who care about their scars. For example, exposed skin and places like the face. They certainly don't want to leave so many scars. It doesn't matter if a man has scars. Su Qingzhen waved his hand. How many scars does he have? Think about their battalion commander. He has so many scars on his body. The scar repair function is not very strong. It's just mild. If you want to remove scars, I have other scar removal creams with better effects. Yun Jiji smiled. Su Guanghui swallowed his saliva while listening to him, and he became curious how many prescriptions does Yun Jiji have in her hand? Why does she talk about it as if she is a child playing house and can take them out casually? However, Su Guanghui is not a greedy person. The formula of the hemostatic powder alone is already quite powerful. As for the effect of this softening ointment, although he is not sure yet, he did not believe in the effectiveness of the hemostatic powder before, but now he really believes it. Thinking of this, Su Guanghui is even more looking forward to it. Stop talking nonsense. Apply the medicine quickly. Su Guanghui glared at his son and urged him to apply the medicine quickly. The corners of Su Qing'an's mouth twitched, but he was also very curious about the effect of this medicine. He did not hesitate too much, took the medicine and started to apply it. Su Guanghui looked at his clumsy appearance and was disgusted. He reached out and snatched the softening ointment from his hand and started to apply the medicine for him personally. Although he said with disdain, Yun Jiji could clearly see that Su Guanghui's hands were extremely gentle when he was applying the medicine to Su Qing'an. After all, he was his own son. Su Guanghui would scold him when he should, but he would still be careful when he should be cautious. It's icy cold, and it's not as itchy as before. Su Qing'an almost scratched it several times because he was itchy before, but now after applying the medicine, he clearly felt that his wound was no longer itchy, which made Su Guanghui feel extremely comfortable. Su Guanghui just glanced at him, and after applying the medicine for Su Guanghui, he looked at Yun Jiji and said, "Dr. Yun, let's go out and talk." Yun Jiji knew that Su Guanghui wanted to talk to her about the hemostatic powder, so she nodded slightly and went out. Follow Su Guanghui out. Su Qingzhen took a look and felt that his sister-in-law was amazing. Except for being a little thin, she was really a great sister-in-law. Although Yun Jiji now looked like she was much older than Qin Shiyu, Su Qingzhen felt that she was just not well fed when she was in the countryside, and she was malnourished. As long as she was well taken care of and had enough nutrition, there would be no problem at all. Although he had seen Yun Jiji only a limited number of times, he saw that Yun Jiji's eyes were clear and bright. Her eyes were very beautiful. She had eaten well recently and had gained some weight. It could be seen that Yun Jiji was not bad-looking. He also knew that Yun Jiji was actually 4 years younger than Qin Shiyu, so Yun Jiji could not be older than Qin Shiyu. At this time, Su Qingzhen was looking forward to it. What would those people do when they realized that Yun Jiji was actually very beautiful? Yun Jiji followed Su Guanghui to the office. Dr. Yun, can your hemostatic powder be mass-produced? Su Guanghui asked impatiently as he entered the office. The hemostatic powder was so effective that he really hoped it could be put into production so that all the soldiers in their country could use it. Director, my power is limited. I am willing to give the formula of the hemostatic powder directly to the country so that the country can put it into production, which will benefit more people. Su Guanghui was stunned for a moment, looking at Yun Jiji in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect Yun Jiji to say that. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment, just staring at Yun Jiji. But her expression was focused and serious, which showed that Yun Jiji was not joking, but was sincerely willing to unconditionally donate the formula of the hemostatic powder to their country. Dr. Yun, you have to know that if you produce it yourself, then later. Director, I just said that my ability is limited, and the medicinal materials for making hemostatic powder will be picked up in the mountains here. I don't have the resources and can't get so many medicinal materials, so it won't benefit more soldiers. Or we can promote it to the public in the future so that the people of our country can use good medicine. Only when our country is strong, foreign enemies will not dare to easily point fingers at our country. And I also hope that Chinese medicine can be strong, instead of being suppressed and bullied in various ways. The two doctors who taught me medicine were originally pillars of China, but because of the current situation, they were sent to the countryside and suffered a lot. They should have been shining in their fields. So I hope my hemostatic powder can open a way for our Chinese medicine. Yun Jiji looked at Su Guanghui seriously and said, when she was in the future, she knew that there were many ancestors in this era, and it was their selfless dedication that made their country step by step stronger. If there were no ancestors, how could it be strong enough to make outsiders afraid? Her ability is limited, but since she is a person of this era, she also hopes that she can contribute a little. Okay. Su Guanghui stretched out his hand and slapped the table, and stood up suddenly. He looked at Yun Jiji excitedly and said, Dr. Yun, you have such awareness, which is a blessing for China. I will report this matter, don't worry. I promise to fight for what you deserve. I know you will definitely say no. But who doesn't want a good reputation in life? Even if it's not for yourself, you should consider Tuan and Yuan. Su Guanghui saw that she was about to speak, but interrupted her hastily. Yun Jiji really didn't think so much, but after listening to Guanghui's words, Yun Jiji also reacted and did not speak out to stop Su Guanghui. She should really consider the two children. You go and do your thing first. I'll go to the political commissar and discuss this matter with them, Su Guanghui said and then walked out. But when he reached the door, Su Guanghui seemed to have just remembered something, turned around and looked at Yun Jiji and said, do you still have that hemostatic powder in your hand? If you do, give me some. Wait a minute. Yun Jiji went back to her office, then took out the hemostatic powder from the space and handed it to Su Guanghui. Su Guanghui took the hemostatic powder and ran away with Su Qinzhen. Yun Jiji couldn't help twitching her mouth. Su Guanghui was really impatient, but she could understand Su Guanghui's thoughts. He probably hoped to promote the medicine as soon as possible, so he was so anxious. The rest of the things were left to Su Guanghui to deal with, and Yun Jiji didn't care. When the time came for her to hand over the secret recipe, she would hand it over, and that would be it. She checked the wounded again, and made sure they were okay. When it was time to get off work, after saying goodbye to Tang Wan and the others, Yun Jiji packed up and prepared to go home. Jiji, I'll go with you. Tang Wan saw her leave and ran out immediately. Okay. Yun Jiji responded, and walked out with Tang Wan. I'll go to your house. Yun Jiji was stunned for a moment, but she quickly realized that today Qin Shiyu must have invited Shen Feng, and since they were engaged, Qin Shiyu must have invited Tang Wan as well. Aren't you going with Shen Feng? Yun Jiji asked curiously. They left in the afternoon. Yun Jiji was stunned for a moment, but soon realized what was going on. Qin Shiyu was not polite, and probably called those brothers to come and help. But she really didn't have time to go back to help, since the men were everything had been arranged, so Yun Jiji didn't say much. Jiji, I heard from Shen Feng that Captain Qin's cooking skills are very good. Much better than those in the army cafeteria. Is that true? Tang Wan's eyes sparkled. She had been eating tasteless dishes for too long, and she was in urgent need of a change of taste, so she was really looking forward to eating at Yun Jiji's house. He really cooks well. Yun Jiji nodded. Although she had never eaten in the cafeteria, every day, when Tang Wan went to the cafeteria, her expression was as if she was going to the guillotine to die, which showed that the food in the army cafeteria was indeed very bad. Then I'm looking forward to it. Tang Wan took Yun Jiji's arm, looking forward to tonight's dinner more and more. It was time to get off work, so the two of them didn't talk much about work. As for Yun Jiji's poison extraction today, it can be seen that Yun Jiji is not only highly accomplished in traditional Chinese medicine, but also in Western medicine. She was really curious about how Yun Jiji could be so good. But some people are just gifted and their talents are just like that, so even if they have learned medicine for a much shorter time than them, they will be stronger than ordinary people. Jiji, it's time to get off work. When Yun Jiji entered the family compound, she met Yang Shuqin, who smiled and greeted Yun Jiji. Sister-in-law Shuqin. Tang Wan heard this and also smiled and greeted her. Dr. Tang is here. Most of the family members in the family compound knew Tang Wan. Although the military hospital served the injured soldiers in the army, if they had any minor illnesses or pains, they would also go to the military hospital to get some medicine to take home. Over time, they naturally got to know each other. Another reason why they knew Tang Wan was that Tang Wan was Xin Feng's fiancée. Previously, there was a sister-in-law in their family compound who saw that Tang Wan was pretty and was a doctor at the military hospital, so she wanted to introduce her brother to Tang Wan, which made things quite awkward. In the end, it was Xin Feng who stepped in and stopped the sister-in-law from having those unrealistic ideas. Everyone got to know Tang Wan. Yes. Come to Jiji's house to change your taste. Yang Shuqin understood as soon as she heard it. Then you are in for a treat. Jiji's craftsmanship can be said to be the best in our entire family compound. Yang Shuqin thought of the fish she made with Yun Jiji last time, and their family almost fought over them. They were so delicious. Later, her husband asked her why she didn't make more. He didn't even think about it. Catching fish at sea can make him more no matter how many sea fish they caught. They were lucky to catch a few. Besides, they couldn't go fishing every day. In this weather, it was freezing cold. The sea and sky were colder than the family compound. No matter how greedy they were, they couldn't go to the seaside to the cold wind. If they got sick, it would be a loss. Really? I'm really looking forward to it. Qin Shiyu felt that the fragrance was different as soon as he smelled it, as if it was more fragrant than before, and he didn't know what Yun Jiji added to it. I added some spices. Yun Jiji didn't hide it. Wife, teach me how to do it next time. Your skills are much better than mine. After I learn it, you won't have to work hard. Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji seriously. Yun Jiji looked at the man in surprise. Obviously, she was very surprised by what the man said. Their union had no emotional foundation and so many things happened before. She thought that Qin Shiyu should be very disgusted with her. After all, Yun Wanrong's reputation in Yunhe village was really too good. And because she had studied for a few years and was cultured, many families in Yunhe village wanted to marry Yun Wanrong. In her opinion, Qin Shiyu was also an officer, and he must also want to marry who is well-matched. As a result, she ruined the relationship between him and Yun Wanrong, and in everyone's opinion, she was shameless. She entered Qin Shiyu's room in the middle of the night and deliberately slept with Qin Shiyu. Shouldn't Qin Shiyu hate her? But some things are really different from what she imagined. Qin Shiyu's attitude towards her surprised her even more. It seems that he doesn't dislike her as a wife and never hates her. So, on the wedding night, did he really receive an emergency mission and had to rush back to the army? Her eyes fell on Qin Shiyu from time to time, as if she wanted to see through this man. Qin Shiyu naturally felt that his wife was staring at him from time to time. She was actually very excited at this moment, and her heart was beating wildly. My wife is looking at him. Okay. Yun Jiji said, looking up at the man. Qin Shiyu heard this, took out the firewood from the stove, inserted it into the ash outside the stove, and then got up. All the dishes have been cooked. Come and serve the dishes, Qin Shiyu shouted. Several people in the yard responded and ran in. When they saw Yunjiji, they were a little embarrassed and shouted, "Sister-in-law." "Hello." Yunjiji smiled faintly. It was the first time for them to meet Yunjiji. They were worried that Yunjiji would not welcome them. After all, they came in the afternoon. In the end, I didn't see Yunjiji. At that time, Qin Shiyu told them that Yunjiji worked in the health center and would not be back until after work. They were a little confused before. Why did the battalion commander choose a time when Yunjiji was working when he wanted to treat them? As a result, their battalion commander cooked in person. Until Su Chenzhen came over and told them about the situation in the health center, he even praised Yunjiji and told them that the hemostatic powder Yunjiji gave him was 100 times stronger than what he had used before. So, they were more curious about Yunjiji, their sister-in-law. Did Jiji make pickled fish? I can smell it from a long distance, Hu Jianjun asked loudly before entering the yard. It smells so good. After eating pickled fish last time, Hu Jianjun couldn't forget it. But probably as an elder, he didn't have the nerve to come to the younger generation and ask the younger generation to make this and that for him. So, when he smelled this smell, Hu Jianjun could be sure that Yunjiji must have made pickled fish. Fragrant. It smells so good. Political Commissar Su Chenzhen and the others greeted Hu Jianjun honestly as soon as they saw him. "We are not in the army. Don't be so nervous." Hu Jianjun waved his hand and glanced at the table. When he saw the 2 full bowls of pickled fish, he couldn't help but give Qin Shiyu a thumbs up. Sensible. Really sensible. He likes such sensible young people. These soldiers in Qin Shiyu's hands are like hungry ghosts reincarnated. Now, they haven't tasted the taste of the fish. After eating it in a while, they will inevitably pounce on it. If there is only 1 bowl, it will not be enough for them. But if there are 2 large bowls, then he can eat a few more bites. The food is ready. Hurry up and serve it on the table. It's so cold, it will be cold in a while, Hu Jianjun said. Hearing this, several people also hurriedly served the food on the table. "Wife, come and sit here," Qin Shiyu shouted when he saw Yunjiji was going to the next table. Just as he was about to take the child Yun to sit at the next table, Qin Shiyu suddenly shouted, Yes, Jiji, come and sit here," Hu Jianjun shouted hurriedly. "I'll sit here and watch Tuanchuan and Yuan," Yunjiji said. "Come and sit with the child." Hu Jianjun then he added, "I also want to talk to you about the hemostatic powder." Hu Jianjun said so. Yunjiji had no choice but to take the 2 children to Qin Shiyu's table. After they sat down, Qin Shiyu reached out and took the 2 children over. "You've been busy for most of the day. You must be hungry. Eat first. I will take care of Tuanchuan and Yuan." The 2 little guys also happily nestled beside Qin Shiyu. Besides, there were many people today and everyone was feeding Tuanchuan and Yuan, so there was no need for Yun Zixian to look after them. Seeing that they really didn't need her, Yunjiji also invited everyone to eat. "This is the taste." Hu Jianjun couldn't wait to serve himself a bowl of fish, pickled cabbage, pickled radish, and vermicelli. Every bite was a kind of enjoyment. How could it be so delicious? Political Commissar, it's so delicious, Shen Feng asked. "It's not delicious at all. It's especially sour. Don't you hate sour food the most? You eat that pig's trotter. It's so delicious," Hu Jianjun said seriously. "In that case, then I really have to try it." Shen Feng is not a fool. Seeing Hu Jianjun eating so happily, it can be seen that pickled fish is absolutely delicious. Hu Jianjun didn't expect him to really believe it, and he was fast. After finishing the first bowl, he quickly served the second bowl. Even the soup was drunk up. It was sour and spicy. The taste was really amazing. Wanwan, try this fish quickly. It's especially delicious." After taking a bite, Shen Feng quickly served Tangwan a bowl, carefully put the fish bones into his own bowl, and served her a bowl of fish slices. Tangwan was very curious, and when she heard Shen Feng say this, she also tasted a bite, and her eyes lit up. "Jiji, Sister Yang is right. Your cooking skills are the best in the world." Tang Wan gave Yin Jiji a thumbs up, woo. This is what people eat. Thinking about the food in the cafeteria, and then looking at the food made by Yin Jiji, she really wondered what kind of life she had lived before. She knew that this pickled fish was made by Yin Jiji, and the other dishes were all made by Qin Shiyu. Although not as good as Yin Jiji's, compared with the food in the cafeteria, Qin Shiyu's dishes were also very good. It's just that it can't be compared in front of Yin Jiji. Qin Shiyu can't compare with Yin Jiji at all.
He is too weak.
Shinfeng, you should learn cooking skills from Jiji in the future. You must learn this pickled fish, I love it. Tang Wan looked at Shinfeng and said, she has always had a very high standard for food. Since she became a military doctor, she hasn't had such delicious food for a long time. At this moment, she is really sure that no matter what time, her appetite is still very strong. Political Commissar, if we apply for marriage now, can you grant us the yard next to Gigi's house? Anyway, she must be neighbors with Yun Jiji. If you can't go and be Gigi's neighbor.
She really does cry.
I can keep it for you too, but you have to hurry. Hu Jianjun said. When Qin Shiyu was not married, Hu Jianjun was also worried about Qin Shiyu's marriage. Later, when Qin Shiyu got married, he was always worried about Shinfeng. The two of them are really the two killer weapons of their army. But because Shinfeng has always had a marriage partner, he also knew that no matter how anxious he was, the two of them had no intention of applying for marriage. This made Hu Jianjun very helpless. He didn't expect that the marriage rate in their army would increase because of the appearance of Yin Jiji. Although they only formed a couple like Shinfeng and Tang Wan. But he knew clearly that many female comrades in the art troupe had been eyeing Qin Shiyu before. Now that Qin Shiyu was married and had a child, they finally gave up. Then next, they should find a partner and get married. Thinking of this, Hu Jianjun felt that their marriage rate instantly increased. From now on, he will have to worry less. Everyone doesn't know what Hu Jianjun is thinking what. Everyone could speak a few words at the beginning, but now, like fallen leaves in the strong wind, they are all anxious to put food into their mouths, as if they are afraid of missing a bite. When watching this scene, Yun Jiji also felt heartbroken. The food in the military cafeteria seems to be really bad.
Burp.
All the food on the table was eaten up, even the soup used to stew the pig's trotters was used by them to mix with rice. I wonder who it is. At this moment, he burped loudly. There was a moment of silence in the air, and everyone looked at each other. It's so cool. Battalion commander, can we eat with you? We'll pay for the tickets. The food is so delicious. One of them, Yang Hongxing, looked at Qin Shiyu pitifully. How could the food be so delicious? This meal made up for all the grievances he had suffered in the army canteen. So delicious, so touching. I still want to cry. Dream on. Qin Shiyu glared at him, unhappily. Yang Hongxing was just joking. He would never really come to Qin Shiyu's place to live together. The couple has 2 children, and they have to work and take care of the children at the same time. Both of them have very busy lives, so there's no need to bother them. Don't just sit there when you're full. Collect the dishes and wash them. Hu Jianjun glanced at them. When they heard this, they immediately stood up. No need, just leave it there. Yun Jiji felt a little embarrassed seeing this. How could she let them help clean up here? Jiji, don't worry about them. Let these guys move for a while, just as a way to digest the food. I have something else to tell you. Hu Jianjun said. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu, and when she saw Qin Shiyu nodded, she didn't say anything more. While they were cleaning up, Hu Jianjun said, Su Guanghui has already told me about the hemostatic powder. That is the formula you developed yourself. Are you really willing to donate it to the country for free? Political Commissar, I have thought it through clearly. Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiyu didn't understand what was going on at first, but when he heard their conversation just now, he figured out what was going on. Yun Jiji donated the hemostatic powder formula she developed to the country. I discussed it with the brigade commander. Our intention is to open a pharmaceutical factory in the name of our military region. When the time comes, we will directly produce the hemostatic powder in our military region's pharmaceutical factory, and then other military regions will come to us to buy it. This step may be a little difficult, but We want to give it a try. The clan leader, and I also have selfish motives. If your hemostatic powder is produced in the pharmaceutical factory opened by our military region, then all the political achievements will be counted on our military region, which will be of great benefit to our military region. In fact, our military region is very short of money, which has resulted in our soldiers' various aspects not being improved. The collapse of the previous training equipment is actually a warning, but if our military region has money, we can replace it with better equipment and reduce the chances of soldiers getting injured. Of course, we will not give you less of your share. We have to report this matter to the army commander and the division commander before we can determine whether it is feasible, but the hemostatic powder is yours, so I will let you know what the brigade commander and I want first. If you don't agree with this model, just hand it over to the country directly, as you said. When Su Guanghui found the two of them went to see Gu Wenbin to discuss the matter. In the end, they felt that they could open their own pharmaceutical factory, and when there were any resources, they would be able to better assist them. Even any prescriptions that come up can be handed over to their military pharmaceutical factory for production. Political Commissar, what about those medicinal materials? We don't have that many pharmaceutical factories. Yun Jiji said. I accept the organization's arrangement. After thinking carefully about Hu Jianjun's words, Yun Jiji felt that this matter was really feasible. It is less likely to make mistakes if the hemostatic powder is made under your own eyes. Besides, it's very difficult to find a job in this era, and everyone has their own job. Among the military wives living in the family compounds, many are idle at home. Therefore, Yun Jiji felt that if it could really be done, it would be a good thing. At least, it can solve the employment problems of some military wives living in family compounds. It's just, okay, it's a blessing for our military region that you have such awareness. Don't worry, as long as the division commander and the army commander approve it, you will definitely be included. Hu Jianjun was very happy. I was worried that Yun Jiji would not agree, and I was prepared to persuade her carefully, but I didn't expect that Yun Jiji didn't even think about it and agreed just like that. This is so wonderful. Yun Jiji looked at Hu Jianjun with amusement and said, Political Commissar, I found something today, and I think I should show it to you. What is it? Hu Jianjun was inexplicably nervous. Yun Jiji had already stood up and walked into the house. When she came out, she had a glass bottle in her hand with 2 worms in it. She pushed the bottle in front of Hu Jianjun and said, Shijing worms are poisonous worms from the Sakura country. I took them out from the 2 poison soldiers today. When Hu Jianjun heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly. Why did you say it only now? Hu Jianjun was so irritated by her unhurried attitude. Just now, Hu Jianjun was still deeply moved by Yun Jiji's selflessness. At this time, when Yun Jiji slowly took out the poisonous insect from the Sakura country, Hu Jianjun pointed at her, and he really loved and hated her. This kid. The poisonous insects from the Sakura country appeared in their china. It can be imagined that these were brought in by the Japanese people from the Sakura country. Obviously, they haven't given up yet. I'm just worried that if I take it out too early, you won't even have time to eat. Yun Jiji was not in a hurry at all. After all, this has happened, and since people from the Sakura country have already sneaked into the country, they must be doing something. The place where they were training was not far from here, and it was estimated that those people were still on that mountain. Political Commissar, who didn't know what to say. It's certain that if she took it out in advance, he would really not be able to eat. Thinking about how happily he had eaten just now, he felt guilty. Hu Jianjun did not stay for long, and stood up and shouted. Chen Feng got on board and said, Come back to the army with me. Political Commissar. Qin Shiyu shouted hurriedly when he saw this. I haven't forgotten your wife's contribution. This mission is for Chen Feng. Aren't you going to take your wife and children back to the village for the new year? I don't know how long this mission will take. There are some things you should do. Go back and deal with it early. Hu Jianjun said. Qin Shiyu had been tired and exhausted for those 3 years. It was because he had not been back for 3 years that the people in Yunhe village bullied Yun Jiji and her 2 children. In that case, revenge is needed. Those people lived too freely and comfortably, and they must pay a price. If Yun Jiji had not come to the military region, The three of them, mother and son, would have starved to death in Yunhe village by now, and there would not even be anyone to collect their bodies. Chen Feng, be careful. Qin Shiyu looked at Chen Feng and said,
Wait.
Yun Jiji suddenly spoke, and then said, Political Commissar, please come and see me before they leave. I will go back to the military district hospital to prepare some powder for preventing stoneworms and give it to you to carry with you. Good. Hu Jianjun didn't stay any longer, but hurried out. Often, be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. Tang Wan looked at Chen Feng worriedly. She knew that as soldiers they might have missions to perform at any time, which was inevitable. She was Shun Feng's fiancé, but she was also a soldier, and she would not stop him from moving forward. All she could do was ask him to be careful and pray to God for him to return safely every day. Chen Feng came to her side, stretched out his hand, and pulled Tang Wan into his arms. Don't worry, I'll come back to marry you. Tang Wan nodded vigorously. Wait for you to come back and marry me. After Chen Feng let her go, he turned around and left with Hu Jianjun without looking back. He didn't dare to look back, for fear that he would be reluctant to leave if he looked back. He could only grit his teeth and move forward, completing the mission as soon as possible and returning safely. This is what his relatives, lovers, and close friends would most like to see. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and looked in the direction where Hu Jianjun and the others left with some worry. I'm going to the health center to get the medicine. You take care of the things at home first.
Go.
Gigi, let me help you. Tang Wan also calmed down and said quickly. She didn't know when Chen Feng would set off, but what she could do now was to quickly make the medicinal powder that Yun Jiji mentioned. Okay. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu.
Go.
The child follows me, Qin Shiyu said hurriedly. He knew that Yun Jiji must be most worried about the two children. So he said quickly. When Yun Jiji heard Qin Shiyu's words, she thanked him and hugged Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. When she was about to go out, she thought of something and hurried back into the kitchen. When she came out again, Yun Jiji had a lunchbox in her hand. What is this? Tang Wan asked curiously. I left the pickled fish for Leah. Isn't she on night shift tonight? Let's add this dish to her midnight snack. Yun Jiji said with a smile. When Tang Wan heard Chu Ziji's words, she understood. Now she and Xiong Leah are already friends. When she ate such delicious pickled fish, Tang Wan also thought of Xiong Leah. But today was Yun Jiji's treat after all, and it wasn't right for her to eat and take at the same time. Unexpectedly, Yun Jiji had prepared something for Xiong Leah from the beginning. The two of them walked quickly towards the health center. Xiong Leah had just returned from the army canteen. She saw from afar the two of them anxiously rushing towards the health center, and her heart tightened. Could there be another injured person? Thinking of this, Xiong Leah subconsciously quickened her pace. After a while, he caught up with Yun Jiji and Tang Wan. Jiji Wan, what happened? Xiong Leah asked anxiously. Yun Jiji heard this and said, It's okay. I'll come back to prepare some insect repellent powder for the comrades who are about to go on a mission. When Xiong Leah learned that she was going to come back to prepare the powder, she also breathed a sigh of relief. She thought there was another injured person, but if he just came back to get medicine, it would make her feel relieved. Do you need my help? Xiong Leah saw that she looked anxious and thought that she must be in urgent need of the medicine powder. Yes. You have to help me grind some medicine powder, Yun Jiji said hurriedly. Xiong Leah didn't say much, and the three of them walked quickly into the health center. This is for you. Xiong Leah was slightly stunned when she saw the food box handed to her. I've eaten it. This is pickled fish made by Gigi. It's very delicious. Gigi specially left it for you. You are on night shift at night, so it's just right as a midnight snack for you. I believe you will love its taste after eating it, Tang Wan said seriously. She had already eaten this pickled fish, and she knew its taste very well. To be honest, her stomach was really full at the moment. But she has already started to miss the next time. She doesn't know when will be the next time she can eat such delicious sauerkraut fish again. She was still thinking if Yun Jiji could make this dish so delicious, what about the other dishes? At this time, Tang Wan was already looking forward to the hot pot on New Year's Day. Yun Jiji was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when she saw Tang Wan's expression. Now it is certain that Tang Wan is actually a foodie. It smells so good. Xiong Lia opened the food box, and when she smelled the fragrance coming out of it, her eyes lit up. Lia, it's really, really, really delicious. Tang Wan assured, and then added, this is the food that people eat. As for the food in the cafeteria, forget it. It's good to be alive. I have a day off after my shift tomorrow night. I will make some meat sauce for you then, and you can eat it with rice. Yun Jiji felt distressed when she saw Tang Wan's pitiful look. She also wondered if she could prepare some food like meat sauce to mix with rice and noodles, and she also wanted to eat it herself. Jiji, you are so kind. Tell me what materials you need, and buy them yourself. Tang Wan said immediately after hearing this. Looking at Yun Jiji's expression at this moment, she felt that Yun Jiji was simply a god. From now on, their stomachs really depended on Yun Jiji to feed them. Don't worry about this for now. Let's prepare the medicine. At this moment, they had already entered Mr. Hua's office. Yun Jiji didn't say anything more to the two of them, but turned around to get the necessary herbs. However, there was one herb that Yun Jiji found was not in the medicine cabinet. She took a deep breath, turned back, handed one of the herbs to Tang Wan, and said, Wan, what we need is the powder. Okay, I'll get it right away. Hearing this, Tang Wan took the medicine from Yun Jiji's hand, took the mortar, and went to grind the powder. After Xiong Lia put the fish away, she came back to help. Yun Jiji also handed one of the medicines to Xiong Lia. She also took it out. They all knew that not everyone could enter Hualao's pharmacy. Today, they were able to enter entirely because of Yun Jiji. At this moment, they were fully focused on quickly preparing the herbs and handing them over to the comrades who were about to go on a mission, and they didn't have the energy to think about anything else. Yun Jiji and the others came specifically to prepare such a medicine, which shows that this mission is probably to go to some place like a primeval forest. In that kind of place, there are countless poisonous insects, snakes, and other poisonous creatures. And before, a young soldier was bitten by a poisonous insect and died. For them, this is simply an insult to them. They are soldiers. Even if they die at the hands of the enemy, they die in the line of duty. But if they die at the hands of poisonous insects, it is too aggrieved for them. This makes them very painful, and they don't want it to be like this. After seeing that both of them were grinding the medicinal powder seriously, Yun Jiji took out the powder of the cut medicine from the space, and then threw two of the medicines into the space, and ground them into powder in the grinder in the space. The other medicines were also ground directly with the stone mortar. It was the first time for Xiong Lia and Tang Wan to grind herbs, and their hands were sore and numb. But when they thought of the soldiers in the army who were still waiting for their medicinal powders, they felt that their hands didn't hurt so much. Jiji, do you think this is okay? Tang Wan and Xiong Lia had already ground the medicinal powders in their hands, and when they brought them in, they saw that there were already several kinds of medicinal powders on the table on the side. The stone mortar in Yun Jiji's hand was also ground into powder. The two of them, after looking at each other, they felt that the two of them were just two losers, both grinding the medicine. Yun Jiji had already ground all the remaining medicine into powder, while the two of them had only finished grinding one herb. Jiji, I have a feeling that you don't need our help at all. Is it possible that she is faster alone? Yun Jiji laughed. Why aren't you two helping me a lot? If it weren't for you two, I would have to grind 2 more herbs. It certainly won't be that fast. Tang Wan was comforted, and her originally depressed mood was also filled with a smile. Jiji, is there anything else we need to do? Xiong Lia also asked. I'll prepare the medicine first. After that, I'll trouble you to help me put the powder into those small bags. Yun Jiji pointed to some small gray bags on the side, which were the size of brocade bags. Jiji, when did you prepare this? Tang Wan was a little curious. She remembered that she had never seen these things before. Hearing this, Yun Jiji said, prepared before, like some of the powder we prepared, the medicine that cannot be taken as long as you carry it close to the body, you have to use this kind of small cloth bag, so I will sew some when I have time. This was really sewn by her, but she sewed it in the present world. When she first started to study medicine, she actually lacked patience. In order to temper her character, her master asked her to sew this kind of small cloth bag to prevent her from slacking off. She had to sew at least 50 every day. And she could only sew by hand and could not use a sewing machine. And she sewed for a whole month, and in 30 days she sewed nearly 2,000 cloth bags. At the beginning, her hand speed was slow, and she had never done this kind of thing before, so naturally her sewing speed was much slower. But after she became proficient and found the technique, she sewed faster and faster. After that, she began to sew cloth bags occasionally, and because she didn't use them up, she still has a lot in her space now. She took out a total of 50 this time, which is not a lot of number, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Your stitches are really dense, but they are really crooked. Tangwan took a look at it and made a very pertinent comment. Yunjiji's mouth twitched and said, "Thank you. You're welcome." Yunjiji stopped talking nonsense with her and quickly mixed the powder according to the ratio. Then Xiong Lia and Tangwan put it into a small cloth bag, sealed it, and tied a knot. With their help, the speed was really much faster. By the time they were done, it was already dark outside. Yunjiji looked at the two of them and smiled. "It's done. Send it to the troops." Tangwan said anxiously. "It's not clear when Shinfeng will leave, so it's better to send it quickly. And they didn't come to get it, probably because the deployment in front has not been completed yet. You go and send it. And send Shinfeng too." Yunjiji handed the medicine to Tangwan. Knowing that she must be very uneasy, maybe she would feel happier if she looked at Shinfeng again. "Jiji, just let them carry the medicine bag close to them," she said again.
Jiji, thank you.
Tangwan said gratefully. "Don't worry too much. Shinfeng is a lucky man. He will be fine." Yunjiji comforted. She knew that when soldiers were on a mission, their families would be the ones they worried about the most. They didn't know how dangerous their mission was, and there were still many unknowns. No one knew what kind of danger was waiting for them ahead, and the only thing they could do was to wait at home. Every day, all they could do was pray to God to bless them with a safe return. After watching Tangwan leave in a hurry, Yunjiji began to clean up the mess on the table. Xiong Lia had nothing to do at the moment, so she helped. However, Xiong Lia never asked what Shinfeng's mission was this time. Although they are military doctors, they are also soldiers, and they never ask questions that they shouldn't ask. "Lia, thank you for your hard work," Yunjiji said gratefully. "Too polite. It's getting late. You should go back soon. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan must miss you." Xiong Lia looked at the sky outside. It was completely dark now. Compared with the day, the night was really too cold. Xiong Lia couldn't help but wrap her clothes tightly. She felt hopeless when she thought about working the night shift. "Then I'll go back. If you are cold, light a stove and don't force yourself."
"Got it."
Xiong Lia's tone sounded very calm, but her heart was really warmed by Yunjiji's concern. She had worked the night shift before, and it seemed that no one had ever cared about her like this. Yunjiji was better than she thought. "Then I'll go back," Yunjiji said. Xiong Lia waved her hand. Yunjiji laughed and walked out. She looked up at the sky. It was really dark tonight. She couldn't even see a star. It was pitch black. She thought that when she got halfway, she would have to get a flashlight from the space, otherwise the road would be weird. However, when she was thinking, a beam of light came over. She looked up and saw Qin Shiyu standing not far away with a flashlight in his hand. "Wife, I'm here to pick you up." Yunjiji was a little surprised. She obviously didn't expect Qin Shiyu to come to pick her up. "Why are you here?" Yunjiji asked. Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji and said, "I'm here to pick you up. Let us go home." Qin Shiyu also saw that the sky was so dark. There was not even a little starlight at night. The path back from the health center was not only very dark but also very narrow. If you are not careful, you may fall off the ridge. "Where are Tuanshuan and Yuan?" Yunjiji asked. "He came out. What about the child?" "Please help us take care of the child, Sister Chuntao," Qin Shiyu said. Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu and said, "Then let's go back quickly." "Okay," Qin Shiyu responded, and the beam of the flashlight hit the road under Yunjiji's feet. Yunjiji took a deep breath and walked forward. You must be exhausted. Qin Shiyu looked at her and clearly saw the fatigue between her eyebrows. He also knew that the clinic was very busy in the afternoon. The brothers from the battalion who had gone to the mountains for training had returned. Many of them were injured and some were bitten by stone worms. Su Qingzhen had heard that the poisonous worms in those people were also taken out by Yunjiji. She did all the work on the two people. Although he didn't know medical skills, he knew that doctors had to concentrate when performing surgery on patients, and some of their training also required high mental tension. In that situation, no one would not be tired. She didn't deny it. She was indeed a little tired. Qin Shiyu looked at her distressed. In fact, he had also thought that his monthly allowance was actually enough to support 2 children and Yunjiji, and she didn't have to be so tired. But Qin Shiyu also knew that he couldn't say that. She was doing what she liked, and, fortunately, he had guessed that after so many things happened before, men might not be reliable for Yunjiji. She never expected to rely on him. He sighed in his heart. He was not good enough and didn't give her enough sense of security. She didn't feel that she had someone to rely on. I've already boiled the water. Go back and take a shower and go to bed, Qin Shiyu said. Yunjiji responded, yes. Thank you. Jiji, we are husband and wife. You don't have to be so polite to me. Yunjiji turned her head to look at the man beside her. Through the weak flashlight, she could see that the man's brows were tightly knitted, as if he was a little uncomfortable with the unfamiliarity between them. Be careful. Suddenly, before Yunjiji could react, a big hand appeared on her waist, and the man directly embraced her in his arms. Yunjiji was stunned for a moment. The tip of her nose was lingering with the pleasant smell of soapberry on the man, and she was tightly pressed in the man's arms. The hustle and bustle around seemed to disappear at this moment. The man's arms were broad and strong, and his arms enveloped her, making her look particularly petite. In her ears, there was the man's strong heartbeat, like a drum, louder and louder. At this time, the man also lowered his head to look at the little woman in his arms. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her face was stunned, but he still saw that the tips of the little woman's ears were pink and red, which was particularly cute. Her waist was slender, and he always had an illusion that if he used a little force, he would break her waist. The strength of his hands became lighter and lighter, for fear that he would really hurt her. Yunjiji seemed to react, and took a step back. His arms were empty, and he felt a little lost for a moment, and reached out to hug her back. What are you doing? Yunjiji was startled, and suddenly raised her head to look at Qin Shiyu. The previous charming atmosphere also dissipated at this moment. There is a gap there and you will fall down, Qin Shiyu said hurriedly. Yunjiji looked back and saw that his flashlight was also shining at that position. There was indeed a big gap in the road. If you stepped on the air, you would really fall directly under the ridge of the field. There are a lot of gravel under this piece. If you fall down, you will definitely get hurt. Thank you. Yunjiji didn't notice it before, but Qin Shiyu saw it. This man is really careful. Let's go home. Okay. The two of them were quiet for the rest of the way. But Yunjiji could feel that the man's eyes were always on her. Too hot. It was hard for her not to notice. Qin Shiyu really wanted to live a good life with her. On New Year's Day, I asked Tang Wan and Xiong Lia to come to my house for hot pot. Yunjiji said. What materials do you need? I'll buy them that morning. Qin Shiyu was actually quite surprised. He also knew Xiong Lia. That woman was arrogant and indifferent to everyone. They had done tasks together before. When they met Xiong Lia at that time, everyone didn't like to talk to Xiong Lia. Qin Shiyu still remembered that a team leader liked Xiong Lia before and confessed to her. As a result, they didn't know what happened, but when the other party came back, he had completely given up on Xiong Lia. He even felt that his previous love was simply crazy, and he actually liked a woman like Xiong Lia. Many people looked down on him for belittling female comrades after being rejected. Emotional matters are not based on one person. Until he got drunk at a celebration banquet, he cried and repeated what Xiong Lia said when she rejected him. Everyone knew. He went to Xionglia to confess his love, and she belittled him from head to toe, saying that he was just a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. There was no water, but there was. She asked him to urinate and look at himself to see what he looked like, and he was worthy of liking her.
It was a direct to him.
From then on, he would take a detour when he saw Xionglia. After the celebration banquet, he realized what he had done, and later found an opportunity and applied for transfer to other military regions. She is not easy to get along with. It seems that you get along well with her,
Qin Shiyu said.
You mean Leah? Qin Shiyu responded. Leah is actually quite nice. When I'm busy, she often takes Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan to draw and play with them. Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan also like Leah to play with them. When Mr. Hua came to the health center to assess me that day, she didn't say it, but she was always worried that I wouldn't pass Mr. Hua's assessment. To be honest, Leah is a very interesting female comrade. When I first met her, she said that I was not worthy of you, and that you would be blind to marry me. She should admire you very much. Yun Jiji said. Like Xionglia, she felt that she should be a little bit envious of the strong. If a person is much weaker than her, Xionglia may not want to make friends with the other person. But if the other person's ability is far above hers, she will be willing to make friends with him. Why is she talking nonsense? Qin Shiyu frowned. Why did Xionglia run to Yun Jiji and talk nonsense? Yun Jiji found it funny to see the man inexplicably angry. This man must have been angry because he heard Xionglia say that she was not worthy of him. Leah is just a cold person. People don't know her, so they misunderstand her. Tang Wan also thought that Leah was a difficult person to get along with, but that was just her opinion. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and asked, Why do I feel that there is a misunderstanding between you and her? Qin Shiyu also told her about the confession of Captain Deng to her. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. After all, has anyone asked Leah about that one-sided statement? Besides, Leah's personality is so cold. Would she really belittle someone like that? With her personality, if she doesn't like someone, she won't say such nonsense. Yun Jiji felt that Xionglia would directly refuse and would not give the other party a chance to say more. If Leah can really be forced to curse, who knows if Captain Deng said anything else? Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and asked. When hearing Yun Jiji say this, Qin Shiyu also felt that they really had a misunderstanding of Xionglia. After all, they really only heard Captain Deng say that Xionglia rejected her, but in fact, none of them knew what happened at that time. Moreover, no one asked Xionglia for confirmation. I was preconceived. Qin Shiyu admitted his mistake very directly. We don't know what happened at that time, so we shouldn't criticize it too much. Yun Jiji said. It's my fault. Seeing the man admit his mistake quickly, Yun Jiji glanced at him. She was a doctor. In her previous life, she met many people, especially those men. Most of them were unwilling to admit that what they did was wrong, but would only blame the mistakes on women. They preconceived that Xionglia had devalued Captain Deng at that time. She felt that with Xionglia's character, it must be Captain Deng who did something at that time. That made Xionglia so angry that she cursed. The couple stopped talking about Xionglia's private affairs, and now they also walked to the family compound, and they quickly return home. Sister Chuntao, I'm bothering you again, Yun Jiji said apologetically. Don't be so polite. You also have something to do, and they are very well behaved. I just need to look at them. Lu Chuntao smiled. If it weren't for Sister Chuntao, I wouldn't be able to go out without worry. Qin Shiyu was also very grateful. When he saw that the sky was so dark tonight, he was worried about Yun Jiji. He also guessed that Yun Jiji would probably be back at a certain time, and he couldn't even see the road clearly, which made him very worried. But fortunately, with Lu Chuantao's help to look after Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan, he could go to pick up Yun Jiji with peace of mind. Jiji, I have already helped Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan wash. When you come back, take them to sleep. I'm going back too. Lu Chuntao smiled and didn't stay any longer. Seeing Yun Jiji's grateful expression, Lu Chuntao knew what she wanted to say again, and immediately said, Don't be polite. Don't say those words. I would be even more embarrassed if you said that. When Yun Jiji heard her words, she laughed. Then Sister Chuntao, please go slowly. Okay. Lu Chuntao didn't stay any longer and went straight back to her yard. I'll take the kids to bed. You go wash up first. The hot water is in the pot, Qin Shiyu said hurriedly. Yun Jiji nodded gently upon hearing that. Okay. Yuan, go into the house with Dad first. Mom will be here soon. Yun Jiji reached out and rubbed the little guy's head and gently kissed each of the little guy's eyebrows. Good night, baby. Mom. I'm fine. Tuanchuan and Yuan were not making a fuss, which showed that Qin Shiyu had told them before. They also knew that Yun Jiji was very tired at work and that Mom went out to work again after dinner. Although Tuanchuan and Yuan didn't understand some things, they also knew what tiredness was. Yun Jiji went to the kitchen to wash up simply, and when she was about to bring Yuan back, Qin Shiyu stood at the door. Are you all asleep? Yes. You are asleep. You should have a good rest at night. Yuan can sleep with me. Both children have to get up at night. Yuan has to get up 2 or 3 times in the middle of the night. Yun Jiji is already tired enough today. Qin Shiyu doesn't want Yun Jiji to get up at night again. The weather is so cold, and it is even colder at night. If you are not careful, you will easily catch a cold. Yun Jiji was already tired, and she had to get up at night continuously. How could her body bear it? Yuan at night. I have already told her that if she wakes up in the middle of the night and really refuses, I will bring her to you. You should rest well first. Yun Jiji glanced at the room, and the 2 children were sleeping soundly. Yun Jiji didn't say anything more and didn't say anything more. Okay. Rest early,
Qin Shiyu said. Well.
You should rest early too. Qin Shiyu looked at her back, and the corners of his lips rose slightly. His wife asked him to rest early. If Yun Jiji knew what this man was thinking, she would probably be speechless. This is a man who knows how to attack himself. After Yun Jiji returned to the room, she didn't rest immediately. After closing the door, she went to bed, but her consciousness entered the space. At this moment, Yun Jiji also had something she wanted to do. The area of the space medicine field had begun to expand, and Yun Jiji wanted to plant those rare herbs in the medicine field. Although there are many medicinal herbs in Mr. Hua's medicine cabinet, most of them are missing. The Chinese Materia Medica contains more than 8,900 kinds of medicinal herbs. Some of the common herbs in Mr. Hua's medicine cabinet are missing, but there are no rare herbs. There may be more than 10,000 types, although they usually use mostly medicine for wounds or colds. But when she saw Shi Jingcheng today, Yun Jiji knew that some medicines were not needed, but they had to be prepared. Since her space has derived a medicine field that can be used to grow medicines, there is no reason for her to waste it. Especially the medicine for emergency treatment, which is absolutely indispensable. She planted all the prepared medicine seeds in the medicine field and irrigated it with spiritual spring water. She took a comfortable bath in the space, threw all the dirty clothes into the space washing machine, and turned on the washing and drying together so that she could wear clean clothes when she woke up tomorrow morning. This night, because Yuan and Qin Shiyu were sleeping, she didn't have to get up in the middle of the night. She slept particularly sweetly, and when she got up the next day, her complexion was much better. Thinking that she had been busy recently, she didn't prepare a good breakfast for them. Yun Jiji got up and went to the kitchen. She was going to make fresh meat pot cakes. The ingredients were very simple, just fresh meat, green onions, and flour. Thinking about the last time Yuan said she wanted Qin Shiyu to try the cross-bridge rice noodles, she naturally knew that she couldn't come up with so many ingredients at once, so she planned to make a simple version of the cross-bridge rice noodles, using the most common ingredients. But when the rice noodles came out of the pot, they were still very rich. Qin Shiyu was awakened by the fragrance from the kitchen. When he got up and went to the kitchen, he saw Yun Jiji was already busy in the kitchen. Wife, why did you get up so early? Qin Shiyu couldn't open his eyes at this moment. Tuanchuan and Yuan don't get up at the same time. After he got up with Tuanchuan in his arms, he felt that Yuan started humming again just after falling asleep. He had heard Yun Jiji say this before. If Yuan hums when she is asleep, she must want to. He quickly got up and took Yuan to solve it. Qin Shiyu got up 3 or 4 times a night and hardly slept. It was because of last night's experience that Qin Shiyu realized that it was so tiring to take care of a child. He came to Yun Jiji's side and suddenly reached out and held Yun Jiji's hand. "What are you doing?" Yun Jiji was startled. When she looked up, she met the man's gaze and saw self-blame and apology in his eyes. He said, "Wife, I have wronged you all these years. I have made you suffer so much and take care of 2 children with all my heart and effort. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Yun Jiji looked at the man in confusion and asked, "What happened to you?" He had never been like this before. Why did he suddenly become like this? The self-blame in his eyes was so obvious that she even felt that the man seemed to be about to cry at any time. "I didn't know before that taking care of children was so tiring. Are they like this every night, getting up several times a night? You probably didn't sleep a full night in those 2 years. Qin Shiyu knew that it was not easy to take care of children, but because he had never taken care of them before, Qin Shiyu's feelings were not so obvious. When he only took care of Tuanchuan before, the feelings were not so profound. Tuanchuan might only get up once or twice a night. They drank a lot of water before going to bed last night, so they kept getting up at night, over and over again, taking care of Tuanchuan and Yuan. This was just getting up to at night with 2 children, and when the 2 children were born, she had to get up at night to feed them, change the children's diapers when they were wet, and wash them when they had pooped. Yun Jiji had to go through it all by herself with the 2 children. When Qin Shiyu thought of everything she had endured before, he felt extremely distressed and more of a sense of self-blame. If he wasn't so strong, Yun Jiji might not have gotten pregnant after just 1 date with him. And she was pregnant with twins. Pregnant with twins is more strenuous and difficult than with one. She had to take care of his parents' family during her pregnancy and was kicked out of the house after giving birth.
Or
they probably wanted to kick Yun Jiji out of the house when she was in confinement. However, because the 4th child was getting married at the time, Qin Weimin and his family were worried that a bad reputation would spread and ruin their daughter's marriage, so they let Yun Jiji live at home all the time, making it seem that she had a peaceful confinement. I'm afraid that during that time, Yun Jiji still had to wash clothes for the whole family, and even Qin Shiyu didn't dare to think about what Yun Jiji had experienced during that time. Yun Jiji glanced at the man and almost guessed that the man must have felt the effects of taking care of 2 children last night, so he suddenly came to tell her these things. "Yes, I've never had a full night's sleep. Except for the kids getting up and making noises at night, do you think the 3 of us can have peace living in a place like a cowshed? There are always people coming over to make trouble. Some want to steal Tuanchuan and Yuan to sell for money, and some want to bully me. There are quite a few of these people. When I sleep at night, I always keep a kitchen knife beside me. Sometimes, I even have to hold the knife in my arms, otherwise I can't fall asleep." Yun Jiji had no reason not to tell this man about the hardships and sins that the 3 of them had endured over the years. Those things really happened. Did he think that a woman with 2 children in a place like Yunhe village would be fine? When she lived in the Qin family, although she was still hungry and cold, fortunately no outsiders dared to do anything, let alone come to the Qin family to cause trouble. But after she was kicked out of the Qin family, even if they had no shelter at all, who wouldn't want to step on them? Qin Shiyu looked at her with red eyes, then reached out and pulled Yun Jiji into his arms, hugging her tightly. Yun Jiji was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that this man would actually hug her. For a moment, Yun Jiji didn't react, so she let the man hold her in his arms. "Jiji, give me a chance. Let me take good care of you and the children. I owed you too much in the past and made you suffer so much. These are all because of me. I can't turn back time. The only thing I can do is to do my best to treat you 3 in the days to come. I will try my best to be a good husband and a good father. Give me a chance, okay?" Qin Shiyu let go of her and looked at her with bloodshot eyes. From the man's eyes, it can be seen that this man really blames himself. "Let's live like this for now. It's not like I didn't insist on getting a divorce." Yun Jiji looked at the man like this, feeling quite helpless. When Qin Shiyu heard her words, he once again hugged her in his arms, saying grateful words. Thank you. Gigi, thank you. Thank you for giving me another chance. I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities as a father and a husband. Yun Gigi struggled to withdraw from his arms, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She looked at Qin Shiyu and asked, "Are you going back to Yunhe village for the new year?" Because of what happened later yesterday, Yun Gigi didn't have time to ask Qin Shiyu about this matter. Qin Shiyu's face sank, and he said, "Some accounts should be settled with them. They are your parents after all, you." The word filial piety could crush him. Qin Shiyu was a soldier, and a soldier could not have any stain on him. "It is still unclear whether I am their child or not," Qin Shiyu said in a deep voice. No parent would be so cruel to their own child. Although he was still a little uncertain now, he felt that he might not really be their child.
Right.
So, they can hurt his wife and his children so comfortably. And this time when he goes back, he will definitely find out the truth about this matter. Even if they are really my parents, among the money I sent back in the past 3 years, more than 1,000 yuan is for you and the children, and they must return it. And divide the family. Over the years, I have supported their whole family. My eldest brother and second brother are both sons in the family. Since they want me to take the money, then both of their families should also take it out, otherwise this family must be divided. Qin Shiyu said in a deep voice. Before, he always felt that they were all a family, and he didn't want to care so much. He thought that he could make money, and there was no place to spend money in the army, so he thought about making his family live better. Every month when the allowance was issued, he would send the money back on time. But what did he get in return? And he actually took the money and supported such a big family of ungrateful wolves. It was really ridiculous to think about it. Will they agree? Yun Gigi was a little curious. Qin Weimin would never agree, and Zhao Sulian would probably cry, make a scene, or even hang herself, and would inevitably use all kinds of moral kidnapping on Qin Shiyu. It's not up to them. Looking at the cold aura emanating from the man, Yun Gigi knew that his parents had completely chilled his heart, and Qin Shiyu would definitely not compromise this time. But if it really came down to it, all this was what Qin Weimin and the others had done to themselves. I don't ask them to treat everyone equally, but at least they can't be too partial. It's up to you, Yun Gigi said. Qin Shiyu nodded and said, "I'll go to morning training first." Yun Gigi heard this. "Don't you want to eat first?" Qin Shiyu looked at the time, "Then I'll eat first." After Yun Gigi served him rice noodles, she also picked up a few fresh meat potcakes. Smelling the fragrance, Qin Shiyu's stomach called out twice at the right time. "Wife, the food you cook is so delicious." Yun Gigi glanced at the man, and seeing that he didn't ask about the rice noodles, she didn't care. Seeing that the 2 children were still asleep, she came over to have breakfast with Qin Shiyu. The fresh meat pot cake was fragrant and crispy, very delicious. Yun Gigi could see that Qin Shiyu loved it. He ate almost 1 in 2 bites and was very happy. And the big bowl of rice noodles, he ate it without even a drop of soup left. "Wife, put the dishes and chopsticks down until I get back from morning training. I'll wash them. Don't touch them." Qin Shiyu saw that time was running out, and immediately ate all the remaining pot cakes in 2 or 3 bites. Then he seemed to think of something and came to her. Before Yun Gigi could react, the man reached out and hugged her, saying, "Wife, I'm going to morning training." The man seemed to be worried that Yun Gigi would be angry, so he just hugged her gently, quickly let her go, and ran out quickly. Aren't men of this era supposed to be very reserved? How could Qin Shiyu be so bold? Although this was at home, when did their relationship become so close?
Or,
in Qin Shiyu's opinion, their relationship was already very close? Thinking about the man's temper, Yun Gigi took a deep breath. Anyway, she had nothing to be embarrassed about. She had given birth to 2 children with this man. In fact, there was nothing wrong with hugging. For those people abroad, there shouldn't be too many gifts for meeting and kissing each other's faces. Qin Shiyu just hugged like this and didn't do anything excessive. He didn't say anything. "Mom," when Yun Gigi finished the last bite of noodles, she heard Yuan's voice coming from the house. She got up and left the kitchen. When she got to the house, she was stunned for a moment. The man's room had the faint pine scent of the man, which was very pleasant. This seemed to be the man's own scent. He usually used ordinary soap to take a bath, and it didn't seem to have the scent of pine. Although the room was monotonous, with a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk, there was nothing extra. If there was anything discordant, it was probably that there were a few children's toys on the desk. Yuan had already taken the sweater and put it on her head with great effort. Yunjiji took a look and burst out laughing. Mom Jujo baby, Yunjiji, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She took 2 steps forward and rescued her head from the sleeve. It's out, baby. This is a sleeve. Your little head can't fit in it. Yunjiji looked at the little guy with amusement and thought that this little guy was so cute. How could he be so cute? As soon as Yuan saw Yunjiji, she went into her arms and hugged her waist. Arms. After a night without sleeping with Yunjiji, the little girl was very clingy. Yunjiji reached out and rubbed her head and found that the little one's hair had become much thicker recently, unlike before when it was sparse with only a few dead strands. The child absorbs nutrients well and almost absorbs all the nutrients. Now her hair is black and shiny, and even her little face has become chubby. Let's get dressed. Mommy made something delicious this morning. When Yuan heard that there was something delicious, her eyes lit up instantly. She looked at Yunjiji expectantly and said, "Dinner, then Mommy will dress you, okay?" Yunjiji asked. Baby, seeing that the little one was a little clumsy, but still put on the clothes almost. Seeing the little one like this, Yunjiji was a little relieved. The child, he is really growing up day by day, and he has learned to put on clothes slowly. Look at the little guy. At this moment, Tuanchuan also woke up. The little guy who just woke up was soft and crawled to Yunjiji's side, rubbed Yunjiji, and called in a baby voice, "Mom, Tuanchuan is awake too, so let's get up and eat, okay? Mom has to go to work soon." Tuanchuan heard that and came out of her arms obediently, took the clothes, and put them on by herself. Looking at the little guy's well-behaved appearance, Yunjiji felt warm in her heart. After they were dressed, Yunjiji took the 2 children to wash and eat. The fresh meat pot cake is fragrant and crispy, and it can be crispy when you bite it. The 2 little guys looked at the oil on their little mouths. "Mom, it's good, yes. Eat more if it's delicious, and eat the rice noodles too." "Okay, Dad." When Yuan was halfway through eating, she suddenly found that Qin Shiyu was not around, so she blinked her big eyes and looked at Yunjiji. Dad has finished his meal and went to morning training. Oh, the little guy knew that Qin Shiyu had already eaten, so he felt relieved to eat his own food. Yunjiji shook her head helplessly. This little guy really worries a lot. It was not until the 2 little guys finished eating that Yunjiji stood up and said, "Go and wipe your mouths. Mommy has cleaned up the dishes and is going to work." Okay, Yunjiji cleaned up the dishes and put them in the pot. The water in the pot was already hot, so if you wash them directly, you can finish them quickly. There were not many bowls, so it was just a matter of convenience. After cleaning up, she also packed a few pot cakes into the food box, put them in a small cloth bag, and walked out with them. The 2 little guys were ready, each carrying a small bag, standing there obediently waiting for Yunjiji. She closed the door and walked out with the 2 children. When they arrived at the health center, Xionglia was preparing to go home from work. Auntie Li Yuan called out sweetly when she saw Xionglia. "Why are you here so early? It's only 7 o'clock now, and they don't go to work until 7:30, but she came here with 2 children so early. I got up, and there's nothing else to do at home, so I came here first. Then I'll pack up and go back. I'm so sleepy." Xionglia yawned. There was nothing wrong in the first half of the night yesterday, but 2 little soldiers came in the second half of the night. I don't know what they ate, but they got a stomachache and stayed in the health center until dawn. Xionglia had no way to rest, and the noise they made when they went to the toilet was enough to keep people awake. And when there were patients, Xionglia couldn't rest either. She was really sleepy at this moment. "Eat something first." Yunjiji smiled and took out the food box in the cloth bag and handed it to Xionglia. Xionglia was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting that she actually brought her breakfast. "I made crossbridge rice noodles and fresh meat pot cakes. You should try them." Yun Jiji said with a smile. Jiji, how can you be so good? Yun Jiji laughed. Try it quickly, it won't taste so good if it gets cold. Hearing Yun Jiji say this, Xiong Lia didn't clean up. After eating the pickled fish made by Yun Jiji last night, Xiong Lia was completely impressed by Yun Jiji's cooking skills. It was so delicious. Xiong Lia was not like Tang Wan. She didn't have any excessive requirements for food, as long as she could eat enough. Therefore, for the food in the cafeteria, she thought it was fine as long as it was cooked. But after eating the pickled fish last night, she realized that fish could be cooked so deliciously. Jiji, did you bring something delicious? I could smell the fragrance from a long distance. What a pig knows. Xiong Lia was speechless when she heard Tang Wan's voice. How could this person's nose be so good that she could smell the fragrance at once? You eat yours, I also brought her some, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Tang Wan is a foodie, a real foodie. Xiong Lia was relieved when she heard Yun Jiji's words, but when she looked up, she saw Tang Wan coming in. She had already rushed to Xiong Lia's table, and her eyes were wide open. Cross-bridge rice noodles, Jiji, how did you know I wanted to eat cross-bridge rice noodles? Yun Jiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have your share. Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji with a pair of starry eyes, and sure enough, she took out 2 food boxes from the cloth bag. Tang Wan couldn't wait to take it and sat down next to Xiong Lia. When she ate the delicious food, her eyes really lit up. Delicious, delicious. Tang Wan actually had eaten in the morning. She went to the army canteen to eat steamed buns. In the army, steamed buns were probably the only delicious ones. Moreover, the men were strong and kneaded the dough very well, which was much more delicious than other things. Jiji, how are you so amazing? Is everything you cook so delicious? She was really curious. Yesterday's pickled fish, the cross-bridge rice noodles in the morning, and this pot cake. They're all okay. I will make something else for you later. Jiji, how can you be so good? You must be sent by God to save my poor stomach. Tang Wan looked serious. She was really worried that after eating the dishes made by Yun Jiji, she would not be able to eat the dishes in the canteen again. Eat quickly. When everyone comes, you will see what you will do if they take away your food. Tang Wan shut up immediately after hearing this. She buried her head and ate quickly. Xiong Lia and Yun Jiji smiled at each other. Tang Wan was really cute sometimes. Yun Jiji didn't care about the two of them anymore and turned around and went straight to her office with the children. As for the lunch boxes, they would naturally bring them to her after they finished eating. Yun Jiji saw that the 2 little guys had consciously run to the side to play, so she began to deal with her own affairs. There was usually nothing to do in the morning at the clinic, so she got a stove and boiled ointment there. This was the ointment prepared for the injury on the leg of the old leader Zhong, and she had already made some before. It's just that this ointment can be used on many injuries, and she would boil it here every day when she had nothing to do. At first, the people in the clinic were still not used to the smell of the medicine, but after getting along for a period of time, they all knew that the ointment made by Yun Jiji was very useful, so naturally no one said anything. After Xiong Lia finished cleaning up, she went back to the dormitory to rest. But because of the delicious breakfast, Xiong Lia was in a good mood when she left. Everyone could see the emotion on Xiong Lia's face. Today, there was nothing to do in the clinic, so Yun Jiji was very relaxed. But it was Yun Jiji's turn to work the night shift, so she went back to the clinic after dinner in the evening. Because there was nothing to do, Yun Jiji continued to boil the medicine. After the medicine was ready, no patients came, so Yun Jiji planned to go into the space to take a nap.
Wife.
Just as she was about to enter the space, she heard a voice. She hurriedly got up and went to the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Qin Shiyu at the door. Why are you here? Isn't Tuan Yuan Yuan? I'm bringing you a midnight snack, and I'll be back soon. Qin Shiyu said, stuffing the lunchbox in his hand into her hand, and then put a military coat on her shoulders. It will be colder in the second half of the night. Wear it. Don't freeze yourself. I have a stove inside. It's not cold. Yun Jiji said. Put on, I'm going back. Qin Shiyu didn't dare to stay any longer. Although he wanted to stay here with Yun Jiji, the children at home were still sleeping. If they woke up and found that you were not around, they would be scared. Go back quickly. Be careful on the road.
Got it.
Qin Shiyu turned and walked away quickly. Yun Jiji stood there for a while, watching the man's figure completely submerged in the night, then took the lunchbox, tightened her military coat, and walked in. After closing the door, she sat down at the table, opened the lunchbox, and was slightly stunned. There was a bowl of egg fried rice inside, and it looked like there were more eggs than rice. There was a little chopped green onion sprinkled on the rice, and it smelled very fragrant. Yun Jiji originally wanted to go into the space to make egg fried rice as a midnight snack, but she didn't expect Qin Shiyu to deliver it first. Looking at the military coat on his body, he was attentive. The egg fried rice tasted very good, with a little saltiness. In addition, he also cooked a small bowl of soup for her, which was kelp and seaweed soup with a little pickled mustard. Yun Jiji thought it was delicious. After eating a bowl of egg fried rice, she felt full in her stomach. Seeing that no one was around, Yun Jiji felt a little sleepy. She leaned on one side and took a nap. She thought she might be woken up in the second half of the night, but she didn't expect it to be very quiet that night. She woke up several times during the night, and except for feeling cold, she didn't feel anything else. However, when she woke up the next day, she felt very energetic. After Tang Wan and others came to work, Yun Jiji went home to rest after work. You're back. Breakfast is ready. It's in the pot. Wash up and eat something, then go to sleep, Qin Shiyu said to Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji shook her head. No need to sleep. There were no patients last night, so I slept almost all of the second half of the night. You make the arrangements.
If you feel sleepy, take a nap.
Yun Jiji nodded. I want to go into the city today. Where should I take the bus? Qin Shiyu was a little surprised. I'll ask for you later if there is anyone who wants to go into the city and ask them to give you a ride. Okay. Qin Shiyu looked at the time and said, then I'll go back to the army first. Okay. Qin Shiyu said hello to the two children and walked out quickly. He had taken leave for morning training today. After all, Yun Jiji had not returned from the night shift yet, and Qin Shiyu was worried about leaving the two children alone. Left at home. When Hu Jianjun found out, he readily approved Qin Shiyu's leave. With his devilish strength, he didn't really need it. It would be fine if he didn't train for a day. That was because Hu Jianjun knew that Qin Shiyu would come back twice as much every time he took a leave. Every time he saw Qin Shiyu like this, Hu Jianjun was not worried at all. He is such a self-conscious person. Someone really came into the city today. Yun Jiji packed up at home in advance. She thought it wouldn't be that early, but a sentry came to call her after a while. After Yun Jiji temporarily put the two children at Lu Chuantao's place, she went out in a hurry. She took the army's car and soon arrived in the city. Yun Jiji didn't plan to buy too many things when she went into the city today, but she was going to smuggle things out of the space. Knowing that the army's car would return to the family compound at around 10:30, Yun Jiji didn't waste time. After agreeing on a place with the other party, she turned and left. Get away, old woman. If you dare to come to my house and steal again, I'll beat you to death. A sturdy man was pointing at a woman and cursing. The woman was shabby and had a strong stench.
I didn't steal it. No.
It wasn't me who stole it. She shrank and shook her head vigorously.
Bah.
The man cursed for a few words before turning around and leaving. Yun Jiji's face darkened. She wanted to leave directly, but when she passed by the woman, she suddenly looked up and her eyes met Yun Jiji's. Yun Jiji was slightly stunned. Second aunt. Clearly, Yun Jiji's eyes widened instantly, and she looked at her in disbelief. After she came to her senses, she quickly reached out and helped the person up. I'm dirty, don't touch me. Although Yang Linxiang hadn't recognized who the young woman in front of her was, she didn't dare to let her touch her when she thought of the smell on her body. Second aunt, I'm Jiji. Yun Jiji realized that she didn't recognize her and hurriedly said. Yang Linxiang was also stunned for a long time. When she came to her senses, she looked at Yun Jiji in surprise and asked, Shiryu's wife. You. Why are you here? When Yang Linxiang learned that Yun Jiji was missing, she went to Qin Weiman and asked them. But they all said that Yun Jiji ran away with a wild man. Yang Linxiang naturally didn't believe it, so she argued with them for few words, but they didn't take her seriously at all. And those people in the village scolded Yun Jiji very badly, all accusing Yun Jiji of running away with a wild man. For this, she had a lot of arguments with the people in the village. As a result, when the matter got out of hand, she fought with them. Qin Yue felt ashamed because of this, and drove her out directly. He even asked the team leader to issue a certificate and broke off the relationship with her. Yang Linxiang was disheartened and walked aimlessly after leaving Yunhe village. Second aunt, why did you come to Haicheng? And how did you become like this? Yun Jiji was extremely confused. It stands to reason that Yang Linxiang should stay in Yunhe village at this time, but she appeared in Haicheng inexplicably, and she was still like this. I divorced your second uncle and came to Haicheng alone. Yang Linxiang pulled the corner of her mouth, and her smile was very far-fetched. Yun Jiji was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting this. Second aunt, let's talk somewhere else. Yun Jiji hurriedly helped the person up. Yang Linxiang was obviously begging for food. Yun Jiji still knew what kind of person Qin Yue was. He is a coward who always listens to the eldest and third son of the Qin family, Qin Weiman, Qin Shiyu's father. It can even be said that Qin Yue is a person without his own opinion. If Qin Weiman asked him to eat, he would not refute a word. Second aunt, please eat something first. Yun Jiji reached into the cloth bag, took out a hot white flour bun from the space, and put it in Yang Linxiang's hand. When Yang Linxiang looked at the hot bun in her hand, tears flowed down. She looked up at Yun Jiji, and then smiled with relief. Jiji, where do you live now? Compared with when she was in Yunhe village, she was much rounder, not as skinny as before. At that time, she looked like she could run away at the wind. But now Yun Jiji has gained a lot of meat. Although she is still thin, she looks much better. She is not like before, as if she could die at any time. I went to the captain to get a certificate for me. After I exchanged my work points for the second half of the year for money, I brought Tuanchuan and Yuan to the military region to find Qin Shiyu. Now I am with the army. Yun Jiji explained. Hearing this, Yang Linxiang nodded immediately. Yes, you should have come to find Shiyu earlier, and you wouldn't have to suffer so much in the countryside. Looking at you now, is Shiyu good to you? Yang Linxiang was very relieved about Qin Shiyu's nephew. The bad bamboo also produced a good bamboo shoot. Of course, there is only Qin Shiyu. He is very good to me and the children. Qin Shiyu did a good job in this regard, and there is nothing to say. Whenever he realized something was wrong, he would reflect on it at the first time and apologize to her. He didn't go back for 3 years. Is it your fault? Yang Linxiang looked at Yun Jiji with some worry. Second aunt, you eat first, I will tell you slowly. Yun Jiji saw that she didn't eat the steamed buns, so she said quickly. Hearing this, Yang Linxiang nodded quickly, looked at the steamed bun in her hand, brought it to her mouth and took a bite. The strong, sweet fragrance completely filled her mouth. She had lived for most of her life, and one foot was about to step into the coffin, but she didn't expect to have the opportunity to eat such delicious white flour steamed buns. In fact, the conditions of their old Qin family in Yunhe village are not bad. They have a large family and a large business, and there are many laborers in the family. In addition, there is also Qin Shiyu, who is a soldier. The life of this family is almost the best in Yunhe village. Although it is impossible to eat white flour steamed buns every day, you can still eat a bite of fine noodles during festivals, but it has never been your turn. Yun Jiji then told Qin Shiyu that he had not returned to Yunhe village for 3 years. When she learned that Qin Shiyu had been on a mission for 2.5 years and had been injured and recuperated in the hospital for half a year, Yang Linxiang showed worry on her face and hurriedly asked Yun Jiji about her situation. After learning that Qin Shiyu was fine, Yang Linxiang's heart, which was originally hanging, also fell to the ground at this time. Originally, she was still very worried, but Yun Jiji also said that if Qin Shiyu really had any problems with his body, he would not be able to stay in the army and would have retired and returned home long ago. This made Yang Linxiang completely relieved. Second aunt, second uncle's divorce from you. Is it related to my leaving Yunhe village? Yun Jiji looked at Yang Linxiang with heavy eyes. She felt that this matter must be related to this. When Yang Linxiang was looked at by Yun Jiji, she opened her mouth and wanted to say that it had nothing to do with her, but when she met Yun Jiji's eyes, the words on her lips changed. Well, Yun Jiji's face sank instantly. Second aunt, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, what does it have to do with you? Now that the children at home don't need anyone to take care of them, what should we do? All the married people are married, so why do they need an old woman like me to help take care of things? If they drive me away, they can save some food rations. She laughed at herself self-deprecatingly. Over the years, she had seen through Qin Yue's character.
But
everyone who gets married has to make do with it for the rest of their lives. If Qin Yue hadn't driven her away, perhaps Yang Linxiang would still have worked hard in that family for the rest of her life, enduring beatings and scoldings. Jiji, from now on I have no relationship with your second uncle anymore. You can call me Aunt Yang from now on. Yang Linxiang said. Yun Jiji sighed lightly. Okay, Jiji, thank you for the steamed buns. You came to the city to do some business, so go and do your thing. Yang Linxiang wiped her face, thinking about her current state. She hadn't had a full meal recently, and after eating the steamed bun just now, she felt like she was alive again, and she had the strength to move forward. She thought, just go wherever you can go. She didn't want to meet someone like Qin Yue at all. She felt very unlucky when she thought of this person now. Seeing Yang Linxiang stand up and leave, Yun Jiji hurriedly stood up and held Yang Linxiang. Jiji, is there anything else? Yang Linxiang looked at Yun Jiji in confusion. Yun Jiji looked at Yang Linxiang, took a deep breath and said, Aunt Yang, come back to the family compound with me and stay with us in the family compound from now on. Yang Linxiang looked at Yun Jiji in astonishment, obviously not expecting her to say that. Aunt Yang, to be honest, Qin Shiyu is in the army every day, and sometimes he has to go on missions, and I am now working in the military hospital, and sometimes I have to be on duty at night. It is a bit beyond my ability to take care of Tianchuan and Yuanyuan, so I thought if you could come to the family compound and live with us, you can help us take care of Tianchuan and Yuanyuan, and we can go to work with peace of mind. We have thought about asking an old lady to help before, but that is always uneasy and easy to be criticized. We have always been troubled by this matter, so I want to ask you, are you willing to come to the family compound to help us? Qin Shiyu and I will cover the food and accommodation, and we will calculate your wages in addition. Yun Jiji quickly said what she meant. They did think about finding someone to help take care of the children before, but they never found a suitable candidate. However, according to Yang Linxiang, that is absolutely possible. She was originally Qin Shiyu's second aunt. In this era, many people would ask their relatives to come to their homes to help. Everyone tacitly agreed to this, and no one would say anything. They had thought about waiting until they returned to Yunhe village to find a suitable aunt to help, but since they met Yang Linxiang, no one was more suitable than her. In the Qin family, when no one spoke for her, only Yang Linxiang was willing to stand up and speak for her. And Yun Jiji also knew that Yang Linxiang actually wanted to send food to her and to Anchuan Yuanyuan many times secretly, but Yun Wanrong and the Qin family had always given benefits to the half-grown children in the village, asking them to keep an eye on the cow sheet. If she had a little more food in her hands, those children would tip off Yun Wanrong or Qin Weiman. Yang Linxiang didn't know this, and every time she was caught, she would be beaten and scolded after being caught. She always remembered this affection. Jiji, the army is so good. Will you give me a job? Yang Linxiang was very surprised, but more happy. When I lived in the cowshed, I was with the two old men who were sent down. I learned medical skills, and now I am a military doctor. Yun Jiji said with a smile. Yang Linxiang was very surprised, and at this time, she took her hand. Jiji, it is she's blessing to marry you. Under such circumstances, you can still. Who else can do it? She saw how difficult Yun Jiji was at that time. It was precisely because she knew the predicament Yun Jiji was in at that time that she was able to learn medical skills in such a predicament. Yun Jiji never gave up. She just divorced Qin Yue. There was still so much time in the future. She could still live a good life, and live a wonderful life. So, Aunt Yang, just come with me to the family hospital. My monthly salary is 70 yuan now, plus Qin Shiyu. There will be one more mouth at home, and you can help me take care of the children. I can be a lot more relaxed. Just come with me to the family hospital. Yun Jiji looked at Yang Linxiang seriously, really hoping that she would agree to her. Yang Linxiang thought about Yun Jiji's words seriously. It is difficult to find a job now, and Yun Jiji's monthly salary is 70 yuan. How many people may not be able to earn that much in a year? Seeing that she was considering it, Yun Jiji did not interrupt her, but sat quietly aside waiting for Yang Linxiang to think it over. Jiji, I am willing to help you too. But you have already provided me with food and accommodation, so you don't have to pay me. Yang Linxiang said. She is penniless now, and relies on begging for a living every day. If she is lucky, she can get some stale rice and vegetables. If she is unlucky, she may not be able to eat for several days. Sometimes she is so hungry that she even gets grass to eat. Who doesn't want to live a peaceful life? And Yun Jiji and the others really need help, and they are really worried about leaving it to others. She is also worried about letting Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan go with others. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yun Jiji agreed with a smile. Whether to pay her wages or not is entirely up to her. She was asked to come here to help her in the first place, so there is no reason not to pay her wages. Saying this now is just a promise first. Aunt Yang, I came to the city to buy some things today. Let's go buy things first, and then go back to the military area with the army's car at noon. Yun Jiji said. Jiji, go buy it. I'll wait for you here. I smell.
Those stores won't let me in.
Yang Linxiang was a little embarrassed. She hadn't taken a shower for almost a month. She hadn't changed her clothes, and she smelled bad. Sometimes when she passed by the door of the supply and marketing cooperative, those people would chase her away. She was actually very uncomfortable in her heart, and
no one wanted to be disliked like this.
Then you must wait for me here. I will be back soon after buying things. If you leave, I will have to look for you all over the city, and I will miss the car back to the family compound. Yun Jiji looked at Yang Linxiang seriously. Yang Linxiang laughed. Jiji, since I promised you, I won't run away. I'll wait for you here, really. Yun Jiji responded, and then walked towards the supply and marketing cooperative. She looked back every few steps, and after making sure that Yang Linxiang had not left, she quickly walked towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Since Yang Linxiang was there, some of her things could not be smuggled out, but she could still take out a small part. Her going to the supply and marketing cooperative was actually a cover in order to take some things out and bring them back to the family compound. In addition, she could also wait until she returned to the family compound and not let Qin Shiyu see the things in the backpack, using the excuse that they were brought back from the city. Qin Shiyu couldn't check again and again. However, she still went to the supply and marketing cooperative. The clothes on Yang Linxiang must be changed. Moreover, she had to change everything from the inside out. She couldn't buy all ready-made clothes. According to Yang Linxiang's personality, she would definitely be uncomfortable. It would be better to get her a set to change and wash first, and then cut some cloth back for her to make it herself. Moreover, she also wanted to put some cloth scraps in the space, and then let the space do it according to this. She asked Yun Jiji to give her some fabrics of different patterns. Then, she could use them when the time came, so people wouldn't be suspicious. The softness of the fabrics in the space was modern softness, which was different from the fabrics of this era. It was more comfortable to wear, and she was going to use it to make some clothes for her two children. If they were worn close to the body, they would be softer and more comfortable. Then, she found a small alley, and after making sure that there was no one around, she took out a large piece of fat and lean pork, dried mushrooms, and other ingredients from the space, and also took out 2 packs of milk powder, as well as some snacks that the children liked to eat. The items that came out of the space could all be packaged in a very characteristic way of this era, which saved her a lot of trouble. She couldn't think of anything else for a while, so she planned to take the opportunity to sneak across the border when the time came. Then, she carried a heavy backpack and walked to where Yang Linxiang was waiting for them. Yang Linxiang saw Yun Jiji from a distance and hurried over, reaching out to help her hold the backpack on her back. She was also shocked. Gigi, what did you buy?
So fast?
Take it down quickly, and I'll carry it. Yun Gigi laughed. And Yang, I can carry it, this is for you. Yun Gigi stuffed a package into Yang Linxiang's arms. Yang Linxiang was stunned for a moment, opened the bundle, and took a look. Her eyes reddened. Gigi. Aunt Yang, don't be like this. People who don't know would think I'm bullying you. You have to change your clothes and wash them, right? You can't just not wear them when they're not dry. Yun Gigi said jokingly, with a smile. Yang Linxiang glared at her unhappily. It's expensive, right? I have tickets. It doesn't cost much. Let's go quickly. We'll miss the bus. Yun Gigi said with a smile. Yang Linxiang knew that she was just comforting herself. How could ready-made clothes not be expensive? Even the material for making clothes for an adult requires not only cloth but also cotton, and all of these require tickets. Let me carry the basket.
Yang Linxiang insisted.
Hearing this, Yun Gigi laughed. Okay, I can't carry it anymore in a while. You can help me carry it. If we delay any longer, we will miss the bus. Hearing this, Yang Linxiang didn't dare to delay any longer and hurried forward with Yun Gigi. When they arrived at the place where they had agreed with the little soldier in the morning, the other party was already waiting there, and Yun Gigi was very apologetic. The other party had just arrived, and Yun Gigi hurried to get the things on the bus. Yang Linxiang thought about the smell on her body and was reluctant to get on the bus. She always wanted to sit in the back of the truck. It was only after Yun Gigi made a mask made of orange peel for the little soldier and herself that Yang Linxiang was willing to get on the bus and sit. Smelling the scent of oranges, it was very comfortable. After returning to the family compound, Yun Gigi took Yang Linxiang to register and then took her into the family compound. It was noon at this time, and everyone was very confused when they saw Yun Gigi coming back with a beggar-like woman. But then they thought that this was a family compound, and if they didn't have a clear identity registration, they couldn't get in. Although they were curious, no one discussed it in front of Yun Gigi and the others. After all, Yun Gigi is now a military doctor at the Military District Health Center, and no one wants to offend a doctor and cause unnecessary trouble for themselves. When the two passed by Lu Chuantao's house, they also took Tuanchuan and Yuan back. Auntie Yang, please sit here for a while. I'll go and boil water for you to wash. Yun Gigi said. Yang Linxiang is a clean person, and they knew it when they were in the family compound before. Gigi, I'll light the fire for you. Yang Linxiang didn't want to let Yun Gigi work alone, so she hurried into the kitchen and went straight to light the fire. Yun Gigi saw this and didn't stop her. If she didn't let Yang Linxiang do it, she would definitely feel bad. At this moment, Tuanchuan and Yuan looked at Yang Linxiang curiously, not knowing why her mother went out and brought back a stinky grandma. Baby, this is the second grandma. Do you still remember the second grandma? Yun Gigi looked at Tuanchuan and Yuan. Probably, they don't remember. Yang Linxiang wanted to get close to them, but she was stopped every time, and they didn't have the chance to get close. Second grandma brings food, and second grandpa beats. Tuanchuan suddenly said. Yang Linxiang and Yun Gigi looked at Tuanchuan in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect that Tuanchuan actually remembered this. Tuanchuan, how did you know? Yun Gigi asked. I saw it. Tuanchuan said obediently. Yun Gigi looked at Yang Linxiang with heartache and said, And Yang, you must have suffered a lot at that time. In fact, you could have ignored us. I didn't help you either. And how could I ignore you? In Lao Qin's family, only Shiyu respected me, his second aunt, the most. Every time he went back, he would bring me something. Even my own children never remembered me, their mother. In that family, there was only Shiyu. I thought I might be able to help a little, but I never thought that I couldn't help at all. I couldn't even secretly bring you something to eat. Yang Linxiang also blamed herself. Why was she so stupid? Every time she sent food to Yun Gigi, she was discovered. She should have thought that someone was watching them. If she had discovered these things earlier, she would have asked someone else to send some food to the three of them on her behalf. Maybe the food could still reach their hands. Aunt Yang, how can you be blamed for this? Who would have thought that they were so cruel? They were just waiting for the three of us to starve to death so that they could monopolize Qin Shiyu's allowance. How could they give you a chance to get food for me? Yun Jiji said sarcastically. 3 living lives, in the eyes of those people, were not as important as the money. How ridiculous. To Anchuan Yuan, from now on, you are no longer the second grandmother, but the aunt. From now on, the aunt will live with us. When mom and dad go to work, the baby will wait for mom and dad to get off work at home with the aunt, okay? Yun Jiji said softly. She was also worried that the 2 children would not be able to accept such an arrangement. Baby likes aunt. Play with Aunt Anchuan probably recognized Yang Linxiang, so he agreed very obediently at this moment. Mom has to go to work, and they can't always follow her to work, which will disturb her. Yuan looked at Yun Jiji, and then at Yang Linxiang. Baby wants to follow mom and play with brother Yuan and looked tangled. Sister, mommy goes to work and earns money to buy you some meat. Tu Anchuan held Yuan's hand and said seriously, if I don't go to work, will I have no meat? Yuan asked in a baby voice. There is a lot of meat when I go to work, but no meat when I don't go to work. Tu Anchuan said seriously. Yuan frowned and thought for a long time. Yuan wants to eat meat, mommy goes to work then. She looked at Yang Linxiang again, probably because she felt her kindness and her kind and gentle eyes when she looked at them. The kind of care from the bottom of her heart made Yuan not dislike Yang Linxiang. Maybe it was because they had received too much contempt and malice when they were in Yunhe village before, so the 2 children were not aware of the malice and kindness of others. More sensitive than other children. The kindness they felt from Yang Linxiang and her love for the 2 of them made the 2 little guys willing to get close to her. Jiji, don't worry, they are not very familiar with me now. I will play with them in the afternoon, and they will be familiar with each other. Yang Linxiang was not surprised by this. She had never been with the 2 children before, and it was normal for them to have such concerns. So, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, she thought it was normal. The water is boiling. Aunt Yang, let's wash up first. Okay. Yang Linxiang got up and helped to get the boiled water into the bucket. When she was about to go to the bathroom with it, Qin Shiyu came back. Yang Linxiang put down the bucket in her hand and looked at Qin Shiyu a little embarrassed. She suddenly remembered that Yun Jiji brought her back and kept her here without seeming to discuss it with Qin Shiyu. Would Qin Shiyu agree? Aunt Yang, you go wash first, I'll talk to him. Yang Linxiang looked at Qin Shiyu and finally listened to Yun Jiji's words and went to wash up with water. If Qin Shiyu didn't want to keep her, she could leave at that time. But her body was really smelly and the water was already boiled, so she took a good bath first. After Yang Linxiang entered the bathroom, Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji with a puzzled look. Wife, why is your second aunt here? Shouldn't she stay in Yunhe village? Only someone like his second uncle could make Yang Linxiang leave. Your second uncle drove her out and went to the brigade to get a separation certificate. People like Yang Linxiang who got married at that time usually had 2 tables of banquets in the village and picked up the bride from the woman's family, and that was considered a marriage. Even now, there are still many people in the countryside who will not go to get a marriage certificate. In their hearts, there is no such concept at all. What's going on? Qin Shiyu frowned, always feeling that this had something to do with them. Yun Jiji also told Qin Shiyu what Yang Linxiang had said to her today. The more Qin Shiyu listened, the darker his face became, and the air pressure around him was getting lower and lower. Yun Jiji glanced at him and could see that the man was very angry. Qin Shiyu, we are both at work, and I can't always take Tu Anchuan and Yuan to work. Since Aunt Yang has nowhere to go, I want to keep her here to help us take care of the children in the future. Yun Jiji directly told her decision. Qin Shiyu was a little surprised. Wife, you.
No?
You and I thought the same thing. I originally planned to bring my second aunt here when we returned to Yunhe village. In this way, I don't have to share the money with my second uncle and his family in the future. Qin Shiyu said. Yun Jiji was indeed surprised to hear what Qin Shiyu said. Don't call her the second aunt in the future. Now she is not a member of your Qin family. Just call her your aunt to the outside world and call her the second aunt directly. Yun Jiji thought about it and said immediately. It is definitely inappropriate to call her Auntie Yang, as it will inevitably make people think that they invited her to help. But it was different for my second aunt. Okay. This was how it was confirmed. I'll go cook, and you can talk when my second aunt comes out. Yin Jiji bought a lot of food today, so of course she had to cook it well. Qin Shiyu knew that she had gone to the city today, and he didn't know what she bought, but he did want to tell her. She had a good chat, so she didn't rush into the kitchen. Yang Linxiang was worried, and she was also worried that Qin Shiyu would not agree to let her stay. Although he has always respected her second aunt, the meaning is different, so she also has her own worries. I'm afraid Qin Shiyu will not agree. Then what should I do? She was extremely worried. Second aunt. When she came out, Qin Shiyu called out, Shiyu, let's go inside and talk. Yang Linxiang nodded and followed Qin Shiyu into the hall with some uneasiness. Yun Jiji was busy in the kitchen, just glanced over there and didn't pay much attention. Since Qin Shiyu had thought of taking Yang Linxiang over to help them take care of the children, he would not refuse to let her stay. And now he probably wants to ask about some things in Yunhe village over the years. She took out a lot of dishes from the space and prepared to make kung pao chicken, sweet and sour fish, yam fried fungus, tomato scrambled egg beef, and pork ribs corn soup for lunch. The two people who were talking in the hall couldn't help but feel their stomachs growl when they smelled the rich aroma of the food. What on earth was Yun Jiji cooking? How could it smell so good? It made people dizzy. Qin Shiyu, it's time to eat. After putting the dishes on the table, Yun Jiji shouted towards the hall. Not long after, they came out. Yang Linxiang's eyes were red, and Qin Shiyu's face was not very good. Although it was not clear what they said, it was certain that it was not a happy thing. Yun Jiji didn't ask. There was no need to ask about their sad things. Second aunt, it's time to eat. Okay. Yang Linxiang responded. Obviously Qin Shiyu had just told her about the problem of this title. However, when she saw the sumptuous dishes on the table, Yang Linxiang couldn't help swallowing her saliva. So sumptuous? Second aunt, this will be your home from now on. Don't be polite in your own home.
Qin Shiyu said.
Yang Linxiang's eyes were a little red, and then she nodded vigorously. Qin Shiyu had already filled a bowl of rice and placed it in front of Yang Linxiang.
Aunt, eat.
Yang Linxiang's eyes turned red again. This was a big bowl of white rice. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. But when the rice entered her mouth, she couldn't help but redden her eyes. It's delicious, so delicious. The white rice is really so fragrant. Yun Jiji took the clean chopsticks and added some vegetables to her bowl and said softly, Aunt, eat more. Okay, you guys eat too, she said with red eyes. More of it was happiness. At the same time, she was also very relieved that Yun Jiji came to the military region to find Qin Shiyu at that time. Otherwise, the three of them. Yang Linxiang didn't think about it anymore. With tears in her eyes, she ate the rice in big mouthfuls. The food was really fragrant. It was also really delicious. Although Tuanchuan and Yuan were small, they also learned from their mother to pick up vegetables for Yang Linxiang, which moved Yang Linxiang. Everyone had a very happy meal. Yang Linxiang was the happiest. She hadn't had a hot meal for a long time. Moreover, it was such a sumptuous meal. When she was at the Qin family before, she couldn't have such a good meal even during the Chinese New Year. After the meal, Yang Linxiang rushed to wash the dishes, and Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu didn't stop her. They also knew that if Yang Linxiang was not allowed to do it, she would feel even more uncomfortable. It would be better to let her do it. After Yun Jiji finished her meal, she got up and prepared to go to the kitchen to take out the meat and ingredients she bought. She promised to make some meat sauce for Tang Wan and Xiong Lia, and she was going to go to the kitchen to get all of this out. However, as soon as she got up, Qin Shiyu grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Yun Jiji frowned and looked at the man in confusion. Qin Shiyu also got up and looked at Yun Jiji with deep eyes. In the end, he couldn't help it and stretched out his hand to pull her into his arms. Yun Jiji was shocked. How could this man become more and more bold? Did he know what he was doing? Qin Shiyu, what are you doing again? She struggled to get out, but the man held her tighter. Wife, let me hold you for a while. It will be fine in a while, Qin Shiyu said in a depressed voice. Yun Jiji was slightly stunned, and naturally heard something wrong in the man's tone, and asked in a deep voice, What's the matter? Qin Shiyu took a deep breath. Second uncle. Second aunt told me everything. I only knew one side before, but now I know how difficult it has been for you in the past 3 years. Then what do you want to do? Everything has happened. Can you still go back to your hometown and kill your parents? It was impossible for him to do such a thing, so Yunjiji was also very curious about what Qin Shiyu was going to do. Trust me, I will arrange it, Qin Shiyu said. Seeing him say that, Yunjiji said no more. Since you haven't gone to work yet, stay with Tuanshuanyuanyuan for a while. I'm going to make meat sauce. Yunjiji said. Made meat sauce? He was slightly stunned and looked at Yunjiji with some confusion. I made it for Tangwan and Leah. They took the money and meat tickets and asked me to help make some meat sauce. Yunjiji said. How to deal with it? I'll do it, Qin Shiyu asked. If you make meat sauce, the meat and vegetables must be cut, which is time-consuming and laborious. Yunjiji has been busy for most of the morning. Qin Shiyu hasn't gone out yet, so she thought about helping to get rid of some first. You have to train in the afternoon, I can clean it up myself. Yunjiji said. It's not a big deal. Seeing that he insisted, Yunjiji turned and went into the kitchen. When she came out, she held the big basket she had bought in the morning, put it in front of Qin Shiyu, and said, Wash the meat and cut it into small pieces. Seeing the several kilograms of meat in the basket, he was stunned for a moment, then reached out and picked it up, turned and walked directly to the well, poured out all the meat, washed it, and cut it into suitable sizes according to Yunjiji's requirements. Jiji, you bought really good meat. Yang Linxiang came out of the kitchen and was quite surprised when she saw the meat. The meat was really good with fat and lean meat, and the fat was shiny. It looked very fresh and full of oil. Such meat is not easy to grab, but Yunjiji actually bought such a big piece. It's better to go early than to go. When I went to buy meat, a new pig happened to be pulled in. I was the first one, so I picked these good ones, Yunjiji said with a smile. Of course, these porks were not bought from the supply and marketing cooperative but produced in the space, so they must be high quality. Compared with the pork bought outside, this pork tastes better. That's true. Yang Linxiang smiled. Do you have a kitchen knife? I'll help you. Second aunt, can you help me wash those green onions? There is only one kitchen knife in the family, Yunjiji said. In this era, you need to use industrial tickets to buy kitchen knives. Such tickets are not easy to get. A family has only one kitchen knife, and it is used year after year. Okay. Yang Linxiang didn't say much, and turned to help wash the green onions. Looking at such a large handful of green onions, she was confused, but she didn't ask much. She had just heard in the kitchen that Yunjiji was doing this for others, and the money for buying meat was still paid by others. Presumably, these things were also bought by them, and Yunjiji didn't need to spend money. Although Yang Linxiang didn't know who the two people Yunjiji mentioned were, since Yunjiji was willing to help, they must have a good relationship. Qin Shiyu was quick and strong, and he could cut meat very quickly. He seemed to be very good at handling meat. This was also due to Qin Shiyu's previous contributions in the kitchen team. He had good knife skills and was fast. If Yunjiji cut it herself, it would take an hour to handle so much meat. Looking at the large bowl of white diced meat, Yunjiji also took out the soaked dried mushrooms, first washed it with salt to clean the impurities, then washed it with clean water, and then cut it into diced mushrooms. When she made meat sauce, she liked to be able to bite it in one bite, and it was the kind of substantial feeling of biting into a piece of meat, so she didn't like to make it into minced meat. Wife, I'll leave a little more to you. I have to go back to the army. When the time came, Qin Shiyu couldn't help anymore, so he had to put down the work in his hands.
Go.
I can do it myself. Qin Shiyu then hurried out. Obviously time was very tight. Yunjiji glanced at the man's back, and then chopped the remaining dried mushrooms and some onions, then carried them into the kitchen. Jiji, how do you do this?
Teach me, Yang Linxiang asked.
She didn't understand these things, let alone how to do them. She could only watch Yunjiji. Yunjiji smiled and said, Aunt, I'll take Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan to take a nap first, and I'll do it later. Okay. Yun Jiji made milk powder for Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan, and after watching them drink the milk powder, she took them to bed for a nap. Yang Linxiang saw the milk powder on the table and thought of the life that Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan had lived in Yunhe village. They obviously had such a capable father. Even if they couldn't live a rich life, they wouldn't be like before. She was glad, thankful for Yun Ziji's sudden awakening. She led Tuanchuan Yuan directly to the military region to find Qin Shiyu. She also knew that Qin Shiyu remitted his allowance every month, and it was quite a bit. If the Qin family had behaved like human beings, Yun Jiji and Tuanchuan Yuan would not have nearly starved to death. She sighed lightly. The pain of the past was unforgettable, but the past was in the past, and she, Qin Shiyu, and Tuanchuan Yuan would all live a good life in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Linxiang also felt that life began to look forward to more. Tuanchuan Yuan took a nap on time every day. After drinking milk, Yun Jiji just read a story, and they fell asleep. Second aunt, please help me light the fire. Okay. Yang Linxiang didn't know how to make this meat sauce, but she could help Yun Jiji. A raging fire ignited in the stove, and Yun Jiji poured all the pork into the pot. Today's fat meat was full of oil and water, so she had to extract some of the oil first. Then he poured out the lard and put it in a pottery jar.
This is really rich.
Yang Linxiang's eyes widened. There was so much oil. Yun Jiji laughed, yes, really a lot. Although the pork production in the space is low, the quality is really good. Just looking at the oil, Yun Jiji was delighted. Jiji, don't we need to give this lard to those two comrades?
Yang Linxiang asked curiously.
No, Tang Wan and Leah are my colleagues in the health center. They live in the dormitory and don't cook on weekdays. The reason why I make some meat sauce for them is because the food in our military district cafeteria is tasteless except when it is cooked. Yun Jiji said softly. So bad? It only takes care of filling you up, not the taste. Yang Linxiang couldn't imagine how tasteless it was when she heard this. But she didn't say much, because the other party was Yun Jiji's comrade, and so much lard was enough for them to eat for several months. Watching Yun Jiji stir frying meat sauce, Yang Linxiang silently memorized the steps in her mind. Next time if they ask Yun Jiji to make meat sauce again, she can do it directly for Yun Jiji, so that she doesn't have to spend time making these things after work. She can't even rest properly. Jiji, what delicious food are you making again? I can smell the fragrance from a long distance. Zhong Shan's voice sounded from outside the yard. Yun Jiji heard the voice and hurried out to open the door for Zhong Shan, saying, Auntie Zhong, why are you here? Yun Jiji hurriedly welcomed the person into the house. Aren't you cooking something in your kitchen? Let's talk in your kitchen, Zhong Shan said. Yun Jiji thought about it and followed her to the kitchen. When Zhong Shan saw Yang Linxiang, she was also stunned for a moment and raised her head to look at Yun Jiji. Aunt Zhong, this is my second aunt. She will live with us in the family compound and help take care of our children. Yun Jiji explained. When Zhong Shan heard the news, she finally understood and then introduced her to Yang Linxiang, second aunt. This is Aunt Zhong, the wife of our brigade commander Gu. Learned that the other party was the wife of the brigade commander. Yang Linxiang was also shocked, and she was standing there uneasy. The wife of the brigade commander, what a high-ranking official she must be. Second aunt, don't be nervous. Aunt Zhong is a very nice person. Yun Jiji hurriedly smiled. Having said that, Yang Linxiang was still nervous because it was the first time she met such a high-ranking official. Seeing this, Yun Jiji did not embarrass Yang Linxiang, but smiled at Zhong Shan and asked, Aunt Zhong, why are you here? My dad asked me to bring you something. Zhong Shan smiled. She went to see her father today. Her father's condition today was better than the last time she saw him, and he spoke very fluently. He didn't look like a patient who had suffered Now, except for the injury on his leg, he can eat, drink, and sleep, and he smiles every day. This really reassured Zhong Shan and made her even happier. The old commander is too polite. Yun Jiji was a little surprised and saw 2 boxes beside her. This was brought by the old soldier who visited my dad before. He couldn't finish it, so he asked me to send it to Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan. Zhong Shan explained.
Aunt Zhong, I can't accept this.
Yun Jiji waved her hands hurriedly. Fruits are precious things now, so how could she accept her things? This is my dad's gratitude. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't be able to say a word now. Every time I went to see him before, he had a dead look on his face and had no hope of living. It was your appearance that gave my dad hope of living. Now he is happy every day, Gigi. I am really grateful to you. Compared with your kindness to my dad, these 2 boxes of fruit are nothing.
Zhongshan said.
At that time, her father had completely lost hope of living. Every time she saw her father like that, she really didn't know what to do. What to do? They naturally hope that their father can live well and accompany them well.
But
just thinking about how her father looked at that time, if she became like that, Zhongshan felt that she would not have the courage to live. If you don't accept it, my father will have to come in person at that time. Seeing that Yun Jiji was still hesitating there, Zhongshan directly used her trump card. This scared Yun Jiji. Aunt Zhong, can I accept it? Please don't invite the old leader, which will scare people at that time. Zhongshan was relieved to see that she accepted it. What are you cooking? It smells so good. Zhongshan smelled the fragrance when she was outside the yard. Now she entered the kitchen. The rich meaty aroma was really tempting. I'm making meat sauce. Yun Jiji explained. Zhongshan was also surprised to learn that it was meat sauce. Then you guys are busy. I'll go back first. Zhongshan said. Yun Jiji also stood up. Aunt Zhong, wait a minute. Yun Jiji turned and went to the backyard. When she came out, she was holding a fish in her hand. Aunt Zhong, take this fish back to add to the dish. Qin Shiyu caught it in the river. Zhongshan looked at the plump black fish handed to her and smiled. Then I won't be polite to you. She knew that if she didn't want it, Yun Jiji would take it directly to her home. And she also knew that Qin Shiyu was a good fish catcher, so she didn't be polite. I'm leaving. You do your thing.
Zhongshan said. Hey.
After seeing Zhongshan off, Yun Jiji returned to the kitchen. Seeing Yang Linxiang looking at Yun Jiji with curiosity, she knew that Yang Linxiang was also confused about what she had done. Zhongshan was so polite to give her fruit. She simply told Yang Linxiang about her treatment of the old leader Zhong. Yang Linxiang initially thought that Yun Jiji was just helping out at the military hospital because she knew some pharmacology, and it was possible that she was just helping out there, but after listening to her, Yang Linxiang began to wonder how good Yun Jiji's medical skills were. She could even diagnose A. From Zhongshan's attitude, it could be seen that Yun Jiji must have cured her father's illness. Otherwise, how could the other party have such an attitude? However, Yun Jiji did not say much. After the meat sauce was cooked, she took it out of the pot and put it in a food box that had been scalded with boiling water and set it aside to cool. Taking this time, she also went back to the room to rest. After all, she was on night shift. She didn't think it was a big deal in the morning, but it was still very tiring after a busy day. The next day, when she gave the meat sauce to Xionglia and Tangwan, they were both quite surprised. Tangwan couldn't help but open it and tasted it directly, which really made her unstoppable. I knew that Yun Jiji's cooking skills were good, but I didn't expect it to be so good. When they saw that Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan did not come to work, they were curious for a while. When they learned that someone would take care of their children in the future, Tangwan and Xionglia were very surprised. I breathed a sigh of relief for Yun Jiji. She had to go to work and take care of the children at the same time, which was really unbearable for her body. After Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan did not come to work, Yun Jiji had more time. When no one came to see the doctor, she had more time to prepare new medicines and make ointments. On the same day, Yun Jiji put the medicine patch she had made in the military hospital. If any soldiers came, she could give them the ointment to try. After experiencing the excellent effect of the hemostatic powder made by Yun Jiji, the nurses paid special attention to the things Yun Jiji brought and carefully put them aside. If any soldiers came, they would give priority to recommending the ointment made by Yun Jiji. The young soldiers who had seen Yun Jiji's medical skills were willing to try it when they learned that it was made by Yun Jiji. Even if they might be used as guinea pigs for experiments, they were all very willing. In a blink of an eye, it was New Year's Day. At noon, Yunjiji invited Tang Wan and Xionglia to her home for hot pot, and also called Zhongshan, Lu Chuntao, and others to join. Of course, the more people the better when eating hot pot. They also brought some ingredients with them. This hot pot was very rich. After eating so much, everyone went to the auditorium to watch the New Year's Day performance. In previous years, Tang Wan and Xionglia would not go. There were always some performances every year. They watched and watched again, and they felt a little bored. It can even be said that they could watch or not. This year, because Yunjiji wanted to go, they followed her. However, when they arrived at the auditorium, it was already crowded. Most of the military wives in the family compound had already come. There weren't so many people watching the performance in previous years. Why are there so many people today? Tang Wan frowned and said when she saw this. In addition to the performance today, there seems to be a commendation meeting. Xionglia said. When she learned the news, Tang Wan curled her lips and said, Shen Feng is not here. What a pity. Thinking of Shen Feng, Tang Wan couldn't hide her sorrow. She didn't know how he was doing. She didn't know if the mission was going well. She didn't care whether the mission could be completed successfully, but she hoped that Shen Feng could return safely. But she knew very well that she couldn't say such words in front of Shen Feng. He was a soldier. They hoped to complete every mission safely and never wanted to make any mistakes. Battalion commander, here. Just at this time, when they hadn't found a suitable position, they saw Su Qinzhen waving in their direction not far away. Qin Shiyu saw this and said, Let's go. Let's sit there. When will you find the seat they have reserved? Yunjiji was a little surprised. When she looked at them, it was obvious that Qin Shiyu had asked them to help take seats from the beginning.
Morning,
Qin Shiyu said softly. It was impossible for them to come so early. Besides, there were two children, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. It was impossible for them to sit here quietly and wait for the show to start. When Yunjiji and the others arrived there, Su Qinzhen and his friends ran away with a smile. Su Qinzhen and his friends directly helped them take seats in the second row, just behind the leaders' seats. Yunjiji was also quite surprised, and more of a surprise. Obviously, she had not expected it. Is it appropriate for us to sit here? She asked in a low voice. It's not the leader's seat, don't worry.
Qin Shiyu said.
Tang Wan and Xionglia also nodded at her. When there was really nothing to do, Yunjiji's heart, which had been hanging, finally fell to the ground. If they sat in the back, the children would inevitably stand up or ride on the shoulders of adults, which would easily block the people in the back from watching the show. She also likes to sit in the front row. After all, this is the best viewing position. Gigi, can you ask your man to help you save a seat every year in the future? The year I first came, I was also curious and wanted to watch the performance, but I came too late and the seats in the front were all gone. I couldn't compare with those men in height, so I couldn't see it all. Later, I didn't like to come anymore. Tang Wan said, It's much better to watch here than to stretch your neck in the back and still not be able to see. Shen Feng didn't save a seat for you? He saved it for me, but because the first experience was not good, I didn't want to come later. Tang Wan said. There was also some regret. Maybe Shen Feng could really save a seat in the front row for her. Yunjiji laughed. The three talked for a while, and the host came on stage. The first program was a chorus. The national anthem led the whole audience to sing along, which was extremely lively. The following programs included dancing, singing, crosstalk, etc., which were also very pleasing to the eye. Even the new recruits in the army performed a very interesting crosstalk, which made everyone laugh. It can be said to be extremely lively. This is the first time for Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan to watch such a program. The two little guys' eyes sparkled, and their hands clapped red. But they were still very happy and watched very seriously. Dear comrades, on this day full of passion and fighting spirit, we gathered together. A grand commendation meeting for this military region was held, recalling the past, the glorious years. First of all, let us welcome Commander Zhao Chongjing to deliver a speech for this conference with the warmest applause. Applause rang out at the scene, like thunderous applause. Next, it was the part where the commander gave a speech. The scene was quiet and solemn. All the soldiers sat upright, looking at the stage with bright eyes. The exciting moment has finally arrived. Comrades who have reported their names, please come on stage one by one. The first round was for the soldiers who won the third-class merit. They came up on stage one by one to receive their own medals. Amid the warm applause from everyone, they walked down the stage with their heads held high, enjoying the envious gazes of everyone. Then, they walked down the stage one by one, with proud and excited expressions on their faces. Next came the soldiers who won the second-class merit. This time, Qin Shiyu's name was called. "Dad, there's a dad," Yuan cheered happily. Many people looked over, and Yun Jiji had the urge to find it in the ground to crawl into. Qin Shiyu curled the corners of his lips and reached out to rub the little guy's head. "Wait for Dad to come back." "Yeah, okay, Dad," the little guy nodded obediently. There were a total of 5 people who received the second-class merit. When they received the second-class merit medal from Gu Wenbin, they looked extremely excited. This was all due to their excellent performance in the mission. Finally, it was the first-class merit. When only Qin Shiyu came up, Yun Jiji also raised her eyebrows. Qin Shiyu not only got a personal first-class merit, but also a team second-class merit. At the same time, the leader also announced on the scene that Qin Shiyu was officially promoted to deputy head of the regiment. No one expected that Qin Shiyu would be so powerful, but everyone also knew that Qin Shiyu could be said to be the most powerful existence in their military region. Although everyone envied, they also knew that it was Qin Shiyu who was not comparable to them. Yang Linxiang came to watch the show together. When she learned that Qin Shiyu was promoted to deputy head of the regiment, Yang Linxiang was also very happy. This is the deputy head of the regiment. If he was promoted one level higher, he would be the head of the regiment. If he was promoted again, Yang Linxiang certainly knew that this was what they fought for with their lives. But their desperate efforts were rewarded accordingly. How could they not be happy? There is actually another thing today. I believe everyone knows that some time ago, our military region seized a large number of cultural relics and prevented those tomb robbers from putting our national treasures into the hands of others. So today we have to thank our military wife comrade. If she hadn't discovered it and sent a letter to the military region in time, our national treasures would have been lost overseas, and it would have been difficult to recover them. After discussion among leaders at all levels of the military region, it was decided to give this brave military wife a corresponding reward. As soon as Gu Wenbin finished speaking, everyone was very surprised, especially the military wives in the family compound. You looked at me, I looked at you, and everyone was asking if it was the other person. However, no one knew who it was. When everyone was curious, Yun Jiji was also stunned. She really didn't expect that there would be such a link today. This task has been completed, and the recovery of all the cultural relics has uprooted them. And this task is not a confidential task. It will not be like some confidential tasks. After completion, it will still be sealed and confidential and cannot be disclosed to the outside world. Brigade Commander, who is it? A bold military wife shouted. How curious. Who is so bold and courageous? Comrade Yun. Brigade Commander Gu looked at Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji, who is named, wished she could find it in the ground to crawl into, and some military wives were also surprised when they learned it was Yun Jiji. Then, countless eyes fell on Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji opened her mouth and didn't want to go up. Can't we keep a low profile? Comrade Yun, come up quickly. The host saw that Yun Jiji didn't move and hurriedly urged. Tang Wan had already taken Yuan from Yun Jiji's hand and said, Jiji, go quickly. When Yun Jiji heard this, she could only stand up. She felt that the expression on her face at this moment must be uglier than crying. She could be full of confidence when treating patients, but when encountering such a thing, Yun Jiji really couldn't stay calm. She glanced at the crowded heads in the auditorium, and her heart began to beat. Brigade Commander, can we keep a low profile? Yun Jiji looked at Gu Wenbin for help. Gu Wenbin was also stunned for a moment, looking at Yun Jiji in surprise, and said helplessly, when you faced those tomb robbers, you could calmly drug them and knock them unconscious, and then come back to report the news. Why are you afraid to come up and receive a prize? Then, do you want this bonus? Yun Jiji's eyes lit up when she heard that. Is there a bonus? Of course. It's a reward from the army. Do you want it? If not, yes. Yun Jiji said quickly. When everyone heard this, they laughed. They thought Yun Jiji had such a lovely side, and they didn't think she was materialistic. Yun Jiji had already stepped up to the stage, but when she saw the crowd of people below the stage, she retreated a little. Brigade Commander, let's hurry up. Gu Wenbin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I see you are quite bold when you treat patients normally. That's different. Yun Jiji said. What's the difference?
Gu Wenbin asked.
There aren't so many people for surgery. Yun Jiji looked serious. Gu Wenbin laughed, but seeing that Yun Jiji was really nervous, he said, Thank you, Comrade Yun Jiji, for providing us with such useful clues. This is your bonus and banner. Gu Wenbin saw that she was really nervous, and he probably thought that she had never encountered such a thing before, otherwise she wouldn't be so nervous. He originally wanted Yun Jiji to say a few words, but after she took the envelope and banner containing the bonus, she ran off the stage. However, she did remember to thank him. Gu Wenbin didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said a few official words, but still warned those military wives who were ready to make a move. If they encountered such a thing, they could be as bold as Yun Jiji. But Yun Jiji was a doctor, and she could knock out those patients with drugs. They should first consider whether they had the ability to do so. If not, they should give up this unrealistic idea as soon as possible. Money is important, but life is more important. Some military wives were very tempted at first, but after listening to Gu Wenbin's words, many of them gave up the idea. But there were still those who thought that as long as they ran fast, they could get the bonus. Jiji, why are you so afraid of going on stage? Tang Wan thought of Yun Jiji's appearance before, and her legs were swinging wildly, which showed that she was really nervous. I was nervous. When I thought about so many people standing below, I felt so stressed. In the present life, some people in the medical field wanted to invite her to give lectures, but she refused when she thought about facing so many audiences. She would rather lock herself in the laboratory and develop more good medicines that benefit the country and the people, rather than give such a lecture. Although it is not a waste of time, she is probably born to be afraid of facing the audience. What does it mean to be under great pressure? Xiong Lia asked curiously. The pressure is as great as a mountain. Yun Jiji explained. Xiong Lia thought about Yun Jiji's previous reaction and felt that she was under great pressure at that time, with so many people looking at her. Jiji, you were not afraid at all when facing those tomb robbers, but you were so nervous when facing everyone. You are really, Tang Wan said helplessly. That's different. Those are bad guys, and I can beat them up. Of course, you are different. Yun Jiji said helplessly. Tang Wan thought about it seriously and felt that what Yun Jiji said was not wrong. It is indeed different in different situations. There are many different situations. That's right. Sister Jiji. The few people were walking back when they heard the sound. When Yun Jiji looked back, she was slightly startled to see several military wives following her. Hello, sisters-in-law. Several people looked at Yun Jiji with some envy, especially since she actually received a bonus from the army today. The money was put in an envelope, and they didn't know how much money was in the envelope. Yun Jiji and the others left the auditorium early, and they waited until the show was over before coming out. They quickened their pace and finally caught up with them. Jiji, we're going back to the dormitory too. See you at the health center tomorrow. It was getting late, and they still had to go to work tomorrow, so they didn't stay here any longer. Okay. See you tomorrow. Yun Jiji responded and watched them leave. Qin Shiyu had other things to do, so he would be back later. At this moment, only Yun Jiji and Yang Linxiang were there with their 2 children. Sister Yun, how can you be so awesome that you are not afraid of those tomb robbers? Yun Jiji heard this. Of course I am not afraid. It's just that I can make medicine, and I will bring medicine for self-defense when I go up the mountain to collect medicine. After all, I am a woman. If I encounter prey or something, I must have a self-defense. I was also very scared when I met those tomb robbers that day, but I thought of the drugs on my body, so I lit the drugs. After they fainted after taking the drugs, I had time to go down the mountain to find Qin Shiyu and others to lead people up the mountain to catch people. Yun Jiji knew that they would definitely ask about what happened that day, so she just picked out some things that could be told. She also wanted to let them know that she was also afraid, but because she was a doctor, she could make medicine and she had drugs on her body, but she dared to do that because she had the ability to protect herself. If they did not have the ability to protect themselves, they would never do that. Sister Yun, how much bonus did the army give you? Kai Chahua asked curiously. Thinking, let's see how much bonus she got, and how much money it would be appropriate for me to borrow from her. She really didn't expect that Yun Jiji actually had such ability. She had never thought about it when she saw Yun Jiji was so skinny. As a result, it was really surprising that Yun Jiji had such ability without making any noise. Everyone looked at Kai Chahua in disbelief. Although they were also very curious about how much bonus the army gave Yun Jiji, they were not so bold to ask directly. But soon, they also realized why Kai Chahua would ask such a thing. She wanted to borrow money again. Kai Chahua, what does it have to do with you how much bonus Jiji got? Why do you ask so many questions? When Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin came out of the auditorium, they didn't see Yun Jiji and her group, and they didn't see Kai Chahua either, so they guessed that they must have come to chase Yun Jiji. The two of them hurried and finally caught up. As a result, as soon as they arrived, they heard Kai Chahua asking Yun Jiji. The two looked at each other and walked straight forward, reaching out to pull Yun Jiji behind them to protect her. Everyone in the family compound knew what kind of personality Kai Chahua had, and they actually followed suit. Didn't they deliberately want to find out? What's wrong with me asking? Aren't you curious? Kai Chahua said with a curled lip when she saw this. If they were really not curious, why did they come with them? Obviously, everyone was extremely curious, but none of them had the guts. Only she would ask. We too are not curious. Everyone knows what kind of person you are. Don't ask around. Do you dare to say that you are not here to borrow money from Jiji? Lu Chuntao said with a sullen face. They knew Kai Chahua too well. She was a person who loved to take advantage of others, and she especially liked to borrow money from others, and then she would not pay it back. There were so many people in the family compound, and she had borrowed money from so many people. What's wrong with lending me that much bonus for emergency use? You're not going to pay it back. Kai Chahua curled her lips, thinking that Lu Chuntao was really annoying, and Yun Jiji hadn't said anything yet. Okay, then you can pay me back the $2 you borrowed from me earlier. Lu Chuntao stretched out her hand directly to her, looking at Kai Chahua with a smile.
This.
If I had money, I wouldn't borrow from you. Kai Chahua's mind worked quickly. It was impossible to pay back the money. Since the money was in her pocket, it was hers. Okay. Then we'll go find platoon leader Lu to ask for it. Lu Chuntao looked at her with a smile. When several people heard this, they all expressed their desire to find platoon leader Lu. Since everyone thinks we should ask platoon leader Lu, then we have to ask clearly. Platoon leader Lu also has a monthly allowance of 40 yuan. Why does Kai Chahua still live a tight life? Is it because platoon leader Lu doesn't give his wife money, and how does he treat his wife harshly? Kai Chahua was scared when she saw that they were really going to find her husband Lu. She borrowed money outside. That was all done secretly behind her husband's back. What would happen if his husband knew about it? Thinking of this, she quickly said, I will pay the money back. Sister Yun, you don't have to be like this if you don't want to lend it. I'm just borrowing money from you. Why do you treat it like you want to kill you? You and Deputy Regiment Qin both have jobs, and your monthly allowance is more than what we earn in a few months. Our life is so difficult. What's wrong with helping me a little? We all live in the same family compound. We should help each other. Kai Chahua felt that if Yun Jiji didn't want to lend it, people like Lu Chuntao wouldn't meddle in other people's business. If Yun Jiji didn't instruct them, how could they do this? After hearing this, Yun Jiji just found it funny. Sister-in-law Camellia, right? No matter how high the salary of Qin Shiyu and I is, it seems that this is also our business as a couple. Are we eating your rice or your meat? How much we earn, how good or bad our lives are, these are all our business. Why should I lend you money just because you ask for it? I also said that our water tanks are not enough, so shouldn't you help each other and give us your water tanks, kitchen knives, and other things? Since platoon leader Liu didn't give you the allowance, otherwise we will go to collect the allowance for platoon leader Liu in the future. I believe that sister-in-law Camellia, who likes to help each other, will definitely not disagree. Yun Jiji crossed her arms and looked at Kai Chahua with a smile, thinking it was really funny. Kai Chahua never thought that Yun Jiji, who usually didn't say a word, would suddenly say such a sentence, which also scared her. That's our family stuff. Why should I give it to you? Kai Chahua blurted out. When everyone heard this, they all laughed out loud. Someone said, "Hey, Kai Chahua, you still know that those are other people's things? You are a borrower and I don't know that you are the boss." That's right, it's really funny. The Yun sister and her husband live a good life because Deputy Regiment Qin is very capable. They can get individual first-class merit, individual second-class merit, and also lead his brothers in the battalion to get a collective second-class merit. They risk their lives for it. Why should they lend you money just because you open your mouth? Everyone was talking and couldn't help but mocking. They didn't give Kai Chahua any face at all. In fact, people like them don't have any shame themselves, so why should they give her any? Kai Chahua wanted to start a quarrel with them, but she saw platoon leader Liu walking towards them from a distance. She glared at them angrily and turned and ran away. Yun Jiji frowned slightly. Kai Chahua seemed to be quite afraid of platoon leader Liu. How could she dare to borrow so much money from outside? Did her husband really not know? Okay, what are you all doing here?
Go away.
Lu Chuntao glanced at the remaining group of people and said in a deep voice. Although several people were still curious about how much bonus Yun Jiji got, they really didn't dare to say anything more at this moment, so they had to leave embarrassedly. Jiji, let's go back too. Lu Chuntao said. Yun Jiji smiled and responded, saying, Sister Chuntao, Sister Shuqin, thank you. Kai Chahua hates others to have money the most. As long as someone has money, she wants to borrow it and she won't pay it back. Don't be fooled by this woman. When the time comes, you really have to give her money. Lu Chuntao said. Sister Chuntao, platoon leader Liu also gets a lot of allowances every month. Why does he do this? Yun Jiji asked curiously. It seems to be because of her mother's family. Lu Chuntao was not very clear. Yun Jiji didn't ask any more questions. It was probably about the bloody incidents of supporting the younger brother and supporting the older brother. Kai Chahua was famous for borrowing money in the family compound, and she never paid it back. Everyone was probably afraid of her. Yun Jiji didn't say anything more. No matter what, she did this, and it was really hated. Yun Jiji took a deep breath and said, It's cold, let us go back. Let's go. The two of them changed the topic directly and didn't ask about the bonus, but Lu Chuntao was worried and concerned for a few words, asking Yun Jiji to stay away from such things if she could avoid them next time. If they were discovered by those people, it would be a loss. This bonus is indeed very attractive, but compared to money, in their opinion, life is the most important. Thank you, Sister Chuntao, I know what I'm doing. Yun Jiji smiled. Seeing Yun Jiji say this, Lu Chuntao didn't say anything more. And Yun Jiji is not the kind of person who doesn't care about her life. After all, she has 2 young children. Even for the sake of her 2 children, she will not joke about her life. Just keep it in mind. No matter what happens, nothing is more important than your own life. Do you understand? Lu Chuntao said again. Chuntao is right. Although money is good, and I like it very much, life is more important than money. Yang Shuqin was also a little worried, and couldn't help but say, Sister Chuntao, Sister Shuqin, I won't. Seeing that she really listened to it, the two felt relieved. I returned to the family compound with Yun Jiji. It was already late. Lu Shuqin did not stay long, and went home first. Lu Chuntao and her family lived next door to each other, so they walked back together. When they arrived outside Lu Chuntao's yard, Yun Jiji said, Sister Chuntao, when I get back from work tomorrow at noon, I will come to see Xiaoman. If he recovers well, he can go out for moderate activities. When Lu Chuntao heard what Yun Jiji said, her eyes suddenly widened and she excitedly pulled Yun Jiji's hand. Jiji, is it true? I'm not sure yet. We'll know after we see him tomorrow at noon. But don't tell Xiaoman about this for now, so that he won't be happy in vain. Yun Jiji was actually 90% sure. But there are always unexpected things happening, so she couldn't give a better guarantee. Okay, I got it. I'll wait for you at home tomorrow at noon, and won't go out. Lu Chuntao said hurriedly. Okay. Yun Jiji responded, said goodbye to Lu Chuntao, and returned home. I'll go to the kitchen to boil water for Tuanchuan and Yuan to wash up. Yang Linxiang was very conscious. Yun Jiji hadn't checked how much money was in the envelope, and she would probably check it now. Second aunt, we are a family, you don't have to avoid it like this. Yang Linxiang was touched. The past few days of getting along made her know that Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu treated her well sincerely. It was precisely because she knew what their attitude towards her was that Yang Linxiang felt that she should have some sense of boundaries in some things, especially in terms of money. Jiji, I know that you and Shiyu are very good to me, but we should also be careful about things like money. Even if our relationship is so close, you should be on guard against me. Yang Linxiang took the initiative to say that this child was too honest. If she believed in people so easily, Yang Linxiang was also worried that she would suffer in the future. Seeing this, Yun Jiji laughed, second aunt. Don't doubt people when you employ them, and don't employ people if you doubt them, and I believe in you. Yun Jiji might have to investigate others, but if this person was Yang Linxiang, Yun Jiji believed her. Obviously, she knew that she sent things for the three of them, mother and son, and if Qin Yue found out, Qin Yue would definitely beat and scold her. But Yang Linxiang still secretly sent it to her several times. Although the things did not reach her hands, Yun Jiji knew about this intention. If, one day, Yang Linxiang really betrayed herself, it could only be said that she did not know people well, and she could not blame others. Yang Linxiang looked at Yun Jiji with red eyes. She had lived a cowardly life. Since she married Qin Yue, she seemed to have lost herself. Her husband, her children, and even her parents never believed in her. When her husband wanted to drive her out of the Qin family, her son blamed her for meddling in other people's affairs. She had been taught a lesson so many times before, but she didn't know how to learn. Her daughter blamed her for favoring Yun Jiji, an outsider, as if she had never loved them. Yang Linxiang only felt that she had failed in life at that time, and she had not even educated her children well. Jiji, thank you. I will definitely live up to your trust in me. Yang Linxiang promised with red eyes. Seeing her eyes red again, Yun Jiji could imagine that when Qin Yue kicked her out, her children must have done something to hurt her deeply. Otherwise, Yang Linxiang would not have moved her so much just because she said she trusted her. Yun Jiji comforted her a few words, and Yang Linxiang still found an excuse to go out. After all, this is about money. It is one thing for Yun Jiji to trust her enough, and it is another thing if she does not have a sense of boundaries. Seeing this, Yun Jiji did not say anything more. She took out the envelope and opened it to take out the big unity inside. When she got the envelope before, she felt that it was a bit thick. After counting, she raised her eyebrows and was quite surprised. 500. This bonus can be said to be very generous, and it is still in this era. No wonder those military wives were so curious before. Yun Jiji put the money into the space and was in a good mood. This is her first income in this era. The previous money was given by Qin Shiyu. Although it was not much, it was still spent. But the money was not entirely spent on her. There were also children and Qin Shiyu, and now Yang Linxiang. It's not that she didn't think about going to the black market to exchange money and goods. But after all, she was staying in the military district family compound, and there were few opportunities to go to the city. But if there was money, who would want to go to the black market? She looked at the silk banner on the side, thinking that she should put the things away. Wife, what are you putting away? Qin Shiyu saw this and reached out to take the silk banner from her hand. When did you come back? You scared me. Yun Jiji glared at him and patted her chest. This man is really... Why didn't he move at all? Like a wandering soul. You're watching too focused. Qin Shiyu smiled, then held up the silk banner in his hand and looked at it, and even gestured on the wall for a while, found a suitable position, got a nail from somewhere, and nailed it directly on the wall, and then hung the silk banner directly on it. "What are you hanging it for?" Yun Jiji said helplessly.
His face became red.
"Of course it should be hung. This is your first silk banner," Qin Shiyu said with a smile. "Yes, it should be hung, and people who come in and out can see it and know how great our Jiji is." When Yang Linxiang brought back the wash and brush for Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan, she saw Qin Shiyu hanging the silk banner and smiled immediately. "Jiji, we know you don't care about these, but people care about reputation. These are good things and should be hung up for others. Some people only act according to the situation, and sometimes you can't be too low-key." Yang Linxiang knew that Yun Jiji was not someone who cared about these things. "And I get it." Yun Jiji did not dwell on it too much. People would probably talk about this matter for a few days, but after this period, everyone would be diverted by other new things. Thinking of this, she felt that there was nothing to dwell on. "Shiyu, congratulations." Yang Linxiang looked at Qin Shiyu again. Knowing that he had been promoted to deputy head of the group, Yang Linxiang was so happy. "Thank you, Aunt." Qin Shiyu thanked her. "I'll add another dish tomorrow to celebrate for the two of you," Yang Linxiang said with a smile, and took Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan back to the house to sleep. "I'll go wash up first." Yun Jiji also hurried out. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu curled his lips slightly. She seemed to be particularly uncomfortable with this kind of thing. Thinking about her appearance when she went on stage to receive the award before, Qin Shiyu just felt that this little woman was really cute. But think about it. She has never experienced such a thing, let alone standing on the stage in front of so many people. She must be nervous. But with Yun Jiji's ability, after experiencing it a few more times, I believe she will gradually get used to this kind of scene that everyone is paying attention to. She is so outstanding, and there will be more and more opportunities to go on stage to receive awards. He looked at the banners on the wall again. Suddenly, he began to look forward to his wife shining in the field he is good at. In the evening, Zhao Chongjing found them while talking. Qin Shiyu could vaguely hear something from the other party's meaning. The chief also attached great importance to the opening of a military pharmaceutical factory. As long as their chief attaches enough importance to it, Qin Shiyu believes that it is only a matter of time before the pharmaceutical factory is opened. His gaze fell in the direction of the bathroom, but he quickly retracted his gaze. The corners of his lips slightly raised, and he smiled softly. After Yun Jiji simply washed up in the space and came out, she pushed open the bathroom door. As a result, she met Qin Shiyu's sight. She was slightly stunned for a moment and turned her face away uncomfortably. Because Qin Shiyu was at home, she didn't dare to stay in the space for a long time, but she didn't expect that when she pushed the door out, she saw this man standing here waiting for her. "Have I been washing for too long?" Yun Jiji asked uncertainly.
No.
The night sky was full tonight, and the hazy light fell on her face with a faint blush. Her bright eyes seemed to contain a pool of autumn water, and tiny drops of water hung on her long and thick eyelashes, dripping as she blinked. The man's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his voice became a little hoarse. "It's cold. Come in quickly." Yun Jiji glanced at the man. "I'm going back to the house." The man's eyes were too hot when he looked at her. What does it mean for a man to show such a look to a woman? Yun Jiji knew it. She pulled her clothes tightly and hurried back to the house. Yang Linxiang saw her return to the house and smiled. "What's wrong? Is there a wolf chasing you?" Hearing Yang Linxiang's joke, Yun Jiji felt a little uncomfortable. "It's cold." Seeing this, Yang Linxiang raised the corners of her lips. Looking outside the house, she saw Qin Shiyu still standing aside. Yang Linxiang instantly understood what was going on. "Jiji, you two have children. Why are you still embarrassed?" Although the second aunt said that these are inappropriate, you and your wife can't always sleep in separate rooms like this, Yang Linxiang said. Yang Linxiang was also quite surprised when she saw Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu sleeping in separate rooms before. But it was not appropriate for her to say too much. After all, this was a matter between them and their husband and wife. Although Qin Shiyu had been on missions for the past 3 years, Yun Jiji had also suffered a lot of grievances. She couldn't just act like nothing had happened and get intimate with Qin Shiyu. This was obviously impossible. Second aunt, take your time. Don't rush. Yang Xianglin heard this and said, well, then you go to bed early, and I'll go back to my room to sleep. Yun Jiji heard this and said, okay, good night, second aunt.
Well,
Good night. Yang Linxiang came out of Yun Jiji's room, and when she saw Qin Shiyu standing in the yard, she stepped forward and stretched out her hand to pat his shoulder. But seeing her height, his hand finally fell on Qin Shiyu's arm. Shiyu, don't blame Jiji. Jiji has had a hard time these years and has suffered so many grievances. It's simply not something that ordinary people can bear. If it were someone else who was cruel, he would have abandoned the two children and run away. Aunt, I know. I have never blamed her. I only blame myself for knowing what kind of people my parents are. I should have brought her to the army that night. At least. She could have lived a little more comfortably in the family compound. When he was on a mission, the leaders would also take into account that his wife was pregnant and would ask the wives of the soldiers in the family compound to help pay more attention. It's better than living like that in Yunhe village. You don't know that your parents are so cruel, do you? Don't blame yourself too much. Treat them well in the future. The past cannot be changed, so cherish every day in the future. Yang Linxiang said. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu nodded and said, second aunt, I'll take note. It's cold. Go take a shower and go to bed early. You have to go to work tomorrow. Okay. Yang Linxiang ignored him and said what she should say. The matter between them should be resolved by them. Although they respect her, she is an outsider after all. The most taboo thing about emotional matters is that outsiders interfere too much. They are not the kind of people who do things recklessly, and she believes they understand. Qin Shiyu stood in the yard for a while, then turned to the kitchen to get water and go to the bathroom to wash, and then went back to the house to rest. At the same time in Yunhe village, Yun Wanrong huddled under the old quilt, and the cold wind was blowing into the house little by little through the leaky walls. She wrapped herself tightly, but she was still shivering with cold. Can you be quiet? You move around, are you still going to sleep? He Mingyuan said angrily. He finally managed to warm up the bed, but as soon as Yun Wanrong moved, the cold wind blew into the bed again, making He Mingyuan shiver. Yun Wanrong's eyes turned red with grievance. She looked at He Mingyuan and said, Mingyuan, let's fix the house tomorrow. It's so cold, and the wind keeps blowing in. It's really unbearable. If you don't move, you won't be cold. He Mingyuan didn't want to move. His hands were not meant to fix these things. If she really wanted to clean up, she could just do it herself. He was holding a book and writing with his hands. Mingyuan Then go to Mom's room and bring back the quilt I brought when we got married. I really can't stand the cold. When has Yun Wanrong ever suffered such hardship? When she was at her mother's house, the house she lived in was not the best, but it was very warm. If the weather was too cold, she could burn charcoal in the house to keep warm. In her previous life, after she married Qin Shiyu, although she also suffered some hardships, she was sweet and could coax people, so Zhao Sulian was not too harsh on her. Later, when Qin Shiyu sacrificed himself, her life became better. She kept all the money from Qin Shiyu, but Zhao Sulian and the others had to live according to her face in the future. Living in a small Western-style house, there is a heater in winter and a fan in summer. When the air conditioner came out later, she was the first to enjoy it. Before, she always thought about enduring it, and her life would definitely be better after He Mingyuan made money. But it was so cold, she really couldn't stand it anymore. Rong, Mom is old and can't stand the cold. We are still young. I will hold you when you sleep, and you won't feel cold if I hold you. Hearing this, He Mingyuan's face darkened, and he coaxed her again. Yun Wanrong had a bad temper to begin with, and when she heard him say this, she sat up and put on the clothes on the side. What are you doing? He Mingyuan quickly pulled the quilt, pulled all the quilts over, and wrapped himself tightly. Yun Wanrong was also very angry when she saw him like this. She put on the clothes in a few seconds and said angrily, I will go back to my mom's place to sleep. If I continue to sleep here, I will be frozen to death. Without waiting for He Mingyuan to react, Yun Wanrong had already opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, the cold wind poured in, and Yun Wanrong's teeth began to chatter. Rong, wait a minute. He Mingyuan seemed to have thought of something, and quickly got up from the bed and put on the clothes quickly. Let's go. What are you doing? Yun Wanrong asked with a sullen face. I'll go with you. I can't sleep without you by my side. It's not that he Mingyuan is not afraid of the cold, but he would never do it if he was asked to repair the house. His hands are used to hold a pen to write, and this kind of repair work is not something he can do. Hearing that Yun Wanrong was going to live back home, he Mingyuan thought of the blue brick and tile house of the Yun family, which must be much warmer than their place. If that could become their house. Thinking about this, He Mingyuan's mind became active. Yun Wanrong looked at He Mingyuan in disbelief. She didn't expect that He Mingyuan would go back with her. Aren't you not cold? She said sarcastically. The more she got along with He Mingyuan, the more Yun Wanrong doubted whether it was really as she thought. Was He Mingyuan really a person she could trust? Could she really become the richest man in China, like in her previous life? Whenever she thought of this, Yun Wanrong felt that she was thinking too much. She would definitely be able to become the richest person. After all, He Mingyuan became the richest person in his previous life, but he waited until the opening up and started to do individual business, and then he slowly became rich. He didn't know the future direction like her, so He Mingyuan was like this. Thinking of this, Yun Wanrong adjusted her mood. Let's go quickly. If it's too late, my mother will go to bed. However, Yun Wanrong didn't understand that it was easier to invite a god than to send him away. Now it is officially 1976. With Yang Linxiang helping to take care of the children, Yun Jiji has more free time. In addition to making hemostatic powder and softening ointment for the troops, the plasters she made have also been well received by the troops. After that, when all the young soldiers came to the health center to get plasters, they specifically asked for the medicine made by Yun Jiji. Seeing this, Hu Jianjun thought about applying for a special brand for the ointment made by Yun Jiji, just like the vanishing cream has Yishuang, Chiodai or Shanghai brand, etc., like the hemostatic powder or softening ointment or plaster made by Yun Jiji, it should also be named. And let people know that this is a product of Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji was also surprised when she heard Hu Jianjun say this. Think about it, is there any better name, so that when our pharmaceutical factory is established, even if there are drugs developed by other doctors later, they can be better distinguished? Hu Jianjun looked at Yun Jiji and said, hoping that she could understand what he meant. Yun Jiji nodded in understanding after hearing this and said, Political Commissar, have you thought of the name of our pharmaceutical factory? It's still under review and application. I'm afraid it won't be confirmed until after the Spring Festival. Then we can decide the name of the pharmaceutical factory. Hu Jianjun said that the most troublesome thing is to go through the layers of approval. No one knows what they are doing. In short, it's very troublesome. Now, Zhao Changzhen can only see how good Yun Jiji's medicine is and urge the higher-ups to do so. Gu Wenbin also went to see Chief Zhong and told him about the effects of Yun Jiji's hemostatic powder and skin-softening ointment. He also wanted to inform Chief Zhong of his connections so that he could better smooth the relationship between the upper and lower levels. If this wasn't a good thing that benefited the country and the people, they wouldn't have thought of using so many connections. The effect of the hemostatic powder alone could save so many soldiers from suffering. Political Commissar, what I mean is that the name of the pharmaceutical factory should be based on the name of our military, and the people should know at a glance that it is a product of the army. As for the hemostatic powder and other medicines I developed, they can be opened as a separate series instead of being given another name. Yun Jiji said, it is naturally best to have the army too. And now the people have a blind trust in soldiers or the army. She believes that the medicines produced by the military can also gain more trust from the people. Then what do you think our pharmaceutical factory should be named? Hu Jianjun looked at Yun Jiji, wanting to hear what Yun Jiji meant. The first pharmaceutical factory of Haisher Provincial Military District. Hu Jianjun's mouth twitched. You don't have to think about it. But as soon as you hear the name of this pharmaceutical factory, you know that it is a product of our Haisher Provincial Military District. Yun Jiji said with a smile. When Hu Jianjun heard this, he immediately slapped his thigh. Then let's call it this name. As for your series, what do you want to call it? I'll think about it seriously. Yun Jiji actually had a good name in mind, but she didn't plan to say it for the time being. And it hasn't been applied for yet. Maybe it will go smoothly, but she still hopes to wait until it is confirmed. Okay. Hu Jianjun nodded, got up quickly, and said, I'll talk to the brigade commander about the name of this pharmaceutical factory first. Okay. Hu Jianjun was in a good mood at the moment. The first pharmaceutical factory of Haishur Provincial Military District. If they open a branch factory in the future, it can also be the second and third pharmaceutical factories of Haishur Provincial Military District. Thinking of this, Hu Jianjun was in a good mood and couldn't help humming along.
But
Hu Jianjun had just taken a step when he saw Li Jie running over in a hurry, sweating profusely. Political commissar. What for? Hu Jianjun was in a good mood, but when he saw his anxious look, his heart skipped a beat. Political commissar, battalion commander Shin Feng, and his men are missing. The brigade commander asked me to call you, and to bring Dr. Yun as well. Li Jie said hurriedly, his eyes falling on Yun Jiji. Tang Wan came out of an office at the side and just happened to hear the sound. The enamel cup in her hand fell to the ground with a clang, making a loud noise. Political commissar, Shen Feng. Tang Wan walked over anxiously, her voice still trembling. If Yun Jiji hadn't been quick to support her, Tang Wan would have fallen to the ground. Don't worry first. Since they can send back the news, they will definitely be fine. Don't panic. You are not unaware of Shin Feng's ability. Hu Jianjun comforted her for a few words, looked at Yun Jiji and said, Come with me to the army first. Since the brigade commander asked me to call you, I'm afraid you will have to go on a mission with him. Okay. Yun Jiji reached out and patted Tang Wan's hand. Don't worry, if I go, I will definitely bring him back safely for you.
Jiji.
Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji with red eyes. Yun Jiji looked at Tang Wan with a firm look in her eyes, and when she heard Xiong Lia coming out after hearing the noise, she also followed. After Yun Jiji handed Tang Wan to Xiong Lia, don't worry. After that, Yun Jiji hurriedly followed Hu Jianjun to Gu Wenbin's office. In the office, Qin Shiyu was already waiting there. When he saw Yun Jiji coming in, he was not surprised. Shen Feng has disappeared in Shengui Mountain. Shiyu, you should select a few people to go to Shengui Mountain. No matter what happens to them, we must bring them back. Gu Wenbin's face was heavy. He originally thought that this mission was not that difficult, but he did not expect such a thing to happen. Even if they have already, we must bring them home. Gu Wenbin's face became even heavier when he said this. No one wants this to happen, but judging from the injuries of the people who came back to report the news, they don't know what kind of torture Shin Feng and others are suffering now. For them, soldiers, they would rather die on the battlefield than become prisoners and suffer torture. That is even more painful for them than taking their lives. Don't worry, Brigade Commander, I guarantee to complete the mission. Pack up and set off in half an hour. Gu Wenbin said. There can be no delay now, but they also know that Qin Shiyu and his wife still have 2 young children. Although their second aunt is taking care of the children for them now, they have to go back and say something. Otherwise, the sudden departure of the 2 will inevitably make them more worried. Yes. The 2 did not stay for long, and left Gu Wenbin's office quickly. The 2 were silent, and no one spoke, but they walked back to the family compound quickly. Yang Linxiang was also shocked when she saw the 2 people coming back at this time. Why are you 2 back at this time? Second aunt, I have to go on a mission with Qin Shiyu. I'm going to trouble you with the family affairs these days, and to Anchuan Yuan. Yun Jiji looked at the 2 children and felt reluctant. But she knew that from the moment she became a military doctor, she knew clearly that sooner or later she would have to go on a mission with them. But she didn't expect it to come so soon. Okay, you 2 go. Be careful. I will take good care of Tuanchuan Yuan. Don't worry about the family. Protect her herself and come back safely as soon as possible. Yang Linxiang was also stunned for a moment, and then she reacted and said quickly. Yun Jiji didn't have time to talk to Yang Linxiang but came to Tuanchuan Yuan, stretched out her hand and pulled the 2 little guys into her arms and hugged them. Having lived in the family compound for so long, the 2 little ones also know what it means to be on a mission. When Shen Hongjun was on a mission before, Shen Tiantian cried when she came to play at home. Tuanchuan and Yuan didn't understand at the time, so Shinjin explained to them what it meant to be on a mission. Mom, I will take good care of my sister. Tuan looked at Yunjiji obediently. Yunjiji reached out and hugged him in her arms. Mom will be back soon. You and your sister have to be good and listen to your aunt recently. Do you understand? Mom. Baby knows. Although Yuan's eyes were red, Brother Shinjin said that Mom and Dad went on missions to save people and beat up bad guys. Although she is reluctant, Yuan will be good. Yunjiji hugged the two little guys in her arms again and didn't dare to waste any more time. If they arrived 1 minute later, Shen Feng and his team might be 1 point more dangerous. Fortunately, this mission is in the mountains, and she has accumulated a lot of spiritual power recently. As long as it is on the mountains and there are many plants, that is her world. She believed that it wouldn't take much time to bring the person back. Yunjiji went into the house and tidied up a bit. She also took out some medicine from the space and put it in the medicine box distributed by the health center. Some were thrown directly into the space. The medicine box was used to conceal her tracks, and it was also convenient for her to take the medicine out when the time came. When Yunjiji finished cleaning up and came out, Qin Shiyu had already cleaned up in the yard, also holding Tuan and Yuan to comfort them. Dad has to protect Mom. Tuan told Qin Shiyu solemnly. Don't worry, Mom and Dad will come back safe and sound, and Dad won't let Mom get hurt. Qin Shiyu promised solemnly. Daddy wants an in too, Yuan said obediently. Qin Shiyu responded and hugged the two little guys for a while. Second aunt, here are 50 yuan and some tickets. Don't hesitate to buy anything the family needs. If you run out, go to find political commissar, but we should be able to come back before the new year. If you have any problems, you can also ask Sister Chuntao next door for help. Yunjiji was afraid that Yang Linxiang would feel embarrassed and do everything by herself. Don't worry, you two, leave the family to me. I will take good care of Tuanchuan and Yuan. Don't worry. Good. Yunjiji responded. She hugged Tuanchuan and Yuan again, and then went out with Qin Shiyu. When passing by Lu Chuntao's house, she still called Lu Chuntao. When she learned that they were going on a mission, Lu Chuntao also hurriedly agreed to it, which made them feel at ease. Now that Xiaoman can go out, he will let Xiaoman go to play with the two children when he is free, so that they don't think too much. After all, it was the first time for the two children to leave their parents, so it was inevitable that they would not be used to it. The only thing they could do next was to help look after the two children and take care of them if there were any problems. Lu Chuntao also told Yunjiji to be careful, and then watched them leave. Tuanchuan and Yuan were the two sensible ones. They stood there and watched Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji leave. When their figures disappeared at the door, the two little ones couldn't help but burst into tears. Yang Linxiang quickly hugged the kids and coaxed them. Seeing this, Lu Chuntao also hurried over to help coax the two little ones. Not long after, Xiaoman also came over and coaxed the two children to play, telling them stories or playing games. Finally, even Shinjin and Shen Tiantian came and played with the little ones for a long time, and only then did they stop crying. But they knew that when it got dark, the two little ones would still be in pain. But they couldn't say much about this kind of thing. Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji were now state servants, and it was a common occurrence when they were on missions. The only thing Yang Linxiang can do is to take good care of Tuanchuan and Yuan and not let them have any worries. It only took him half a day's drive from their place to Xingui Mountain, and when they arrived, the rest of the people would be ready and waiting there. Su Qinzhen was also on this trip. Get in the car, Qin Shiyu said in a deep voice. Yunjiji glanced sideways at the man. His expression was serious, completely different from usual. Everyone got on the bus in an orderly manner. When Yunjiji got on, Qin Shiyu reached out and grabbed Yunjiji. What for? Yunjiji was stunned and looked at the man in confusion. We don't know the situation in Xingui Mountain now. You must follow me closely after we enter the mountain. Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji seriously. Okay. Yunjiji seemed extremely well-behaved and did not refute Qin Shiyu's words. Seeing how well-behaved, she is really helpful. But Qin Shiyu felt that she agreed too quickly and was always worried that Yun Jiji would do something else. He will just have to keep an eye on it more. The two of them got into the car without further delay. Come back safely, Gu Wenbin said to them. Yes. After everyone got in the car, it drove out of the military area. There were 15 people in this team, and there was plenty of space in the car. After Yun Jiji got in the car, she took out the medicine from the medicine box and started preparing. Sister-in-law, do you need help? Seeing this, Su Qinzhen hurried over. His father is a doctor. Although he did not study medicine himself, he learned a little from what he saw and heard. I've prepared it. Help me put the medicine into these cloth bags and distribute them to everyone to wear close to their bodies, said Yun Jiji. Su Qinzhen responded and started to help. Qin Shiyu looked gloomy and came over as well. His gloomy eyes swept over Su Qinzhen, causing him to shrink his neck in fear. The deputy captain's look is really scary. Sister-in-law, what is this medicine powder used for? Su Qinzhen quickly changed the subject and asked curiously. Anti-insect, poisonous insects. She didn't elaborate. They must all know about Shi Jingcheng's matter. Since they were asked to go on a mission to rescue Shen Feng and his group, it was clear that they had indeed encountered trouble, and Gu Wenbin would also inform them of the details so that they could be mentally prepared. When Su Qinzhen heard this, he knew what was going on. He distributed the tightly packed medicine bags to everyone, wear them close to your body. You all know the seriousness of Li Wenbing and the other two's injuries at that time. You must carry the medicine bags with you at any time. Yes. Several people responded quickly and put on the medicine bags. Wife, you should get some sleep. It will be dark when we get to Xingui Mountain, and I'm afraid you won't get any rest at night. Qin Shiyu said to Yun Jiji. When they're on a mission, sometimes they really have no time to rest and may not sleep for several days in a row. Okay. Yun Jiji responded. This was her first time on a mission and she didn't understand many things, so she had to listen to Qin Shiyu. After she packed up the medicine box, she went over there to rest. Qin Shiyu glanced sideways and saw that many people were looking over. As his eyes swept over them, several people lowered their heads silently. The deputy regiment commander is really different in front of his sister-in-law. I don't know if he will still be like this during the mission. The car swayed all the way to a hidden forest in Xingui Mountain and parked. Then they had to walk into the mountain. This road may not be easy to walk on. If you can't walk, be sure to tell me. Qin Shiyu said in a low voice. I can do it, let's go. It will be more dangerous to go into the mountains at night, and we don't know what's going on with Shen Feng and the others now. It will be safer if we find them sooner. Yun Jiji understood that the forest was very dangerous at night, and all kinds of dangers were unknown. She can control plants, but Qin Shiyu and the others don't know that. She couldn't possibly say it openly, let alone let anyone know that she had such ability, for fear of being caught as a monster. Qin Shiyu led his men up the mountain, observing Yun Ziji's situation from time to time. When he was sure that she was fine, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The moonlight was dim tonight, and after entering the mountain they could not see the road clearly, so they took every step with extreme caution. I'll hold your hand. I have good night vision and can see the road clearly. After entering the mountain, Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji was slightly stunned. She wanted to say that she could see it, but there were some things she couldn't reveal yet. She said, I can just follow you. I can do it. You don't have to take care of me like this. Let's hurry up and get on with our journey. Qin Shiyu, she felt inexplicably lost in her heart, and after confirming that she was fine, Qin Shiyu didn't say too much. As she walked forward, Yun Jiji's hand fell on the plants and she quietly released her spiritual power, asking the plants to help her find the whereabouts of Shen Feng and the others. Xingui Mountain may not seem big, but once you go deep into the mountains, the surrounding trees seem like lurking monsters. The leaves are intertwined, forming an impenetrable barrier above your head, completely isolating the moonlight. Occasionally, there is a rustling sound in the wind, which gives off a creepy atmosphere. Boss, where are we going? Su Qinzhen asked in a low voice. This feeling was really scary now, and they could no longer tell the direction, as if they were trapped in a maze. Don't be in a hurry. Let's figure out the direction first. This was also Qin Shiyu's first time to Xingui Mountain, and it was dark and the road was unclear. They had no idea where they were. It is even more unclear what the direction is. The only thing we can do is wait and see. There's light over there, Yun Jiji said suddenly. Qin Shiyu looked in the direction Yun Jiji pointed. His face darkened and he raised his hand. Everyone be careful. They all knew what seeing light in the mountains meant. There must be someone in that direction. It is not clear whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, so we should be more careful in dealing with them. Go in that direction and be careful, Qin Shiyu instructed. The group of people then lowered their bodies and headed in that direction. When they got close to there, they lowered their bodies and moved forward slowly. Qin Shiyu had been paying attention to Yun Jiji's situation, but he was still a little surprised to see that she didn't make any sound and just crouched down as they moved forward. At this moment, the leaves suddenly rustled, as if some animal was jumping among the leaves, making some noises from time to time. Squeaky and cooing. It's the sound of squirrels. This made several people secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and they followed in that direction. When they were getting close, Qin Shiyu made a gesture, and the group bent down on the spot. At this time, several men gathered around a fire not far away, chattering in Sakura Mandarin, and on a tree not far away, several people were. They all had corresponding injuries on their bodies. They were probably injured and they all lowered their heads, and their condition could not be seen clearly. But from the way they were dressed, it could be seen that they were undoubtedly Xin Feng and the others. Yun Jiji turned her head, and when she saw the angry expressions on Qin Shiyu and the others' faces, she knew that he was angry. She quickly reached out and grabbed Qin Shiyu, and this time she directly grabbed the man's hand. The man was stunned at first, then turned around and looked at Yun Jiji. Then, Yun Jiji shook her head gently at him. Xin Feng is his best brother. Seeing Xin Feng's appearance at this moment, how could Qin Shiyu not be angry? But this man's aura is too strong and can be easily noticed. Qin Shiyu closed his eyes and held his breath. When he opened his eyes again, the man became very calm. A few people not far away also felt that everything was eerie at first, but that feeling soon disappeared. They just thought it was their own illusion. Boss, do you want to take action? Su Qingzhen had already moved to Qin Shiyu's side without him noticing, and lowered his voice. They were all very angry, especially that these people dared to do such a thing to their brothers. Seeing the whip marks on Xin Feng and the others, it was obvious that they had all suffered corresponding torture.
Noheri.
Qin Shiyu lowered his voice. They haven't figured out how many of these people there are, nor do they know whether there are any Sakura people hiding in the dark. If they act rashly, they will find out the other party's situation if they are still lurking. Yun Jiji saw the situation of Qin Feng and the others clearly, and her hand fell to the ground silently. She soon received the news brought back by the plants that Qin Feng and his group all had corresponding injuries. The most seriously injured was Xin Feng. He had many whip wounds on his body and even 2 deep knife wounds on his face. Those people had written humiliating words on his face. Yun Jiji's face darkened. These people really deserved to be. 2 of the young soldiers had their hand and foot sticks broken. Yun Jiji's expression became more and more ugly, and she wished she could just take action. Jiji. Qin Shiyu felt it, and he looked at Yun Jiji in confusion. They are badly injured, she said in a low voice. I know. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu. I'll go out and get some medicine. I don't have enough. Even if I save him without medicine, they will. She had things to do, but she couldn't do it in front of Qin Shiyu and the others. If she sneaks away alone, it will be easier. As long as she puts out the fire, there are plenty of ways to make these people kill each other. Plants are her weapons. She has plenty of ways to manipulate plants and make them attack her people. Let Cheng'en go with your sister-in-law. Qin Shiyu couldn't leave and could only tell Su Qing'en.
Yes.
At this time, through the light of the fire, they could clearly see the situation of Xin Feng and the others. Cover your mouths and noses. I'll see if there's any hallucinogenic drug. Qin Shiyu understood, made a gesture to Yun Jiji, took her hand, and said 2 words silently. Yun Jiji knew what was going on, so she leaned over and left. After the two of them stepped back for a distance, Yunjiji took out a small flashlight from her bag. The light from the flashlight was very weak, and unless you shone it far away, you couldn't see the light clearly. Su Qingzhen was originally worried that they would be discovered, but he quickly dispelled his worries because the light from Yunjiji was really very weak and they all had to get very close to see some plants clearly. Yunjiji was very surprised. There were really a lot of medicinal herbs in Shengui Mountain. Especially since it was deep in the mountains, the number of medicinal herbs was astonishingly high. While Su Qingzhen was not paying attention, she quickly put the herbs into the space and got a lot of medicine for her through plants. Found it. Qin Shiyu was also very worried at this moment, and he didn't know whether Yunjiji was safe or not. At this moment, the fire among the Sakura people not far away suddenly became a little weird. Qin Shiyu saw it and shouted, "Cover your mouth and nose." Several people were stunned and did as they were told immediately. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Where sitting there chatting and laughing suddenly seemed to be possessed by something. As if crazy. Some people hugged a tree and kissed it crazily, and some pointed at each other and shouted wild boar. They swung the long knives in their hands at their own people, and blood splattered everywhere. Some people's bodies were twisted into shapes that normal people could not have, and the sound of bones snapped, and they tore their own bones to pieces. Although they were in great pain, they showed excitement and joy on their faces. It was as if doing this gave him indescribable pleasure. In the deep mountains late at night, there were all kinds of terrified screams and the sound of knives cutting into flesh. Screams, roars. People's scalps were numb. However, Qin Shiyu still saw something unusual. When his teammates were terrified, Qin Shiyu noticed that their hands seemed to be entangled by vines and branches, as if the branches were controlling them, letting them do the following things step by step. Qin Shiyu thought of Yunjiji. He had said before that he wanted to make some hallucinogenic drugs, but what kind of drugs were really that strong? They could make people crazy to this extent. How did she do it? Qin Shiyu felt a little uneasy. After letting them stare at him, he retreated to find Yunjiji. When he found Yunjiji, he saw that Yunjiji's hand was pressing on a tree, and Su Qingzhen was lying there, looking at the reactions of the Sakura people in front of him, and they seemed to be sleepy. He noticed that there seemed to be a green light in Yunjiji's palm, and the vines on the tree beside her seemed to be blown by the wind, which inexplicably made him see a trace of their joy, and they didn't seem to be moving, but were rejoicing in Yunjiji's figure.
Wife.
Qin Shiyu said in a low voice, and then took 3 or 2 steps forward, stretched out his hand, and pulled her hand down directly. The vines also quieted down as she retracted her hand, and the green light in her palm disappeared. Qin Shiyu noticed it, and he looked at Yunjiji with heavy eyes. There were many things he wanted to ask, but Su Qingzhen was there at the moment, so Qin Shiyu couldn't ask. Yunjiji didn't expect this man to come over suddenly. When she saw the man's heavy face, Yunjiji knew that he must have discovered something. He was smarter than she thought. Yunjiji didn't have time to say more. She pulled her hand back from his hand and pressed it on the tree again. The vines danced wildly again. The Sakura people who had paused once again seemed to be crazy and raised their knives to chop at their own people. Qin Shiyu reached out to hold down Yunjiji's hand. He wanted to stop him, but the green light was stronger than before. Yunjiji could feel that the tree absorbed more spiritual power. Although she recovered a lot, she knew very well that her thin spiritual power was limited. On the contrary, the spiritual power suddenly became very strong at this time, as if there was some endless spiritual power, which was transferred from Qin Shiyu to her dantian and then poured into the trees. Yunjiji seemed to hear a voice in her mind, "Comfortable, comfortable, so comfortable." This was the voice from the tree spirit. "What's wrong with you?" Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu, quite surprised. At this time, Qin Shiyu also looked at his hand, unable to understand what had just happened. Why, when his hand pressed on Yunjiji's hand, the green light became even stronger, and he heard that old voice. After a moment, everything returned to calm. Yunjiji retracted her hand and looked at Qin Shiyu with surprise. "Save people first." Qin Shiyu opened his mouth, was silent for a moment, and finally said. Yun Jiji also knew that it was not appropriate to say that now. He could only save Shinfeng and the others first.
Well.
Yun Jiji stretched out her hand and patted Su Qinzhen on the shoulder, and he stood up, opening his mouth. He. Are they possessed by evil spirits? Su Qinzhen was stunned. The scene just now stimulated all his nerves. He looked at those people going crazy, as if they were possessed by ghosts. But Su Qinzhen didn't dare to say such words. If it was spread out, people might think it was some kind of feudal superstition, and it would bring trouble to his family. They are not good people, and the magic medicine I made can make them do corresponding things according to the situation of their hearts. For example, what they fear is their greatest desire in their hearts. Yun Jiji explained. Just like the one who hugged the tree and kissed it crazily, it was obvious that he wanted a woman. Su Qinzhen didn't expect this medicine to be so powerful, but this medicine is also a very terrifying existence, which can almost peek into their hearts. However, if you want to make this medicine, you need a very key herb. What I have is only what the two old men left behind. Now I have used it all. I don't know if I will have the chance to get this medicine again in the future. Yun Jiji sighed and said casually. Qin Shiyu didn't say anything, just listening to Yun Jiji's serious nonsense. Qin Shiyu still found it incredible that she could communicate with the tree, but when he just put his hand on her hand, he could also sense the emotions of the plant. But now, all this can only be attributed to the fact that Yun Jiji's medicine is too powerful. Save people first,
Qin Shiyu said.
Su Qinzhen quickly followed Qin Shiyu in. The others had been keeping an eye on their situation. When they saw Qin Shiyu rushing out, they also rushed out. They got the tied Shinfeng and his group down from the tree. When Qin Shiyu saw the wound on Shinfeng's face clearly, his face was grim. Those people used a knife to carve a few words on Shinfeng's face, which were extremely insulting words. Qin Shiyu's face was gloomy. He touched the blood on Shinfeng's face with his hand and smeared it on his face. Qin Shiyu didn't dare to think about what Shinfeng would feel when he woke up and saw the words on his face, and how he could bear it. I can cure it, don't worry. Yun Jiji followed him and naturally saw the words on Shinfeng's face. Suddenly, I felt that it was a pity to give them medicine. They should be allowed to feel the fear, just now while they were awake. In a situation that was completely out of his control, he watched his teammates being hacked to death before his eyes. The wound is very serious, Shinfeng was afraid that he could not bear it, and they did not dare to let Shinfeng see the wound on his face. Once he saw those words, Shinfeng would not be able to bear it even if he had a strong heart. Believe me, Yun Jiji said. After Qin Shiyu put them down, Yun Jiji first felt their pulses one by one. They are just superficial injuries, but they have been unconscious because of excessive blood loss. Yun Jiji said, reaching into the medicine box, and then took out a bottle of medicine from the space, handed it to Qin Shiyu, and said, first, feed them each a pill, which can protect them. Okay. Qin Shiyu didn't say much. After taking the medicine from her hand, he poured out a pill and fed it to Shinfeng, and then gave the medicine to Su Qinzhen, asking him to distribute it to everyone. Yun Jiji took out the hemostatic powder and applied it to them, and then said, apply the medicine first. After applying the medicine, we have to evacuate quickly. There are dead people here, and the strong smell of blood will attract wild animals. Qin Shiyu meant the same thing. They did not dare to stay any longer. After receiving the medicine from Yun Jiji and simply treating their wounds, they quickly evacuated with their people. At the same time, the Sakura countryman who had escaped the disaster by hugging the tree and chewing on it was also taken away. When evacuating, they dared to turn on the lights, so the evacuation was very smooth. He rushed to the woods to get the car before dawn and drove directly back to the army with the injured Shinfeng and others. Gu Wenbin didn't expect that they would come back so soon, but when he saw the injured Shinfeng and others, Gu Wenbin's face became terribly cold. Comrade Yun, the wound on Shinfeng's face. Hu Jianjun looked at Yun Jiji. When he saw the humiliating words scratched on Shinfeng's face with a knife, Hu Jianjun was furious. It can be cured, but I still lack some medicine. There are many herbs on Shengui Mountain. I have to take a day to go to Shengui Mountain to collect herbs. Yun Jiji said. Let Qin Shiyu go with you. Hu Jianjun said. They were definitely worried about letting her go to Shengui Mountain alone, but they would feel at ease if Qin Shiyu went with her. Okay. Yun Jiji did not refuse. Qin Shiyu has discovered her secret, and he probably wants to get to the bottom of it, so it would be better to find a place where no one is around to talk about it. It would be even more suitable to go to Shengui Mountain to collect herbs. In addition, they also had to go back to that place to check. Another thing was the stone worm. They were not sure whether there were still stone worms on Shengui Mountain. If there are any static insects, we must find a way to get rid of them. When Deputy Battalion Commander Chen comes, it's best not to let him see the wound on his face. If we leave now, we won't be back until tomorrow at the earliest. I'm afraid he won't be able to bear it after he wakes up. Yun Jiji said. A normal person would not be able to bear seeing the scars on his or her face, let alone seeing such humiliating words. He is a soldier, a man, and a man who stands tall and proud. No matter who it is, when encountering such a thing, they will suffer great psychological torture. I know. Hu Jianjun sighed. He had just asked someone to take away everything in the ward that could be used to take photos of a face. If I leave, I'm afraid that after Shinfeng wakes up and sees my face, he won't be able to accept it. Let's go. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu, not wanting to delay anything. Drive the army-esque car. Hu Jianjun looked at Li Jia. Li Jia understood and immediately ran to help drive. They didn't sleep last night. On the way back, they saw Shinfeng and the others injured like that. How could they sleep? But their bodies couldn't bear driving at this moment, so they didn't refuse Li Jia's request to follow them.
Jiji.
Tang Wan ran out of the ward. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and she looked at Yun Jiji nervously.
Don't cry.
Seeing you like this, he will be sad when he wakes up. Believe me, his injuries can be fully recovered, and the scars on his face will not leave scars after using my medicine. Yun Jiji comforted, and then reached into the cloth bag, and then took out a box of ointment and handed it to Tang Wan. Use this medicine on him first. It can wrap his face. It's best to wrap it up. Okay. His emotions are very important now. He will definitely realize that you are crying like this. Tang Wan quickly wiped her tears and said, I know, I won't cry. Yun Jiji reached out and patted her shoulder. At this moment, Li Jia also drove over. Yun Jiji didn't say anything more to Tang Wan. Trust me, I will be back as soon as I get the medicine. Be careful. Tang Wan watched Yun Jiji leave, and then took the medicine back to the ward. Shinfeng had many whip marks on his body, which were caused by beatings. Lu Xiangbua had disinfected his wounds and reapplied hemostatic powder. When Lu Xiangbua saw the injuries on Shinfeng's face, he silently turned his face away and stepped forward to comfort Tang Wan. Dr. Lu, please help me apply this medicine on his face, and then wrap his face. Tang Wan's hands were shaking and she couldn't bring herself to do that. Okay. Lu Xiangbua said nothing more. He took the medicine from her hand, applied it to Shinfeng, and then helped wrap the gauze. Lu Xiangbua didn't know how to comfort Tang Wan. After all, they didn't know what to do when something like this happened. How to say it? The reason why Qin Shiyu and his team sent the people directly to the military district hospital was because there were few people here, and so not too much information would be leaked to the outside world. As for the military hospital, there are too many people coming in and out every day, and there is no guarantee that the wound on Shinfeng's face will not be seen by others. If that happens, Shinfeng's future will be even more difficult. With Li Jia driving, Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu both dozed off for 2 hours in the car. After waking up, they both felt a little more awake. Going up the mountain to find medicine was not an easy task, so they did not let Li Jia follow. It's also because the two of them still have something to say. They walked up the mountain in silence all the way, and Qin Shiyu followed behind her, not in a hurry to speak. Wife, what are the habits of the medicine you are looking for? Although Shengui Mountain is not big, it is not that easy to find it. Yun Jiji looked around, and when she was sure that there was no one around, she came to a tree. Since Qin Shiyu had already discovered her secret, she had nothing to hide. She simply placed her hand on the tree, closed her eyes, and began to sense. Over there. When Yunjiji opened her eyes again, she pointed in one direction and then walked towards that direction. There is lush vegetation on Shungue Mountain. Even in winter, the vegetation on the southern mountains is still green. The two of them were walking in the mountains.
Wife.
Qin Shiyu finally couldn't help but call out. I don't know why I can communicate with plants. I have been very sensitive to herbs and other plants since I was a child. Before coming to find you, I was in a coma for a day and a night. When I woke up, Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan's eyes were swollen from crying. They thought I was dead. I also thought that I might have died once. After I woke up that time, it didn't take long for me to find that I could sense plants and control them. Yunjiji confessed honestly, but also skipped over her own space and the fact that her soul was divided since childhood. She knew very well that if she said that, it would only make people more terrified. Can you do it too? Only after you touch my hand tomorrow night can I hear the tree spirit talking. Yunjiji turned around and looked at Qin Shiyu with confusion in her eyes. However, Qin Shiyu shook his head and said, No, I only felt it when I touched you last night. It never happened before. After Qin Shiyu said that, he placed his hand on the plant as if he could feel it, but also as if he couldn't. It seems not possible,
he said.
Then, as if to confirm, Qin Shiyu once again pulled Yunjiji's hand and pressed her hand against the tree, and that feeling appeared again. Although it was not as strong as last night, he could sense that the direction the tree was pointing to was the direction Yunjiji was looking for. Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu in surprise and said, You can only feel it when you are with me? From what I see now, it is indeed the case. Qin Shiyu also found it incredible, but this was the situation now. He obviously couldn't feel anything when he was perceiving. But when he was with Yunjiji, he was very clear. Qin Shiyu felt that Yunjiji had such an ability, which was really powerful. If he could be with her, would it be easier to find the enemy's lair in the future missions? But then, Qin Shiyu gave up the idea. Some missions were very dangerous, and he couldn't joke about Yunjiji's safety. Have you told others about this? Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji worriedly.
No, she said.
How could Yunjiji tell others about such an incredible thing? It would be fine if she didn't believe it, but if she was treated as a monster at that time, it would not be worth it. Yunjiji was not going to joke about her own safety. Don't tell anyone, and don't use it in front of others next time. None of us can guarantee that the other party can see it like me. If someone sees it, there is no guarantee that there will be no other accidents. Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji seriously. He was really worried that Yunjiji would do something stupid and tell others about these things. That would really bring unnecessary trouble and danger to himself.
Got it.
Yunjiji nodded. She was not stupid and knew that these things could not be told to others. Let's collect herbs first,
Qin Shiyu said.
Yunjiji responded and walked into the mountains with Qin Shiyu. The two didn't say anything more. With the guidance of the plants, they quickly found all the herbs needed to make scar removal medicine. Yunjiji took a deep breath. There are so many herbs in Shungue Mountain, but it's a pity that we don't have enough time this time. Next time, we can find a time to come here and bring more herbs back. Qin Shiyu looked at her with regret and said, I'll accompany you when I'm on vacation. Yunjiji glanced at Qin Shiyu and said, Go down the mountain quickly. It will be dark soon. You didn't eat lunch. You must be starving, right? Qin Shiyu asked. Yes, I am a little hungry. Yunjiji nodded. Eat something before going down the mountain,
Qin Shiyu said.
Yunjiji looked at the man curiously. Eat something and go down the mountain? But they came in a hurry and didn't bring any food up the mountain. Although she could take out food from the space, her wood ability had been discovered by Qin Shiyu. She knew that she couldn't reveal too much, otherwise Qin Shiyu would really know all her secrets. She had to keep a trump card for herself. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Qin Shiyu went straight into the forest. Yunjiji thought of the existence of the stone worm. She took out some powder from the space, gave it to the plants, and spread it to the entire forest through them. The most important thing is to find a place with water sources so that the stone worm can be completely eliminated. Her powder can make them nowhere to hide. The stone worm likes to stay in places with many water sources. Once they leave the water source and cannot find a host, that is, human blood vessels, they will go to extinction. Not long after, Qin Shiyu came back, holding 2 cleaned and processed fish in his hands and some pheasant eggs in his clothes. He put the things on the wash leaves, and the 2 found an open space and started a fire. Qin Shiyu found another flat stone slab, took it to the waterside to wash it, and placed it between 2 stones and fried the fish on it. He took his enamel cup to cook pheasant eggs. From the man's proficiency, it can be seen that he had done these things a lot when he was on a mission before. If there is no food in the mountains, everything on the mountain may be food. Qin Shiyu also found some plants, ground them into mud, and put them on the fish to roast. When she ate it, Yunjiji was also quite surprised. Originally, she was worried that if she cooked it like this, the fish would have a fishy smell, but when she really ate it, she found that the fish actually had a little fishy smell and even had a hint of fruitwood fragrance, which tasted very unusual. The 2 were really hungry. After eating a fish, they each ate a pheasant egg, put away the rest, and prepared to go down the mountain. Xingui Mountain in the daytime is not as scary as it is during the day. Today's weather is still very good. The sun shines through the dense tree canopy to the earth, but now the sun is about to set. Yunjiji and Qin Shiyu dare not stay any longer. Li Jie is still waiting for them at the foot of the mountain, and Xin Feng and others are waiting for the medicine to come back for treatment. However, the 2 had just walked a few steps outside when they heard footsteps coming from not far away. The 2 looked at each other, quickly hid in the lush bushes on the side, and looked not far away. Sure enough, they saw a group of people going into the mountains. Although they were wearing ordinary farmers' clothes, it can be determined from their uniform footsteps that they were not ordinary farmers.
It can even be said that
they were strictly trained warriors. They were Sakura people. Qin Shiyu felt very strange yesterday. With Shun Feng's ability, it was impossible to be caught so easily. Moreover, there were not many people yesterday, but Shun Feng and his team were still caught. But now seeing these people, Qin Shiyu suddenly reacted. The Sakura people disguised themselves as ordinary farmers and lived in the village. I'm afraid that when Xin Feng and his team entered Xingui Mountain, they were noticed by these villagers, so they fell into the hands of the Sakura people. And yesterday they chose a path without a village to enter the mountain, sneaked into the mountain, and were not discovered, so the Sakura people did not get the news. They didn't dare to take Xin Feng and his group away from Xingui Mountain, for fear that they would be discovered and their plan would be ruined. Qin Shiyu's face darkened, and his eyes fell on Yunjiji. I'll try to find out through the roots underground what they are doing in the mountain, Yunjiji said. Qin Shiyu also knew that if the 2 of them followed them rashly now, they would be discovered. And they didn't know what they were going to do. Okay. Qin Shiyu nodded. Yunjiji took a deep breath. Using the greenwood spirit that fell to the ground, through her hands, through the roots of plants growing under the mud, and followed the direction of the pedestrians little by little.
However,
when Yunjiji felt that the wood spirit in her body was almost gone, Qin Shiyu seemed to feel that her face was not right, and he dropped his hand into hers without thinking about it. When their hands touched, the wood spirit began to continuously supply her with wood spirit. The wood spirit that had been exhausted, almost in the short time when his hand touched it, seemed to be flowing into her dantian like a sea of wood spirits, and even filled her whole body. At the same time, the roots below became more and more active. She saw the Sakura people enter a cave, and then go downstairs, where some instruments were placed, and some people were tied to the pillars on one side. Among them, there was a man in a white coat, holding a knife and bleeding from one of them. Then they injected something into his body, and they saw that he began to struggle violently, as if he was in great pain. After a struggle, he spit out large mouthfuls of blood and finally breathed his last. Baka. We failed again. Where are the Chinese soldiers I asked you to capture? Those soldiers have good physical fitness and can definitely withstand our holy medicine better than these useless things. Qin Shiyu's face sank. Let's go down the mountain first. Should we wipe them out at once? They will definitely find out that we rescued Xin Feng, and they may not move to another place by then. Why don't we just take down their laboratory directly? From their previous conversation, Yunjiji could be sure that they were probably unaware of the news that Xinfeng and the others had been rescued. However, Shunggui Mountain is so small and they are so numerous. If they captured Xinfeng and his group, they must have sent them here. As long as they follow this road, they will be able to find the bodies of those people soon. All of their own people were killed. Not a single one was left. Xinfeng and others were all rescued. Anyone who saw the situation at the scene could guess that their support had arrived. Qin Shiyu thought carefully about Yunjiji's words and felt that this was feasible. But there are only 2 of them. They also captured our people, Qin Shiyu said. Before taking action against these people, he had to save his own people first. Yunjiji thought about it seriously. Let's lean on these trees. There were only 2 of them, while the other side had more than 30 people. What happens after we rescue them? Qin Shiyu came here with Yunjiji to collect herbs today and did not bring any equipment with him. The contents of those iron barrels are poisonous. They are using our people for experiments. Why not let them suffer the consequences themselves? Yunjiji curled her lips and sneered. Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji, and when he saw the expression on her face, he was very surprised. Let me get our people out first, Yunjiji said. Her hand fell to the ground again. With the supply just now, the wood spirit in her body was abundant, stimulating the roots of the vegetation under the cave. Not long after, the Sakura people in the cave felt the ground begin to shake violently. The place where the pillars were supported sank directly downwards, and a huge pit appeared. The Tide people fell with it. The shaken soil directly buried the person, and no trace of him could be seen in an instant. The Sakura people had already avoided it, and looking at the deep pit that appeared on the ground, their faces looked very ugly. In their opinion, their captives were already buried below, and they cared nothing for their lives. When these prisoners died, they captured some more. They just took a look and then stepped aside nonchalantly. Wife, if the stuff in that iron bucket is poisonous, will it destroy the vegetation in the mountain if we pour it out? Yunjiji had said before that there are many medicinal herbs in Shunggui Mountain, and if they are contaminated by these poisonous gases, it will be a real loss for them. No matter what, I don't want this to happen. Then let them go into the barrel. Yunjiji sneered. Yunjiji would never be soft-hearted when dealing with these people. It was extremely vicious for them to hurt their fellow countrymen in that way. From the situation of the previous man, we can see how much harm the drug caused him. If this kind of drug appears on the market or flows into the military, how many people will be killed? Yunjiji narrowed her eyes slightly, with a dangerous and resentful light flashing in her eyes. Qin Shiyu also hated these Sakura people. So many of their people had died at their hands.
It was not a pity for them to die.
Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji looked at each other, then they slowly moved forward and soon arrived outside the cave. There was a towering tree outside the cave. The 2 of them didn't say anything, but just followed each other up the tree tacitly. Hiding among the treetops, the clothes they wore were all green, almost blending in with the trees. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even notice their presence. Yunjiji took a deep breath, placed her hand on the tree trunk, and urged the wood spirit in her body to nourish the tree. Qin Shiyu felt that the scene last night was enough to make people unforgettable for a lifetime, but was the scene before him the same? He saw dozens of vines falling from the big banyan tree and entering from a hole above the cave. Perhaps because he was close to Yunjiji, he could see through the vines that they rolled up the Sakura people and threw them into the iron bucket. Are you okay? When going down the mountain, Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu and saw that the man had a gloomy expression. I wonder if he was frightened by the previous scene? After all, that scene was indeed quite shocking, but I'm afraid it was scarier than the scene last night. Wife, in the future, if you can avoid using this ability, then don't use it. Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji. He was indeed scared, but not by the previous scene, but by the pale face she faced after dealing with those people. If he had not discovered it in time, Yunjiji would have fallen directly from the tree. It was as if she was risking her life to fight against the Sakura people. Today she is by her side, but next time, if I am not by her side and Yunjiji's energy is exhausted, Or if all the other party members have not been dealt with yet, what should she do? Yun Jiji raised her head and saw the worry in the man's eyes. Are you worried that I will run out of energy and get hurt?
Yes.
Qin Shiyu did not deny it. He reached out and excitedly grasped Yun Jiji's shoulder and said, seriously, wife, even though those people are hateful, your life is more important than theirs in my eyes. So, no matter what, protect yourself first, okay? Yun Jiji looked at the man's worried expression, and her heart beat violently. She originally thought that Qin Shiyu was frightened by the scene just now, but now it can be confirmed that he was not frightened, but because the wood spirit in his body was exhausted when she dealt with those people before. He was worried about her health. I can provide nutrients to the trees, and they will protect me when I'm in danger. Yun Jiji explained. What if there are other people present? Qin Shiyu asked back. Yun Jiji was really stumped by the question. She wanted to express her safety situation, but Qin Shiyu's question was like a to her soul.
I get it.
I won't do it easily in front of others. Although I still can't understand why you can provide me with such powerful strength, my strength in that area is usually limited. It took me more than half a month to accumulate just a little bit like last night. Yun Jiji said. She was also helpless. After all, her own wood spirit is limited, and it is Qin Shiyu's existence that gives her such a fulfilling feeling. Although it was not as much as she had at her peak, it was the most wood spirit she had felt in this era. Jiji, I am talking to you very seriously about this matter. You must take it seriously. Qin Shiyu was afraid that she didn't really listen to him completely. Yun Jiji also stopped and turned to look at Qin Shiyu with a serious look. I am also very serious and take it very seriously. Even if I don't consider myself, I will consider the two children more and will not joke about my own safety. Today is a special situation. Once they find out that Shinfeng and others have been rescued, they will most likely move to another place. By that time, it will be very difficult to find them again. You also saw the things in those iron barrels, which can make them die instantly. Once those things flow into the market or into the military, how many Chinese people will be harmed? I know you are worried about my safety, but today it's just you and me. Yun Jiji took a deep breath, raised her eyes, and looked at Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu, will you tell me about my strange ability? Seeing the woman looking at him seriously, Qin Shiyu's heart was pounding. When she finished asking this question, he shook his head without hesitation. So, why should I worry? Don't you have me to protect me? Yun Jiji raised the corners of her lips, feeling quite good. Qin Shiyu was stunned for a long time, and seeing the little woman walking down the mountain, he hurried to catch up. Wife, so you trust me, right? He asked eagerly, anxious to get an answer. Yun Jiji glanced at the man and said, as long as you are worth it. Qin Shiyu was even happier. I am definitely worth it, believe me. Yun Jiji smiled at the corners of her lips and walked down the mountain quickly. Qin Shiyu hurriedly followed her, and seeing the little woman's happy expression, the corners of Qin Shiyu's lips rose. He immediately ran to her side. The subtle atmosphere between the two of them lasted until they went down the mountain. Li Jie had been waiting for them in the woods at the foot of the mountain. When he saw them coming, Li Jie hurried forward. Deputy Colonel Qin, Dr. Yun. Take me to the armament department first, and then take your sister-in-law back. Qin Shiyu's face was slightly gloomy. Although those people on the mountain were dead, the follow-up matters had to be dealt with. Although Li Jie was Hu Jianjun's guard, he was also a soldier. When he saw Qin Shiyu's expression, Li Jie knew that they should have made other discoveries on the mountain today. Yes. Li Jie responded quickly. The group got in the car and walked towards the city. When the armament department left Qin Shiyu, Li Jie prepared to drive Yun Jiji back to the army first. After all, Shinfeng and the others were still waiting for medicine. Qin Shiyu. Yun Jiji rolled down the window and looked at Qin Shiyu. Wife. The man looked at Yun Jiji in surprise. Yun Jiji reached into her cloth bag, pulled out a knife from the space inside, and put it in his hand. Take it for self-defense. These medicinal powders can be used against the poisonous insects on the mountain. Although I have already sprinkled medicine against stone insects in the mountain, the speed is not that fast. You still have to take it with you for self-defense. Qin Shiyu was in a very good mood because of Yun Jiji's concern. Be careful when you go back. I'll be back soon,
Qin Shiyu said.
Yunjiji nodded slightly, without saying anything more. Yunjiji and Qin Shiyu looked at each other, and after he stepped back, Li Jie drove to the car area. On the way, they ran into several military vehicles, led by Gu Wenbin. Apparently, they had received a call from Qin Shiyu, and they were going to Xinggui Mountain. Yunjiji thought about the situation there, and it was normal to send Gu Wenbin there. After all, discovering a place like that would definitely attract attention. With Gu Wenbin leading the troops, Yunjiji was no longer worried. Qin Shiyu must wait at the foot of the mountain, and he also has to check several surrounding towns. Those Sakura people who dressed up as ordinary villagers before may have infiltrated the village. Now that they have been found, they must be rooted out and must not be allowed to harm their countrymen again. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Deputy Colonel Qin's ability is second to none in our military region, and no one dares to say that they are the first. Li Jie was worried that she would worry, so he spoke out immediately. Yunjiji heard this and smiled. Yeah. Li Jie concentrated on driving and said no more. The car drove on the road and drove directly to the military district health center after arriving at the army. Tang Wan hurriedly got up when she saw Yunjiji coming back. When she saw the dark circles under Tang Wan's eyes, Yunjiji knew that she must have not slept all night last night. I picked the medicine, Yunjiji said hurriedly. Tang Wan did not feel relieved when she heard Yunjiji's words. Instead, she burst into tears. Jiji, Shenfeng knows. He knows everything. After he woke up last night, he locked himself in the ward and never came out. Jiji, what should I do? He also said that he wanted to break up with me. Tang Wan sat there all night, feeling very uncomfortable. She knew that Shenfeng would definitely not be able to accept such a thing. They thought that as long as they helped him apply medicine and wrapped his face, Shenfeng would not find out that his face was injured. As long as they kept it from him and said that the wound on his face had not scabbed yet, but he still needed medicine, Shenfeng would not find out as long as they did not let him see it. After using Yunjiji's medicine, he would recover, and then he would be fine. But Shenfeng knew. He knew everything. Those hateful Sakura people wrote those extremely humiliating words on his face, and actually took a mirror to him. Shenfeng did not look at it, so they forced him to look at it. He already knew the injury on his face before he fell into a coma. Yunjiji's face darkened, and she felt that those people were really hateful. Wanwan, you can't fall down at this time. Once you fall down, he will trap himself. As long as you are willing to believe me, I can make scar removal medicine to make his face completely restored. Those painful things will also be diluted by time. You must know that Shenfeng's heart is fragile at this time. He can't accept himself like that. He is even more afraid that if those scars cannot fade away, they will accompany him for the rest of his life. So he can't bear it psychologically, and he is also afraid that you will see yourself in such an unbearable state, which will scare you and make you disgusted. Yunjiji took Tang Wan's hand and comforted her softly. Jiji, is it true? Tang Wan looked at her with red eyes. Wan, put yourself in his shoes. If you were in such a situation, would you be able to act like nothing happened? He is a soldier. If the scars on his face cannot be removed, such injuries will accompany him for the rest of his life. He may not even be able to leave the house. He will be pointed at wherever he goes. No one can bear it, you know? Tang Wan nodded vigorously after listening to Yunjiji's words. At this time, the lover should stay by his side and give him strength. Yunjiji said. But he doesn't want to see me, Tang Wan said with red eyes, and her tears flowed more fiercely. She was afraid. She was too afraid. She was afraid that Shenfeng would be unable to think straight, afraid that Shenfeng really didn't want her, and even more afraid that he would lose hope of living. I'll go with you to see him, Yunjiji said. Tang Wan nodded and followed behind Yunjiji. The two came to the outside of Shenfeng's ward. There were 2 young soldiers guarding outside, obviously not wanting more people to go in. Yunjiji and Tang Wan also showed their credentials before they were allowed to enter. Yunjiji reached out to open the door, only to find that it was locked from the inside. Shenfeng, open the door. Yunjiji's face darkened. He still had so many wounds on his body, and he actually locked the door at this time.
He really didn't want to die.
Shen Feng, if you don't open the door, we will break it down, Yun Jiji said coldly. However, there was still no movement inside. Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji worriedly. Jiji, he will be fine. Tang Wan was even more scared. Yun Jiji's face became even colder. Breaking the door at this time would only irritate Shen Feng. Soldiers like them who had been captured and subjected to so much inhuman treatment, it was hard to guarantee that there would be no psychological problems. Generally, it is the sequelae of captivity. In addition to the physical damage to body functions and reproductive system problems, there will be post-traumatic stress disorder psychologically, adjustment disorder, as well as guilt and shame. Shen Feng obviously felt more ashamed, especially after experiencing the pain of having words carved on his face. She took a deep breath. Shen Feng, I can heal the wound on your face. Do you plan to live with it for the rest of your life, or after you heal it, go and kill those? Yun Jiji only said this one sentence, and then waited quietly. Tang Wan was getting a little anxious waiting, and her grip on Yun Jiji's hand was tightening. Time passed by minute, and Tang Wan's expression became more and more anxious. Yun Jiji reached out and patted the back of her hand gently a few times, as if to comfort her. With a click, the old wooden door was pulled open from the inside. Shen Feng's face was wrapped in gauze, with only a pair of eyes exposed. It was obvious that they had tried every possible means to prevent Shen Feng from seeing the injuries on his face. I'm going to kill them. Shen Feng's eyes were bloodshot.
Come in first,
Yun Jiji said. This time Shen Feng gave way. However, when he saw Tang Wan, he couldn't help but avoid her gaze. Yun Jiji saw inferiority in his eyes. Perhaps Chen Feng felt as painful as having his heart cut out when he said those words to Tang Wan. Seeing this, Tang Wan's eyes turned red, and she wanted to hold Shen Feng's hand. Yun Jiji first grabbed her hand and took her into the ward. At the same time, the door of the ward was closed to block out the outside view. Sister-in-law, can you really heal the wound on my face? Shen Feng looked at Yun Jiji with burning eyes. Yes. But the wound on your face is very deep, and the treatment process will be very painful. It is no exaggeration to say that it is as painful as cutting out your heart and scraping your flesh. If you can hold on, your face will be restored to its original state, Yun Jiji said seriously. She had seen the wound on Shen Feng's face last night. The knife wound was so deep that the bone was visible. If he wanted to recover completely, the process would definitely be painful. I can hold on, Shen Feng said hurriedly. He didn't want to keep these words at all. If it could be cured, who wouldn't want to be cured? As long as you are willing to be treated and can endure the pain on your face, you'll have plenty of opportunities to take revenge in the future. In addition, you all need psychological counseling. I will give you treatment later. You must be honest with me and cannot hide anything. Can you do it? Yun Jiji looked at Shen Feng with a serious expression. She knew that they were all suffering to some extent, so she had to explain it clearly and provide them with psychological counseling, otherwise they would definitely not be able to get out of it. Psychological counseling? Tang Wan didn't understand this either. When she heard Yun Jiji say this, she was a little confused. I'll explain this to you later, Yun Jiji said. Tang Wan had an inexplicable trust in Yun Jiji and nodded immediately. I can. Chen Feng didn't understand this. Perhaps because he was familiar with Qin Shiyu, when he heard Yun Jiji say this, he was willing to believe Yun Jiji. Okay. Wan, you guys talk for a while, I'll go make medicine, Yun Jiji said. Jiji, I'm counting on you. Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji with red eyes. Yun Jiji reached out and patted her shoulder, then stood up and walked out. When she reached the door, she seemed to have thought of something, turned around and looked at Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, the tip of your knife should be pointed at the enemy, not the person who loves you. Yun Jiji went out. When Tang Wan heard Yun Jiji's words, she could no longer control her tears and burst out. Shen Feng was startled and reached out to wipe her tears, but when he saw his hand was wrapped in gauze, he stood there at a loss, not knowing what to do for a long time. Wan, don't cry. Shen Feng also realized that what he did was wrong, and now he looked at her nervously.
You.
She cursed. Yes, I'm the guy. Tang Wan looked at his injuries and couldn't bear it. She reached out and wiped her tears randomly, looking at Chen Feng with red eyes. Chen Feng, don't underestimate me. Since I have chosen you, it will only be you in this life. If you don't want me, then I will. Shen Feng was startled and quickly reached out to cover her mouth. I'm sorry, I was wrong. When Shen Feng woke up, he thought of the scars and words on his face. He didn't dare to think that if he couldn't recover, those words would accompany him for the rest of his life. By that time, she would have to follow him and suffer the contempt of the world, and he didn't want that. She should live freely and unfettered, instead of being criticized by others all her life. He was also afraid that if he remained in such conditions for a long time, his psychology would become increasingly distorted, and he would then really swing the knife at his lover. Yun Jiji's words woke him up. I will cooperate with the treatment and will not be like before. Please give me another chance. Shen Feng said with red eyes. God knows, pushing her away was also a heart-wrenching pain for him. After he drove her out, Shen Feng thought a lot. How painful it was for Shen Feng to think that she would marry someone else, have children with another man, and live a sweet and loving life. Shen Feng, I will be with you, no matter what the result is. I will be by your side. If it really can't be cured, the worst that can happen is that we find a secluded life in the deep mountains and old forests. Don't push me away again. I love you, and only want to be with you. This is your hero medal, and I have never disliked it. If you think you are not worthy of me because of the wound on your face, then I will take a knife to my face. Chen Feng heard her talking more and more outrageous, and quickly reached out to cover her mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Then don't drive me away again. Tang Wan said with red eyes. No. Never again. Hearing the man's words, Tang Wan burst into laughter and reached out to hug Shen Feng, but she still felt more uncomfortable. Thinking of everything that happened today, she was really too scared. Fortunately, Yun Jiji is back. Fortunately, he was awakened. Tang Wan was really grateful to Yun Jiji. Although they were about the same age, Yun Jiji seemed to be more insightful than them. I am also fortunate to have met Yun Jiji. As the two were talking, there was a knock on the door. Tang Wan wiped her tears, stood up, and spoke.
Jiji.
Tang Wan was also stunned when she saw Yun Jiji. At the same time, Yun Jiji was seen holding 2 bowls of noodles in her hands. Man is iron and food is steel. How can you recover without eating and drinking? Both of you have to eat. Jiji, thank you. Yun Jiji shook her head, handed the noodles to her, and said, I've started making medicine. If you have any questions later, go find Leah and the others. The process of making medicine cannot be interrupted. Okay. Tang Wan didn't say anything more, and Yun Jiji left. After she got some medicine from Mr. Hua's medicine cabinet, she took Chai into her office, locked the door, and stayed inside without coming out. Apart from being able to smell a strong odor of medicine, everyone had no idea what else Yun Jiji had done in there. But since seeing the effectiveness of the medicine made by Yun Jiji, no one dared to disturb Yun Jiji at this time. In order to make the effect of the medicine more obvious, she directly replaced the water used to boil the medicine with the spiritual spring water in the space. Shen Feng's condition is too serious, and he needs to see the results faster. Although it is not clear how serious Shen Feng's mental condition is. But it's obviously not good. They were tortured to the point where they were almost unrecognizable. They didn't know exactly how it happened, but it was definitely not a pleasant experience. I spent a whole afternoon making the scar removal cream, but in the end only a small bottle of ointment came out. Looking at the paste in the small bottle, Yun Jiji got up from the office, opened the door, and walked out. Jiji, what's going on? There were quite a few people standing outside the office. Xiong Lia, Lu Xianghua, and Su Guanghui all stood there, looking at Yun Jiji nervously. All right, I'll go change the dressing for Shen Feng first. Several people nodded repeatedly. Yun Jiji went to Shen Feng's ward. When she saw the state of the two of them at the moment, she was relieved. With Tang Wan accompanying him, Shen Feng's expression became much more lively. At times like this, having a loved one by their side can also give the injured person a little comfort.
Gigi.
Tang Wan called out as soon as she saw Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji smiled and nodded. I'll change the dressing for him. Is it ready? Tang Wan's face lit up with joy.
Well.
But after applying the medicine, he may be in a lot of pain.
If you
can't bear it, I suggest you go out first. Yun Jiji said. In fact, everyone has some thoughts in their hearts, and everyone wants to leave their best side to their loved ones. I won't go out. I'll stay with him. Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji with firm eyes. No matter how painful the process is, she will stay by Xin Feng's side and not let him bear it alone. Wan. However, Xin Feng didn't want her to see his embarrassed side. I'll stay with you. Don't chase me away. Looking at Xin Feng's expression, they finally said nothing. Yun Jiji then came over to untie the gauze wrapped around his face and carefully clean the ointment on his face. Xin Feng was originally worried that it would be very painful. After all, the wound was deep enough to see the bone, but when Yun Jiji was cleaning his wound, he didn't feel much pain. Instead, he felt a little comfortable on the wound. Yun Jiji's expression was serious and earnest, but her movements were extremely gentle. Seeing that Xin Feng didn't feel uncomfortable or frown in pain, Tang Wan also found it amazing. Yun Jiji used the spiritual spring water from the space and mixed it with potion to clean him. The spiritual spring water had an analgesic effect and could alleviate the pain on the other person's face. Only after he finished cleaning did she start to apply medicine to him. She scraped the medicine with a sterilized bamboo stick and smeared it on his wound. After the medicine takes effect, it will start to hurt. Don't bear it. Scream when you need to. Don't touch it. This medicine is very strong. Your wound can heal in about 2 days, so it is more painful than other medicines. Only after applying the medicine did Tang Wan come over. Jiji, let me bandage him. You've been tired for the whole afternoon. Yun Jiji responded and handed the gauze to Tang Wan. Keep this medicine for yourself and don't give it to anyone.
Jiji?
There is a medicine in this medicine that my 2 masters left to me. It is almost impossible to find it now. Without that medicine, the efficacy of the medicine will be greatly reduced. These medicines are enough for Chen Feng, but if others want them, there will be no more. Do you understand what I mean? Yun Jiji said seriously. The medicine she was referring to was spiritual spring water. There was absolutely enough of it in her space, but she couldn't let anyone know. Willing to give it to Xin Feng. On the one hand, he is Qin Shiyu's good brother. On the other hand, he is Tang Wan's fiancé. The most important thing is that Xin Feng is an excellent soldier, and she doesn't want him to lose hope in life because of the injury on his face. Jiji, I understand. Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji with gratitude. She knew that they could never repay Yun Jiji's kindness. That medicine must be very precious, and now Yun Jiji has given it to Xin Feng, and it is possible that this medicine will never be found again in the future. How could she not be grateful? Keep it carefully, and don't give it to anyone. Yun Jiji said. She did not leave immediately, but kept an eye on Xin Feng's condition. The drug quickly took effect, and she looked at Xin Feng's painful expression. Tang Wan gritted her teeth and dared not make a sound. She turned her eyes away and dared not look, and her tears rolled down uncontrollably. In the end, Xin Feng really couldn't help it and roared. There were quite a few people guarding outside, and when they heard the noise, they were all a little worried. But Yun Jiji had told them before that using this medicine would be very painful, but as long as they could endure it the first time, it would not be so painful next time. The medicine Yun Jiji used could restore Xin Feng's face to the state it was before he was injured. It could not only repair wounds, but also remove scars. They all hoped that Xin Feng's face could fully recover. The injuries on his face were a humiliation to him. If such words were carved on their faces, they would probably be in great pain and even want to die. Therefore, even though they heard Xin Feng's painful roar, none of them went in, and no one left, silently guarding outside. They never felt that Xin Feng's capture was a humiliation, nor did they look down on Xin Feng. But I hate those Sakura people. The only hope now is to catch all the Sakura people in one fell swoop and let them have a taste of what their expression will be when someone writes insulting words on their faces. Time passed by minute. After about 10 minutes, Shun Feng's whole body was drenched in sweat, and the pain on his face that felt like peeling skin also disappeared. Yun Jiji brought some hemostatic powder and asked Tang Wan to change the medicine on his body. After cleaning up, Yun Jiji came out. "Dr. Yun, what's wrong?" They were all worried about Shun Feng's condition. They didn't dare to go in because they were afraid of disturbing his treatment. "It's okay. Once you endure the pain the first time, the subsequent treatments won't be so painful," Yun Jiji said. "Dr. Yun, that medicine." Hu Jianjun glanced inside and looked at Yun Jiji. "It can't be mass-produced. There's a medicine in it that was secretly hidden by my two masters. It may not be easy to find it now. If you want to have the same effect as for Shin Feng, it doesn't exist," Yun Jiji said. Although Hu Jianjun felt it was a pity, he still nodded and sighed. "Can you draw the pattern of the medicine and let the comrades on the mission keep an eye out for it? If they come across it, they will bring it back to you." Although Hu Jianjun had not seen the effect of Yun Jiji's ointment, he now had absolute trust in the medicine made by Yun Jiji. He thought that if it could be produced, those soldiers with injuries would not have to live with scars for the rest of their lives. Both men and women care about their appearance, especially on the face. If it is possible to have no scars on their faces, who would want that? "I don't know what it looks like," Yun Jiji said seriously. "When the master gave it to me, it was already dry. There was only a small piece left, like a dead branch." Hu Jianjun sighed softly, feeling it was a great pity. "Political commissar, come to my office. I have one more thing to tell you." Hu Jianjun saw that she looked serious. Although he was curious about what it was, he still responded and followed him to her office. She also talked to Hu Jianjun about their psychological problems. Hu Jianjun's face darkened. "I will report this matter and ask the country to send a special psychologist. I will leave Shin Feng to you, and other experts will take care of the others. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle it all by yourself." Yun Jiji also meant this. "You still need to hurry up." "I understand. There's nothing to do here. You should go back to the family compound." Tuanshuan and Yuan were not used to it after being separated from me last night. Hu Jianjun sighed. After hearing this, Yun Jiji responded, quickly packed up and walked towards the staff quarters. She also missed her two children, especially when she learned that they were sad last night because they didn't see her. Yun Jiji felt even more distressed. When she returned to the family compound, she didn't even bother to say hello to the military wives she met, and she hurried back home. As soon as I pushed open the gate, Tuanshuan and Yuan looked over, and then their eyes instantly turned red, and they cried, "Whoa. Mom, not seeing Yun Jiji for 2 days." They had never left Yun Jiji's side like this since they were born, and she didn't come back at night. Last night, Tuanshuan and Yuan slept very uneasily and cried for a long time before going to sleep. The two of them were listless the whole day today. Even when Chen Jin, Chen Tian, and Xiaoman came to play with them and tried every way to make them happy, Tuanshuan and Yuan still looked at the door with red eyes. At noon, they knew that Yun Jiji had returned, but Uncle Shen was in trouble, so Mom went to the mountain to pick herbs to save Uncle Shen. The two little guys were just standing there, looking eagerly, waiting for Yun Jiji to come back. When they saw Yun Jiji, they rushed over and hugged her neck tightly without letting go. Yun Jiji felt very distressed when she saw this. "Jiji is back." Yang Linxiang was cooking in the kitchen. When she heard the noise, she came out and saw Yun Jiji coming back. She immediately turned around and went back into the kitchen, washed some rice and added it to the pot, then picked up a bucket of water and poured it into the pot. After adding firewood to the stove, she poured a cup of warm water for her. "Jiji, you must be tired. Drink some water first," Yang Linxiang said hurriedly. Seeing that her clothes were covered with mud, and looking at her again, she seemed not as energetic as usual. Come to think of it, this mission was quite tiring. But now they all know that Yun Jiji and the others' mission this time is to rescue Shin Feng and his group. It's okay. I slept in the car on the way back and on the way there, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Hearing this, Yang Linxiang also nodded. Looking at Tuanchuan and Yuan, who were almost sticking to Yun Jiji, it was obvious how afraid the two little guys were that Yun Jiji would suddenly go out on a mission again. Is Captain Chen okay? Yang Linxiang asked worriedly. Someone saw Qin Shiyu and his men coming back carrying several wounded soldiers, all covered in blood. Who knows what kind of suffering they had endured? Who was it that hurt them like that? But fortunately, he came back alive. As long as you are still breathing, none of this matters. If you are injured, treat it well and take good care of yourself. It will get better sooner or later. It's okay. You just have to take care of it, Yun Jiji said. Upon hearing this, Yang Linxiang knew that she couldn't reveal too much about these things, so she nodded and said, "It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. You should rest well. I'll go make dinner. Will Shiyu be back in the evening?" Yang Linxiang was a little worried when she didn't see Qin Shiyu. When Tuanchuan and Yuan were happy that their mother had returned, when they heard Yang Linxiang's words, they looked up at Yun Jiji. "Oh yes. Dad is on the mission with Mom. Where is Dad?" Yun Jiji shook her head slightly when she heard that he won't come back because he still has some unfinished business to finish, which will take some time. Yang Linxiang didn't ask any more questions and said, "Then you stay with Tuan Yuan, I'll go cook." "Okay." Yang Linxiang got up and went into the kitchen. "Mom, Dad, it's okay. Dad will be back when he finishes his work," Yun Jiji said. Tuanchuan and Yuan were happy to see Yun Jiji, and they were sure that Qin Shiyu would come back after he finished his work, so the two guys stopped talking about it. When they saw Yun Jiji, they were extremely happy. Yun Jiji knew that the two children hadn't seen her for the past 2 days, so she didn't go into the kitchen to help Yang Linxiang, but instead hugged the two little ones and talked and chatted. After Tuanchuan and Yuan felt their mother's love, their mood became better and better. They were no longer like little bitter melons as before, and they smiled more and more. After dinner, Yun Jiji gave them a bath and told them stories to put them to sleep. Only then did she have time to enter the space. Since yesterday, she has clearly felt the changes inside the space, but because she was on the mountain and had no time, Yun Jiji was not sure what was going on and could not enter the space to check. When she entered the space, she clearly felt the changes in the space. She had more space and more food to work with. Yun Jiji was quite surprised. She immediately ran into the mall. There were more types of food in the food column, just like there were more types of milk tea in the milk tea shop. When she saw her favorite mango sago, Yun Jiji made herself a cup without saying a word. The mango sago produced in the space is made with spiritual spring water. When her space was at its peak, all the fruits used were grown and produced in the space. Now her orchard has not yet come out, but the variety of fruits in the space is still much greater than that outside. She walked in the space with the mango sago and looked around. She soon discovered that in addition to the increase in the variety of food in the mall, the area of the medicinal field had also increased. She planted the empty medicinal field with medicinal herbs and watered it before washing up and leaving the space. Seeing the two little guys sleeping soundly, Yun Jiji lowered her head and gently kissed their brows, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. After returning to the mountain, Gu Wenbin looked at everything in front of him with a solemn and confused expression. After a long while, he looked at Qin Shiyu. "You mean your wife made some medicine and sprinkled it in from the hole above, and these people fell into those iron barrels and died?" Why did Gu Wenbin feel that it was more and more unreal the more he listened? Report to the brigade commander. Yes. However, when he saw Qin Shiyu's serious look and thought about Qin Shiyu's character, he felt that Qin Shiyu was not a person who talked nonsense. The Sakura country sent so many people. He just roughly counted them and found that 25 of them fell. Based on the manpower of Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu, it is indeed not possible to capture them directly. But Yun Jiji's ability in making medicine was something that Gu Wenbin had already seen through the hemostatic powder. Qin Shiyu's wife is very capable, but no one told him that she is so capable. But he soon thought of what Su Qinzhen and the others had described to them in vivid detail today, about the situation when they found Qin Feng and the others last night. It was only after Yin Jiji used drugs to confuse those cherry people that they were able to find an opportunity to rescue Chen Feng and the others. Although he felt that there was something inexplicable and there seemed to be some loopholes in it, he couldn't find it. These hostages? Several hostages were also in the cave, but they were fine, so Gu Wenbin was a little curious at this moment. Since Yun Jiji's medicine was so powerful, why were these 4 hostages fine? The Sakura people gave them medicine.
Qin Shiyu said.
Gu Wenbin thought about it and realized that since these people had captured hostages and were using them for drug testing, they would definitely not let them stay awake. This can also explain it. However, when Gu Wenbin saw those medicines, his face turned gloomy. In particular, I saw many corpses piled behind the rocks on one side. Some of them had turned into skeletons. The bones of those skeletons were black, and it was obvious that they had died of poisoning. The flesh of those corpses that had not yet turned into skeletons emitted a strong stench, and several young soldiers were vomiting because of the stench even without getting close. The places where the corpses had decayed were all black and purple. The stench is unbearable. And all this is caused by these Sakura people. Take all these drugs back and hand them over to the relevant departments to study them carefully and find out what they're trying to do. They really have no idea what the other party is trying to do to poison people to this extent. Gu Wenbin had people search the cave thoroughly. Apart from the corpses, they soon found a room separated by stones. When they went in, they found a lot of drawings inside, which seemed to be their notes. Gu Wenbin immediately ordered people to pack up everything and take them back to the military region. Only after they were sure that they had searched the cave thoroughly did they take the bodies of the Sakura people away from Shingui Mountain. They also brought the 4 hostages back to the army and kept them in the military hospital for treatment. They still had some questions to ask. They also carried all the corpses down the mountain one by one, and at the same time checked some small villages around Shingui Mountain to prevent any more Sakura people from lurking in the village and harming other villagers. After 3 days of treatment, the injuries on Shin Feng and his companions were mostly healed, but they had lost too much blood, and their faces were pale. Yun Jiji prescribed medicine for them, and they drank bowlful of it every day, which made their complexion look a little better. However, there were still few people entering Shin Feng's ward. Lu Xianghua was the one who changed the dressings, and Tang Wan was the one who brought in medicine and meals. Yun Jiji would go to check on his wound recovery every day. Today is the 3rd day that Chen Feng has been taking the medicine. Tang Wan and Lu Xianghua were both in the ward, preparing to change Shin Feng's dressing. At the same time, Shin Feng was sitting there very nervously, and she was also nervous. He took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself. He clearly felt his face starting to itch these past 2 days. Yun Jiji had told him before that if the face started to itch, it meant the wound was healing. He felt it clearly, but he had no idea how serious the injury on his face was. Don't be nervous, trust Jiji. Tang Wan grabbed Shin Feng's hand, knowing that this man was the most nervous at this moment. In fact, she had been staring at Shin Feng's face these past few days, and every time he changed the dressing, it was a surprise for Tang Wan. And Shin Feng actually saw her surprise, but because he didn't see her face, he wasn't particularly sure. Okay. With Tang Wan around, Shin Feng felt a lot more at ease. Yun Jiji untied the gauze bit by bit, and Lu Xianghua was watching nervously. When the gauze was completely removed, Lu Xianghua widened his eyes, looked at Yun Jiji in surprise, and said, "Dr. Yun, your medicine is too strong." When Tang Wan saw it, she was also very surprised. She quickly ran to get a mirror and said, "Often, look for yourself." From their expressions, Shin Feng could see that the effect must be very good, so he was not as nervous as before. His gaze also fell on the mirror, and when he saw his own recovery in the mirror, Shin Feng's eyes widened. He knew that the wound on his face must have recovered a little, but he didn't know to what extent. But now, when he saw his own face, Shin Feng was extremely moved. His eyes were red. He really thought that he would have a scar on his face for the rest of his life. He would have to bear such a face. No matter where he went, he would be pointed at. But now the scars on his face have healed, and there are a few shallow wounds. The scars look very light. If you have not seen his original wounds, you can't tell what his injuries looked like originally. Sister-in-law, thank you.
Thank you.
Xin Feng's eyes were red, and he couldn't control his tears at this moment.
He was so excited.
I really didn't expect that his injuries could be healed. Before, he had given up hope for his face. He felt that his face might not be able to recover completely. However, now seeing his recovery, he really sees hope. He believes that as long as he continues to take the medicine, his face will return to its original state. Just as Yunjiji said. And now that he saw hope, the next step was to continue taking the medicine and take good care of herself, but... Sister-in-law, the ointment is used up, so what's next? Xin Feng looked at Yunjiji worriedly. Yesterday, the ointment ran out. So what should I do today? Seeing his worry, Yunjiji laughed and took out a box of ointment. Yes, but the efficacy is not as good as the previous bottle. One of the ingredients is no longer available, but it can still cure your face. The herbs are still the same, but the water used is ordinary water. The effect of the medicine is naturally not that strong, but it can still completely cure his face. In the past, perhaps when Yunjiji said this, Xin Feng would find it unbelievable. How could it really be completely repaired? But it has only been 3 days, and such results have been achieved. Xin Feng really did not expect this. Normally, for a wound like the one on his face to heal, if he were treated in a hospital, it would take at least 3 months for the wound to heal. 3 days. It's really abnormal. I can understand, but that medicine must be very precious, or it must have been left to you by your master. Xin Feng knew all this, and it was precisely because he knew this that he felt very guilty. But Yunjiji gave the medicine to him. Medicine is used to save lives. If it's just left there, it's just a dead thing. But if it can save lives, it's the most useful. Yunjiji said with a smile. Let me apply medicine for you. Tang Wan said. Although the wound on his face had healed, he still couldn't stop applying the medicine. Once he stops taking the medicine, the scars on his face will remain with him for the rest of his life. Dr. Yun is right. Compared to human life, no matter how precious the medicine is, it is still a dead thing. Lu Xianghua also said. Xin Feng was still very moved, but he also remembered Yunjiji's kindness in his heart. It is said that Yunjiji herself didn't know what the medicine looked like. When her master gave the medicine to Yunjiji, there was only a small piece of dry branch. Even if I want to pay attention and help find this medicine in the future, it will probably be very difficult. After applying the medicine to Xin Feng, Yunjiji and the others withdrew, leaving the space to Tang Wan and Xin Feng. They must have a lot to talk about. After handing over the dressing change to Tang Wan, the two of them came out. Comrade Yun, can this scar removal cream be put into production later? Lu Xianghua asked curiously. Although it is not as strong as the previous version, if it is stronger than ordinary scar removal cream, this medicine is extremely rare for ordinary people. I will consider it later, but the cost of some of the current drugs is still too high. When I have time, I will study it further to make sure that ordinary people can use them. Yunjiji said. Some of the medicinal materials in the second version of scar removal cream given to Xin Feng are also very precious, and they are all produced in the space. She wanted to look for it in Mr. Hua's medicine cabinet, but unfortunately, several herbs were not found. That's right. Such a good medicine must cost a lot. Lu Xianghua could not hide his disappointment. But we also know that precious medicinal materials cost more. As the two were talking and walking out, they saw a man walking quickly in front of the health center. He walked quickly to Yunjiji and said, Wife, I'm back. Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji with burning eyes. Although his face looked tired, his eyes were surprisingly bright. Seeing this, Lu Xianghua quietly stepped aside and let the young couple talk. Okay? Yunjiji was slightly stunned and asked Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu nodded, yes. Everything has been handled. As for the follow-up matters, what needed to be submitted was submitted, and what needed to be reviewed was reviewed. They completed the task. As for the subsequent matters, Gu Wenbin and Zhao Changzheng had their own arrangements. Chen Feng is changing the dressing. Do you want to go in and take a look? Yunjiji asked. Qin Shiyu rushed over as soon as he came back, obviously worried about Xin Feng's condition. Wait until he changes his medicine before going to see him,
Qin Shiyu said.
He didn't come to see Xin Feng, but he came back from a mission and wanted to see his wife as soon as possible so that Yun Jiji could feel at ease. As for seeing Xin Feng, it was just a side thing. Ever since he knew Yun Jiji's abilities, Qin Shiyu felt that there was nothing that Yun Jiji could not do. That's Chen Feng's ward. You wait there. I'm going back to the office. However, when Yun Jiji turned around to go to the office, she looked back and saw Qin Shiyu following her. She was slightly stunned, looked at Qin Shiyu in confusion, and asked, "Why are you following me?" "Wife, I'm back from the mission." The man looked at her seriously.
Well,
"You're back. Now what?" She knew that if his mission was not completed yet, how could he appear here? Yun Jiji has now entered her office. The main patients in the health center recently are the injured in this mission. She has changed the medicine of several people who were supposed to change their medicine in the morning. She is mainly responsible for Xin Feng now. She has finished dealing with Xin Feng's affairs and has nothing else to do. She went back to the office to prepare some more medicine to make blood replenishing pills. This time, the wounded had lost too much blood. Although I gave them medicine, it only temporarily protected their heart meridians. She remembered that there was a prescription in the medical book in her space, which had a strong blood replenishing effect, so she wanted to find it. If it could be made with some ordinary blood replenishing herbs, Yun Jiji still wanted to make it and give it a try. When Qin Shiyu and his team go on missions, they can be asked to take some with them for first aid. However, Qin Shiyu reached out and closed the office door and trapped Yun Jiji between himself and the door. "What are you doing?" Yun Jiji was startled and looked at the man in front of her with a puzzled expression. What is wrong with him? Qin Shiyu's eyes were bright, and he looked at Yun Jiji enthusiastically. "Wife, you don't care about me." The man looked at Yun Jiji resentfully, as if he was a wronged wife. The corners of Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. "Aren't you fine?" "That's different. Although I'm not injured, I still need my wife's care," Qin Shiyu said seriously. He was not injured and returned safely, but Yun Jiji never asked him a question out of concern from beginning to end. "Are you back? Are you hurt? Are you tired? Are you hungry?" No matter which sentence it was, he would feel that he was cared for, but Yun Jiji didn't ask a single question. "I just think that he came to the military hospital because he was worried about Xin Feng and was anxious to check on Xin Feng's condition." This made Qin Shiyu feel quite depressed. Yun Jiji looked at the man in front of her and said, "I'm a doctor. I can tell whether you are injured or not, so that's different,"
Qin Shiyu said.
Yun Jiji looked at the man in front of her inexplicably. What's the difference? Qin Shiyu felt a little powerless when he saw this. He couldn't feel anything. Her concern. Does Yun Jiji really not like him at all? So, you don't care about him at all? Qin Shiyu let go of her hand disappointedly, but seemed to think of something, and he looked full of fighting spirit again. He reached out and pulled Yun Jiji into his arms, leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Wife, do you think we are a natural match?" The man's warm breath instantly enveloped her, his thin lips pressed against her ear. She could even feel the softness of the man's lips. The man's low voice brought up a burst of electricity along her ear and quickly spread throughout her body. "Don't talk nonsense here." Yun Jiji took a long time to find her voice. She felt her cheeks getting hot and her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably.
Boom, boom, boom.
She seemed to be able to hear the sound of her own heartbeat, getting heavier and heavier. Am I the only one who can see this? We can only be stronger when we are together? Qin Shiyu deliberately lowered his voice. He knew that he had a nice voice. The art troupe had approached him before, hoping that he could help host a performance. They said that he had a broadcasting accent that would make people's ears pregnant. If only he could lower his voice a little more, it would be more alluring. Qin Shiyu thought it was all nonsense at the time. How could you get pregnant just by listening to someone talking? Wouldn't that kid be running all over the place, with his cubs everywhere? But now, he seemed to understand what these words meant. Just like now. Yun Jiji's face was flushed red, he could hear her heartbeat, and she even stood there tense, breathing rapidly, looking very at a loss.
He knew she was shy.
As long as he is not angry, it means he still has a chance. Gigi, try to accept me. I won't let you down. The man's warm breath was close to her ears. Although she couldn't see the woman's expression, the tips of her ears were so red that they seemed to be bleeding. She could tell how nervous she was at the moment. At this moment, Gigi's mind was in a mess, and her whole body was enveloped by the man's breath. The faint scent of grass on his body kept penetrating into her nostrils, making the world around her seem as if there was only her and the man in front of her. Everything became extremely ambiguous, making her heart more and more flustered, as if they were the only ones left in the whole world. Qin Shiyu, let me go. After Gigi reacted, she reached out to push the man away. The two of them were too close, her mind was in a mess, and she could hardly think. She had lived a life in the present world and had lived for 22 years in this life. Except for the night when she and Qin Shiyu were drugged, she had never been so intimate with the opposite. At this moment, she was held in the man's arms. Although there was some space between them, the breath of the two people was completely blended together. Gigi, we have a long way to go. The man sighed softly, feeling quite helpless, but he also knew that he couldn't be impatient. When he was about to step away, he lowered his head to look at the little woman in his arms. As if he thought of something, he lowered his head and gently kissed her between the eyebrows. Gigi was stunned and stood there in a daze, not reacting for a long time. When she turned around, the man had already left her office. Although the warmth between her eyebrows had dissipated, it seemed as if it was branded there. You can always feel the normal. Gigi put her hand over her chest. Her heart was beating much faster than usual. How can this man be so bold? So reckless? Isn't he afraid at all that she will get angry and simply stop living with him? But it was obvious that this man was not afraid at all. She stood by the window and saw him talking to Su Guanghui in the yard. Although there was no smile on his face, he was approachable. How does this man act like nothing happened? Gigi, why is your face so red? You and Qin Shiyu were in the office just now? What did you do? Lia stood by the window, looking at Gigi in the room with a smile. Gigi saw the open window and then saw the mockery on Lia's face. It's normal for a couple to be intimate. Are you curious? Lia raised her eyebrows. When Gigi looked up, she met Qin Shiyu's gaze. The man looked at her with interest, and the smile on his lips could hardly be suppressed. Gigi coughed twice. I'm going to boil the medicine. You can do your own thing. Gigi turned around and walked directly to the back door of the office. She usually boils medicine at that location. However, she looks like she is running away. Qin Shiyu's lips curled up, and he was in a very good mood. When Lia turned around and saw Qin Shiyu, she looked at Gigi, who was preparing medicine, and said seriously, "You are not worthy of Gigi." Qin Shiyu. Gigi. Both of them heard this. The corner of Gigi's mouth twitched, and it was like a boomerang, suddenly flying from Gigi to Qin Shiyu.
Well.
My wife is so outstanding. I am indeed not worthy of her, but I will work hard to be as outstanding as her and be the one who is most qualified to stand by her side. Qin Shiyu looked serious, and his eyes were always on Gigi. Gigi turned back in surprise and met the man's gaze. He was actually talking about this matter very seriously, and he could even see the pride in his eyes. He didn't seem to be jealous of his wife's ability, but was very happy. In Gigi's cognition, most men are afraid that their wives are better than him and suppress him. It makes him feel that he has lost his dignity and autonomy in this family. Lia looked at the two of them and felt that she was a little full for some reason. I'm going to be busy. After saying that, she turned around and left. She was afraid that if she stayed here for a while longer, she wouldn't have to eat. Qin Shiyu entered Gigi's office and saw that she was preparing medicine there. Qin Shiyu asked, "Wife, can I help you with anything?" Shen Feng hadn't changed the medicine yet, so Qin Shiyu didn't go to her office.
No.
Gigi took a look and didn't know there was anything she could help with. After preparing the medicine, She started to boil the medicine and then used the medicine soup to make ointment. This process is very long, and someone has to be watching all the time. It is absolutely inseparable from people. Wife, tell me what to do. I'll sit here and help you. Qin Shiyu saw her sitting in front of the stove and immediately pulled a small stool and sat down in front of her. Shen Feng's medicine has been changed. You go to see him. Yun Jiji just got up and saw Tang Wan also came out of Shen Feng's ward with the changed gauze, which showed that she had changed the medicine for Shen Feng. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu felt a little depressed, but he still responded. And he did come to see Shen Feng and also to understand the situation of the day. At this moment, seeing Tang Wan coming out, Qin Shiyu couldn't stay here any longer, so he got up and walked out with her. Although he was depressed, he didn't dare to make Yun Jiji unhappy. The relationship between the couple finally got closer, and he didn't want to scare her away because he was too bold and enthusiastic. Some things have to take a process, and they should be done slowly. He believed that as long as he worked a little harder and let her see his sincerity, she would slowly accept him as her husband, and their relationship would become closer and closer. Yun Jiji glanced at the man and was relieved to see that he was quite sensible. Although she was upset that this man was sometimes too bold and always caught people off guard, she also knew that this man did not want a divorce from the beginning, but she did not expect him to take action so soon. She took a deep breath, looked at the medicine soup that had begun to bubble in the pot, collected her thoughts, and concentrated on boiling the medicine. Qin Shiyu was also a little surprised to see that Shen Feng had gauze wrapped around his face, but he seemed to be in a good mood. He closed the door of the ward, came to the bedside, and stared at Shen Feng for a long time. Do you think I am in a good spirit? Shen Feng smiled and looked at Qin Shiyu and said, Indeed, I have a good mentality. Qin Shiyu did not deny it. Shen Feng stared at Qin Shiyu for a while and smiled. Old Qin, you are really lucky. Qin Shiyu was a little puzzled. Sister-in-law is really a very good woman and very powerful. I really thought that even if the wound on my face healed, those words would not disappear. They would remain on my face as a mark for a lifetime. I would never be able to raise my head, and I would not be able to see anyone. I would even be pointed at and scolded by everyone. When Shen Feng thought of this, his expression dimmed a little, but recovered in an instant. He smiled and said, Do you know how powerful sister-in-law's medical skills are? Do you know how I felt when I saw my face heal today? Shen Feng excitedly said that he saw the wound on his face heal today. No one knew how excited she was when she saw her face. He saw hope. His heavy heart was unprecedentedly relaxed and happy at that moment. She has always been very powerful. Qin Shiyu was proud of it after hearing it. Seeing his appearance, Shen Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth and asked, Did sister-in-law ask you to go back to your room? Qin Shiyu. He looked at Shen Feng with a gloomy face, and he really talked about something that was not related to the topic. When Yang Linxiang came, she found that the two of them were sleeping in separate rooms, and she asked him privately. Qin Shiyu only used the excuse that the two children were still too young and could not leave their parents, and the bed was small, so they could only sleep with one child each. But after so many days, Qin Shiyu believed that Yang Linxiang could actually see that there were still some problems between the couple. She suffered so much in those 3 years. If I can't make her feel at ease and let her believe that I can definitely protect the three of them, how can she believe and be sure that I am worthy of her entrusting her life? Don't be anxious. Give her some time. I believe that our couple will get better and better. Qin Shiyu's eyes were firm. Shen Feng reached out and patted him on the shoulder and whispered, Good brother, come on. Qin Shiyu stopped talking about his own affairs and asked about some of the things about how they were caught at that time. Sure enough, it was almost the same as Qin Shiyu and his friends expected. When they entered the mountain, they were discovered by the Sakura people hiding in the village, and after they entered Shengui Mountain, they completely fell into the trap they set. Shen Feng knew that he was careless this time, otherwise, Shengui Mountain is so big. How could they be led into the trap set by those villains and finally captured? If he hadn't realized that something was wrong and sent someone back to report, their team might have been wiped out in Shengui Mountain this time. Fortunately, they returned victoriously. Shen Feng suddenly thought of something and saw Qin Shiyu, and asked hurriedly, "Old Qin, those words on my face." "Don't worry, no one saw it. When my wife and I saw the words on your face, we covered them up. After we came back, your ward was also separate. Dr. Liu came in to apply medicine for you only after signing the confidentiality agreement." "Don't worry," Qin Shiyu comforted. Shen Feng sighed. "Although I am loyal to the army, the party, and the country. But they carved Sakura traitor on my face, and I am also worried that my identity will be suspected. There will be no way to." Thinking of this, Shen Feng couldn't help but redden his eyes. He loves his country, although their country is still a little backward and not as good as other countries, but Shen Feng is extremely unwilling. Because of these few words, he has become the object of suspicion of his own people. When he saw those words, he really wanted to die. Compared to killing him and disfiguring him, these few words were simply tearing his heart out. There is nothing worse than being misunderstood by his own people in the end. If those words left a scar on his face, who would ask the reason? They would only conclude that he was a traitor planted by the Sakura country and the military, a person that everyone wanted to kill. This was more painful to him than killing him. For a soldier, this is a humiliation that involves killing and destroying one's heart. How can he bear it? "I am lucky. I met my sister-in-law. If it weren't for my sister-in-law, my face would be..."
He sighed softly.
3 days. It only took 3 days. The shallower wounds were so faint that they were barely noticeable. Even if everyone saw the wound on his face now, they probably wouldn't be able to tell what the word was. This made him feel really lucky. Take good care of yourself. The army knows what kind of person you are. They will not misunderstand your loyalty because of the provocation of those Sakura people. Qin Shiyu comforted him. Shen Feng nodded and looked out the window. There was a piece of white gauze hanging by the window. It was brought by Yunjiji. It would not block the light, but people outside could not see what was going on inside. Shen Feng was also very scared before, afraid that people would see the wound on his face and the words on his face. When the time comes and people doubt his loyalty, he will not be afraid of being investigated, but a seed of doubt will be planted in a person. And then, in this world, few people want trouble and are afraid of trouble. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and said, "Just focus on your recovery. I will take care of these things for you." Shen Feng nodded. After using Yunjiji's medicine, his injuries no longer hurt. Shen Feng is a soldier. They have been injured many times. Sometimes, even a minor injury requires a long period of recuperation. Every time the dressing is changed, it is painful. Sometimes, if the wound is covered for too long, it may become festered, and the pus-filled area must be cut off and cleaned, which is very painful and time-consuming. This time his body was covered with knife and whip wounds, which was obviously very painful. He thought the process of healing and changing the dressings would be painful, but since using Yunjiji's medicine, Shen Feng had never felt that any other injury was as easy and refreshing as this one. This time the recovery was really easy. Now, Shen Feng also began to look forward to and hope that the pharmaceutical factory in their military region could be completed earlier, so that hemostatic powder, skin-softening ointment, and other medicines could be introduced to the public earlier, so that all injured soldiers could relieve their pain and recover faster. Qin Shiyu talked to Chen Feng for a long time in the ward, and after confirming that Chen Feng's emotions were normal, Qin Shiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he came back, Hu Jianjun had already mentioned to him that Yunjiji was still giving Shen Feng psychological treatment. For example, a group of captured people all had varying degrees of captivity sequelae. If no timely intervention was made, it would cause psychological or physiological obstacles to the patients, and they might even start to isolate themselves, be unwilling to communicate with others, and suffer from sequelae of impaired living functions. But at this moment, after talking with Shen Feng, Qin Shiyu felt a little relieved. It can be seen that Shen Feng has been actively cooperating with the treatment. Or, it could be said that if Yunjiji hadn't given him medicine to heal the wounds on his face in time, perhaps Shen Feng would have given up on himself and lost hope in life. He was very fortunate that his wife was so capable and had such incredible abilities. If she couldn't communicate with plants, they wouldn't have found the herbs they needed so quickly. Therefore, he also felt that it was not a bad thing for Yunjiji to have such ability, as long as he protected her and didn't let her abilities be exposed to others too much. Since she has this ability, it must be a blessing from God. Maybe. God saw that they had it too hard, being suppressed by outsiders everywhere and lagging behind so much in all aspects, so he rewarded them with Yunjiji.
Wife.
Qin Shiyu came to Yunjiji's office and saw that she was still busy making medicine there. Qin Shiyu felt a little distressed. It is said that when making ointment, one must not only watch the fire but also stir the herbs in the pot to prevent them from sticking to the pot, and keep an eye on the heat. If the fire is too big, the medicine will burn, and if the fire is too small, the medicine cannot achieve its maximum effect. Although he didn't know medicine, he knew that this process was very tiring. Did you finish your chat with Captain Chen? Yunjiji asked curiously when she saw him coming back. Qin Shiyu nodded, came and sat down beside her, and said softly, "Wife, thank you. Thank you for coming to my side. If it weren't for you, I dare not think whether Chen Feng could have survived." Thinking of Xin Feng's condition, if his face could not be restored, coupled with the psychological damage, he once doubted whether Xin Feng would commit suicide in the end. "You have a very good relationship with Captain Chen," Yunjiji said. "We both joined the army in the same year, and at first we both wanted to compete with each other in everything. We were punished together because of this. One time, we had a big fight, and were sent to the kitchen together. During that time, neither of us was willing to give in to the other, but because we were the only two people who knew each other best in the kitchen, our relationship gradually improved. Later we were transferred back and went on our first mission. It was then that we discovered that our tacit understanding seemed to be better than others, and we worked together to complete the mission. We were both commended for this, and later the leaders asked us to train together, especially in terms of tacit understanding. It was not until I was promoted to deputy battalion commander that we were divided into 2 battalions. However, we had already become best brothers in those previous missions." Qin Shiyu thought of the scene when he just joined the army, and now he felt that he was really childish at that time, but he also made a close friend because of this. If he could go back to that time, he would still be best friends with Xin Feng. They are probably good friends who know each other through fighting. "Wife," his face. "Take the medicine well. It will be restored to its original state." Yunjiji knew that he was worried, so she didn't say too much nonsense. It would be better to be direct and let the man know. "Xin Feng's face will be fine." After getting an affirmative answer, Qin Shiyu reached out and hugged Yunjiji fiercely. "Wife, it's my luck to marry you." Yunjiji was slightly stunned and turned her head to look at Qin Shiyu, only to see his burning eyes. She took a deep breath. "Let me go quickly. It will be bad if someone sees it." Although Qin Shiyu was a little reluctant, he still let her go. "Wife, how long will the ointment last?" "It will take a while. You go back first," Yunjiji said. "The ointment has reached the final stage, and she cannot do without someone at this time. Such a big pot of ointment will be ruined if she leaves. Teach me how to do it. I'll do it. You take a break," Qin Shiyu said seriously. Yunjiji glanced at him sideways. "To Anchuan and Yuanyu and miss you very much. You should go back and accompany them." Hearing this, Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji and asked, "What about you? Wife, do you miss me?" Phew. He seemed like a serious person before. Why did it become like this after coming back from this trip? "Qin Shiyu." She sighed and looked at the man. Qin Shiyu felt a little disappointed. Then he reached out and rubbed her head. "I cooked and brought it to you." Seeing that her ointment was not finished yet, he was afraid that it would not be ready so quickly. He would go back and check on it now, so he could only bring the food to her later. "Thank you." Qin Shiyu opened his mouth, wanting to say that there is no need for them to be so polite between husband and wife, but their relationship was not yet at that stage, so they could only leave it like this for the time being. Qin Shiyu stood up and saw that there was no water in her enamel cup, so he stood up and poured her a cup of hot water and placed it next to her. "I was thinking that next time I go to the city, I would see if there is a thermos cup like that so that I can buy one for her." It is so cold now that even the hottest water will become cold after a while if poured into an enamel cup. Qin Shiyu didn't disturb her anymore. When he came out of her office, he did not forget to look back. Although he felt distressed, Qin Shiyu also knew that she was busy with meaningful things. After several days of treatment, the injuries of Xinfeng and others have improved a lot. The two young soldiers with lighter injuries have fully recovered and no longer need to stay in the health center. They can return to the dormitory to recuperate for a while before resuming training. In the blink of an eye, it was the 26th day of the 12th lunar month. After Yun Jiji changed the medicine for Xinfeng, she took his pulse and completed the last psychological treatment. There will be no need to provide psychological treatment for Xinfeng in the future. His mentality is much stronger than they imagined. Yun Jiji's annual leave was also approved. Jiji, I won't go back with you too. Yang Linxiang felt a little uncomfortable when she knew that they were going back to Yunhe village. She never wanted to see Qin Yue's family again in her life. Now Yang Linxiang had also figured out. Since he and his children didn't want her anymore, she still had the strength to help Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji take care of the children and earn some living expenses to save. When she was old, she would find a place to live. When she was about to die, she would go to a scenic spot in the mountains to dig a hole and bury herself. If you can still see the beautiful scenery around you after death, your life will be worth it. Aunt, Qin Shiyu and I have no plans to move back to the village. You will have to stay in the town to look after us. Some things can be handled by the two of us when we go back. We don't want the children to see those bad things. Yun Jiji said to Yang Linxiang. Whether it is the Qin family or the Yun family, everything is very terrible. She doesn't want her children to interfere in it, nor does she want them to witness so much of the ugliness of human nature. Children should grow up happily, instead of enduring things they shouldn't have to endure. That's right. Yang Linxiang thought about it and felt that their arrangement was correct. Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan are still too young. There is no guarantee that Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji will not quarrel with them when they return this time. Neither Zhao Sulian nor Qin Weimin is a good person. Their ugly words polluted the children's ears. Yang Linxiang didn't understand before, but since she lived with Yun Jiji and the others in the staff compound and got to know those knowledgeable and cultured family members, she slowly began to understand some things, such as the growth and education of a child, which are closely related to their parents and the environment, although there are many things she doesn't understand. But she knew that it was a terrible thing that children like hers, under the upbringing of Qin Yue and the Qin family, became disrespectful to their mother and irresponsible. There are not many children in this world who are as mentally strong as Qin Shiyu and have their own ideas since childhood. He joined the army at the age of 18, learned more things, and understood more about the ways of the world. Being with Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan every day, Yang Linxiang also hopes that they can be like Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji, rather than like the other members of the Qin family. Jiji, how many days will we be back for? Qin Shiyu and I both have 10 days off. Yun Jiji said. That's quite a long time. Yun Jiji nodded. It takes 2 days to go back and forth by car, and there's still 8 days left, which is enough. These 8 days are enough to do a lot of things. That's right. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu looked at each other. This time when they go back, they will definitely make a big fuss. Yunhe village, Qin family. Qin Weimin had just returned from the post office, his face looking extremely gloomy. Qin Shiyu still didn't send the money back, which made him extremely angry. His brows were furrowed, as if they could pinch a fly to death. When the Qin family saw the situation, they guessed that Qin Weimin still did not get the money this time. Old Qin, is Qin Shiyu really dead? Otherwise, why hasn't he sent money home for 2 consecutive months? The more Zhao Sulian thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. In the past, Qin Shiyu would send money on time every month, and even if he was late, it would only be a day or 2. But no money was remitted for 2 months, and when they called the army to inquire, the operators said they didn't know Qin Shiyu's whereabouts. If he is not dead, then he is missing. Qin Weimin's face was gloomy. He would rather be missing. Because it is not certain whether Qin Shiyu is dead or not, and the troops are still searching for his whereabouts, the troops have temporarily stopped paying his allowance. If Qin Shiyu really died, the troops behind him would directly give him a pension. After the new year, I will go to the army. Qin Weiman sat at the door with a pipe in his hand. After taking 2 deep puffs, he finally made a decision. Dad, let me go with you, Qin Zhengye said immediately after rolling his eyes. If he didn't go with them, who knew how much of the money would end up in his hands? Qin Zhengye was very clear that Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian loved the second son Qin Jingyi the most. Although he didn't know how much money they had secretly given Qin Jingyi over the years, it was definitely not a small amount. Therefore, he must follow the army to collect Qin Shiyu's death pension this time. He will then think of a way to coax Qin Weiman so that he can get some of it in advance. Thinking of this, Qin Zhengye had a plan in mind. What are you going to do? Who will do the housework when you go back? Just stay in the village, Zhao Sulian said with a dark face when she heard it. How could she not know what the boss was thinking? Mom, my dad is old. This time he may have to bring back the third brother's ashes. Besides, my third brother is gone. Dad is so sad that his body can't bear it. I can go with him to help. We can't just leave the third brother outside after he died, don't you think? Qin Zhengye hurried forward to support Zhao Sulian. In their opinion, Qin Shiyu had not remitted any money for 2 months and had no news from him. In their hearts, they had already concluded that Qin Shiyu had died in the line of duty. Now they were thinking, if Qin Shiyu died, how much money in pension would the army give him, and after the money was divided among them, how much money would each family get? If Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian are still not fair this time, then they have to consider splitting up. Uncle, I saw Shiyu. A young man ran in, his face full of excitement. When he ran to the outside of Qin Weiman's house, he hurriedly said, Uncle, Shiyu is back, and he brought a beautiful female comrade with him. She's wearing a military uniform. She must be a female soldier in their unit. Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian looked at each other and saw greed and calculation in each other's eyes. Sure enough, he is not dead. He dared to come back. He didn't send money back for 2 months. It was really hateful. Old man, that stinky boy is now strong. You can't be too easy to talk to. He hasn't come back for 3 years. I don't know how many tasks he has done. He must have a lot of bonuses. You have to make him spit them all out. Zhao Sulian rolled her eyes, pulled Qin Weiman aside, and said in a low voice, I know what's going on, don't worry. Qin Weiman snorted coldly. Wouldn't Qin Shiyu think that he didn't have to pay money back home after serving in the army and getting married? Dreaming. Where did he get the money? It was all from their Qin family. He didn't send money back home for 2 months. It seems that he really takes himself seriously. If he doesn't spit out all the money when he comes back this time, don't think about leaving easily. Dad, this is the watch I liked last time. Qin Zhengye didn't expect Qin Shiyu to come back, so he immediately walked to Qin Weiman and said flatteringly, Mom, I want a bicycle too. Qin Jingyi hurried to follow.
Bye.
By all. Qin Weiman made the decision directly, and the greed in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. In their eyes, Qin Shiyu's life or death was never considered by them. They only cared about how much money they could get from Qin Shiyu. How much bonus did the third brother get for his missions in the past 3 years? Yun Jiji glanced at Qin Shiyu from the side and saw that the man's expression was so calm that there was no ripple, so she lowered her voice and asked, Are they always like this? Qin Shiyu didn't say anything. But thinking about what happened in the past 3 years, Yun Jiji showed sarcasm on her face. She reached out and patted Qin Shiyu shoulder. After the two of them entered the village, they took a detour, but they didn't come out immediately. They really didn't disappoint us at all, Qin Shiyu said sarcastically. He had been disappointed for a long time, but now he didn't feel anything after hearing all this. If he really had to say it, it was that he was really stupid before, and he actually had a little hope for such parents. He thought that as long as he sent more money home, the family would live a better life, and then they would realize that their son had made progress. He used to think so, and later after marrying Yunjiji, he gave more monthly allowances, but what did he get? What kind of suffering did his wife suffer? What kind of suffering did his children endure? If Yunjiji hadn't taken the children to the army, they would have starved to death, and he might have come back. Old man, the matter of Yun Jiji and the two children. Just say that Yun Jiji ran away with a wild man. This is what men can't stand the most. He won't check it. Even if he really checks it out, there will be no evidence. Listening to their vicious words, Qin Shiyu clenched his hands into fists, and the blue veins on the back of his hands bulged, almost bursting. Yun Jiji lowered her head to see this scene, and her hand gently fell on the back of the man's hand. The cold and hard man seemed to have encountered a gentle spring rain, which instantly thawed him, and the coldness also dissipated. He held Yun Jiji's hand with his backhand, looked at her firmly, and whispered, "Wife, from now on, my relatives are only you and the two children, and I have nothing to do with this family anymore." Yun Jiji's heart skipped a beat, thinking of when they arrived in the county. Thinking of the situation just now, she nodded gently. Qin Shiyu held her hand tighter. If the scene was not inappropriate, he really wanted to hug her. This was the first time that she responded to him so clearly. How could Qin Shiyu not be happy? "It's time to get home," Qin Shiyu whispered. Yun Jiji nodded lightly. "My wife ran away with someone? Mom and Dad, tell us who she ran away with, at least give a name." Qin Shiyu looked at the few people with a smile. Qin Weimin and his companions were startled. When they turned around, they saw Qin Shiyu looking at them with a deep and cold expression. When they felt Qin Shiyu's overwhelming aura, they were inexplicably frightened. Qin Weimin's eyes showed displeasure. He had disliked Qin Shiyu since he was a child. A half-grown boy, sometimes the aura he exuded could always overshadow him as his father. How could Qin Weimin like him? Who taught you to come back and hide behind to eavesdrop on your parents' conversations? Did you learn such rules in the army? Qin Weimin frowned and looked at him angrily. What shameful words are my parents planning? Are they so afraid that I will hear them? Qin Shiyu asked back. Zhao Sulian's sight was on Yun Jiji. Her military uniform was too conspicuous. A female soldier. She was wearing a brand new and neat military uniform and a tall and straight figure like a pine tree. However, her little face was hidden under the military cap, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. But it gives people the illusion that the little face under the hat is absolutely stunning. And Zhao Sulian can see her epaulets clearly now. She is actually a military doctor. Why would a female comrade come back with Qin Shiyu? Zhao Sulian's face darkened. She just got rid of Yun Jiji, but she can't let Qin Shiyu have another woman by his side. The woman in front of her is a military doctor, and she is definitely not as easy to control as Yun Jiji. Although Zhao Sulian doesn't understand, she also knows that those who can be military doctors in the army are either really capable or have a family background. This is why she is worried. Looking at the woman in front of her, she looked up and down for a long time, with a critical look in her eyes, thinking about how to drive her away when the time comes. "Third brother, how did you talk to your dad? It's no secret that your wife ran away with a wild man. Everyone in the village knows it," Zhao Sulian said in a deep voice. Then he said, "Third brother, Yun Jiji is not a good person. Mom and Dad have loved her a lot since she got married. You have not been at home all the time, so we think we should love her more. But she is a lazy person who likes to eat and do nothing. Relying on the allowance you send home every month, she thinks of herself as a boss. Even a glass of water has to be brought to her mouth for her to be happy. Mom and Dad thought that she was your wife, and we just provided for her when you were not at home. But who could have thought? She was actually having an affair with a wild man outside and ran away with the wild man 2 months ago with the family's money. Don't disbelieve it. Everyone in the village knows this. If you don't believe it, you can just ask someone to see if your parents lied to you. If she hadn't done that, would your parents be so angry?" Zhao Sulian went from helpless to angry, and then sat directly on the doorstep, patted her thigh with her hand, and sighed repeatedly. What a sin! How could you marry such a disaster? If I had known this would happen, I should never have met the Yun family. Qin Weimin saw that the time was almost right, so he looked at Qin Shiyu angrily. "Where's your allowance? Yun Jiji has taken away all the money in the family, and she was waiting for your allowance to be sent back for emergency use. But You became arrogant and didn't send money back for 2 months. Are you hoping that your parents will starve to death? Also, where is the bonus for not returning to the mission for 3 years? Qin Weiman took 3 or 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand to open Qin Shiyu's bag. Qin Shiyu slightly tilted his body to avoid Qin Weiman's outstretched hand. Seeing this, Qin Weiman's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Third brother. Dad. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm back now. How can the money run away? Some things still need to be made clear first. You insist that my wife ran away with a wild man. Yunhe village is so small, there must be a name." Qin Shiyu looked at Qin Weiman with a smile. "There is no rice at home. Do you want us to starve to death?" Qin Weiman's face was dark. At the same time, Qin Weiman also found that some things seemed to have become a little different. Every time he came back before, Qin Weiman would directly search the bag. This was the first time Qin Shiyu disobeyed him. "Really? I see that you have rosy complexions, and you don't look like you haven't eaten enough for 2 months. Qin Shiyu put his hand on the bag and looked at Qin Weiman with heavy eyes. "Dad, why do you keep avoiding this question? Who did my wife run away with?" Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian didn't expect that he would be so persistent, and he must want to find out who it was. Daya wanted to force Qin Weiman to tell the other person's name.
How could he say that?
After Yun Jiji disappeared, they also went to the brigade to ask, and they were shocked to learn that Yun Jiji, the woman, was actually going to the army to find Qin Shiyu. But when they thought about the fact that Yun Jiji had no money and no ticket and couldn't even take the train, it would take a day to get from High City to Yunhe Village by train. If Yun Jiji wanted to find Qin Shiyu, she could only walk to High City on foot. Later, they also called the army to ask, and the answer they got was that Yun Jiji didn't go. Qin Weiman went to the post office in the morning and called the army to inquire about Yun Jiji's whereabouts. He also learned that Yun Jiji was not in the army. Therefore, they were more certain that Yun Jiji must not have reached Haishur and was probably starved to death halfway. Thinking of this, they felt relieved. "Old third, why are you forcing your father to do this?" Yun Jiji ran away with a gangster from another village. "We are too embarrassed to ask about such a shameful thing," Zhao Sulian said quickly. "From another village? Which village? Since there is this person, we must be able to find out his identity. Jiji and I are military marriages. He dared to a soldier's wife, which is illegal." Qin Shiyu looked serious. "Old third, she ran away. You have to let the villagers see the joke of our family, right?" Qin Weiman saw this and shouted directly at Qin Shiyu. "Dad, don't you think this is a joke now? The daughter-in-law of the old Qin family ran away with a wild man, and this is very glorious?" Qin Shiyu mocked. Qin Weiman was blocked and couldn't say a word. He sat aside angrily and smoked his pipe. Zhao Sulian saw this and glared at Qin Shiyu. "You just came back. Do you have to make a fuss? Don't let this little comrade laugh at you." Yun Jiji chuckled when she heard this. "Dad, Mom, I'm also curious about which wild man Yun Jiji ran away with. Why don't you tell me?" Mom and Dad don't
yell.
Zhao Sulian didn't react for a while. When she was halfway through her words, she suddenly raised her head and looked at the female comrade in front of her. Yun Jiji reached out and took off her military cap and looked at Zhao Sulian. "Mom, I'm also curious about which wild man I ran away with."
Who is it?
Qin Weiman, who was sitting and smoking, also stood up suddenly. The ashes on the pipe fell to the ground. He looked at Yun Jiji, who suddenly appeared in front of them with an unbelievable look. How could it be? Didn't Yun Jiji go to the military area? How could she become a military doctor? And she came back with Qin Shiyu. And what were they doing just now? They were jumping around in front of them like clowns, but they actually knew everything. Look at Yun Jiji again. Her complexion is much. How could it be? Didn't Yun Jiji go to the military area? How could she become a military doctor? And she came back with Qin Shiyu. And what were they doing just now? They were jumping around in front of them like clowns, but they actually knew everything. Look at Yun Jiji again. Her complexion. Zhao Sulian took a long time to find her voice, and she didn't know what went wrong. How did it become like this? Mom, from what I see, I didn't run away with a wild man. I disappoint you. Yun Jiji looked at Zhao Sulian with a fake smile. Zhao Sulian rolled her eyes and then yelled at Yun Jiji, where are Tuanchuan and Yuan? Did you sell the children? Yun Jiji didn't answer yet. Just reach out, she grabbed Qin Shiyu's hand. Third brother, you are a father now. Do you know that Yun Jiji must have sold the twins? Otherwise, where would she get the money to find you? Mom, didn't you say that Jiji ran away with the family's money? Qin Shiyu asked with a smile. Zhao Sulian was stunned for a moment, and her eyes widened in an instant. She really forgot about this matter, and when Yun Jiji suddenly appeared in front of her, Zhao Sulian, she was so shocked that her mind was full of thoughts about proving that Yun Jiji was a bad woman. She didn't even remember what they had said before. She spends money lavishly. She must have sold to Anchuan and Yuan because she didn't have enough money. Otherwise, where would the two children have gone? Zhao Sulian rolled her eyes and said quickly. Qin Shiyu closed his eyes. He stretched out his hand to pull Yun Jiji behind him to avoid her vicious gaze on her. Zhao Sulian didn't expect that Qin Shiyu would protect Yun Jiji so much. Didn't he believe what they said at all? Third brother, I'm your mother. How could I lie to you? How long have you been with her? Zhao Sulian said in a deep voice. She used to underestimate Yun Jiji. She thought that she was well-behaved, obedient and easy to control, but she was probably pretending. When she was in front of Qin Shiyu, her true nature was completely exposed. Qin Shiyu, who used to be quite obedient, now doesn't listen to them at all. It's really hateful. Do you really think I know nothing? Qin Shiyu looked at Zhao Sulian with a sullen face. Zhao Sulian's heart skipped a beat when she was looked at by him. Qin Shiyu knew? How is this possible? Third brother, did you come back just to quarrel with us? Qin Weimin pointed his finger at his nose and asked with a red face and thick neck. Zhao Sulian quickly pulled Qin Weimin away and said, Third brother, you and your wife must be tired after traveling all the way. Come into the house and rest first. You can talk later if you have anything to say. After Zhao Sulian finished speaking, she winked at Qin Weimin. They didn't expect things to turn out like this, and it all happened so suddenly that they were caught off guard. They thought Yun Jiji had died outside. What men can't accept the most is that their wives run away with wild men. This is simply a shame for them. As a result, Yun Jiji not only survived, but also became a military doctor. Now, they must quickly discuss the next countermeasures. Yun Jiji is too lucky. She was obviously about to die, but she came back to life. Yes. Third brother, there must be some misunderstanding here. You too must be exhausted after sitting on the train for a whole day. Come in and rest for a while. Qin Jingya also recovered from his shock. They all believed that Yun Jiji died outside, but who would have thought that Yun Jiji would appear in front of them without any reason, and even. At this time, they should really talk less, because it is easy to say more and make more mistakes, which will only give Qin Shiyu more handles. It is better to calm down and think about what to do next. At this moment, they can also be sure that Qin Shiyu came back this time to settle accounts with them. I am afraid. Yun Jiji had already found Qin Shiyu in the army 2 months ago, so Qin Shiyu has not sent money home for the past 2 months. Qin Weimin glanced at them, snorted coldly, and turned to go into the house. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and asked in a low voice, Go in first? Qin Shiyu nodded. Some things need to be dealt with, and they can't be solved by standing here arguing. In addition, there are some things that need to be solved by someone. Otherwise, it will be difficult to succeed. Thinking of this, Qin Shiyu also led Yun Jiji into the house, but when he saw that the room that originally belonged to Qin Shiyu's things were no longer there. You've been away from home in the army for a long time, and Xiuelin is so old now, he should have a room of his own. Zhao Sulian didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Qin Shiyu didn't live at home anyway, and her eldest grandson Qin Xiuelin was 16 this year, and he had to get married next year. If he didn't have his own room, what would he do when his granddaughter-in-law came in later? Wife, where did you live before? Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji and asked. Yun Jiji pointed to the firewood room on the side there. Nonsense, you have always lived here before, and you gave it to Xiaolin to live here after you left home. Don't make it seem like we abused you. Zhao Sulian said immediately after hearing it, and then looked at Qin Shiyu. Old third, don't listen to her nonsense. Her parents are from the same village as us, separated by a river. If we treat her badly, won't her parents quarrel? Yunhe Village is divided into Yunhe Upper Village and Yunhe Lower Village. The two villages are separated by a river and belong to the Red Star Brigade. The Yun family lives in Yunhe Upper Village, while Qin Shiyu's family lives in Yunhe Lower Village. But to outsiders, the two villages are one. Didn't my wife's parents cut off relations with her? Qin Shiyu looked at Zhao Sulian with a gloomy face. Do they really think he knows nothing? Zhao Sulian was secretly shocked. She never expected that Qin Shiyu knew everything. In the evening. You two should go to Xiaolin's room in the evening. It's getting late. Mom will go to make dinner first. Zhao Sulian was a little flustered at this moment. She didn't know how much Qin Shiyu knew. At this moment, she was more worried, afraid that he knew everything they had done to Yun Jiji over the years. Obviously, he didn't come back, and he didn't even call. Zhao Sulian hurried to the kitchen, stood there frowning and thinking about things, and then reacted. It must be that Yun Jiji, that, said something to Qin Shiyu. Otherwise, how could Qin Shiyu know everything about the year? Who knows how Yun Jiji coaxed Qin Shiyu and made him completely believe Yun Jiji's words? If they had known earlier, they should have been more ruthless and burned down the cowsheet, so that Yun Jiji and the two would not have appeared in front of Qin Shiyu. Old woman, what's wrong? Qin Weimin saw Yun Jiji and the others enter the house, and hurried to the kitchen to find Zhao Sulian. That must have told the third brother, and the third brother actually believed her lies. If it weren't for Yun Jiji, he wouldn't have been forced to marry her. I thought he didn't come back for these 3 years because he disliked Yun Jiji, but I never expected. Zhao Sulian's face was cold. But they are experienced people after all. Men's cunning minds. Any woman who looks a little bit good can't control the 2 tails of meat in the crotch. Qin Shiyu looked indifferent to everyone, and I'm afraid he had been seduced by Yun Jiji. As long as Yun Jiji serves him well, this man will be soft-hearted and believe everything she says. The third brother is always a serious person. I'm afraid he has already sent someone back to investigate. Qin Weimin didn't think so. He knew Qin Shiyu and the others well. He was not easy to fool. He would definitely not listen to Yun Jiji's one-sided words. At this time, Qin Weimin suddenly remembered that not long after Yun Jiji left their village, a few unfamiliar faces entered the village. It's just. Qin Weimin didn't think about it at all at that time. After all, they believed that Yun Jiji, who was so hungry, didn't have the strength to take those 2 little to the military area. But it was obvious that they thought the matter was too simple. What should we do? Zhao Sulian's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She secretly glanced at Qin Xiaolin's room. That was the room of his precious grandson. Although Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji would not stay at home for a few days, if they lived in that room, where should Qin Xiaolin live? Otherwise, Qin Xiaolin would really have to live in the firewood room. The thought of letting her precious grandson sleep in the woodshed made Zhao Sulian feel distressed. No hurry. Now that they are back, let's see what they want to do first. Qin Weimin's face was gloomy. He had lived for most of his life, but he couldn't deal with 2 young people. Zhao Sulian had no choice but to go out. However, when he walked to the kitchen door, Qin Weimin suddenly thought of something and said, "Make some brown rice and wild vegetable porridge to deal with it in the evening. All our money has been taken away by Yun Jiji, so we can't afford fine meals. And hide the piece of meat I bought today. Don't let them see it."
Got it.
Zhao Sulian knew, of course, that Qin Shiyu hadn't sent money home for 2 months, and he still wanted to eat meat at home? Not a thing. They are all grandchildren of your Qin family. Look at my Tuanshuanyuanyuan, and then look at your eldest brothers. TSK. Yun Jiji looked at the furnishings in the house. From the bed to the tables, chairs, and cabinets, they are all brand new. Even the mattress on the bed has a new quilt cover. It feels soft and warm when touched. It can be seen that it is a new quilt this year. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and said, Is this the family you have worked so hard to support all these years? The Qin family built this big brick house after Qin Shiyu joined the army and sent back the allowances he earned and the bonuses he got from missions. As a result, Qin Shiyu didn't even have his own room. More than 3 years ago, after Qin Shiyu came back, he sent them a letter in advance. In order to please Qin Shiyu, the Qin family specially cleaned up a room. When Qin Shiyu left, Zhao Sulian drove her to the firewood room outside. It was not her turn to live in the room inside. This time they came back suddenly, catching them off guard, and they didn't have time to prepare. And their lies were exposed by Qin Shiyu one by one, so they forgot about the room. Or maybe they didn't care about being discovered by Qin Shiyu, and they thought that even if Qin Shiyu knew what they did, they would not dare to say anything because of the word filial piety. Do you believe it? The food you eat at night is worse than pig food. Must have come to their senses by now, and they want to prove that she ran away with the family's money. Qin Shiyu's face darkened. I'll take you to the captain's house for dinner later. Yun Jiji raised her eyebrows, but when she thought of what Qin Shiyu was going to do, she nodded. The house where Qin Shiyu lived was very clean. It was estimated that the best house in their old Qin family was reserved for Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu didn't come back at the moment, and when Qin Shiyu came back later, there would be a good show to watch. Put away your valuables. If you can carry them with you, don't take them home. Qin Shiyu lowered his voice and gave all the money on him to Yun Jiji. He only had 10 yuan in pocket money on him, and he didn't have much money to spend in the army. But he also kept it close to him. Now that he has realized some things, Qin Shiyu is certainly not stupid. I know, Yun Jiji responded. Her money was all in the space. Even if she was stripped, she couldn't find where her money was. She looked at the new furniture in the house. When she left Yunhe village and returned to the army, she would not leave any of them for the people in the old Qin family. However, these things had to be done when they were about to leave, otherwise, it would be too conspicuous if some things disappeared from the house. In addition, there was the Yun family. Spending her father's money and abusing her niece, Yun Hongmin and Chen Manxiang would not think that this matter would be settled so easily. There is no such cheap thing in this world. After the two of them were tidied up, they came out of the house. Yun Jiji took out a lock from somewhere and locked Qin Shiyu's room directly, and handed one of the keys to Qin Shiyu. Her action made the Qin family's eyelids jump. Qin Shiyu's bag was placed in the house. The bonus and allowance for his mission must be in that bag. And they actually locked the house, which was clearly to prevent them. It was really abominable. Qin Weiman's face was so ugly. What are you doing? Are you guarding your family like thieves? Qin Weiman asked angrily. How can you be called thieves? Yun Jiji said sarcastically, glancing at Qin Weiman and the rest of the Qin family, and added, calling you thieves is an insult to thieves, and calling you robbers is not an exaggeration. Yun Jiji looked at them mockingly, and felt that these people were ridiculous. Qin Shiyu came back without even a sip of hot tea, and tried to his bag and questioned him about his allowance and bonus. There was not a single word of concern. Whenever they asked him about his situation in the past 3 years, whether he was injured during the mission, or whether he was tired or hungry after sitting in the car for a whole day, they were not there. The only thing they cared about was how much money Qin Shiyu brought back. Yun Jiji, how do you talk to Dad? Qin Jingye yelled at Yun Jiji when he heard it. Yun Jiji's cold eyes swept towards Qin Jingye. What good thing are you? Qin Jingye was stunned for a moment. He never thought that Yun Jiji, who used to let them bully him at will and acted like a mouse seeing a cat every time she saw them, would suddenly dare to talk to them one day. This made Qin Jingye very angry, and he immediately rushed forward and wanted to hit Yun Jiji. But Qin Jingye had just taken 2 steps forward, and his feet seemed to be tripped by something. The whole person fell forward and hit the ground hard with his face down. Ah! Qin Jingye exclaimed. When he looked up, everyone saw that Qin Jingye's mouth was bloody and covered with a lot of mud from the ground. His mouth was obviously hit on the stone on the ground. The child's father. Qin Jingye's wife Lu Ahong was also shocked when she saw this scene and rushed forward to help Qin Jingye. As a result, Qin Jingye was about to spit out the blood in his mouth, but he spit out 2 front teeth. My teeth, Qin Zhengye said vaguely. Seeing this, Yun Jiji burst out laughing. Although Qin Shiyu didn't laugh, the upward curve of his lips showed that the man was in a good mood. Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow at him, and the man looked helpless. I still have to have a good talk with Yun Jiji later. I have told Yun Jiji before that she should not use that ability in front of others easily. Others don't know, but he saw that Qin Zhengye was tripped by the weeds growing in the yard, otherwise where there are things to come. Brother, you are such a grown man. How can you be so careless when walking? Look at what you have fallen. Yun Jiji shook her head and said, 2 teeth are broken. He was not as good-looking as my man to begin with, and now he has no teeth. He is even uglier. Qin Shiyu's eyebrows turned up. Yun Jiji just said that he was good-looking. Qin Zhengye was so angry that he almost died. Looking at the couple's gloating look, he got up angrily and rushed to clean them up.
Boss.
Qin Weiman finally came out.
Bah.
Qin Weiman spoke with a lisp, and his pronunciation was not clear. Old man, take your man to clean up. Although Lua Hong was reluctant, she did not dare to disobey her father-in-law since he had spoken. She had to respond and then help Qin Zhengye, who was covered in blood, to deal with the wound. While helping Qin Zhengye leave, Lua Hong did not forget to glare at Yun Jiji viciously. Yun Jiji didn't mind at all. Instead, she looked back at her with a smile, which made Lua Hong even more angry. How could someone who is easy to control before suddenly become like a piece of meat on the chopping block? This was too weird. Yun Jiji glanced at Qin Shiyu, and when the man received her gaze, he instantly understood and immediately turned and went into the kitchen. What are you doing in the kitchen, a grown man? Qin Weiman was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and shouted hurriedly. However, Qin Shiyu had already entered the kitchen, and Zhao Sulian was just holding the piece of meat to lock it in the cabinet. Mom, there is meat at home. That's perfect. After Qin Shiyu said this, he took 3 or 2 steps forward, and before Zhao Sulian could react, he reached out and picked up the piece of meat and walked out. When Zhao Sulian reacted and chased after him, Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji had already walked out of the yard. My meat. Zhao Sulian didn't think much, rushed forward in 3 or 2 steps, and stopped Qin Shiyu. Where are you going with the meat? Although their family conditions are not bad, they need tickets to buy meat now, and they can't eat it every day. Today's piece of meat was saved for a long time, and they exchanged it with the meat ticket. It is prepared to eat it tomorrow, on New Year's Eve. The captain invited my wife and me to dinner at his home. We can't go empty-handed. I sent so many money tickets back before. We can buy it later. After Qin Shiyu said this, he took Yun Jiji with his other hand and walked out, without giving Zhao Sulian a chance to react. The two of them had deliberately quickened their pace, and Zhao Sulian was too late to catch up with them. Moreover, the meat was for the captain. She was shouting in the village. Although the Qin family was a well-known figure in Yunhe village, and the village chief had to be polite to them, the captain was the captain of the Red Star Brigade. If she dared to talk nonsense and yell, who knew whether the captain would make trouble for their family? Originally, their family had a bad relationship with the captain's branch. Even if they were deliberately assigned some dirty and tiring work, it would be enough to make them suffer. Zhao Sulian was very angry. She turned around and saw Qin Weiman standing there with a gloomy face. She hurried forward. Old man, what are they going to do at the captain's place? I always feel a little uneasy. Otherwise, why don't you go to the captain's place for dinner? Qin Weiman didn't say anything. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Something was wrong with the couple's return this time. Zhao Sulian felt uneasy, so how could he feel at ease again? Qin Shiyu was out of control, and he was no longer the Qin Shiyu who was controlled by him before.
I'm afraid.
Find a way to open Xuelin's room. I'll go break the lock. Zhao Sulian said. Take all the valuables. Okay. Qin Shiyu took Yun Jiji to the home of Qin Shuzheng, the captain of the Red Star team. Qin Shuzheng was quite surprised to see that Qin Shiyu and his wife really came. But he still quickly welcomed them in. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu handed the meat in their hands to Qin Shuzheng, which made Qin Shuzheng feel a little embarrassed. You guys just came. Why do you bring things? This is meat, and the new year is coming soon. Meat tickets are even more in short supply, and the mood of several surrounding villages is not good this year. After the fall, the pigs in several villages were infected with swine fever. Not only did their brigade lose the title of Advanced Brigade this year, but they couldn't even kill the pigs for the new year. Therefore, meat is hard to come by for the villagers in the Red Star Brigade. Uncle, I have to thank you for the previous things. If you hadn't issued a certificate for Gigi and the child, agreed to exchange the work points for the second half of the year for money, and got her a ticket, they and their mother. Qin Shiyu looked at Qin Shiyu gratefully. They were on the train back to Yunhe village, and Yun Jiji told him about the situation at that time. In addition, 2 years ago, Yun Jiji was driven out of the house by Qin Weimin and others, and it was Qin Shiyu who decided to let them live in the cowshed. Otherwise, the three of them would not even have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. The Red Star Brigade has not had an easy time in recent years, especially 3 years ago when a heavy rainstorm caused mud and rocks to roll down from the mountain, crushing several houses. The few empty houses that were originally available were temporarily given to those people to live in. The village was poor and everyone had houses to live in, so no new houses were built, and naturally there were no empty houses. Although Qin Shiyu was in the army, he knew it in his heart. Having a cowshed was actually a very good choice. But having a cowshed did not mean that he did not blame Qin Weimin and others for driving Yunjiji and her 2 children out of the house. The big house that the Qin family lives in now was built with his money, and his wife and children had to be driven out. Qin Shiyu was a favor, and Qin Weimin was a grudge.
Different.
I couldn't help them. I did talk to your parents a few times at the beginning, but you also know the things left by the older generation in our 2 families. Although we are related to some relatives, we branched out in the generation of my grandparents. Qin Shiyu did not say more, because he knew that Qin Shiyu was smart. Even when he said this, he still understood. Uncle, I know. My husband and I came here today. In addition to thanking you, we also want to ask you for help with something. Qin Shiyu looked at Qin Shiyu and said. Qin Shiyu heard this, and didn't hesitate. He took the pork from him and handed it to his wife, saying, "Sure, you and Gigi rarely come back. Let's fry the meat in the evening and add a dish." Okay. Qin Shiyu's wife Fang Yuezhen responded quickly and said, "Sure, you, Gigi, you sit down. I'll go to cook." "Sorry to bother you, Auntie." Fang Yuezhen waved her hand and looked at Yun Jiji for a while before leaving. When she saw her in a military uniform, she was a little confused. What exactly are Zhao Sulian and the others thinking? They don't love such a good daughter-in-law, but are extremely good to Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi's 2 sons and daughters-in-law. Look at Yun Jiji, how promising she is. But this is someone else's family's business. Even if Fang Yuezhen is curious, it's not her turn to intervene. Looking at the fat meat in her hand, she felt very happy. The meat was so oily. She would refine some lard and save it for cooking later. The whole family could have some meat. In the main hall, Qin Shiyu asked the couple to sit down, then ran to the cupboard to get a teapot, made a cup of tea for each of them, and said, "This is the tea leaves we picked and dried in the mountains. Although it is not as good as those famous teas, it tastes good. Uncle, please sit down," Qin Shiyu said. Looking at Qin Shiyu's expression, Qin Shiyu could almost guess that what he came to talk to him about today was not simple. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and then looked at Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji understood, reached into her bag, and then took out a brown paper bag. Yun Jiji handed the brown paper bag to Qin Shiyu and said, "Uncle, take a look at this first." Qin Shiyu was confused, but seeing the heavy expressions of the couple, Qin Shiyu glanced at them and then reached out to take it. However, when he took out the things inside and looked at them, Qin Shiyu's face became more and more ugly, and finally, he slammed his hand on the table. How dare Qin Weimin? Qin Shiyu never expected that it would be like this. In the past, they could not understand why Qin Weimin had such an excellent son like Qin Shiyu, but he was not good to him. Instead, he doted on the brothers Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi more. This. When did you start to check these? After reading it, Qin Shiyu collected the information and handed it to Yun Jiji. After Gigi brought the child to the army to find me, I started to ask someone to check. Qin Shiyu said truthfully. Qin Shiyu thought about it carefully and understood. Why didn't Qin Shiyu investigate earlier or later? It was probably because he waited until that time that he began to doubt all this. It is said that grandparents are closer. Even if Qin Weimin and Zhao Sulian really don't like his son and think that he is not as good as Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi, who can take care of them every day, so it is normal for them to feel that he is not close to their son. But they drove Yunjiji and the child out of the house, leaving the three of them to fend for themselves, and even took away all of Yunjiji's food. It can be seen that they are not prepared to leave Yunjiji away to survive. It is normal for Qin Shiyu to doubt his own life experience. However, he never thought that things would be like this. Shiyu, what do you want to do? Qin Shiyu asked. Since he came to find him, he must have made a plan in his mind, but he didn't know what Qin Shiyu was going to do. Uncle, I haven't been home for 3 years. I've been on missions outside, but I ask my comrades to send money back every month. I give my parents 30 yuan and Gigi 30 yuan every month, but Gigi and the children have never seen this money in the past 3 years. Qin Shiyu said slowly. Qin Shiyu was shocked when he heard it. Qin Weimin is simply 60 yuan a month. That's 720 yuan a year and 2,160 yuan in 3 years. Even if the savings of all the villagers in Yunhe village are added together, I'm afraid they don't have as much money as Qin Weimin and his family. This is just money. What about the bills? The more Qin Shiyu calculated, the more shocked he felt. The more he calculated, the more he felt that Qin Weimin's family was extremely vicious. Qin Shiyu slowly told what he was going to do, and then looked up at Qin Shiyu and said, Uncle, you don't have to show up for this matter, but I hope you can say a few words for my husband and me. In addition to me getting the money back, there is also, I want to completely cut off my relationship with their family. At the Qin family, Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi finally broke the door lock of Qin Shuolin's room and went in. They only saw a military satchel on the desk, which was the one Qin Shiyu had carried before. Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi looked at each other and rushed forward in 3 or 2 steps. The two brothers did not give way to each other and stretched out their hands to grab the satchel at the same time. Let go. Qin Jingye showed his elder brother's airs. Because he had lost 2 front teeth, he could not speak clearly and his saliva was flying everywhere. Qin Jingyi turned his face away in disdain, wiped his face with his hand, and said, if you want to loosen it, you should let it go. This bag should be given to our dad. Qin Weimin was at the door. When he heard this, he felt extremely relieved. The youngest son was still considerate. As for the eldest son, what was he thinking? Could Qin Weimin not know? He just wanted to see what was in the bag first, and he would take some of it first before he could get it in his hands. Qin Jingyi, I'm your elder brother. Qin Jingye had suffered a lot today, and he felt that he should get more benefits, and he would never hand it over no matter what. Dad is still here. Qin Jingyi's face was gloomy. The two brothers refused to give way to each other, and their hands holding the shoulder bag were tightening. They looked at each other angrily, and they had no intention of giving in. Qin Jingye looked at him with eyes that almost spit fire. If possible, he even wanted to eat Qin Jingyi alive. He was usually more liked by Qin Weimin, and any benefits in the family were given to Qin Jingyi first. And now this room is where Qin Jingyi's son Qin Shuolin lives. Why is Qin Jingyi's son the eldest grandson of their family? It's because Qin Jingyi married earlier than him. Otherwise, this eldest grandson would be his son. Have you had enough trouble? Jingyi, bring the bag here. Qin Weimin's face was ashen, and he glared at Qin Jingye before saying this. Qin Jingyi heard this and looked at Qin Jingye proudly. Why don't you let go? Qin Jingye was already very irritated. When he saw Qin Jingyi's smug expression, he was very angry. He tightened his grip on the shoulder bag and pulled it fiercely. Qin Jingyi didn't let go either. The two brothers pulled at the same time. The shoulder bag, which was half new, couldn't stand the two people's strong pulling. Sizzle. The shoulder bag was torn in half, and the two brothers took 2 steps back. They looked at each other in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect that the shoulder bag would be so fragile. They didn't use much strength. Are you going to die? Qin Weimin saw that the two of them hadn't come out for a long time, so he came over to take a look and saw that the shoulder bag was torn into tatters by the two of them. "Dad, it's an empty bag." Qin Zhengping also reacted at this time and threw the rag in his hand aside. Who would have thought that Qin Shiyu and the others would actually leave an empty bag? Could it be that Qin Shiyu knew what they were going to do? Qin Weimin didn't believe it, and he came in and looked around for a long time. Apart from that broken bag, there was really nothing to use. The faces of the three of them were so ugly at this moment. Qin Shiyu definitely did it on purpose. They took great pains to break the door lock, but there was nothing. Qin Weimin was very angry. "It's time to eat," Zhao Sulian shouted in the kitchen, and the three of them left the room with a gloomy face. However, when they walked into the main room and saw the wild vegetable porridge on the table, their faces became uglier than before. "Mom, is this food for people? There is not even a drop of oil." Qin Zhengping was dissatisfied. He suffered a lot today and knocked out 2 teeth. He should eat something good and make up for it. "Eat it if you want, or get out if you don't want to," Qin Weimin roared. Several people followed in silence, not daring to say a word, just looking at the wild vegetable porridge in front of them. Several people had no appetite, but each of them was really hungry, and finally they had to bite the bullet and eat. They had never eaten such a rough meal. It was all Qin Shiyu's fault. Why did he come back for nothing? Like in previous years, they only sent money back, and they never cared whether they came back or not. After several people finished their meal with their own thoughts, Zhao Sulian sent Lu Ahong to wash the dishes and then took Qin Weimin back to the house. Zhao Sulian looked around and made sure that there was no one around the room. Then she closed the door, took Qin Weimin to the bed, and asked in a low voice, "Old man, do you think the third brother knows something? Otherwise, how could he?" Qin Weimin stretched out his hand to cover her mouth, glared at her fiercely, and warned, "What's the matter?" "Nothing, shut up." Zhao Sulian nodded repeatedly. Seeing that she knew, Qin Weimin finally let go of her hand. Zhao Sulian sat on the bed. What else does he want to do? "I always feel that nothing good has happened since he came back this time. Everyone who knew about what happened back then is dead, so he can't possibly know. Don't scare yourself. If you don't tell me and I don't tell anyone, no one will know. You'd better keep your mouth shut. If I find out what came out of your mouth, I'll..." "How can I tell you?" Zhao Sulian was frightened by her husband's vicious eyes and said quickly, "Unless she wants to die." "You know better." Zhao Sulian said again, "Tell me, what does he want to do?" "Who cares what he wants to do? I'm his father. If he still wants to stay in the army, he'd better be quiet. Otherwise, I'll kill him with a letter of denunciation." Qin Weimin's eyes were vicious. Zhao Sulian shrank back, a little afraid to look at her husband. She always knew that Qin Weimin was a cruel man, but she never saw him with such an expression. If she hadn't seen it now, she would have almost forgotten how cruel Qin Weimin was. "Bring some vegetables. I'll go to Lao Air to get 2 dishes. I'm not full yet," Qin Weimin said. "Okay." Qin Weimin said nothing more. Thinking about the fact that he had to eat secretly in his own home, he had never felt so aggrieved as today. Zhao Sulian went to the kitchen to search for a long time, took out a piece of bacon and fish, stuffed them into a cloth bag, handed it to Qin Weimin and said softly, "Go. I'll stay at home. If they come back, I won't let them have an easy time."
"Yeah."
Qin Weimin put his hands behind his back and took 2 steps outside. He seemed to think of something. "Let the second son pick me up later."
"Got it."
Zhao Sulian watched him leave, then turned back to the house. It was because of this that Zhao Sulian did not notice Qin Zhengping and his wife standing in the corner. Lu Ahong curled her lips, glanced at her man, and said, "Mom and Dad are so partial. They are both sons. He went out to cheat and still remembered the second son. You suffered so much today, but he didn't even care about you." Qin Zhengping's face was gloomy. He knew that his parents were partial to each other, but he didn't expect them to be so hateful. They only thought about Qin Zhengping everywhere, while the couple worked like slaves at home but couldn't get any benefits. Seeing the anger all over her man, Lu Ahong said again, "Zhengping, let's separate the family." Qin Zhengping looked at Lu Ahong suddenly, with disbelief on her face. Lu Ahong pulled him back to the house and said in a low voice, "Mom and Dad are partial to each other. We can't get any good if we don't separate the family. You see, when the third uncle and his wife come back, there will definitely be some trouble. Let's take this opportunity to divide the family quickly. You see, Shualin has his own house and our son and daughter are grown up, but they still have to live with us. Are you willing to accept this?" Qin Jingye was certainly unwilling to accept this. It just so happens that the third child is at home this time. Even if they want to blame someone, they can't blame us. Let's take this opportunity to quickly divide the family. Last time I saw where our mother hid the money, I told you, we can do this. Lu Ahong leaned against Qin Jingye's ear and muttered something. Qin Jingye's eyes became brighter and brighter, and it was obvious that he accepted his wife's proposal. Okay, let's do this. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu walked towards Qin's house under the moonlight. Qin Shiyu usually didn't drink when he was in the army. Today, in Yunhe village, Qin Shiyu drank 2 glasses of white wine with Qin Shuzheng during dinner, and there was a little smell of alcohol on his body. After leaving Qin Shuzheng's house, he kept holding Yun Jiji's hand and had no intention of letting go. The village had not yet been powered on, and the moonlight at night was very dark, and it was almost impossible to see the road under her feet, so she let him lead her hand and walk forward. "Wife, I may have to wrong you these days." Qin Shiyu stopped, turned around, and his eyes fell accurately on her little face. Because of the cold weather, she almost shrunk her head in her military coat, revealing only a pair of bright big eyes. "Let's finish dealing with these people earlier, and we can go back earlier. Tuan Tuan Yuan is still waiting for us in the county town," Yun Jiji said softly. Yes. They came back with 2 children, but there were too many things to deal with after returning to the village, so Yang Linxiang took Tuanchuan Yuan to temporarily live in the house of Qin Shiyu's retired comrade in arms. Tuanchuan Yuan didn't like Yunhe village. In their impression, they were not well fed and clothed in Yunhe village, and they were bullied by the children in the village, so they didn't want to go back to Yunhe village at all. Although they didn't want to be separated from their parents, they finally stayed in the county. What if there is no place to stay at night? Yun Jiji thought of the people in the Qin family. They had long lost their face. What else can't they do? In short, Yun Jiji felt that there was nothing they couldn't do. And they were both sure that when they returned home, the lock of Qin Shualin's room might have been smashed by them, and they would not let them live in that room. "Don't worry. There is a place to live." The 2 talked and walked to the Qin family. From a distance, they saw 2 people talking under the wall. Qin Shiyu raised his eyebrows, took Yun Jiji's hand, and walked over quietly. After seeing them return to the house, the 2 stood in the house for a while, and then the couple looked at each other, and then went to Qin Shualin's room. Sure enough, her original lock had been thrown aside, and the door was replaced with a large iron chain. "Wait for me here," Qin Shiyu whispered, and then turned to go to the woodshed. When he came back, Yun Jiji saw him holding an axe in his hand and chopped at the iron chain on the door.
Clang.
The iron chain broke and fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Zhao Sulian had already come out of the house with an oil lamp when she heard the noise. When she saw the couple coming back, Zhao Sulian's face was ashen. "Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night, clanging and—" Zhao Sulian scolded. Yun Jiji looked at Zhao Sulian mockingly. She didn't even mention that she had locked the door. It was really ridiculous. "Come in first. I'll boil a pot of hot water for you," Qin Shiyu said softly. Yun Jiji responded and saw the rags of the shoulder bag torn in 2 on the floor.
Ayu.
Yun Jiji called out. Qin Shiyu was stunned when he suddenly heard Yun Jiji calling his name so intimately. Usually, she would call him by his full name. This was the first time she called him like this. Qin Shiyu was so excited that he felt like he had eaten honey. He quickly walked out of the kitchen and ran into the house in 2 or 3 steps. "Wife, what's wrong?" Qin Shiyu asked anxiously. Your bag. The money in your bag is gone." Yun Jiji winked at Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu understood instantly, took 2 or 3 steps forward, picked up the shoulder bag that was torn in half on the ground, stood up and looked at Zhao Sulian, who had also come to the door at this time. "Mom, where is the money in my bag?" Qin Shiyu asked in a deep voice. Zhao Sulian was stunned for a moment, confused for a while, but soon reacted and said hurriedly, money? What money? Your bag is empty. Let alone money, there was not even a mosquito. Qin Shiyu actually dared to say that there was money in his bag. Their family had gone to great lengths to cut off the lock of Yunjiji, thinking that they could get some money bills, but in the end there was nothing in the bag, and she also lost an axe. Zhao Sulian was so unhappy in her heart. How could she be happy to be questioned by Qin Shiyu like this? Money? Money, your bag is so empty that there is not even a mosquito. Zhao Sulian said angrily. Qin Shiyu frowned. Mom, what are you talking about? In my bag are these 2 months' allowance and these 3 years' mission bonus, a total of 1,500 yuan, and some rice tickets, meat tickets, and an industrial ticket. All in this bag. Zhao Sulian didn't believe it, but seeing Qin Shiyu's confident look, she began to doubt again. Could it be that there was really money in the bag? Her 2 sons cheated them? Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji both saw the doubt on Zhao Sulian's face. Mom, did you really not see it? So much money. I'm afraid it was stolen. When we went out, we checked the bag, and the money was in it. Yunjiji looked anxious, and then looked at Qin Shiyu eagerly, and said, Ayu, report to the police quickly. These people are too bold. They even dare to steal the soldiers' money. We must catch them and put them in jail, and save money.
Well,
I'll go to the captain's house to borrow a bicycle,
Qin Shiyu said.
Zhao Sulian watched the couple talking, as if it was true. Qin Shiyu was going to report to the police, so he must have put the money in his bag. And the only ones who came in to get the bag were Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi.
Could it be
that Qin Jingye took it away? Zhao Sulian absolutely believed in her youngest son. He was so well behaved and obedient. If he took the money in the bag, he would secretly give it to her and Qin Weiman. When Yunjiji and Qin Shiyu saw the suspicion on Zhao Sulian's face, Yunjiji had already taken out a meat ticket from the space, tore it apart, and threw it under the table. Mom, look, there's a meat ticket. Zhao Sulian almost rushed in when she heard about the meat ticket. When she saw the meat ticket that was almost torn in half on the table foot, her eyes were red. Sure enough, her son really stole money behind their backs. They thought Qin Shiyu didn't bring the money back, but it was a huge sum of 1,500 yuan.
There were still many tickets inside.
Just that one industrial ticket could be sold for more than 100 yuan if it was resold to someone else. Her precious grandson was going to get married next year. With this industrial ticket, the 3 major items would be settled. Mom, think carefully about who entered the house first. The windows were locked, and the door lock was smashed open. It must have been the first person who entered the house and took the money ticket. Yunjiji sighed and said, It seems that among all the people in the family, there are also dishonest people. Zhao Sulian held the torn meat ticket in both hands, her eyes red with anger. She glared at Yunjiji angrily, then turned and walked out, shouting at Qin Jingye's house, Boss, get out of here. You dare to hide money behind my back. Are you itching for trouble? Yunjiji raised her eyebrows at Qin Shiyu and said, I'm sleepy. Qin Shiyu reached out and rubbed her head lovingly. Wait, I'll get some hot water. Okay. As for how the Qin family quarreled at night, that was their business. What did it have to do with them? Qin Shiyu went to the kitchen to boil hot water and brought it back in a bucket. Qin Jingye and his family were still arguing in their room. Yunjiji listened with great interest, sitting on the edge of the bed with her feet swinging back and forth, looking very cute. Aren't you afraid that when they face each other, they will know that there is no money in the bag? Qin Shiyu said in a low voice. What do you think the trust value between them is? Qin Shiyu really didn't know. After all, he was not at home all the time. In this family, who do you think Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian are most partial to? Qin Jingyi? Although he didn't know much, after the 2 of them came back at night and heard the conversation between Qin Jingye and his wife, he also knew that they were more partial to Qin Jingyi. They are all very worried, especially about money. They are just anxious and don't listen to the other party's rebuttal. Yunjiji glanced outside with a smile. As for the situation of their old Qin family, it is just a superficial harmony. At this time, Qin Jingye wants to take advantage of their return to split the family, which shows that they are not living well in this family. If Qin Weimin and others are partial to Qin Jingye will certainly not want to split the family. Then the money. Qin Shiyu knows very well whether there is money in the bag. Does it matter? As long as we insist that there is money in it, who'll doubt it? Yun Jiji asked. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu smiled and nodded. He is not a good person, especially after knowing what kind of people the Qin family is. Qin Shiyu is even less likely to be kind to them. Yun Jiji did this, of course, for her own reasons. Yun Jiji was really tired after traveling these 2 days. Soaking her feet now can be regarded as sweeping away a little fatigue. Taking advantage of the time when Qin Shiyu was boiling water, she quickly entered the space, took a quick bath, and changed all her autumn clothes. Seeing Qin Shiyu working hard to help her boil water, and now helping to pour water for foot washing, her eyes fell on the man's broad back, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. He is really good. Maybe she can try to accept him. If the two of them can get along, this man is not unworthy of her entrusting her life. There are misunderstandings between them, which are more or less caused by lack of communication. And she has seen Qin Shiyu's care and concern for her during this period of time. In this case, why not try to get along with each other? It's just, when Qin Shiyu came back, Yun Jiji began to worry. There is only one bed in this room. So, the two of them have to sleep in the same bed at night. Although it's not that they have never slept together, it was more than 3 years ago. But it was so cold, he couldn't kick her out. She moved to the inside of the bed, opened her mouth, and said, "Go to sleep." After that, she shrank down, pulled the quilt, and almost hid her face in the quilt, and didn't dare to look at Qin Shiyu's expression. Qin Shiyu was happy, but he also knew that he couldn't be too anxious. He lay down next to her, and his posture was as straight as standing at military posture. He didn't dare to move at all. Yun Jiji felt as if she had entered a stove in the quilt. As soon as he lay down, she felt that her side was wrapped in warmth. She turned her head to take a look at the man, but she couldn't see clearly in the dark, so she had to give up struggling. "Are you cold?" Qin Shiyu's voice rang in her ears in the dark. His voice was very light and gentle, as if it could rub out water. "A little bit. The cold in the south is bone-chilling. No matter how bright the sun is during the day, no matter how warm it is, the bone-chilling cold in the evening makes you want to stay curled up by the Kong. The temperature in the countryside is even lower. If it were usual, she would have gone into the space to sleep, but with Qin Shiyu by her side, she didn't dare to do anything rash. It was strange that this man could see her with related supernatural powers. Until now, she still didn't understand what was going on, and she couldn't find any information in the space. And she didn't know whether Qin Shiyu would be able to enter and exit the space like her when she had the opportunity to use the space. No matter how many trump cards she had, no matter how capable she was of self-protection, she couldn't completely expose her trump cards to others. Even if the other party was her beloved, her own child, that wouldn't work. "I'll get a brazier in," Qin Shiyu said, and prepared to get up. Seeing this, Yun Jiji reached out and stopped the man from getting up. "No, you won't be cold after it gets warm." Qin Shiyu didn't dare to move anymore, for he was afraid that if he got up too much, it would make her even colder. "Go to sleep. There's another tough battle tomorrow," Yun Jiji said softly. Qin Shiyu responded and looked sideways at the little woman who had closed her eyes to rest. He gently turned sideways. She had closed her eyes, but he was sure that she was not asleep. The two of them slept in the same bed very rarely, and they were both very nervous at the moment. Yun Jiji had to close her eyes and try to make herself fall asleep. She thought she would suffer from insomnia, probably because she had been riding in the car and traveling these 2 days. She took a comfortable bath and soaked her feet in the evening, and soon after she lay down, she felt sleepy. Listening to the gentle breathing of the little woman beside him, Qin Shiyu suffered from insomnia. He turned sideways and looked at the delicate face of the little woman. After this period of recuperation, she had gained some flesh. Although her skin was not as fair as before, her temperament had improved a lot. She did not look older than him as before. Unconsciously, Qin Shiyu did not know when he stretched out his hand. When the rough palm fell on her little face, he suddenly came back to his senses. But when he wanted to withdraw his hand, it was too late. Perhaps because the temperature of the man's palm was too warm, when the sleeping little woman touched the heat source, she subconsciously reached out and grabbed it. Her body also moved closer to the direction of the heat source, as if she was afraid that the heat source would disappear, and held it tightly. Qin Shiyu could never have thought that she would suddenly make such a move. His body froze there and dared not move, looking at the little woman who was hugging him tightly in his arms. She was sleeping soundly, but his mind was getting clearer and clearer. With the warm and soft jade in his arms, he thought he was not Lu Xiaohui. He was holding his wife in his arms, and he could not remain calm. But she didn't feel anything at all, and slept so sweetly in his arms. Qin Shiyu sighed, forced himself to close his eyes, and tried to divert his thoughts, not letting himself think about things that he shouldn't think about, so as not to do something that he would regret because he couldn't help it. And Qin Shiyu didn't know how long he had been lying in bed before he fell asleep. In the countryside, chickens crowed and dogs barked before dawn. Yun Jiji was woken up by the noise. When she felt the warmth in the quilt, she sighed comfortably. The newly sprinkled quilt was really warm, and she had to move out when the time came. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. The feeling of the quilt seemed to be really different. She opened her eyes suddenly, and what she saw was a large area of wheat-colored skin. Her eyes slowly moved up and saw the man's hard chin. And she also found that she was like an octopus, completely wrapped around the man. And the scorching temperature was obviously from the man. Awake? Qin Shiyu's hoarse voice sounded from above. Yun Jiji was slightly startled and quickly retracted her feet. But she looked at Qin Shiyu with wide eyes, her face flushed. Qin Shiyu also realized something, coughed lightly, and explained, I understand. Men are like this in the morning. Yun Jiji quickly got up, took the clothes at the end of the bed and put them on, not daring to look at Qin Shiyu anymore. She had a deep understanding of how domineering men were. Although it was just that one time, it was enough to kill her, okay? Qin Shiyu knew that he was a doctor, and he must have known all this knowledge. Seeing her hurriedly putting on clothes, he felt helpless. He moved closer to her and stopped when his chest was almost touching her back. He took the clothes from her hand and said, "It's inside out." Yun Jiji wanted the clothes back, but the man had already turned the clothes over and put them on her. Before she could react, the man had already helped her put on the clothes and pulled her hand through the sleeves. Yun Jiji didn't expect that one day she would actually ask this man to dress her. "I'll do it myself." She quickly snatched the clothes back, and after putting them on, she saw the man leaning there and looking at her.
Why are you looking at me?
Yun Jiji felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by him. Last night, she really relied on instinct to get closer to the source of warmth, but she forgot that this man was sleeping next to her. She secretly looked at Qin Shiyu and saw that the man's eyes were deep. I don't know what he was thinking. He took a coat from the side and put on her. "It's cold, don't get cold." Yun Jiji put on her clothes and prepared to get out of bed. She didn't dare to stay in the same bed with this man at this time, always worried that something else would happen. But Qin Shiyu was still sitting there. If she wanted to get out of bed, she had to step over him. Seeing that she was about to get up, Qin Shiyu suddenly stretched out his hand at this time. "What?" As soon as she finished speaking, she fell into Qin Shiyu's arms. Qin Shiyu lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead and said in a hoarse voice, "Wife, let me hug you." She was stunned for a moment, and the man's mood sounded very wrong. Thinking of what was going to happen today, Yun Jiji softened her heart. In some matters, they are not the same, but perhaps it is even more cruel for Qin Shiyu. She let the man hold her, and her hand unconsciously patted his shoulder gently, as if to comfort him. She only felt the man's hand on her waist tightening little by little, almost wanting to rub her into her bones and blood. "Qin Shiyu, are you afraid?" Yun Jiji asked softly. He was slightly stunned. "Jiji, I only have you." Yun Jiji's heart tightened. How could it be? You're still Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan and the second aunt, and Shin Feng and the others. Qin Shiyu sighed helplessly and finally let her go. Looking at the little woman who looked up at him, he put his eyebrows on her forehead, closed his eyes, and did not speak. She did not move either. The sadness and loneliness emanating from this man made it impossible to ignore, let alone push him away at this time. Qin Shiyu was secretly happy in his heart. She did not push him away and did not dislike his approach. Does this mean that she also felt sorry for him? He slowly lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, whispering, "Wife, I'm glad you're with me." Yun Jiji reached out to touch her forehead, but saw that the man had already stood up and put on his clothes. She curled her lips and felt that she had to go out and the cold wind to clear her mind. Seeing that she was about to run, Qin Shiyu reached out and pulled her back. "You, what else are you going to do?" Yun Jiji was startled. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu reached out and gently tapped her forehead, took the military coat from the side and put it on her. "It's cold outside. Put on your clothes." Yun Jiji realized that she had forgotten to put on her coat because of her panic just now.
Oh,
She responded dryly. The man laughed, buttoned her clothes for her, and whispered, "I'll go out for a while." "Where to?" She was puzzled. "Go get you some food." Yun Jiji understood that there must be nothing good in the Qin family this morning. "No, I'll do it for you later," Yun Jiji said. Seeing her like a little fox with a hint of calculation in her eyes, he just thought she was so cute. "Wife, when I return to the army this time, I will move in and live with you, okay?" Qin Shiyu looked at her expectantly, as if he was worried that she would refuse, and hurriedly said, "I have a high body temperature, and it's warmer in the quilt when I sleep at night." Seeing him anxious to promote himself, Yun Jiji burst out laughing. "Wife." The man looked at her aggrievedly, like a poor little thing that no one wanted on the street. Yun Jiji reached out to gather his collar for him and stood on tiptoe for some reason. Before the man could react, she quickly kissed him on the cheek. "Return the gift." Qin Shiyu. Seeing the little woman running so fast, he reached out and touched the place where he was kissed and smiled like a 180-pound fool. He bit his lip and stood there, swaying with laughter. After he reacted, he quickly put on his clothes and ran out. "Wife, I'll help you light the fire." When Zhao Sulian woke up, she smelled the fragrance wafting from the kitchen. She was so scared that she quickly got up, put on a piece of clothes, and rushed to the kitchen. "Mom, you're awake. I didn't make your share because I saw you didn't wake up." Yun Jiji came out with breakfast and said immediately when she saw Zhao Sulian. Zhao Sulian saw that the cabinet she had locked in the kitchen was wide open and the lock was gone. The white flour she put in the cupboard was taken out, and the opening was wide open. She took 3 or 2 steps forward and picked it up, and she felt that most of the flour was missing. 6 eggs were missing from the basin on one side, and some of the green vegetables and onions planted in the yard were pulled out. Zhao Sulian rushed out of the kitchen and saw Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji eating breakfast face to face. Egg and scallion pancakes, stir-fried cabbage, boiled eggs, seaweed, and pickled mustard soup. Zhao Sulian's eyes turned red when she saw the sumptuous breakfast. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu ate as if they didn't see Zhao Sulian and added some dishes to each other's bowls from time to time. In the eyes of others, the relationship between the couple was extremely good.
what a sin.
You two really don't treat money as money. You make so much white flour. You are wasting it. It's capitalist. Zhao Sulian couldn't bear it anymore. She ran in angrily and pointed at the two people's noses and cursed. Yun Jiji took a bite of the egg pancake, then looked at Zhao Sulian. "Mom, the money is earned by my husband. Are you so angry about a bite of noodles between us? Did you find the 1,500 yuan yesterday? If not, we still have to report it to the police." Zhao Sulian was choked. Thinking of the 1,500 yuan and the tickets, she went to question Qin Jingye last night, but he insisted that he didn't have it. No matter how Zhao Sulian scolded him, he insisted that he didn't have it. Later, she went to ask Qin Jingye again, and Qin Jingye said that it was Qin Jingye who entered the room first. If there was no torn meat ticket, she would definitely think that Qin Shiyu and the others were talking nonsense. But what about the meat ticket? It was found in Qin Shiulin's room. It must be that Qin Zhengping was too anxious yesterday and took the meat ticket away, so the meat ticket was torn when they were tearing it. Where did the money come from? Your elder and second brothers didn't see any money in your bag. Yun Jiji frowned when she heard it. Then, let's report it to the police. Money being stolen is a big deal. It's 1,500. Qin Shiyu nodded in approval. Okay, after dinner I'll go to the brigade headquarters and call the police. Zhao Sulian's face looked even uglier. Seeing that the couple were enjoying their meal, she wanted to curse but swallowed it back silently. After glaring at the couple fiercely, Zhao Sulian turned back to the kitchen. Seeing that most of the flour was missing, she was so angry that she almost died. Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji must have come back to collect their debts this time. She was a little uneasy to begin with, and now her heart was in turmoil. What happened? Qin Weiman had a drink at Qin Yue's place last night. It was already midnight when he came back. When he entered the kitchen, he saw that Zhao Sulian's face was not looking good. As soon as Zhao Sulian saw Qin Weiman, she felt like she had found her backbone. She hurried forward and pulled him aside, whispering, "Old man, think of a way to get them to leave quickly. I'm really uneasy and feel like something big is going to happen." Qin Weiman glared at her unhappily. What kind of trouble can two juniors cause? You're just worrying too much. When drinking at Qin Yue's place last night, Qin Yue also said that his worries were unnecessary. He had always been able to control Qin Shiyu before. As long as he was like before, would he still be afraid that Qin Shiyu would make a fuss? As for Yun Jiji's matter, at most they, as parents, would admit their mistakes. As a junior, could he really care so much about his elders? With the word filial piety pressed on his head, he wanted to see what kind of trouble Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji could cause. Yun Jiji's death did catch them off guard, but some things were true and false and true, and they just needed to move their lips and spend a little more time talking. How could Qin Shiyu be 100% sure that what Yun Jiji said was all true? Old man, have you thought of a countermeasure? Zhao Sulian asked hurriedly when she saw this. Qin Weiman sneered and said in a low voice, "Buy a few more vegetables at noon and make a good meal. Don't scold them. I have my own way." Seeing her husband say this, Zhao Sulian was curious, but she still responded, "I know. Make breakfast, I'm starving." Okay. Anyway, Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu also knew that there were so many foods at home, and Zhao Sulian didn't want to fool around with breakfast, especially in these years. They haven't eaten such unpalatable wild vegetable porridge. She is not like Qin Weiman, who can take some vegetables out to eat secretly. Now that she can eat something good, she certainly can't wrong herself. After making a hearty breakfast, the family finished eating. Qin Weiman stood up first, glanced at Qin Zhengping, and said, "Come out with me." Qin Zhengping's face darkened, but he still stood up. Soon, a quarrel broke out in the backyard. Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji, who did not go out, looked at each other and saw each other's lips slightly raised. Is Qin Weiman at home? At about 9 o'clock in the morning, there was a sound at the door. Zhao Sulian had just come back from buying vegetables outside. When she saw several men in uniform being brought over by Qin Shiyu, she hurried forward in 3 or 2 steps. "Captain, who are these comrades?" Zhao Sulian didn't know what happened. But at this moment, the uneasy feeling in her heart was heavier than before. "They are here to find your Lao Qin. Let these comrades go in first," Qin Shiyu said. When Zhao Sulian saw that they were wearing uniforms, she did not dare to stop them outside, so she had to quickly open the gate and shouted to the inside, "Old man, someone is looking for you." Then, Zhao Sulian grabbed Qin Shiyu, who was about to go in, and asked with a smile, "Captain, do you know what's going on?" "I don't know," Qin Shiyu said, and then walked in. Zhao Sulian was so angry that her face sank when she heard it, and she had to quickly follow them in. Although she was also confused about what was going on, people were here, and they would have to tell what was going on sooner or later. Zhao Sulian quickly took the dishes and put them in the kitchen and ran out. "Comrade, who are you?" Qin Weiman also came out of the house, and when he saw the comrades in uniform, He was also stunned for a moment. One of the middle-aged men stepped forward, looked at Qin Weiman for a while, and then said, "We are the director of the Safety Supervision Bureau. My name is Zhou Jing'an." Qin Weiman's heart skipped a beat when he heard that the other party was the director of the Safety Supervision Bureau. Although he was just an ordinary citizen in Yuna village, he also knew what the Safety Supervision Bureau did. It is said that this place is usually responsible for investigating some old cases, and it is not an ordinary big case, so it is not the turn of the Safety Supervision Bureau to come forward. Qin Weiman was confused but still asked Director Zhou, "Our family is just an ordinary citizen, and our third child is an officer in the army. Our family is upright and upright. Is it wrong?" "Yes. Our family has always abided by the law and would never dare to do anything wrong," Zhao Sulian also said quickly. Director Zhou. At the same time, Qin Shiyu came out of the house. His eyes swept across the faces of Qin Weiman and his wife, and he clearly saw that they looked a little panicked. "Director Zhou, look, this is my third son, and he's now a battalion commander in the army," Zhao Sulian said quickly upon seeing this. Originally, she thought that Zhou Jing'an would be more polite to them after knowing Qin Shiyu's identity, but the other party's face was still stern, and he didn't have the slightest intention of getting close to them. This made Zhao Sulian feel a little dissatisfied. Their family was a well-known figure in Yunhe village, and even in the entire Red Star Brigade. Everyone who saw them was polite and courteous. This Zhou Jing'an was too ungrateful. "Comrade Qin Weiman, we came here today to find you to understand something that happened 26 years ago. Did your wife give birth to a child in the county health care center 26 years ago, that is, on July 23, 1950? Zhou Jing'an asked. When Qin Weiman heard that they were here for something that happened 26 years ago, his face turned pale instantly, but he quickly calmed down and said, "Yes. Yes. That day was the day when our third child was born. His mother had a difficult delivery at that time, so I sent her to the health care center overnight. It has been so many years since the incident. Although it is not clear why they suddenly investigated these things, it has been 26 years.
How can they find anything?"
"You remember it clearly, something that happened 26 years ago. How can you remember it so clearly?" "Of course I remember it clearly. That day was the day when our third child was born, and his mother suffered a lot when he was born. Many old people in the village know about it," Qin Weiman said. "There was a lot of noise that night. If you ask the old people in the village now, they all know about it." Zhou Jing'an nodded and continued to ask, "After your wife gave birth, was there another couple surnamed Qin living in the same ward with you? Did the other couple's wife give birth to a child on the same day as you?" Qin Weiman lowered his eyes, his heart pounding. He finally understood why Zhao Sulian had always said that she felt uneasy. It turned out, it was like this. "Director Zhou, I really don't know about this. At that time, my wife had just given birth and suffered a great hardship. I was so worried that I really didn't have the heart to care about other people's affairs." When Qin Weiman looked up again, he looked at Zhou Jing'an honestly. "Really? Why don't you take a look at this photo first?" Zhou Jing'an said, and took out a photo from his bag. When seeing the photo that was full of age, Qin Jingye's jaw almost dropped. Who else could the person in the photo be but Qin Shiyu? However, Qin Jingye continued to stare at the photo for a few more times and always felt that something was wrong. The person in the photo looked much more mature than Qin Shiyu, and the photo looked as if it had been put away for decades. When Qin Weiman saw the photo, his face became a little ugly. It has been 26 years. Why did these people investigate the things of the past? No one should know about the things of the past, but the photo looks older than the third brother. This. Shut up. Qin Weiman glared at Qin Jingye fiercely. If he didn't speak, no one would think he was dumb. Did he know what he was talking about? What unnecessary trouble would he cause him by doing this? What happened in the past was known to heaven and earth. He knew, and Zhao Sulian knew. Even to his dead parents, Qin Weiman never said a word, just because he was afraid that the more people knew, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. He didn't dare to show any panic on his face. After scolding Qin Jingye, He came to Zhou Jing'an, took a deep breath, and said, "Director Zhou, can I take another look at this photo?" Zhou Jing'an didn't refuse and handed the photo in his hand to Qin Weimin. Qin Weimin looked at the photo again and again, and even held it in front of Qin Shiyu for comparison. In fact, every time he saw Qin Shiyu, Qin Weimin felt as if he was suppressed. This made him feel a little depressed. Obviously, she was the boss, but every time she stood in front of Qin Shiyu, he was like a grandson, always inferior to him. "Director Zhou, this. What's going on?" Qin Weimin looked at Zhou Jing'an in confusion. That confused look really made people want to jump up and applaud him. If Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu didn't know the truth of the matter, they would really be deceived by Qin Weimin's superb acting skills. "Comrade Qin Weimin, you really don't know?" Zhou Jing'an looked at Qin Weimin with a deep inquiry. He had all the evidence in his hands. If he hadn't made Qin Weimin admit what he did, he wouldn't have made such a trip, but would have had Qin Weimin arrested directly. Qin Weimin looked honest, and his cloudy and narrow eyes narrowed into a slit, making it difficult to see the calculation in his eyes. "Director Zhou, I really don't know," Qin Weimin said hurriedly, and then looked at Zhao Sulian and asked, "Old woman, what's going on? Why does the person in this photo look so much like the third brother?" Zhao Sulian's heart skipped a beat. She had been married to Qin Weimin for more than 30 years, and she knew her husband's character. When he said this, Zhao Sulian's face was ashen.
I
don't know." Zhao Sulian was nervous and shook her head quickly, then looked at Zhou Jing'an. "Zhou. Director Zhou, you. I don't understand what you said, She looked panicked. Zhou Jing'an saw that it was almost done, so he spoke up, "Comrade Qin Weimin, after we have verified from many sources, you personally switched your child with the child of another couple surnamed Qin at the County Health Care Center 26 years ago. We have verified the evidence, and now you have to go back with us for investigation." Zhao Sulian's face was pale and bloodless at this moment. She stood aside and trembled, her eyes rolling around, and she couldn't understand why something that happened 26 years ago was dug up. Qin Weimin looked at Zhou Jing'an in astonishment and stammered, "Zhou. Director Zhou, what? What do you mean? The third child is not my child?" Qin Weimin seemed unable to accept this, and was shaken by He had to hold on to a chair and sat down tremblingly. Because he was too shocked, he fell to the ground with a buttock. After struggling to get up, he simply sat on the ground. Zhou Jing'an had been in the Security Supervision Bureau for a long time. He had seen all kinds of prisoners, but it was rare to see someone with such good acting skills as Qin Weimin. But he could still see clearly that people were ghosts. "Captain Qin, we need 2 rooms." Zhou Jing'an did not look at Qin Weimin again, but turned to Qin Shiyu and said. Although Qin Shiyu had read the documents Qin Shiyu gave him last night, he was shocked for a long time after reading them. When he heard them mention it again, Qin Shiyu still felt incredible. Seeing Qin Weimin acting so hard, he admired Qin Weimin a little. "Yes, I will arrange it right away," Qin Shiyu said hurriedly, and turned around to arrange it. Seeing that their attention was not on her, Zhao Sulian moved towards Qin Weimin, hoping that he could give her some advice. But when her eyes met Qin Weimin, he swept her with a cold look, which frightened her so much that she stopped in her tracks and did not dare to get closer to him. Zhao Sulian also knew Qin Weimin's thoughts, which made her more or less discouraged. Even if she had one foot in the coffin, she had never experienced such a thing. Moreover, they had obviously found out, and she was afraid that if she and Qin Weimin said different things, what should she do next? When Zhou Jing'an and his team came, many people in Yunhe village gathered and had already started to discuss in a low voice. When they learned that Qin Shiyu was replaced by the Qin family, they were even more surprised. At the same time, they were also very confused about the identity of the Safety Supervision Bureau. They just stared at the few people in the yard and discussed there in a low voice. "Director Zhou, it's arranged," Qin Shiyu said loudly when he ran back. Zhou Jing'an responded and asked 2 comrades to take Zhao Sulian away, while he and 2 other comrades took Qin Weimin to another place. As soon as they left, the crowd was like a pot of boiling water. Qin Shiyu is not Qin Weimin's son. No wonder he has been treated badly. How could their family, which is rotten to the core, give birth to such a promising son like Qin Shiyu? After all this time, he is not a member of the Qin family. If my family had such a promising son, it would be a blessing earned in several lifetimes. As a result, the Qin family treated him like that. It turns out that he is not their biological son. The person in the photo that director Zhou is holding is dressed well. What do you think Qin Weimin's biological father does? No matter what the father does, Qin Weimin is immoral. He exchanged his own child to enjoy the good life in someone else's family and ended up abusing Qin Shiyu. He is really a black-hearted and rotten thing. Everyone said one after another. They did not agree with what Qin Weimin and his family did, and they were more disgusted. They exchanged for someone else's good life, but they did not treat other people's children well. How could someone who could do such a wicked thing be a good person? At this time, Qin Zhengping finally recovered from the shock just now. He looked at Qin Shiyu and saw him standing there calmly. He didn't seem to be surprised at all about what happened today. Qin Zhengping came to his side, gritted his teeth, and finally asked, "Third brother, did you know very early that you were switched by your parents?" Yun Jiji glanced at Qin Zhengping. Qin Weimin was a calculating man, and the son he gave birth to was indeed very stupid. His words were equivalent to confirming that Qin Weimin had swapped his child with Qin Shiyu. "The Safety Supervision Bureau has come to our house. What do you think?" Qin Shiyu looked at Qin Zhengping with a smile. Qin Zhengping's face was full of disbelief. How could this happen? Qin Shiyu was not their child, so who would send them money in the future? Qin Shiyu's allowance must be quite a lot. Before this, Qin Shiyu could send back 60 yuan in allowance every month, so his monthly allowance was at least 100 yuan. He didn't believe that Qin Shiyu was so stupid that he could send all the money back every month. Qin Shiyu looked cold and indifferent, but he felt that Qin Shiyu was too cunning. "Third brother, even if your parents switched you around, they still raised you with all the hardship. You can be an officer in the army because your parents sent you there. You can't hold it against Dad because of this. You can't be a heartless person. Be more generous, and let's put this matter behind us. We should live the same way we lived before, don't you think?" Qin Zhengping looked like he was thinking about Qin Shiyu. When Yun Jiji heard this, she laughed at him. "You really care about you?" "Of course. I'm his elder brother." Qin Zhengping didn't hear the mockery in Yun Jiji's words, and he looked quite complacent. "I told you you're fat, but you're out of breath. You really care about Au, but you're just afraid that Au will hold a grudge about the switch, and no one will support your family in the future, and you're still saying you're thinking about him. For so many years, your Qin family has relied on Au's allowance to build this big brick house. When others were eating coarse food, you were eating meat and fish, and ended up supporting a bunch of ungrateful people like you." Yun Jiji looked at Qin Zhengping with contempt, saying she was thinking about Qin Shiyu. She was just afraid that Qin Shiyu would not take care of their family, and they would have no money in the future. Even with all the people in Yunhe village, all added together, their lives are not as good as their Qin family. How shameless. How could Boss Qin say such a thing? Qin Shiyu's biological father seems to have a good family background. Even if the clothes are in the photo, you can tell that he is rich. They let the real third son of the Qin family enjoy life. They don't expect them to love Qin Shiyu much, but at least treat him as a human being. That's right. Look at how they treat Qin Shiyu's wife. They want to starve them to death. Of course they want to starve Qin Shiyu's wife to death, so that all the money Qin Shiyu earns can be spent on their family. When Yun Jiji heard this, she really wanted to applaud this villager for telling the truth. Isn't that what Qin Weimin and his family think? Everyone looked at Qin Zhengping and the others with a bit of an ugly look on their faces. I never thought that there would be such a person in this world. Duent talk nonsense here. Aren't my parents good to him? Qin Zhengping shouted as soon as he heard it. Their idea is that they have such an idea, but they must not let outsiders say their ideas. Even if they really want to kill Yun Jiji and the two children and let Qin Shiyu support their Qin family for life, they only need to know it themselves and must not let outsiders know. I saw several times when Yun Jiji and the others were distributing food, Qin Zhengping went to the cowshed and snatched the food of the three of them. That's fine, but he also warned our villagers that whoever dared to help Yunjiji would be against his family. Once I saw his second aunt give Yunjiji and the others a small piece of cornmeal. Before the person even walked to the cowshed, he was dragged home by Qin Yue, who beat his second aunt so badly that he wanted to kill her. At this moment, they seemed to no longer be afraid of Qin Weiman. They talked one after another very excitedly and even disgusted with what those people in the Qin family did. Think about it, they have been oppressed by the Qin family for so many years, so they should not offend them. It is better to turn against the Qin family and cause trouble for themselves. It's better to not care about other people's business than to trouble them. They seem to want to vent all the resentment they had towards Qin Weiman's family over the years. Qin Jingye has never had any opinions of his own. Seeing that he was being pointed at by everyone, he stood there with a pale face. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Lua Hong also recovered from the shock just now. She stepped forward and quickly pulled Qin Jingye away, glaring at Qin Jingye angrily. Are you a fool?
Why are you standing out at this time?
Even if Qin Shiyu remits money to his family later, how much do you think you can get? So stupid, running out to be a target at this time. Everyone has to blame Qin Jingye, right? Qin Jingye was obviously present, but Qin Jingye didn't say a word throughout the whole process, standing aside, and no one knew what he was thinking. As long as he remits, we can always get a little broth. If he doesn't remit, there will be nothing. Qin Jingye said in a low voice. Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian were indeed partial, but they didn't give it at all. At least at that time, they really received it. But if Qin Shiyu really cuts off contact with their family, how can they get money in the future? They have been supported by Qin Shiyu for these years, and they have been raised to be very lazy and slack. Since Qin Shiyu brought money to the family, although they go to work every day, they do the easiest work and get the least work points. After all, they are supported by Qin Shiyu, have money and tickets, and go to work just for show. They don't really rely on earning work points to support their family. In the future, if Qin Shiyu really doesn't send money, they are afraid that they will starve to death. Lua Hong also has such concerns. Because she has a capable brother-in-law, she has been very glorious in her mother's family over the years. Even she and Qin Jingye are treated with favoritism in the Qin family, but outsiders don't know. It is precisely because of this that they absolutely don't want Qin Shiyu to cut off contact with their family. Lua Hong had understood it before. The child swap was done by Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian. They obviously saw that the couple had good conditions and wanted to let their third son enjoy the good life. It just so happened that the other party also gave birth to a son. The newborn child was like a cat. Who could tell who was who? Director Zhou and his men are back. At this moment, some villager shouted. Everyone looked in the direction they had left before and saw Zhao Sulian being escorted out. Her face was ashen. Qin Weiman looked heartbroken. Yunjiji raised her eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "The scapegoat is here." Although Qin Shiyu had never heard of this term, when she saw the expressions of Zhao Sulian and Qin Weiman, she knew what she didn't understand. Zhao Sulian took all the blame. Qin Weiman disappeared beautifully. She didn't believe that Qin Weiman really didn't know what happened back then. And Zhao Sulian was really sacrificial. I'm afraid this was Qin Weiman's idea, and she was responsible for taking the blame. Director Zhou, Qin Shiyu, is really the child of a rich family and was switched by Qin Weiman? A nosy villager shouted. Seeing this, Zhao Sulian rushed to Qin Shiyu and was about to kneel down. Qin Shiyu moved away a little and stretched out his hand to pull him up. Third brother, it's Mom who is sorry for you. It's all Mom's fault. It has nothing to do with others. I saw that the family was well off, and I was afraid that my son would suffer, so I switched the child. After Zhao Sulian finished speaking, she covered her mouth and sobbed, as if she regretted what she had done. Everyone pointed and talked. Qin Weiman, on the other hand, looked heartbroken. He walked to Qin Shiyu with grief and remorse, and looked at Qin Shiyu with a loving face. He wanted to hold Qin Shiyu's hand, but he didn't dare to stretch out his hand. He looked at him with tears in his eyes and opened his mouth. Child, it is our Qin family who is sorry for you. Do you really know nothing? Qin Shiyu looked at Qin Weiman with a smile. He acted so sincerely, as if he really knew nothing.
If I
knew, I would never let your mother do this. You see, we have raised you for so many years, Can we let your mother go? Qin Weimin cried, and his old body seemed to fall down at any time. Yun Jiji reached out and pulled Qin Shiyu aside, looking at Qin Weimin with a mocking expression. Why don't you say that your biological son has enjoyed 26 years of happiness in Ayu's parent home, and Qin Shiyu has been supporting your whole family for these years, with a 60 yuan allowance every month? Why don't you feel guilty when you take the money? When everyone saw Qin Weimin's look, they also felt that their family had supported Qin Shiyu for 26 years, and they really shouldn't turn against them. But when they heard what Yun Jiji said, everyone looked at each other. 60 yuan a month. This is 720 yuan a year. By the way, what about the various tickets? His annual allowance is only a small amount. He used 1,000 yuan to support your family, but when he came back, he didn't even have his own house. If I remember correctly, this house of yours was built after Qin Shiyu joined the army, right? TSK. He eats and spends Qin Shiyu's money, and now that he knows he has committed a crime, he talks about the grace of raising him. What did you do to support him? Did you use his money to drive his wife and children out of the house? Did you send people to the cowshed to steal food every time you exchanged food?
Or
when Qin Shiyu came home, he yelled at him to take his allowance and mission rewards before he even entered the house. Or did he falsely accuse his wife of running away with a wild man? Yun Jiji knew that there were many things that Qin Shiyu was not convenient to say, but it was different for her. After marrying Qin Shiyu, she had never enjoyed a single day of happiness in their Qin family. It was not an exaggeration to say that she worked like a cow or a horse in their family. Why should he remember their grace of raising her now? My son was born to be rich and noble, but he stole someone else's life when he was born. Qin Shiyu was born to be a cow and a horse, and he will be eaten by their family, and in the end, he will have to remember your kindness in raising him.
How dare you say that?
Yun Jiji said sarcastically. At this time, Qin Weimin's face was very ugly. Yun Jiji's few words directly exposed all his dirty thoughts in front of everyone. The villagers who previously thought that the kindness of raising children was greater than heaven, after listening to Yun Jiji's words, suddenly felt that the Qin family was really shameless. All these years, they relied on Qin Shiyu to raise them alone, but Qin Shiyu was originally a child from a wealthy family and should have enjoyed a life of happiness when he was born. It was Zhao Sulian who let the son who was swapped enjoy a life of happiness, and in the end she wanted to use the kindness of raising children to force Qin Shiyu to forgive them, as if nothing had happened. This abacus is clacking. Shameless. The Qin family is so shameless. He is afraid that Zhao Sulian will be arrested, Qin Shiyu will not recognize them, and no one will support this family in the future. He took 1,000 yuan a year from Qin Shiyu, but ended up sending his wife and children to the cowshed. They're going to starve to death. It would be great if Yun Jiji and the child starved to death. Then all Shiyu's money would go to the Qin family, a big vampire family. At this moment, everyone obviously had no scruples and pointed fingers at the Qin family. Qin Weimin, of the 60 yuan that Shiyu remitted every month, 30 yuan was for his wife and children, a total of 1,110 yuan in the past 3 years and 1 month. In addition, you should give Jiji 1,300 yuan in banknotes and other things. Qin Shuzheng saw this and spoke at the right time. What money? We don't have any money. Qin Weimin also realized that they couldn't control Qin Shiyu anymore. After what happened today, Qin Shiyu will probably not care about them anymore. In this case, they can't let them take away any of the money they have in their hands. They will rely on this money in the future. Captain, I have remittance vouchers here. Each remittance voucher has 30 yuan and some bills marked for my wife. Qin Shiyu looked at Qin Shuzheng. Yun Jiji had also taken out a thick stack of remittance slips from her bag. This is for the past 3 years, and the other one is the money Qin Shiyu remitted in the past 5 years. In addition to his allowance, there are bills and his bonus for missions. A total of 5,210 yuan was remitted in 8 years, and there are also grain coupons, cloth coupons, meat coupons, etc. Yun Jiji handed all the certificates to Qin Shiyu. She was a little glad that Qin Shiyu had kept all the remittance slips over the years. It can be seen that Qin Shiyu also knew what kind of people these people in the Qin family were, and it was also for the fact that if one day their family did something, he would have these things in his hands as the most convincing proof. Everyone was stunned. Qin Shiyu had been a soldier for 8 years and had earned so much money. Captain, there is one more thing. When we went to your place yesterday, Shiyu's bag was placed in the house. In the bag was his bonus for the 3 years of missions and the allowance for the past 2 months, totaling 1,500 yuan. When we came back yesterday, the lock of the house was cut off, Shiyu's bag was torn, and the money in the bag was gone. And the brothers Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi broke the door lock yesterday. Yun Jiji continued. Nonsense, there is no money in Qin Shiyu's bag at all. The bag is empty. Qin Jingye shouted hurriedly when he heard it. That's right, there is clearly nothing in it. Qin Jingyi also shouted. The fact that Qin Shiyu had 1,500 yuan in his bag was really too aggrieved for the two of them. There was clearly no money in the bag, but after Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji came back last night, they insisted that there was money in the bag. So, you admit that you broke the door lock? Qin Shiyu looked at the two people with a sullen face. Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi were stunned at first and were speechless. They stood there for a long time without reacting. Captain, Zhao Sulian still has the torn hostage that we found in the house yesterday. Yun Jiji continued. Zhao Sulian's face was pale at this moment, especially after Qin Weimin made her recognize everything. She was like a walking corpse. Mom, please say something. Qin Jingye saw this and shouted at Zhao Sulian. Zhao Sulian looked at the few people in a daze, not reacting to what was going on. Host? Yes. I received a hostage from Zhao Sulian this morning, and it was really torn. There are people in Yunhe village working in the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is in the Red Star Brigade. When Zhou Jing'an and his group entered the village earlier, she found an excuse of having a stomachache and ran out. Unexpectedly, she really saw a big show. When she heard this, she immediately shouted again, "It's a 1-pound meat ticket." Zhao Sulian's face turned pale. A young comrade had already gone into the kitchen to check, and really found a 1-pound piece of pork belly from the vegetables that Zhao Sulian bought in the morning. Qin Jingye, Qin Jingyi, what do you have to say? Zhou Jing'an asked with a sullen face. Qin Jingye took it. Qin Jingyi took it. The two brothers said in unison, neither admitted that they took it, and at the same time pushed it onto their own brother's head. Qin Weimin was so angry that they were dying. Didn't the two of them admit it in disguise? Director Zhou, the captain and all the uncles, aunts, and mothers, please be a witness today. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and looked up at everyone. Being asked so seriously by Qin Shiyu, the villagers looked more serious. Shiyu, tell me, if there is anything your uncle can help you with, I will definitely not refuse. Yes. You are a good child, and it is your bad luck to meet such a family. Fortunately, the truth is out now. If you have anything to say, we will definitely help you if we can. Everyone expressed their opinions. Since I have no relationship with the Qin family, I would like to sever ties with Qin Weimin and his family in front of everyone today. In addition, they have to return 1,300 yuan to my wife and 1,500 yuan that was stolen last night, a total of 2,800 yuan. As for the remaining 4,000 yuan, although they are not human, I cannot be a human, so the remaining 4,010 yuan is my repayment for their kindness in raising me for 18 years. Qin Shi looked at them with a heavy face. When Qin Weimin heard this, his face was uglier than the bottom of a pot. In addition to the 800 yuan spent on building this house, the family actually still has more than 3,000 yuan of the money Qin Shiyu sent back over the years. Even if Qin Shiyu completely cut off contact with them and never sent them money again, their family would not be too bad. However, now he has to pay 2,800 yuan back to Qin Shiyu. Not to mention that the so-called 1,500 yuan from last night is nowhere to be found. Even if there is, don't even think about asking him to pay it back. Zhao Sulian switched the children back then, which is illegal. I would like to trouble the comrades of the Safety Supervision Bureau to carefully review this matter. Who knows? if it was really all Zhao Sulian's idea. Yun Jiji saw Qin Weiman's face and guessed that Qin Weiman didn't want to take the money at all. In this case, some chips must be added. Besides, in 26 years, Zhao Sulian really didn't reveal anything. Who knows if she deliberately took the blame and wanted to let some real culprits go. Yun Jiji continued to add, "Third brother, I want to talk to you alone." Qin Weiman looked at Yun Jiji with disgust, thinking that Yun Jiji did it on purpose. His sight fell on Qin Shiyu. After all, Qin Shiyu was the person involved, and it would be most reasonable for him to talk to Qin Shiyu directly. Okay. Qin Shiyu glanced at Qin Weiman. He raised his foot and walked into the house first. Yun Jiji did not follow. Qin Shiyu knew it in his heart. Besides, after going through so many things, Qin Shiyu risked his life to be disappointed with the Qin family. It was also because of the Qin family that Qin Shiyu was separated from his parents. In addition, Tuan Chuan and Yuan Yuan were really abused. Even if it was not for her, Qin Shiyu would not easily forgive the Qin family as if nothing had happened. Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi looked at each other with bad expressions at this moment. Yun Jiji didn't say anything, but slowly came to Zhao Sulian's side. She stared at Zhao Sulian and said in a low voice, "Tisk tisk tisse. Why are you doing this? Some things can't be easily admitted. If you admit it, you will die. Are you sure you want to sacrifice your life for this kind of man who can push you out to take the bullet?" Zhao Sulian stood there, lowered her head, and didn't say anything. Yun Jiji was not in a hurry and continued, "You are really great. Look at your two sons. At this time, they only know how to argue about who stole the money, and they don't even care about you.
You say.
If you die, will they shed a tear?" Zhou Jing'an and others saw Yun Jiji standing next to Zhao Sulian and talking. When they interrogated him before, Qin Weiman had always refused to admit it, and he was ready to find another way. Seeing Yun Jiji standing next to Zhao Sulian and talking, he naturally didn't stop her. Maybe Yun Jiji has her own way to make Zhao Sulian stand up and accuse Qin Weiman? If so, it would be interesting. Zhao Sulian's ears kept echoing with Yun Jiji's words. They seemed to be light-hearted, but every word was like a heavy, hitting her heart, making her more and more panicked. Her eyes fell on Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi. At this time, the two brothers were arguing fiercely, and they were both blaming each other for the 1,500 yuan. Qin Jingye said that Qin Jingyi took it. Qin Jingyi said that Qin Jingyi entered the house first and took the bag first. The two brothers refused to admit it. Zhao Sulian told Qin Weiman about this matter this morning, but Qin Weiman said at the time that there was no such thing at all. It was very likely that it was a trap set by Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji to lure them into the pit.
He was sitting outside the house at the time.
If there was really money in the bag, Qin Jingye would definitely feel guilty, but his expression yesterday was not. Qin Jingyi is also his most trusted son. If he really got the money, he would hand it over to him. After hearing what Qin Weiman said, she also felt that it was very likely that Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu did it on purpose, just to make them suspicious of each other. But now that there was such a commotion, even if there was no money in the bag, it became rich. They would rather argue about it, but they didn't care about her. When several people looked at this scene, their faces were already ugly. You said that you have lived for most of your life, and it is really a failure. When you are old, you don't even have a son who cares about you.
You say.
Will Qin Weiman tell Qin Shiyu that you can send you to prison or cut off contact? Just don't involve him in this matter again? Yun Jiji looked at Zhao Sulian with a smile. She has been married to Qin Weiman for more than 30 years. Does she really not know her husband's character at all? Yun Jiji thinks that this is not the case. She is afraid that she knows her husband very well, so the two of them can understand Qin Weiman's meaning without any extra communication. They had very little communication before, but Zhao Sulian understood it, which shows that they have a tacit understanding between husband and wife.
No.
Zhao Sulian stared at Yun Jiji with bloodshot eyes and said, "He won't do that to me." Yun Jiji smiled and said, "Why don't we get closer and listen?" Zhou Jing'an understood Yun Jiji's intention and asked her to take Zhao Sulian to the wall of the room where Qin Shiyu and the others were. Perhaps they were lucky. When the two of them squatted there, They soon heard Qin Weimin's voice in the room. "Third brother, do you really want to destroy our family? I know it was wrong for your mother to switch you, but your mother is in jail, and our good family is broken up. I can return the money to you, but can't you let me go?" Heard her husband's words, her face turned pale. She obviously didn't expect to hear such a sentence. Qin Weimin was really going to send her to jail. He could give money to Qin Shiyu and let him let her go, and they would completely cut off contact in the future.
But
Qin Weimin didn't. What he meant was that he could give Qin Shiyu money, but after Qin Shiyu locked her up, he couldn't bother with him anymore. He pushed her out, but he got himself clean. So, the substitution back then was a conspiracy between the two of you? Qin Shiyu's cold voice came from the house. Qin Weimin chuckled and said, "Your mother has already admitted that she did it. What does it have to do with me?" In Qin Weimin's view, didn't they just want someone to take the blame? Since Zhao Sulian has already stood up, there is no need to pull one more person out. When she heard this, Zhao Sulian's body was shaky. Her husband was really cruel. It was obviously something they did together, but in the end it all became her fault. Shiryu's father is a national high-level talent. Do you know what a high-level talent means? It means a great man protected by the country, a national treasure. You are plotting against a national treasure. Do you think you can come out alive after you go in? Yun Jiji threatened her intentionally. Zhao Sulian should not know about these things, otherwise she would not be able to scare her easily. But seeing Zhao Sulian's pale face and losing all blood color at this moment, it has proved that she is a legal illiterate. Do you know what it feels like to be killed by a wooden cannon? The wooden cannon mouth of the back hole is facing you here. She pointed to Zhao Sulian's temple and added, "A wooden cannon, if it doesn't hit you, you won't die. Then you have to add a few more hits. Some people with bad wooden cannons can directly beat you into a sieve, and you still can't die. You can only watch your blood drain away bit by bit and die slowly." Her voice was low, and it sounded chilly and very creepy. Zhao Sulian went from being disheartened before to being filled with fear at this time. She stared at Yun Jiji, trying to confirm whether she was lying to her. But she looked serious, not joking at all. Zhao Sulian's heart skipped a beat, and she seemed to flash back to the time when she was killed by Moot Song. If Moot Song couldn't kill her, she would have to watch herself slowly die. She shuddered with fear and stood up suddenly. The two staff members of the Safety Supervision Bureau who had been paying attention to Zhao Sulian's reaction saw this and immediately reached out to control Zhao Sulian. "Be honest." Zhao Sulian struggled violently. Yun Jiji had already stood up. When she walked to Zhao Sulian's side, she stopped again, opened her mouth, and made a sound.
"Ah."
"I don't want to die." The last line of defense in Zhao Sulian's heart was finally completely broken because of this sentence. She reached out and grabbed the staff member who was controlling her and shouted, "No, it was not me who came up with the idea of switching the child. It was Lao Qin." Lao Qin saw that the family had good conditions and had guards with him. He wanted the child to enjoy a good life, so he switched the child. Zhao Sulian cried and shouted, as if she was afraid that others could not hear her, and she shouted louder and louder. When Qin Weimin, who was negotiating with Qin Shiyu in the house, heard this, his face changed drastically. He rushed out immediately and yelled at Zhao Sulian, "What nonsense are you talking about?" After that, Qin Weimin looked at Zhou Jing'an and explained hurriedly, "Director Zhou, this woman must be crazy and afraid of being locked up, so she talked nonsense. I only found out today that Shiyu is not my biological child. This matter really has nothing to do with me. It was all done secretly by this woman behind my back." Qin Weimin didn't know what happened during the time he was in there. Zhao Sulian had already understood what he meant before, but now she suddenly changed her mind. "Director Zhou, I had just given birth and was very weak. You can ask the elderly in the village. During that period, I was drowsy every day and my milk was insufficient. My mother-in-law scolded me for being delicate every day. When I gave birth to my third child, I lost too much blood and had no strength in the healthcare center. He said he wanted to switch the baby. He also took advantage of the woman in the next bed sleeping and tricked her husband away and switched the baby. A nurse saw it at the time. If you find that nurse, you can prove that what I said is true." Zhao Sulian shouted anxiously. After she mentioned it, some elderly people in the village really remembered what happened in the past. Zhao Sulian was really very weak at that time. During that period, their family quarrels really did not stop. At this time, some people were already talking about what happened in the past, and their eyes changed when they looked at Qin Weiman. Director Zhou, it really wasn't me. Qin Weiman wanted to explain for himself, but Zhao Sulian stared at him. Director Zhou, the nurse charged us 10 yuan. I remember her name is Zhou Xueli and she is from Nyoto village. You can definitely find her if you go and look for her. Zhao Sulian was afraid that she could not win over Qin Weiman. Qin Weiman was completely crazy at this moment. This stupid woman, did she know what she was doing? He suddenly rushed towards Zhao Sulian and stretched out his hand to pinch Zhao Sulian's neck. What nonsense are you talking about? This matter has nothing to do with me. Why don't you tell the truth to Director Zhou and the others? Zhao Sulian was even more disheartened at this moment. Her husband really wanted her to die. Qin Shiyu had already stepped forward and stretched out his hand to hold Qin Weiman's wrist. Qin Weiman only felt a pain in his wrist and subconsciously let go. Zhou Zheng'an immediately asked someone to step forward and control Qin Weiman. At this time, Qin Shiyu, who had gone to write the severance document, also came back. He handed the document to Qin Shiyu and said, "Shiyu, see if there is anything else to change." Qin Shiyu took it and read it, and asked Yun Jiji to read it again. After both of them confirmed that there was no problem, they signed their names on it and handed it to Qin Shiyu. Qin Weiman didn't want to sign, and he had been struggling hard to resist, but no one gave him a chance. They controlled him and pulled him to press his handprint directly on it. Qin Jingye also signed Qin Weiman's name on his behalf under the pressure of Zhou Zheng'an. In addition, there are Zhao Sulian's signatures, as well as the signatures of some elderly people in Yunhe village who have some say. Qin Weiman looked at Qin Shiyu and the others with a vicious look, as if he would not admit those things. But Zhao Sulian stood up and identified Qin Weiman herself, even if he wanted Zhao Sulian to take the blame. The Safety Supervision Bureau did not intend to let Qin Weiman go, but if they wanted Qin Weiman to speak, they would have to spend some time. But at this moment, Yun Jiji defeated Zhao Sulian's mind with a few words, which saved everyone a lot of trouble. Zhao Sulian still has 2,800 yuan. Where did you put it? It's time to return it to the couple. Zhou Zheng'an said. Qin Weiman turned away and didn't say anything. Yun Jiji smiled and looked at Zhou Zheng'an and asked, "Director Zhou, I know where they hid the money. Can I go and get it myself?" Yun Jiji lived in Qin's house for a year. Although she didn't steal money, there were all kinds of monsters in Qin Weiman's family. She still remembered that Qin Shiyu stole Zhao Sulian's money, and she was feeding chickens in the backyard, and happened to see him stealing money through the window. However, Zhao Sulian happened to come into the house at that time. When Qin Shiyu took the money, she was not angry. She just blamed him a few words and took the big unity to Qin Shiyu. When Yun Jiji looked at Zhou Zheng'an, her eyes were eager to try. She was really curious about how much money they had left. Yun Jiji blinked her bright eyes and looked forward to it. Okay. Zhou Zheng'an didn't know how to refuse Yun Jiji. It was her eyes that made it impossible to say no.
No.
Qin Weiman shouted. How could Yun Jiji be allowed to take the money? If she was allowed to take it, wouldn't she? Second brother, you go and take it. Qin Weiman looked at Qin Jingyi anxiously. Qin Jingyi looked confused, and then said, "Dad, where's the money in our family?" Qin Weiman was stunned, but it has come to this point. Even if he really doesn't want to take out the money, it is impossible. He took several deep breaths and tried to calm his complicated heart. Comrade Yun Jiji, you go. Zhou Zheng'an is not a fool. He can see the eye contact between the father and son clearly. This family really treats them as fools. They really treat them as fools. Yun Jiji responded and rushed into the house like an arrow from a string. Qin Shiyu's mouth twitched, and his eyes were doting when he looked at her figure. She really has many sides, and each side makes him happy. She looks quiet, but she can still argue with the Qin family, and she can also talk Zhao Sulian's psychological defenses down with a few words. When she is lively, she is like a little girl who has not grown up, so cute that people can't take their eyes away. But when she was treating patients, she was focused, serious, responsible. No matter which side of her, people couldn't look away. She was so charming, and she touched his heartstrings so much. Qin Shiyu knew that he was completely. He liked her very much, very much. After Yun Jiji entered the house, she activated the wood spirit in her body. Zhao Sulian and Qin Weimin were a cunning couple, and she never trusted her children. Therefore, the location where they put the money was also changed, but no matter how much they changed, there were only a few locations. The use of the wood spirit was, of course, to find the real location faster. She put her hand on the ground, and with almost no effort, she found the location where they hid the money, which was the location where Qin Shiyu stole the money at that time. However, Yun Jiji also made an unexpected discovery. In addition to a thick stack of big unity in the iron box, there was also a green jade pendant. The water head of the jade pendant is very good, clear and transparent, just like crystal clear crystal, pure and amazing. How could the Qin family have such a good jade pendant? She took the jade pendant in her hand and looked at it. At a glance, she saw a not very conspicuous word engraved in the small corner. Qin. Yun Jiji raised her eyebrows. This jade pendant might belong to Qin Shiyu. Seeing the short red rope on it, although the red rope looked a little old, it could be seen at a glance that it had not been touched by anyone. So although the red rope was old, there were not many marks on it, which showed that Qin Weimin and others had not touched it much. Or they dared not take it out. Yun Jiji put the jade pendant into the space with almost no hesitation. Then, she walked out with the iron box. Director Zhou, the money is here. Zhou Zheng'an saw the thick stack of big unity and picked it up directly. When the villagers saw the stack of money, they all gasped. The old Qin family is really good at saving money. They actually saved so much. It's a pity that all this money was earned by Qin Shiyu. With the situation of their old Qin family, how could they make so much money? Zhou Zheng'an took the big unity and counted it. He counted 2,800 yuan and handed it to Qin Shiyu, saying, 2,800 yuan, count it. Qin Shiyu handed the money to Yun Jiji and said, wife, count it. Yun Jiji didn't hesitate. After taking the money, she counted it in front of Qin Weimin. When she saw Qin Weimin's distorted face, Yun Jiji felt relieved. Director Zhou, just right. Zhou Zheng'an nodded. Yun Jiji had put all the money into the cloth bag hanging around her waist and put it into the space. There was still some change left in the iron box, and Zhou Zheng'an handed it to Qin Jingye. Qin Jingye looked at the remaining money in the iron box and almost cried. Money! That was all their family's money, but now there is nothing left. He looked at Qin Weimin and Zhao Sulian with resentment. If he had taken out the money earlier and distributed it to his brothers, Qin Shiyu, and the others would not be able to take the money today. As a result, they had to keep all the money in their hands. Now it's over. Looking at the few cents in the iron box, Qin Jingye didn't know what to do next. Yun Jiji glanced at Qin Jingye. Look. Take a closer look at what the money looks like. She will take it all away later, and you won't have a chance to see it in the future. The matter was settled. Zhou Zheng'an and others took Zhao Sulian and Qin Weimin, and a small group of people left the Qin family in a mighty manner. It's over. It's all over. Luo Hong fell to the ground with a pale face. She glared at Qin Shiyu angrily and resentfully, cursing, Mom and Dad really raised an ungrateful person. They sent them to jail after raising them for 26 years. They are nothing. When Luo Hong thought that she would never live the good life she had before, she wanted to strangle Qin Shiyu to death.
Who do you think you are?
You have been spending my man's money and living in the house I built with my man's money. If he is an ungrateful person, what are you doing? Yun Jiji turned around and looked directly at Luo Hong after hearing this. Luo Hong didn't expect that Yun Jiji, who had allowed them to bully her before, would react so strongly. He was so scared that he shrank his neck and didn't dare to look at Yun Jiji at this moment. Many people couldn't help but point fingers at him. After such a thing happened, they no longer sympathized with Qin Weimin's family. Shiyu, I'll go into the house to pack our things. It's time to go to the Yin family. Yun Jiji hooked her lips and rubbed her hands, looking like she was going to the Yin family to fight. You take a rest, I'll go. Yun Jiji reached out and held Qin Shiyu down, then turned and walked into the house. Not long after, Yun Jiji came out with a small package in her hand. She took a look at the Qin family's house. It was a little too conspicuous in broad daylight. Let them stay in the Qin family for a while, and she would sneak over quietly when it got dark at night. However, she had just looted all the valuables in the Qin family. If something like this happened, according to the personalities of Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi, the two brothers would make a fuss. The two brothers might have to fight for the family property in a while. In this case, she would take it away for them first and solve their troubles. The couple ignored the Qin family and walked out side by side. However, as soon as they walked out of the courtyard door behind them was slammed shut. Qin Jingyi shouted at Qin Jingyi, "Now my parents have been taken away. I am the eldest in the family. I will be the head of this family in the future." Qin Jingyi was not willing at all. "Why should you be the head of the family? Since something happened to my parents, then we should separate. Let's separate." Listening to their quarrels, Yun Jiji curled her lips. The Qin family is supposed to be noisy like this. How can they live in peace? Shiyu, are you okay? After they walked a distance away, Qin Shiyu looked at Qin Shiyu with some concern. Qin Shiyu shook his head lightly. "Uncle, I'm fine." Qin Shiyu sighed, stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder. "They made mistakes. Don't blame yourself for some of the things." Qin Shiyu was afraid that Qin Shiyu would not understand. "Uncle, people who have already disappointed others, even if they have done too much, will only think that it is not surprising that they would do such things, and will not be disappointed or sad because of these." Qin Shiyu looked at Qin Shiyu and said. When he heard his words, Qin Shiyu sighed lightly, patted Qin Shiyu's shoulder with his hand, opened his mouth, but the words on his lips were still silent. Qin Shiyu seemed to understand him and said, "Uncle, if I have time in the future, I will bring Ziji and the children back to see you." Qin Shiyu sighed. What a good young man, but he happened to meet a family like Qin Weimin. Shiyu's wife. "Are you going back to the Yun family?" Qin Shiyu thought of what Yun Jiji had said before, and thought that she was also going to go back to the Yun family to see. Yun Jiji responded and said, "Yes. I am going back to see. It's time to go back. You didn't come back when your sister got married. How can a father and daughter?" "Captain, I'm not Yun Hongmin's daughter."
Ah.
Qin Shiyu was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped.
What the?
Qin Shiyu is not Qin Weimin's, so how can Yun Jiji not be a member of the Yun family? What are these two families doing? Why do so many of you like to exchange other people's children? Seeing this, Yun Jiji smiled and said, "Captain, I am a child of the Yun family, but my father is Yun Hongmin's eldest brother. My father entrusted me to my second uncle when I was 1 year old. At first I lived with my grandparents. Later, after my grandparents passed away, I was sent to my second uncle's house." Qin Shiyu was shocked. When Jiji's father left, he gave money to Yun's second uncle, just to let him take good care of Jiji, but it is obvious. Qin Shiyu was stunned at first, and then sighed. These people have lost even the most basic conscience. He had heard about what kind of life Yun Jiji lived in the Yun family. After Yun Jiji married Qin Shiyu, Yun Hongmin cut off contact with Yun Jiji. He was probably afraid that Yun Jiji would remember these things and ask him for money. There is another thing. The reason why Jiji went into the wrong room in the middle of the night was also planned by Yun Wanrong, and the wine I drank that night was also drugged by them. Qin Shiyu said in a deep voice. Qin Shiyu's face was a little pale at this moment, watching all this in disbelief. "Shiyu, this matter. The military has found out that someone will come to take away the Yun family today," Qin Shiyu said with a gloomy face. "It depends on who they will push out to take the bullet." With the matter of Qin Weimin and others, Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji also guessed that the person who would be pushed out in the end would only be Chen Manxiang. Qin Weimin is such a selfish person, not to mention Yun Wanrong and Yun Hongmin, father and daughter, who are more selfish than Qin Weimin. In fact, She has never understood that since Yun Wanrong did not want to marry Qin Shiyu, she could have canceled the engagement with the Qin family or even directly disagreed with the blind date. However, she did not do that. Instead, she took the risk of being discovered and drugged Qin Shiyu, calculating that she would get on Qin Shiyu's bed. Qin Shiyu was an officer after all, and she and Yun Wanrong had a bad relationship. Yun Wanrong had bullied her cousin since she was a child. She never thought that Yun Wanrong would be so kind as to send her to be an officer's wife. Unless Yun Wanrong knew something? They walked towards Yunha Upper Village. There was a river between Yunha Upper Village and Yunha Lower Village. There was no bridge over this river, only a piece of wood in the middle of the river, and only one person could cross it at a time. "Wife, give me your hand." Qin Shiyu saw this and reached out to hold Yun Jiji's hand. Looking at the unstable wood, Yun Jiji did not dare to walk forward alone. Seeing Qin Shiyu holding her hand, she did not refuse. Qin Shuzheng felt very relieved to see the couple like this. Everyone knew why Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji got married. If they hadn't heard Qin Shiyu talk about it today, they really wouldn't have thought that they were both calculated by Yun Hongmin's family. Yun Jiji and his group had just crossed the bridge when they saw a figure running from far away. The person stopped when he ran to a position not far from Yun Jiji and them. Yun Wanrong stared at Yun Jiji with her eyes. When she learned that Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu had returned home, she didn't want to believe it at all. Didn't Yun Jiji starve to death outside? How could she come back alive? But the village had been talking about Qin Weiman's family before. Although the two villages were separated by a river, Qin Weiman and his group took the road by the river when they were taken away. And the villagers who were interested in good things also came to Qin's house to watch the excitement. After returning, they told everything that happened. So they went to Yanhexia village to see for themselves, but before they arrived at Yanhexia village, they saw Yun Jiji by the river. She is changed. No longer as skinny as before, with no meat on her body. Obviously, after she left Yunha village, she had a very good life, and she looked much better. This is obviously the credit of Qin Shiyu. Obviously, Qin Shiyu had not come back at this time in the previous life. He had been gone for more than 3 years. When she received news from Qin Shiyu again, it was the news of Qin Shiyu's death.
Why?
He is back now. Sister. Yun Wanrong was stunned for a long time before she shouted. Yun Jiji raised her eyebrows. "I heard that you married the lazy man He Mingyuan in the village?" Yun Wanrong heard this and her face sank. "Mingyuan is not the kind of person you heard about. He is very good." In fact, after marrying He Mingyuan, Yun Wanrong also found that He Mingyuan had many problems. He didn't help with things at home. Occasionally, when she couldn't free her hands in the kitchen, she wanted He Mingyuan to help her get something, but he looked disgusted, thinking that it would hurt his precious hands. If she hadn't thought that He Mingyuan became the richest man in the previous generation, she really wanted to chop him with a knife. But for the sake of her future life as a rich wife, Yun Wanrong endured it and coaxed He Mingyuan with kind words. "Really? Then I wish you happiness." Yun Jiji glanced at Yun Wanrong with a half-smile. Yun Wanrong felt very uncomfortable when she looked at her. She always felt that the way she looked at her was a little creepy, which made her feel a little creepy. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through her. "I will be very happy. You don't need to say more. My husband is a very good man, and he will let me live a happier and richer life than you in the future. She will definitely live a better life than Yun Jiji. Although Qin Shiyu is still alive now, he will have to complete his mission soon and die. Yun Jiji will become a widow, and she will be the wife of the richest man in a few years. She will have endless wealth and endless high-end clothes to wear, and they must be customized. In addition, there are many international brand bags, and each one costs thousands of dollars. She will buy a whole cloakroom of gems, jade, gold, and diamonds, and change them every day, never repeating them. By then, she will definitely wear them in front of Yun Jiji every day. She wants to see Yun Jiji jealous of her, and she wants to see Yun Jiji's envy. If Yun Jiji kneels in front of her and sincerely begs her to give a little money, she may be kind enough to give a dime or two. As for more, Yun Jiji is not worthy.
Really?
Then I wish you success in advance. Yun Jiji had a smile in her eyes, and she was more certain about her guess. Yun Wanrong's tone was too firm when she said that He Mingyuan would let her live a rich life. Her soul could be split into two, and one part of it could be sent to the future. Then why couldn't Yun Wanrong live longer than her? Yun Wanrong must have known that Qin Shiyu's future ending was not very good, so she came up with the idea of exchanging marriages. I will definitely succeed. Yun Wanrong glared at Yun Jiji. The recent days have been too depressing, and He Mingyuan was unwilling to help. If she hadn't lived in her mother's house, Yun Wanrong would never be as comfortable as she is now. However, Chen Manxiang now has more and more opinions about He Mingyuan. In the past, Chen Manxiang did not agree with Yun Wanrong marrying He Mingyuan. It was she and Yun Hongmin who insisted on marrying. If it weren't for Yun Hongmin's protection, Chen Manxiang might have been so angry that she overturned the table. Yun Wanrong seemed to think of something and looked at Yun Jiji for a while and asked, I heard that you sent your parents-in-law to jail? This matter was a big deal, and Yun Wanrong heard a lot along the way. However, she did not listen carefully. But in her opinion, this matter was picked up by Yun Jiji, but she seemed to have forgotten what kind of person Yun Wanrong was in her impression. Mingyuan's wife, you are wrong. It was the Qin couple who exchanged their child with Shiyu in the hospital 26 years ago, and they were taken away because of the crime. An aunt happened to pass by, and when she heard Yun Wanrong's words, she immediately explained. When she heard this, Yun Wanrong's eyebrows also frowned slightly. Qin Shiyu is not a child of the Qin family? In the previous life, after she married Qin Shiyu, until Qin Shiyu died in the line of duty, such a thing did not happen. What happened in this life? Could it be that because she was reborn, and she designed Yun Jiji to marry Qin Shiyu, some butterfly effect occurred, changing the trajectory of Qin Shiyu's life? After all, Qin Shiyu had no children until his death in his previous life, but Yun Jiji gave Qin Shiyu a pair of children in this life. But soon, Yun Wanrong gave up this idea. No matter how strong the butterfly effect is, a person's lifespan is limited. The reason why she was able to be reborn is definitely because she had a hard life in her previous life and never enjoyed the happiness of being a woman until her death. This allowed her to be reborn. Then she is the protagonist of life among all the people around her. Supporting roles like Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu are all small figures who pushed her to the top. He only has half a year to live. Even if it is revealed in this life that he is not a child of the Qin family, so what? For those who deserve to die, death is only a matter of time. You are not a child of the Qin family? Then, who are your biological parents? Yun Wanrong asked in confusion. Qin Shiyu's indifferent eyes swept across Yun Wanrong's face, and he asked in a cold tone, You said my wife ran away with a wild man. Where is the wild man? At the beginning, Yun Wanrong called him specifically and told him very bluntly that Yun Jiji was unwilling to be lonely and ran away with a wild man. Yun Wanrong's expression froze. She never thought that Qin Shiyu would suddenly ask this. She almost forgot about this matter. I also heard it from others. Yun Wanrong coughed twice and directly passed the blame. Then she said, Sister. Brother-in-law, I also heard nonsense from others at that time. I also asked you at that time whether my sister went to the army to find you. You said no, so I mistakenly thought it was really the same as what the villagers said. Yun Wanrong was also glad at this time that she didn't say it too hard at that time. However, she was very surprised, and she didn't expect Qin Shiyu to ask her suddenly. Hear it from someone? Who said it? Since someone said it, there must be a source. You take me to find those people. I want to ask who saw my wife running away with a wild man and which wild man did she run away with. Qin Shiyu had no intention of giving up and looked at Yun Wanrong with a smile. If he hadn't investigated Yun Wanrong's character, he would not have had the opportunity to contact women in the army. He really didn't understand the expressions and twists and turns of women. But after finding out Yun Wanrong's character, Qin Shiyu also remembered in his heart that the woman in front of him was not a good thing, and he had no respect for Yun Jiji, so what she said was absolutely unbelievable. It's been several months, I don't remember who said it. Yun Wanrong's eyes were evasive, and she just felt that Qin Shiyu was really annoying. It's been a long time since it happened, and Yun Jiji didn't run away with a wild man. What was there for him to be entangled about? Just pretend that nothing happened, isn't it good? Then you have to think about it carefully. Maybe I should go to the village and ask everyone. What do you think? Qin Shiyu's deep eyes dared not be looked at directly. At this moment, the man's face seemed to be covered with frost. Even if you don't look at him directly, you will feel frightened. In her previous life, although Yun Wanrong married Qin Shiyu, she had never been with Qin Shiyu from beginning to end, and she didn't know what kind of character this man had. Now she really felt scared. Then you go and check it out.
I didn't say that.
Yun Wanrong lowered her head and thought about it with a gloomy face. Then she felt that her worries were a bit unnecessary. It has been 2 months. Could Qin Shiyu really find out what happened before? She didn't believe it. Just as she was thinking, she saw a woman running over in a panic. When she saw Yun Wanrong still standing there, she was stunned at first and quickly said, "Wanrong, why are you still standing here? Several police officers came to your house and want to take your parents away." Yun Wanrong's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She looked at Mrs. Zhou inexplicably and asked hurriedly, "Auntie Zhou, what happened?" Mrs. Zhou shook her head. "I don't know either. Go back and have a look." Yun Wanrong glanced at Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu and always felt that this matter was related to the couple. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Qin Weimin and Zhao Sulian were just taken away, and the police came to their house immediately to take Yin Hongmin and Chen Manxiang away. "Did you do it?" Yun Wanrong stared at Yun Jiji and asked. Auntie Zhou looked at Yun Jiji in surprise. She was blocked by Qin Shiyu's tall figure before and didn't see it. Her heart was all on Yun Wanrong, so she didn't pay attention. After hearing what Yun Wanrong said, she began to pay attention to Yun Jiji. "Yun Jiji? You ran away with a strange man. How dare you come back?" She looked at Aunt Zhou with a smile. "Aunt Zhou, I went to join the army. In Yunhe village, I didn't have enough to eat, I didn't have warm clothes, I lived in a cowshed, and my food was always stolen. If I didn't join the army, my 2 children and I would have starved to death." Aunt Zhou thought of Yun Jiji's previous skinny appearance, and she was a little embarrassed. However, Aunt Zhou didn't like Yun Jiji, thinking that she was too rigid. She didn't know how to call people when she saw them. She was silly and didn't look very smart. Moreover, Aunt Zhou and Chen Manxiang were close friends. They played together since childhood and later married into the same village. They were so close that they almost wore the same pants. "Wanrong, go back and take a look." Aunt Zhou ignored Yun Jiji and urged. Yun Wanrong seemed to react at this time and quickly turned around and ran towards home. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu looked at each other. "Let's go, let's take a look too." Qin Shiyu responded and walked towards the Yun family with Yun Jiji. At this time, the Yun family's courtyard was full of people. When Yun Wanrong came back and saw her parents handcuffed, her face turned pale. She hurriedly grabbed one of the older police officers and asked anxiously, "Comrade police, what did my parents do wrong? You must have a reason to arrest them." The older police officer glanced at Yun Wanrong, withdrew his hand, and said in a businesslike manner, "According to the investigation clues and evidence we have, your parents are currently suspected of endangering public security. They need to go back to the bureau with us to cooperate with the investigation." Yun Wanrong was also a little confused at this moment. "Comrade police, where did you get this from? My parents have never left Yunhe village in their entire lives. They are honest and hardworking people."
How could they do such a thing?
Yun Wanrong knew the kind of people her parents were. How could they do such a thing? Seeing that she seemed to be about to cry, the older police officer kindly reminded her, "Do you admit that your parents drugged the military officer 3 years ago?" Yun Wanrong suddenly looked at Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu on the side. She was not clear about what was going on at this moment. It was obvious that they did it. This made Yun Wanrong very angry. She glared at Qin Shiyu and the others angrily, and then hurriedly said, "Comrade public security, it's true that Qin Shiyu from our village and I were engaged 3 years ago. When he came to my house to get engaged that day, he drank a few more glasses of wine and got drunk. It was my That shameless sister who deliberately climbed into his bed in the middle of the night. If we drugged him, this is absolutely not the case. Yun Wanrong would never let them have the opportunity to take her parents away. Even if her parents were really wrong, they did not love her very much, but Yun Wanrong also knew that if Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang were taken away, she would not be able to raise her head in the village in the future. Moreover, He Mingyuan will become the richest man in the future. Her mother-in-law will definitely force He Mingyuan to divorce her because of her parents' imprisonment. How can she live the life of the richest man's wife then? Mrs. Zhou also reacted at this time and hurried to help. Yes. Comrade Public Security, everyone in our village knows about this matter. It is obvious that Yun Jiji was shameless and ran to her future brother-in-law's bed in the middle of the night. Now it must be that they are trying to clear themselves. Otherwise, why didn't they report to the public security 3 years ago, but waited until now? Mrs. Zhou is older than Yun Wanrong after all. When Yun Wanrong said this, she quickly stood up. That's right, Comrade Public Security. They must want to retaliate against our family. Yun Wanrong said hurriedly. Yun Jiji, you are too vicious. Of course, you did something shameless. Your parents broke off relations with you, and you deserved it. Now you actually turned around and falsely accused your parents. You are so unfilial. Mrs. Zhou pointed at Yun Jiji, and the finger was about to poke Yun Jiji's face. Yun Jiji glanced at Mrs. Zhou and stretched out her hand to grab Mrs. Zhou's finger. What are you doing? I am your elder. Mrs. Zhou brought up her status as an elder. Yun Jiji was not going to tolerate this. Mrs. Zhou was not a good person. She relied on the fact that she was a good sister and close friend with Chen Manxiang. She could not bully the demented Yun Jiji in the past. As long as she had food in her hand, she would it away. She would even do something dirty from time to time. It was common for her to pinch and beat her. Chen Manxiang knew it very well, but since she was not her biological daughter, she had always turned a blind eye. Elder? How can you be my elder? Don't think that you can be anyone's elder just because you look old. I remember all the dirty tricks you did to me when we were young. Mrs. Zhou was a little embarrassed, especially when she saw Yun Jiji's expression. She was also a little embarrassed. In the past, she did bully Yun Jiji behind her back a lot. After all, she knew Yun Jiji's identity. Jiji, Mom knows. Knows that you blame your parents, but you did climb into the bed of your future brother-in-law, and the whole village knows it. You can't just frame your parents to clear yourself. Chen Manxiang was so angry at this moment. She never thought that it was Yun Jiji If she had known that her father-in-law would give Yun Jiji to her, she should have strangled her to death. There would be fewer troubles. Especially after Yun Wanrong married He Mingyuan, Chen Manxiang regretted listening to the nonsense of the father and daughter and giving Qin Shiyu, such a good son-in-law, to Yun Jiji. If her daughter became an officer's wife, their family's life would be so comfortable, but Yun Wanrong, this idiot, actually gave such a good marriage to Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji enjoyed all the good days. Now, they come back to bite them. How hateful. The eldest daughter of Yun Hongmin is so despicable. It would be fine if she had snatched her younger sister's marriage, but now she has falsely accused her own parents. She won't stop until her parents are put in jail. Whoever has such a daughter must be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. No wonder Yin Laoer wanted to break off relations with Yun Jiji. If I had such a heartless daughter, I would have drowned her in the when she was born. She is not a daughter at all. She is obviously an accomplice who came to collect debts. Her parents gave birth to her and raised her, but in the end she sent her to jail. It's so hateful. Wanrong is unlucky to have a sister like this. Her good marriage was snatched away. She married a like He Mingyuan. She will have to suffer for the rest of her life. Alas. How unlucky. The villagers couldn't help but point fingers. No one in Yunhe village spoke for Yun Jiji. In their eyes, Yun Jiji was like an unforgivable criminal. If the police hadn't been here to shock her, these people would have rushed up to tear Yun Jiji apart. Yun Jiji's expression remained unchanged, and she looked at Chen Manxiang and Yun Hongmin with cold eyes. Somehow, being looked at by her like this The couple felt a chill inexplicably, and they didn't know why she was staring at them like this. Seeing that Yunjiji didn't refute, everyone felt a little bored, and slowly their voices became smaller, and their eyes all fell on Yunjiji. She glanced around, and then slowly looked at Yun Hongmin and his wife, and asked, "Second uncle, second aunt, are you sure that when Qin Shiyu came to the house to discuss the wedding date with Yun Wanrong 3 years ago, he didn't add sow-breeding medicine to Qin Shiyu's wine?" Villagers also heard Yunjiji's words, and their expressions were a little surprised. Did they give Qin Shiyu drugs for sow-breeding? They looked at Chen Manxiang and Yun Hongmin, wanting to see if this was really the case. But Mrs. Zhou laughed out loud. "It's so funny. Why would they drug Qin Shiyu? He is an officer in the army, and Wanrong married him to enjoy life. Why did she do this? She gave up such a good marriage to Yunjiji, and she married a lazy man like He Mingyuan. Do you believe this?" When everyone heard this, they all reacted, and their eyes were filled with unkindness when they looked at Yunjiji. No. Why did Yunjiji call Hongmin and his wife second uncle and second aunt just now? However, some people's attention was still noticed. At this moment, they were also very curious. Aren't these Yunjiji's biological parents? Why did the generations suddenly become different? That's because I'm his eldest brother's daughter. Otherwise, why do you think I call him second uncle? Yunjiji looked at the man with amusement. After Yun Wanrong was stunned, she blurted out subconsciously, "How did you know?" Mrs. Zhou was standing next to Yun Wanrong. When she heard what she said, she stretched out her hand to hit her and glared at Yun Wanrong unhappily. This girl, how could she be so stupid? As long as they didn't admit it, no one would know Yunjiji's identity. As a result, she asked without thinking. It was so stupid. Seeing this, Yunjiji chuckled. It seems that Aunt Zhou also knows that I am the daughter of the eldest brother of the Yun family. The eldest brother of the Yun family? Someone asked curiously when he heard this. He was very curious about the eldest brother of the Yun family they were talking about. The eldest son of the Yun family is a capable man. When the Sakura ghosts entered the village, they burned, killed, looted, and did all kinds of evil things. Many villagers died at the hands of the Sakura ghosts. Wasn't your aunt, Old Lu, kidnapped by those Sakura ghosts and humiliated to death by hitting her head against the wall? Later, it was the eldest son of the Yun family who sneaked into the base of the Sakura ghosts and detonated the bombs they stored, which killed those Sakura ghosts and rescued many people in our village. Mrs. Zhou, your husband was rescued by the eldest son of the Yun family. An old man with silver hair said, and he sighed again and again when he thought of what happened back then. If it wasn't Yun, what was his name? Old Master Yun asked deliberately. Grandpa, my father's name is Yun Ting. Yunjiji reminded. Yes, it's Yun Ting. The old man stared at Yunjiji, squinting his eyes for a long time. Are you really Yun Ting's daughter? You look a bit like her. Grandpa, I am. When I was 1 year old, my father entrusted me to my second uncle's family and disappeared. At first, when my grandparents were alive, I lived in my grandparents' house. It was not until I was 6 years old that my grandparents passed away and I was handed over to my second uncle's family. Before my parents disappeared, they left 5,000 yuan to my second uncle, of which 2,500 was for my second uncle and the cost of raising me, and the other 2,500 was said to be for me to use after I get married. Old Master Yunjiji said she could see that the old man had a good impression of her father. In this case, she must make good use of the old man's relationship to seek more benefits for herself. In these years, Yun Hongmin's family has been spending her father's money and living a carefree life. As for her niece, as long as she didn't starve to death, they could spend her father's money with peace of mind. You're talking nonsense. Where did the money come from? We have been supporting you all these years with our family's money. You are an ungrateful person. It's okay that you don't remember the kindness of our family, but you even snatched your sister's marriage. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have raised you out of kindness because you were my uncle's daughter. Chen Manxiang also acknowledged Yunjiji's identity at this moment. When she saw her today, Chen Manxiang felt that Yunjiji seemed to be a little different, although she didn't know what happened. Why did Yun Jiji suddenly know her identity? They never dared to mention it in front of Yun Jiji, just to prevent her from knowing her true identity. In the end, she still knew it. Yun Jiji ignored them and reached into her bag, taking out a yellowed envelope. She walked up to Old Master Yun and said, "Grandpa, this is the letter my dad left me. It says very clearly in it that 2,500 is to express my gratitude to my second uncle for raising me and for my food and lodging expenses, and 2,500 is for my marriage and support. You know my dad, please help me take a look." Old Master Yin took out his reading glasses from his pocket and put them on, then opened the letter in front of everyone. When he saw the content of the letter, Old Master Yun's eyes turned red. This is Yun Ting's handwriting. I remember that this child's handwriting was taught by my eldest brother. Old Master Yun seemed a little excited and read the letter carefully. The letter fully explained that Yun Jiji would be temporarily fostered in Yun Hongmin's home, and the expenses in the letter were just as Yun Jiji said, half for Yun Hongmin's family and half for Yun Jiji, but there was no mention of the whereabouts of Yun Ting and his wife. They only said that when the time came, they would come back to pick up Yun Jiji. People who could read also came over to take a look. It's just like what Yun Jiji said. Half of it is indeed for Yun Jiji to use after she gets married. Since Yun Ting gave so much money back then, Yun Hongmin and his wife were a bit too much. We have watched Yun Jiji grow up. She has never worn a new piece of clothing since she was a child. She wore all of Wanrong's clothes. How much food can a child eat? Even if she is fed with refined rice, she can't spend 2,500 yuan in 17 years. I'm afraid Yun Hongmin's house was built with the money Yun Jiji's father took. Everyone in Yunhe village is generally poor. When they suddenly heard that Yun Hongmin's family actually had so much money, they naturally felt jealous. Moreover, there is also Old Master Yun at this time. This Old Master can be said to be the ancestor of Yunhe Shangzuan. He is the person everyone respects the most. Seeing this, Yun Jiji didn't waste time, but looked at the older police officer and said, "Comrade police, since you are here to arrest people, you must have enough evidence to prove that Yun Hongmin and his wife drugged Deputy Battalion Commander Qin 3 years ago." Li Gong'an was a little surprised before, after all. He didn't expect to come here and see such a big drama. When he heard Yun Jiji's words, he reacted and said hurriedly, "Yes. If there is no evidence, we won't arrest people casually." Yun Wanrong didn't believe it in her heart. This happened more than 3 years ago. Where did they find evidence? Moreover, every brigade that raises pigs has breeding drugs.
This is not a rare thing.
Moreover, the breeding drugs are placed in the brigade office. No one can get them except the brigade leader. Thinking of this, Yun Wanrong felt more at ease. "My parents didn't drug," Yun Wanrong shouted. She must not let them take her parents away. However, at this moment, "Didn't your parents give you the medicine? Your dad told me that himself when he was drunk last time." He Mingyuan came in from outside and suddenly said this, as if he had no brains. When several people heard this, they all looked at He Mingyuan fiercely, and then he had a confused look. Dad also said that if he hadn't drugged Qin Shiyu at that time, it wouldn't be my turn. Yun Wanrong almost rushed up and covered He Mingyuan's mouth. At this moment, she was even more furious. She stared at He Mingyuan fiercely and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? You can't talk nonsense without evidence." Yun Wanrong winked at He Mingyuan. She knew very well that once her father drank a few more glasses, his mouth would be like a door without a door, and he would say everything. It was precisely because he knew this that he was now wondering when Yun Hongmin and He Mingyuan drank too much, and he might really tell what happened 3 years ago, and He Mingyuan really heard it. It's just, does He Mingyuan know what is going on now? The police are still here. By saying this, isn't he deliberately trying to get the police to take her parents away? A hint of viciousness flashed in He Mingyuan's eyes. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yun Wanrong's hand, and directly pulled her hand down, looking at Yun Wanrong in confusion. "Wanrong, are your eyes uncomfortable? Why do you keep blinking?" After He Mingyuan finished speaking, he looked at Yun Hongmin earnestly. "Dad, you'll be beaten if you make a mistake, and your brother-in-law is an officer. You did such a shameful thing. Do you still want me to go along with you and say things against my will? Wanrong, why are you so confused? If the police don't have substantial evidence, they would not come to arrest people in such a high-profile manner. Then he looked at Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang again as if he was thinking about them. Dad, Mom, just tell the truth. You did that kind of thing, and now you are resisting arrest, which will only add to your crime. Just follow the police comrades back and confess your mistakes honestly so that you can reduce some of the punishment. Otherwise, you will only be sentenced heavily. He Mingyuan spoke very clearly. Many people looked at him. At the same time, they also felt that the Yun family was unlucky to have found such a son-in-law. Not only did he help Yun Wanrong and the others, he even persuaded Yun Hongmin and Chen Manxiang to plead guilty. He seemed to be very righteous, but he was too inhumane. Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow and looked at He Mingyuan, reaching out to tug at the corner of Qin Shiyu's clothes. The man bent down, and his low and pleasant voice made her ears numb. She subconsciously stepped back a little and glanced at Qin Shiyu. She always felt that this dog man did it on purpose, deliberately using a pleasant voice to her. What do you think He Mingyuan wants to do? Yun Jiji said in a low voice. She didn't think this man was so kind and really willing to speak for them. Among them, it is hard to guarantee that he would not have some other thoughts. What do you think? Qin Shiyu did not answer immediately but looked at Yun Jiji and asked. Yun Jiji raised her lips slightly and said softly, the He family lives in a broken house with drafts on all sides. When they came back, they learned that Yun Wanrong had moved back to the Yun family. It can be seen that because of He Mingyuan's house, she can almost be said to have grown up being spoiled by Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang. She eats the best and wears the best clothes in the Yun family. If she were to marry He Mingyuan, she would have to live a hard life with He Mingyuan, and it was obvious that Yun Wanrong was unwilling to do so. The best way would be to take him back to live in the Yun family. But He Mingyuan, a grown man, certainly felt uncomfortable living in the Yun family. He was used to living in such a good house, and if he was asked to go back to live in the old broken house with drafts on all sides, could he bear such hardship again? And now there was such a good opportunity again. As long as He Mingyuan seized it, Yun Hongmin and Chen Manxiang had no sons. If something happened to them, who would own the house? Mingyuan, those are my parents. Yun Wanrong stared at He Mingyuan with red eyes. It is because they are your parents that I persuaded them to turn back from their wrong path. They made a mistake and are still escaping. If it is exposed later, it will be a crime on top of a crime. Now that they admit their mistakes, at most they will be sent to the farm for reform for a period of time, and then come back. When your family was doing that kind of thing, why didn't you say it was wrong? He Mingyuan accused, and then looked at Yun Wanrong angrily and asked, or, did you do this? Yun Wanrong was shocked, and she didn't expect him to point the finger at her.
How?
How is it possible? Yun Wanrong avoided her sight, fearing that He Mingyuan would see something. He Mingyuan didn't think about it carefully, stretched out his hand to pull Yun Wanrong aside, and said in a low voice, Rongrong, didn't you say that the college entrance examination would be open in a few years? I will take the college entrance examination at that time, and I will be a businessman. If the matter of my parents is exposed until then, have you ever thought about how much impact it will have on my college study and business? Yun Wanrong's heart skipped a beat, and she soon realized this. What if this incident affects He Mingyuan's college entrance examination? She gritted her teeth and looked at Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang. It was Chen Manxiang who did it. It has nothing to do with me. Don't they know their daughter well? When they saw Yun Wanrong's expression, they were more disappointed. Who would have thought that their daughter actually? Her eyes wanted them to admit it. Yun Hongmin, what do you mean? Now you're pushing everything on me, right? Chen Manxiang exploded when she heard it. She was not a good-tempered person. As a result, her daughter asked them to admit it, and her husband couldn't wait to push her out. Yun Jiji was a little curious. What did Yun Wanrong and He Mingyuan say just now? Yun Wanrong actually let them admit it. Before, Yun Wanrong was unwilling to admit it, as if she deliberately framed her parents in order to whitewash herself. He Mingyuan said that the college entrance examination would be resumed in a few years. He wants to take the college entrance examination and do business. Qin Shiyu seemed to guess her thoughts and said in her ear in a low voice. Yun Jiji felt even more incredible when she heard this. But she was also more certain that Yun Wanrong came back with the memory of her previous life. That's why she was so sure that He Mingyuan would have a promising future and let her live a rich life. At the same time, she also knew that the college entrance examination would be resumed in a few years. This is really interesting. So, she married Qin Shiyu in her previous life? When she thought of this, Yun Jiji's heart was inexplicably swollen and uncomfortable. But soon she was attracted by the scene of Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang biting each other, and she didn't bother about the inexplicable feeling that just came to her mind.
Well,
Dog biting dog is really beautiful. Li Gong'an saw that they were almost arguing, so he stepped forward to take both of them away. Comrade Gong'an, wait a minute. Old Master Yun suddenly spoke, and many people looked at Old Master Yun with confused eyes. Li Gong'an was still very patient with his elders. Seeing this, Yun Hongmin and Chen Manxiang had a glimmer of hope in their eyes, hoping that Old Master Yun could say good things for them. Old man, please tell me.
Li Gong'an asked.
Old Master Yun glanced at Yun Hongmin and Chen Manxiang and said, "Where's the dowry that Yun Ting prepared for Gigi?" 2,500 yuan. Before you leave, return the money to Gigi. It's hers. Everyone seemed to have just remembered these things, and they had just heard everything. They saw too clearly the scene where Yun Hongmin and his wife were biting each other and accusing each other of being the one who drugged. Although He Mingyuan was doing this for the greater good, he was right. If the public security comrades had no evidence, they would not come to arrest people. Besides, how could a soldier frame someone at will? After reading the letter, Old Master Yun and the others confirmed that Yun Jiji was Yun Ting's child. Everyone remembered the grievances that Yun Jiji had suffered over the years and instantly changed their minds. They felt that Yun Jiji was the most wronged person. Yun Jiji really didn't expect that someone would directly ask for money for her without her having to do anything. Moreover, it was Old Master Yun who came forward in person, which was too easy. No money. Yun Hongmin was so frustrated that he stared at Yun Jiji fiercely. He felt that she was the biggest scourge in the world. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have suffered such a great grievance, and he hated Yun Jiji at the same time. Comrade Gong'an, the Yun family is so small, please help me find it, said Old Master Yun to Li Gong'an. Li Gong'an and his men really looked down on Yun Hongmin. He took the money from Yun Hongmin's father and said he would help take care of him, but in the end, he spent all the money on his own family, and he was not afraid that Yun Hongmin's daughter would become a human being. They investigated the drugging incident 3 years ago, and they also visited and learned a lot, and they also knew the grievances that Yun Jiji had suffered over the years. You say, 3 years ago, they drugged Yun Jiji. Was it to monopolize the money left by Yun Ting and not give it to Yun Jiji? When they succeeded, Yun Jiji's crime of robbing her brother-in-law would be established, and then they would drive Yun Jiji out of the house. Someone in the crowd suddenly said this, and then they felt that this was too right. Exactly as they said. Otherwise, Yun Wanrong would not want such a good military officer husband, but instead married He Mingyuan. If Yun Wanrong had married someone with good conditions at that time, who would sympathize with her every time they saw Yun Wanrong, and thus resent Yun Jiji even more. Over the years, they couldn't help but roll their eyes at Yun Jiji because of what she did. Now that you put it, it's true. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this made sense. During the more than 2 years when Yun Jiji was driven out by Qin Weiman's family to live in the cowshed, Yun Jiji's food was robbed, and the mother and her 2 children were so thin that they were skin and bones. Every time they saw her, they always felt that Yun Jiji would starve to death at any time. In the end, they didn't dare to get close to Yun Jiji, for fear that Yun Jiji would fall down beside them when passing by them. If she died, it would be all over. If she got hurt, they would have to blame them. The more they thought about it, the more wrong they looked at Yun Hongmin's family. When Yun Wanrong saw this scene, she gritted her teeth and walked up to Yun Jiji, looked at her apologetically and said, "Sister." "No, It should be cousin, I'm sorry. I really didn't know all this. I really thought you saw that, Qin. Your cousin-in-law had good conditions, so I want to apologize to you here for what I said to you before.
Can you
forgive me? Yun Wanrong looked at her with red eyes and a look of self-blame, as if she would uncontrollably cry as long as Yun Jiji said I don't forgive. Forgive? Yun Jiji looked at Yun Wanrong with a half-smile. What qualifications do you have to ask me to forgive you? Forgive you for having people come to steal my and my children's food every time when the food is distributed? Or for asking someone to notify the village to steal the wild animals I got in the mountains? Yun Wanrong, you are more hateful than your parents. They may just want to kick me out of the house, but you want to kill me and my 2 children. Yun Wanrong's face turned pale and blue after being told by Yun Jiji. She stared at Yun Jiji with her eyes wide open, wondering why. She always felt that she had become a little different. The person who had clearly allowed herself to be manipulated before was like a completely different person. In the past, I scolded her for a long time, but nothing happened. But now she is speechless with just a few words.
And
how did Yun Jiji know all these things? She was obviously doing it very secretly. Cousin, that's not the case. I am angry that you stole my marriage, and I did treat you badly for a long time, but that's murder. I can't do that kind of thing no matter how reckless I am. No matter what, Yun Wanrong could not admit that she wanted Yun Jiji's life. In that case, then, you should return the 2,500 yuan my father left me to me first. I am married and have children now, so it's time to give it to me. Yun Jiji changed the subject and looked at Yun Wanrong with a smile. Yun Wanrong never thought that she would suddenly ask her for money. She opened her mouth and wanted to say that their family had no money, but many people were watching. Dad, Mom, where is the money that my uncle left for my cousin? Yun Wanrong could only pretend that she knew nothing. It was also by accident that she knew that Yun Jiji was her uncle's daughter, and when her uncle gave them money, he also said that half of it was left for Yun Jiji to use when she grew up. However, the money went into her parents' pockets, so there was no reason to take it out. In short, they were absolutely unwilling. But in this case, she had to clear herself of all charges. What money? Money! Chen Manxiang was angry, and now she was asked to take out the money. Chen Manxiang was unwilling to do so. Besides, why did Yun Jiji ask for money? Did she have the nerve to ask for money? She would burn the money in a fire and would not give it to Yun Jiji. Hung Min. Seeing this, old Master Yun angrily knocked the ground with his cane. He was very angry about the behavior of the couple. This was what Yun Ting left for his daughter. How could they have the nerve to take it for themselves? Child, go and get it yourself. If they dare to say anything, Grandpa will make the decision for you. After old Master Yun learned that she was Yun Ting's daughter, he became particularly close to her. To them, Yun Ting was the great benefactor of their Yunhe village. In the first few years when Yun Ting and his wife disappeared, they also looked everywhere, but their ability was limited, and they could not find the missing 2. As time went by, fewer and fewer people mentioned Yun Ting, and slowly everyone began to forget his existence. Old Master Yun now feels very guilty. During the years when Yun Jiji lived in the cowshed, they did not stand up to protect the child at all, and she suffered so much. He, who was half buried in the ground, could only protect her a little now, even if it was to make up for the debts of these years. You can't go in. He Mingyuan was not a fool. When he heard that the Yun family had so much money, if it was all taken away by Yun Jiji, what would they spend it on later? Moreover, that was 2,500 yuan. He had never seen so much money in his life, and he had already begun to calculate how he would spend the money when the time came. As a result, they actually let Yun Jiji go in and find it herself. As a result, they actually let Yun Jiji go in and find it herself. What if Yun Jiji was not honest and took all the money of the Yun family? Boss, come here. Old Master Yun shouted. Old Master Yun had 5 sons, all standing in the crowd at this moment. When they heard this, they came over immediately.
Dad,
whoever dares to stop Jiji from getting her money back, you should kick him out. A son-in-law now dares to interfere in his wife's family affairs. Don't be so nagging. We are not blind. Equals Old Master Yun. Although it is not possible to say that he can see through a person completely, he can still see at a glance someone like He Mingyuan, who is almost writing all his thoughts on his face. It's just that he heard that the Yun family has such a large sum of money, so he has evil thoughts. When the 5 sons of Old Master Yun heard this, they stood directly at the door of the Yun family, each one looking stronger than the other. Yun girl, go in and find it yourself. Yun Jiji looked at Old Master Yun gratefully and said, Grandpa, thank you. Old Master Yun waved his hand. How many lives in our village were saved by your father? We owe you. When some of the older people heard this, they also lowered their heads, with some self-blame and guilt in their eyes. This made Yun Jiji very curious. What did his father do back then? Was it really because of the Sakura ghost incident that he rescued the villagers? Yun Jiji always felt that there was more than one reason. However, before she could think about it, she had already entered the main hall of the Yun family. Chen Manxiang was a clean person, and she cleaned the house very well. She went straight to Yun Hongmin's house. Chen Manxiang had a habit of hiding things, which was under the bed. Obviously, everyone in the family knew this location, but Chen Manxiang still thought she was the smartest in the world. She felt under the bed and soon touched a box that was stuck on the bedboard. After some effort, she took it out and opened it directly. Seeing the big unity inside, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. The biggest sum of money Chen Manxiang and Yun Hongmin spent was probably on this room. Back then, Yun Ting gave money, but there were no tickets, so there were many things that Chen Manxiang and others naturally could not buy. In addition, Yun Hongmin and his wife had always wanted to have a son for so many years, so they thought of saving money for their son to get married in the future. It's a pity that they didn't have a son. Yun Jiji counted and found that there were still 3,500 yuan. She raised her eyebrows, took 1,000 yuan into the space with her body as a cover, and then took the remaining 2,500 yuan and walked out. Grandpa, please count in front of everyone, so that no one will say that I took too much. Yun Jiji glanced at Yun Wanrong with a hint of meaning, and then said. When Old Master Yun saw such a large sum of money, he was also slightly stunned, but he still walked over and counted in front of everyone. At first, everyone counted in their hearts, but later they counted out loud. It's 2,500 yuan. After counting, Old Master Yun handed it to Yun Jiji. Child, keep the money. Your parents disappeared that year. Maybe they encountered something. He also arranged everything for you, but he didn't expect that some people are not worthy of trust. Don't blame your parents. Grandpa, my parents must have something important to do. Otherwise, there would be no parents in the world who would have the heart to abandon their children. I don't blame them. Seeing that she was so sensible, Old Master Yun sighed. Go to Grandpa's house and have a seat. I'm afraid you and your wife won't even have a place to stay when you come back. Have lunch at Grandpa's place at noon. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Li Gong'an took Yun Hongmin and his wife away. Yun Jiji responded and helped Old Master Yun walk out. However, as soon as they walked out of the hospital gate, they saw a woman running in hurriedly. Mingyuan, your parents-in-law were taken away by the police? This person was not someone else, but He Mingyuan's mother Tian Laniying. She looked at the large yard in front of her greedily, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she was. She asked, Mingyuan, where does Mom live? Yun Wanrong was slightly stunned, and looked at He Mingyuan angrily, questioning Mingyuan, what does Mom mean by this? Wanrong, what do you mean by this? I am your mother-in-law. You and your wife left me alone in that broken house, ran here to enjoy a comfortable life, and left me, your mother-in-law, in that thatched house. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Since your parents have committed a crime, and you are the only daughter in your family, this house will only be yours in the future. You have married into our He family, and you are a member of our He family. Then of course this house belongs to our He family, Tian Laniying said confidently. She looked at the house in front of her, and the more she looked at it, the more satisfied she was. At this time, she no longer paid attention to Yun Wanrong. She ran directly into the house and said happily, this is like a place for people to live. Look how bright this room is. Mingyuan can read in this room during the day. It's so warm inside. Tian Laniying looked at every room and finally pointed to the room where Yun Hongmin and his wife slept before. I'll sleep in this room from now on. After that, Tian Laniying began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. She wanted to find some valuable things, but there was not a penny in those cabinets except clothes. The Yun family's house looked quite big, so how come there was not even a penny? Mingyuan, what does your mother mean by this? So you deliberately said that in front of the public security comrades, just to send my parents in so that you can occupy my parents' house? Yun Wanrong was not stupid. She figured out the key point at once. When Tian Laniying heard her accusing her son, she rushed out and pointed at Yun Wanrong's nose and cursed. If your parents didn't do those unscrupulous things, would the police come to their door? Do you think that if my son didn't come out to identify them, your parents wouldn't be arrested today? Mingyuan, they're your parents too. Why are you yelling at my son? Do you think you are still the same Yun Wanrong? If you want to live a good life with my son, be quiet, otherwise I will peel off your skin. Everyone couldn't help shaking their heads when they saw this scene, but they also knew that Tian Laniying was a shrew. At the same time, they also felt that the reason why they were cold to Yun Jiji for so many years and misunderstood that she was stealing their sister's man was all because of the misleading of Yun Hongmin and his family, which made them bully Yun Jiji and her mother and son. Now that they knew that Yun Jiji was the child of their village benefactor, no one cared about Yun Wanrong's life or death. Yun Jiji's sight fell on Yun Wanrong. Tian Laniying was grabbing her hair at this moment. Her rough hands were hitting Yun Wanrong's face again and again, cursing dirty words. Yun Wanrong, is this the life you want? Let's go. Qin Shiyu said in a low voice when he saw this. Yun Jiji nodded gently when she heard this, turned around and supported Old Master Yun, and walked towards Old Master Yun's house. Yun Wanrong looked at the direction where Yun Jiji and his group left with resentment. After she reacted, she reached out and grabbed Tian Laniying's hair, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law wrestled together in an instant. As for He Mingyuan, he just took a look and turned to go in to find something. Yun Jiji could find 2,500 yuan before, so he didn't believe that the Yun family had no money at all. It must be placed somewhere, and they haven't found it yet. He has lived in the Yun family for so many days. Although there is no big fish and meat at home, they can eat enough every day and eat meat once a week. If there is no money, there is no such a good life. He must look for it carefully. He will definitely find it. Girl Yun, we have been so sorry to you over the years. Not only did we not help you, but we also scolded you. They entered Old Master Yun's house. He glared at his sons. They knew their father's character. He couldn't bear to hear anything bad about Yun Ting. Now that he knew Yun Jiji was Yun Ting's child, he felt so distressed. It was also their fault that they believed the one-sided words of Yun Hongmin's vampire family and really regarded Yun Jiji as that kind of person. Now think about it, if Yun Jiji and the two children really starved to death in the cowshed at that time, wouldn't they be accomplices in causing all this? Even if they were death row prisoners, they would be given the opportunity to refute, but they never listened to Yun Jiji's explanation. They thought they were righteous people, fighting against the evil, but in fact they were the demons who pushed all this. Now, Old Master Yun felt a little comforted that Yun Jiji was still alive. Yun girl, where are your two children? Old Master Yun suddenly thought of something. After looking around, he didn't see Yun Jiji's children, and his heart skipped a beat. The adults might be able to hold on, but what about the children?
It wouldn't be.
Otherwise, how could Yun Jiji not bring such a young child with her? They are in town, temporarily placed at the home of Comrade Shiyu. We'll go back to town to pick them up later. Yun Jiji explained. Hearing this, Old Master Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and then seemed to think of something, and stood up again with his crutches. Girl Yun, since you are Yun Ting's daughter, some things should be returned to their original owners. Hearing this, Yun Jiji was also a little stunned, and looked at Old Master Yun in confusion. Old Master Yun didn't say much, got up and went into the house, and when he came out again, he was holding a large box in his hand. The box looked heavy and was locked with an iron lock. He had a hard time holding it, and Old Master Yun's son came forward to help, but was pushed away by him. He didn't hand the box to Yun Jiji until he walked to her side. Yun Jiji was slightly stunned and took it with her hand. She looked at old Master Yun in confusion, and then she heard him say, "This belongs to your father." Before he disappeared, he came to me and gave me this box to keep. He said that no one should give it to him. I have been waiting for these years, thinking whether I can wait for your father to come back before I close my eyes, but fortunately you are back, so I will give it to you. If I close my eyes at this time, I can also rest in peace. Old Master Yun sighed. He has been waiting and looking forward to it all these years, just waiting for Yun Ting and his wife to come back, but after so many years of waiting, half of his body has been buried in the ground, and he still hasn't waited for anyone. But fortunately, he can see Yun Ting's child while he is alive. Although he owes her these years, fortunately, the things left by her father have been handed over to her. The wooden box was a bit heavy. When Yun Jiji took it, she almost couldn't hold it. It was Qin Shiyu who reached out to support it so that she didn't drop the box. "Grandpa, my dad must have trusted me very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to learn more about my parents," Yun Jiji said gratefully. Old Master Yun sighed lightly, fumbled in his arms for a long time, then took out something wrapped in red cloth, opened it carefully, took out a key from it, and handed it to Yun Jiji. "Here is the key. Keep it well." Yun Jiji took it with both hands. It can be seen that old Master Yun has been carefully protecting it, and he also carries the key close to his body. He should be worried about the people at home, or he attaches great importance to what Yun Ting told him. In any case, Yun Jiji is very grateful to him. "Grandpa, thank you." Old Master Yun sighed. "Hurry up and sit down. Let's sit down and talk." Old Master Yun realized that they were all standing. After they sat down, Old Master Yun shouted to his son, "Big brother, go and bring 2 bowls of sugar water. In the countryside, the best way to entertain guests is sugar water." "Grandpa, it's no trouble." "No trouble, no trouble." Old Master Yun waved his hand, and then sat there as if he remembered many things, and started talking in a rambling manner. He also talked a lot about Yun Ting. Yun Jiji was actually very curious about her parents, but she only knew that her father was Yun Ting, but she didn't know her mother's name. After muttering for a long time, Old Master Yun said, "Your mother's name is Luo Yueling. She is an educated youth who went to the countryside from Beijing. Although I don't know the whereabouts of your parents, if you have a chance in the future, you can go to Beijing to see. Maybe you can find out their whereabouts." After Old Master Yun finished speaking, he seemed a little tired and leaned there to rest. Yun Jiji saw this. "Grandpa, you are not feeling well?" "Jiji, my father has an old illness." Yun Jiafu sighed, standing behind Old Master Yun to help him calm down. "Grandpa, can I help you take a look?" Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Yun Jiji, wondering if they had heard it wrong. "Grandpa, Jiji is now a military doctor in the army. You can let her take your pulse,"
Qin Shiyu said.
Old Master Yun was stunned at first. Okay. She is worthy of being Yun Ting's daughter." Old Master Yun did not think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, he felt that it was natural. Yun Jiji was Yun Ting's daughter. In his opinion, Yun Ting was a genius and Yun Jiji was Yun Ting's child, so naturally, she would not be much worse. "Jiji, who did you learn this medical skill from?" Yun Jiafu was a little curious. The 2 old men who originally lived in the cowshed were both masters in the medical field. "I learned from them when I lived in the cowshed with my children." After Yun Jiji finished speaking, she took Old Master Yun's pulse seriously. "Grandpa, you were shot when you were young." Old Master Yun was stunned and a little surprised. "Yeah. This leg was accidentally shot by a hunting rifle when he was young." Old Master Yun sighed. If his leg hadn't been injured at that time, he would have planned to go to the battlefield later. "The bullet has not been taken out," Yun Jiji said. Old Master Yun was shocked again. The Yun Jiafu brothers were even more excited. The way they looked at Yun Jiji changed, as if they were looking at a god. Yun Jiji just checked their father's pulse. Without even looking at the leg injury, they were able to determine that the bullet in his father's leg had not been removed. It was not that they did not want to remove it back then, but they just did not have the conditions. Later, when they saw that the bullet in his father's leg did not seem to affect his life, they did not think about it again. Now they all looked at Yun Jiji, with some expectation. Grandpa, I can help you remove the bullet, you. Old Master Yun heard this and waved his hand. Don't bother. You're already so old, why bother? When he was young, he also wanted to remove the bullet, but now half of his body is buried in the ground, and he may go to see his great-grandfather and great-grandmother at any time, so he no longer cares about these things. Then I will prescribe some medicine for you to regulate your body, which can make your body lighter. Yun Jiji also knew that surgery to remove the bullet was a very troublesome thing for the elderly. He was not like the old Chief Zhong, who was only in his early 60s this year, while old Master Yun was 90 years old. Although the bullet was removed by surgery, if he did not recover well later, it would not be good for his body. If he needs surgery, Yun Jiji will have to stay here for 2 days and only leave after making sure that he is fine. Old Master Yun originally wanted to refuse, but when he looked up, he met the worried and concerned eyes of his sons. Old Master Yun sighed and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Coming out of Old Master Yun's house, Qin Shiyu walked beside her holding the big box. Yun Jiji didn't say anything the whole time, and I don't know what she was thinking about. Qin Shiyu guessed that she was probably thinking about her parents, so he didn't bother her. Yun Jiji stopped right there. The two walked out for a distance, and then saw Yun Wanrong rushing over with an angry face, stretching out her hand to block Yun Jiji's way. Yun Jiji collected her drifting thoughts and looked up at Yun Wanrong. Her hair was messy, and there were 2 bloody scratches on her face. The blood had scabbed over and looked a little scary. Her narrow eyes were slightly narrowed, and there was a raging fire burning in her pupils. The hatred in her eyes almost overflowed, and her face was hideous and distorted. Why didn't Yun Jiji die? She should have died outside. Why could she walk to the military area to find Qin Shiyu? Since she lived in the army with Qin Shiyu, why did she come back? Her chest rose and fell violently, and her breathing was rapid and heavy. Yun Jiji, my parents raised you for more than 10 years. Is this how you repay them? Yun Wanrong hated it so much. All this was caused by Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu. Why did they come back? If they didn't come back, Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang wouldn't be arrested, and Tian Lanying wouldn't have the chance to seize their house. All the money in the family was taken away by Yun Jiji. What will she do in the future? How will she live like this? Your parents raised me for more than 10 years? Yun Wanrong, don't you feel guilty when you say this? Yun Jiji said sarcastically. My grandparents died one after another when I was 5 years old, and I didn't come to your house until I was almost 6 years old. Since I came to your house, I've been the one who burned the land at home, fed the chickens and ducks, washed the clothes of your whole family, and lit the fire. When I was 8 years old, I had to cut grass for pigs to earn work points. What were you doing? She and Yun Wanrong are only 1 year apart in age. Does she really not remember these things? I get up early every day to cook, and your whole family doesn't get up until I'm done. In the winter, my hands are cold from washing clothes, so I heat some hot water, and your mother beats me with a bamboo stick from your house around the village. Yun Jiji's expression was calm, but every word she said was accusing her family of being unkind. She looked at Yun Wanrong with a half-smile. When your family was living a luxurious life with my parents' money, why didn't you say that it was my parents who supported your whole family? Could your house be built with your 2 loser parents? When she spoke of this, Yun Wanrong's mind flashed back to Yun Jiji's small body. Busy figure in the house. Because Chen Manxiang likes cleanliness, if Yun Jiji doesn't clean the house, Chen Manxiang will beat her. Every child has to help with housework since childhood. Are you a rich girl who doesn't have to do anything? Yun Wanrong felt guilty for some reason and yelled at Yun Jiji with her neck stiff. Aren't you a rich girl? You've always wanted a glass of water since you were a child, and didn't your mother ask me to pour it for you? Yun Jiji looked at Yun Wanrong with a smile. How dare you come to me and accuse me of something wrong? Didn't you choose He Mingyuan yourself? So, what if his mother and son occupied the house? Didn't you say that in a few years, He Mingyuan would be able to lead you to a happy and prosperous life? So, what if you give them a house for free? Anyway, it belongs to you and your wife. Yun Jiji said sarcastically, looking at Qin Shiyu and said, Let us go. Okay. Qin Shiyu didn't say anything, but his eyes were always on her. When he heard about her past, his deep and charming eyes were instantly covered with a thin layer of mist. His sharp eyes were full of pity at this moment, and his heart seemed to be tugged hard. She said it lightly, but he knew that she must have suffered a lot when she was young. A thin person unconsciously emerged in his mind, standing on a stool, standing in front of the stove, holding the spatula with both hands and stirring the dishes in the pot. The strenuous and laborious look made him feel distressed. He stepped forward and gently held her hand, his eyes locked tightly in her eyes. Yun Jiji was slightly startled, and her heart skipped a beat when she met the man's gaze. He felt sorry for her. Those eyes seemed to be able to speak, telling her firmly, in the future, I will never let you suffer any grievances again. Yun Wanrong felt particularly glaring when she saw this scene. In her previous life, she married Qin Shiyu and never felt a trace of warmth from this man. She was even suffocated by this identity for her whole life because she was a martyr's military family member. Why should Yun Jiji do this? Why shouldn't it be the same ending as in her previous life?
Ha!
Yun Wanrong suddenly chuckled and looked at the two of them with crazy eyes. Yun Jiji, how long do you think you can be happy? Do you think Qin Shiyu can protect you for a lifetime?
Ha ha ha!
Just wait. Yun Wanrong approached Yun Jiji and reached out to grab Yun Jiji. Qin Shiyu's expression was stern, and he reached out and slapped away Yun Wanrong's outstretched hand. Yun Wanrong felt a pain in her hand, but she ignored it. Instead, she leaned close to Yun Jiji's ear, pulled a hideous smile at the corner of her mouth, and looked crazy. So many people died on the mission, you say? She looked up at Qin Shiyu. How long can he live? Soon. Time is almost up.
Ah! Ha ha ha!
After saying that, Yun Wanrong staggered away laughing as if she was drunk. Yun Jiji's face sank. So, Qin Shiyu died on the mission in the previous life? If so, then Yun Wanrong should have successfully married Qin Shiyu in the previous life, and just like her, Qin Shiyu received an emergency mission on the wedding night and left, and Qin Shiyu never came back for the next 3 years. It is estimated that Qin Shiyu did not come back later, after all. There were tomb robbers and Shengguishan incidents on the mountain later, so it was normal for Qin Shiyu to have no time to return to the village. I'm afraid. Yun Wanrong later received the news of Qin Shiyu's death. Yun Wanrong pretended to be a martyr's family member and received the martyr's commendation money, housing security, living allowance, and some other preferential treatments. With Qin Shiyu's ability, he must have been a regimental cadre at that time. Yun Jiji was not sure about the preferential treatment he enjoyed, but it was definitely not bad. Yun Wanrong could pretend to love Qin Shiyu deeply and never marry, and just wanted to live with his tablet, but in fact, she was probably resentful of Qin Shiyu for making her a widow, and she had to wear a false face for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Yun Jiji knew what was going on. Don't listen to her nonsense. Although some tasks are dangerous, I will do my best to protect my own safety. Qin Shiyu saw that she was silent and didn't speak, and guessed that Yun Jiji was worried after listening to Yun Wanrong's words. He hurriedly spoke to comfort her. Hearing this, Yun Jiji turned her head to look at Qin Shiyu and smiled. Well, Yun Wanrong just has hatred in her heart. Don't worry about her. When you go out on a mission, just pay attention to safety. Having said that, Yun Jiji also secretly made a decision in her heart. Even if her feelings for Qin Shiyu are not deep, he is the father of her child after all. The next time he goes on a mission, she will still prepare more things for him to take with him. If something really happens to him, the child will definitely be very sad. Even if there is no emotion, for an excellent soldier like Qin Shiyu, Yun Jiji also hopes that he can have more opportunities to shine in the field he loves, make contributions to this land they all love, and jointly build a more glorious future. I have to go to my cousin's place again. Will you come with me? Qin Shiyu asked. Yun Jiji shook her head. I want to go to the cowshed to take a look. My master and others secretly hid some medical books at that time. I want to take them back. Qin Shiyu heard this. I'll go with you. He also wanted to see what the cowshed where they lived for 2 years looked like. You go to your uncle first. I'll wait for you in the cowshed later. Yun Jiji had other things to do, so naturally she couldn't take Qin Shiyu with her. Qin Shiyu thought about it, and felt that this was fine. So he agreed. Then, be careful. Okay. Seeing her agree, Qin Shiyu walked forward, walked a distance, looked back again, and when he saw that she was still standing there, he smiled gently at her. Yunjiji was dazzled by this smile, and quickly put her hands behind her back, somewhat afraid to look at this man again. At this moment, she even felt that her face began to heat up. After a while, she secretly looked back, and when she saw that the man had gone far away, she breathed a sigh of relief. After walking a distance, she turned along the village path to Qin's house.
There was no one in the yard at this time.
After looking around and making sure that there was no one, she turned into the yard with a flash. She wanted to come back at night, but she and Qin Shiyu were going back to town soon. If she sneaked back in the middle of the night, she might be discovered by Qin Shiyu. After listening there for a while, she was sure that Qin Jingye and the others were arguing in the kitchen, so she went straight into Qin Shualin's room. She took a look at the tables and cabinets, and with a thought, she put them all into the space. Looking at the empty room in front of her, she was about to leave when she found that there was a brick protruding from the wall. She stepped forward, stretched out her hand and opened it, and saw a wooden box inside, which contained some big unity, all of which were put into the space. After that, she went to the remaining rooms and cleared out everything in the house. After leaving the room with satisfaction, Yunjiji did not leave immediately, but urged the wood spirit to make the plant roots under Qin Weiman's room start to move crazily. This family does not deserve to live in such a good house. When Qin Jingye and the others suddenly felt the ground shaking crazily, they were scared and ran out of the kitchen. What happened? Why is the ground shaking? Several people screamed in fear. The ground was shaking and their bodies were swaying. Yunjiji saw the right moment and put all the things in the kitchen into the space. Some things might not be needed later, but she didn't want to leave them for the Qin family. After that, she left quickly and went to the cowshed. Just when Yunjiji arrived at the cowshed, everyone in Yunhe village heard a loud boom and the Qin family's house sank directly into the pit. Yunjiji was in a good mood. Looking at the dilapidated cowshed in front of her, she turned around and walked in. Zhang Pengcheng and Zhuang Wenhuai did put some medical books in the cowshed, but they were always careful. They were also worried that those things would be found and destroyed by the people of the tail-cutting society, so they were always very careful. Yunjiji took a deep breath and found a from the cowshed on the side. This was what she had used before. He searched around in the cowshed and dug holes one after another on the ground. Each hole was not shallow. When Qin Shiyu and Qin Shuzhen came over, they saw that there were earth pits everywhere in the house. While Yunjiji was still panting and digging a hole there. "Do you know where it is? Let me do it," Qin Shiyu said as he entered the house. Yunjiji heard this. "I don't know where they put the medical book. I can only look for it everywhere." Hearing her say this, Qin Shiyu didn't think much about it, took the from her hand, and said, "Go and wait aside. Be gentle, the medical book is fragile." Yunjiji said quickly. Qin Shiyu responded and began to search in the house. Yunjiji took the opportunity to ask, "Uncle, I just heard a loud noise. Did something happen in the village?" She looked at Qin Shuzhen with a confused look. Qin Shiyu also raised his head to look at Yunjiji and saw that she looked curious. But thinking about it, it wasn't long since he and Yunjiji separated, and she had dug so many holes in here, which showed that the Qin family's affairs really had nothing to do with her. It's Qin Weiman's house. That collapsed. Qin Shuzhen also felt very strange. How could such a good house collapse? Isn't that house good and looks very solid? How could it collapse? Yunjiji asked curiously. It should be that when they built the house, they dug a little too deep underground and didn't fill it tightly. It seemed fine at ordinary times, but recently there were many rats in the village. Maybe because they ate well, all the rats ran under their house. As a result, the unstable foundation became even more unstable, and as a result, the house collapsed. Qin Shuzhen couldn't find any other reason. This good house collapsed inexplicably and other people's houses didn't collapse. Only Qin's house collapsed. This is really unexpected. They have done too many bad things. Yunjiji's mouth twitched. This is really a complete reason. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu, and seeing that he was still digging the soil seriously, she asked, "Don't you want to go and take a look? There's nothing to see. We have no relationship with their family at all." "Then aren't you afraid that they will come to you and make trouble?" Yun Jiji raised her eyebrows and asked. She actually had a tentative mind, wanting to see what Qin Shiyu was thinking or to test how deep his feelings for the Qin family were. However, when she saw his reaction, Yun Jiji felt much more at ease. It can be seen that the Qin family really broke his heart, and he had done his best. "When I went to get the certificate, I also brought the severance document with me," Qin Shiyu reminded. Yun Jiji had forgotten about it, but fortunately, she signed the severance letter. As long as she had such a severance letter in hand, she could save a lot of trouble. In the future, even if Qin Weimin and others came out, they could not go to the army to make trouble on the grounds that they had raised Qin Shiyu for many years. Even if they made trouble, the army would not stand on his side. "Found it!" Qin Shiyu's voice rang out. Hearing this, Yun Jiji's face lit up, and she immediately stood up and ran over, while Qin Shiyu had already moved a shabby wooden box out of the soil. "Don't touch it yet. I'll clean the soil on it first." Qin Shiyu looked around, took some hay from the side and wiped off the soil on it, and then opened the wooden box. Although the wooden box was shabby, the things inside were well protected. Zhuang Wenhui and others wrapped the things tightly with clean cloth and did not let it suffer any damage, not even a little dust. There were several medical books inside. From the traces, it can be seen that the owner often flipped through them, but it can also be seen that the owner cherished them very much, and the corners of the books were not rolled up at all. There were 10 medical books inside, and there was also a bag of seeds. Why are there seeds? Qin Shiyu was also a farmer, and he was also stunned when he saw the seeds. These are seeds of medicinal herbs, and many of them are rare species. Some are worth a fortune. Yun Jiji explained, "Master and his friends must have suffered a lot in order to protect the herbs and medical books.